Cold and aloof, yet cunningly charming, receiver. Cool and suave, straight talker, attacker. Mibai blinked his eyes, finding himself back in a year when he was discovered by a talent scout, unexpectedly bound to an idol training system. Ding! Idol God training system successfully bound. Please select the development direction for your idol God. Chapter 1, the system. Hey there, little one. Would you like to come and see our company? Uncle thinks you'll definitely become a big star in the future. As Mibai opened his eyes, he was greeted by the sight of a lecherous-looking uncle holding a business card. His eyes gleaming with excitement. Mibai. Who is this human trafficker? Seeing that, Mibai did not respond. The uncle rummaged through his pocket and pulled out a small notebook, smilingly saying, "It's all right if you can't decide. Could you give Uncle a phone number? I can talk to your guardian. Leave a phone number?" Mibai's face twisted in disdain. He would be foolish to give his number to a potential kidnapper. He opened his mouth, about to refuse. "I don't." Ding! Idol God training system successfully bound. Newbie task. Leave the talent scout your correct contact information. Reward. Affection value *10. The sudden mechanical voice startled Mibai. "Idol God? What on earth is that?" "Little one, this phone number." The lecherous uncle leaned forward, eagerly presenting the notebook and pen to him. Mibai shifted his focus back to the uncle, who the system had just referred to as a talent scout. He eyed the man skeptically, wondering how he could possibly fit that description. Nonetheless, he took the notebook and pen and wrote down his mother's real phone number. Having read novels before, he had a rough understanding of how systems worked, and besides, leaving a phone number was no big deal. In his memory, something similar had indeed happened during his childhood. However, he had been far too young and frightened at the time, running away before the uncle could finish his sentence. In the bustling streets, it was easy for a small child like him to vanish into the crowd. He even remembered telling his mother about it for quite some time after returning home. As the memories faded, Mibai politely returned the notebook and pen to the talent scout uncle, saying, "Uncle, here's my mother's phone number." The uncle's smile deepened, his face crinkling with joy as he exclaimed, "Thank you, little one. Here, have some candy from Uncle." With a complex mix of feelings, Mibai accepted the small bag of hard candy. What was he to do? This was starting to feel more like child trafficking, and he hoped this system wasn't deceiving him. He beamed widely in a childlike voice, "Thank you, Uncle. Now I shall go find my mother." "Goodbye, Uncle." With that, he turned decisively and left, his movements clean and unhesitating. He needed to hurry back and investigate what this system was all about. The talent scout uncle watched Mibai's diminutive figure retreat, marveling at how the children of today are both charming and well-mannered. It was summer vacation, and upon returning home, Mibai found the house empty. He went straight to his room and locked the door. "System?" he tentatively called out. "Ding! The Idol God training system is at your service." Mibai pressed his lips together and asked, "Did you bring me back to my childhood?" He clearly remembered celebrating his college entrance examination with friends and then going straight to sleep after returning home. To his surprise, he woke up on the street, back in his 11-year-old self. Ding! At that time, a gas explosion occurred next door, putting your life in peril. The system detected your strong will to survive and bound itself to you in the time-space rift. A gas explosion? Mibai felt a shiver run down his spine upon hearing this. He was still underage during his college entrance examination. He patted his startled heart and continued to inquire about the system, gradually understanding the situation. The system had always intended to bind with me, but required his consent beforehand. Due to the urgency of his circumstances, it had utilized energy to bind itself autonomously. Furthermore, the energy expenditure during the time jump had left the system with only basic functionalities. Now that he understood the backstory, Mibai began to contemplate the workings of this idol system. Having read novels before, he was well versed in the concept of systems. As for why this system had chosen him, Mibai held no doubts. Was it even a question? It was undoubtedly because of his striking good looks. Of course, an idol system would seek out a handsome individual like him for binding. The system, already connected to Mibai's thoughts, was left speechless. With unwavering confidence, Mibai declared, "System, introduce yourself. Do we have a main mission?" Ding! The Idol God training system aims to cultivate you into a qualified idol god. Main task: become a household name on Blue Star. Task description: 70 of the population on Blue Star must recognize you. Your name must match your face. Task deadline, 15 years, starting from today. Task reward, none. Task penalty, none. Mibai looked at the two none entries, speechless. So it seems the completion of this task is inconsequential. However, he recalled that he had received some affection value for completing the newbie task. He wondered what that was for. If sensing Mibai's thoughts, the system promptly issued a new task. Ding! Please choose the direction of your idol god training. A. Lively and cheerful sunlit idol. B. Gentle and warm jade-like idol. C. Cold and aloof flower on a high peak idol. D. Dominant and charismatic CEO idol. Mibai scrutinized the options from top to bottom, feeling a familiar struggle with indecision. Each choice seemed delightful. He could go with any well. Since that's the case then, I choose C. Mibai proclaimed loudly, the first law of examinations. When in doubt, choose C. Ding! Training direction confirmed. The system is officially renamed as the Cold and Aloof Idol Training System. Now issuing main task 1. Gain 100 true love fans. Task description. Fan levels include casual fans, hardcore fans, true love fans, loyal fans, and Hall of Fame fans. Task reward. Unlocking the time-space practice room. Subtask 1. Dance practice for 3 hours. Subtask 2. Vocal practice for 1 hour. Subtask 3. Rap practice for 1 hour. Subtask description. Subtasks have no time limit or penalties. Subtask reward. Affection value *50. Note: affection value can be obtained through system rewards or the emotions of fans, which can be used in the time-space practice room. True love fan *11 affection value. Loyal fan *110 affection value. Hall of Fame fan *1100 affection value. Mibai stared at the long list of tasks, feeling his head spin. Setting aside how to acquire these true love fans, he had no idea how to complete those subtasks. He had merely been an ordinary student before. Wasn't this setting him up for failure? Just as Mibai was feeling overwhelmed, his mother and stepfather returned. Xiaobai, I brought you fried chicken. Come out and eat. His mother's voice echoed from outside the door, likely having seen his jacket on the living room sofa and realizing he was home. Mibai paused, his earlier excitement about the system diminishing slightly. But in the next moment, he broke into a smile and replied, Okay, I'm coming out, Mom. Outside the door, his mother, Gong Shuang, and stepfather, Lu Hongjun, were waiting for him in the living room. Both of them were momentarily taken aback by the smile on Mibai's face. They had only married this year. Gong Shuang brought along her 11-year-old son, Mibai, while Lu Hongjun had a 9-year-old son, Lu Jin. As a blended family, both children harbored dissatisfaction. Since moving in together, they had not exchanged a single kind word. Among them, Mibai's resistance was most pronounced that Mibai's father had passed away unexpectedly, and when he was young, his father had treated him with great kindness. In Mibai's heart, his mother had abandoned his father to find a new one. Lu Jin, on the other hand, had a poor view of women, having witnessed his biological mother run away with his father's money and lover. This, coupled with Mibai's overt hostility, only deepened his dislike for his new mother and stepbrother. Thus, it was no surprise that the couple was astonished to see Mibai smiling today. Mibai noticed the expressions on his mother and stepfather's faces, but he continued to wear a smile as he accepted the hand-grabbed pancake from Gong Shuang, saying sweetly, Thank you, Mom. In his younger years, he had not grasped the hardships his mother faced raising him alone. Now, however, as he approached adulthood, he resolved not to add to his mother and stepfather's burdens. They were already exhausted from their daily work, and returning home to care for two boisterous children left them utterly drained. Seeing Mibai so well-behaved today, Gong Shuang and Lu Hongjun's expressions shifted from surprise to delight. Could it be that this child had forgiven them? Gong Shuang joyfully exclaimed, Hey, when has a son ever thanked his mother? What does Xiaobai want to eat tonight? Mom will make it for you. How about sweet and sour ribs? I remember it's your favorite. As she spoke, she was about to grab her bag and head out to buy the ribs. Lu Hongjun quickly stopped her, saying, I'll go. It's rare for the child to be in good spirits today, so you should stay and talk with him. No need. You don't know how to buy them. Mibai sighed in exasperation as he watched them jostle to leave, his small face betraying a wisdom beyond his years, making him appear rather unappealing. Mom, I want to eat egg fried rice. I don't want sweet and sour ribs. Upon hearing Mibai's cute, childish voice, Lu Hongjun and Gong Shuang paused their back and forth. Gong Shuang turned back, gently pinching me Bai's cheek with a smile. All right. Mom will go make my precious son some egg fried rice. She then headed toward the kitchen. Mi Bai tugged at her sleeve, and in response to Gong Shuang's puzzled gaze, he said, Mom, did anyone call you today? A man said I could become a big star. Gong Shuang and Lu Hongjun exchanged surprised glances. Earlier, when Lu Hongjun had picked her up from work, he indeed received a call from someone claiming to be from an entertainment company, but they had assumed it was a sales call, and hung up. From Mi Bai's words, it seemed a stranger had said something to him. Gong Shuang's expression turned serious as she crouched down to Mi Bai's level, saying, Xiao Bai, have I ever told you to be cautious when playing outside? Especially with strangers, try not to talk to them. Understood? Seeing his mother's demeanor, Mi Bai nodded earnestly. After Mi Bai's revelation, the two adults began to worry about Lu Jin, who had not yet returned. Gong Shuang said to Lu Hongjun, why don't you check at the school for Xiao Jin? He hasn't come back since he left at noon. Lu Hongjun nodded, grabbing his phone and heading out immediately. Though Lu Jin typically returned around this time, concerns still gripped him. Once Lu Hongjun left, Gong Shuang began to ponder Mi Bai's earlier statement. She gently rubbed Mi Bai's little head, asking softly, is Xiao Bai's dream to become a big star? Mi Bai nodded that in truth, he had no particular dreams of his own, but having bound himself to this system, he felt compelled to pursue stardom. He was uncertain whether he could succeed, but since the system had forced this connection to save him, he felt he must give it a try. Seeing Mi Bai's determined nod, Gong Shuang's heart softened. All right, Mom understands. I will return that call. Though she suspected it was likely a scam, she wanted to offer her child a glimmer of hope. In a few days, she would explore opportunities in the arts for Mi Bai, allowing him to learn and perhaps pursue an artistic examination, giving him a chance to become a big star in the future. To Mi Bai could sense the thoughts swirling in Gong Shuang's mind. Yet he knew he could not afford to wait for the traditional path of artistic examination. That would take too long. His main quest had a 15-year deadline looming ahead. Mi Bai extended his small hand, presenting the business card he had prepared. Gong Shuang accepted the card, surprised, her eyes drawn to the bold letters that read, Huasheng Entertainment. Chapter 2. The trainee is someone entirely indifferent to the entertainment industry. Gong Shuang found herself quite unfamiliar with this company. However, she could certainly use Baidu. Gong Shuang led Mi Bai to the study, turned on the computer, and earnestly typed Huasheng Entertainment into Baidu Encyclopedia. Initially, she presumed it to be a small firm, but the information retrieved revealed it to be a legitimate entertainment company. Huasheng Entertainment, established for 16 years, primarily focuses on the cultivation of male idol groups. Presently, the company boasts 2 male groups, with a third in preparation. In addition to the idol groups, Huasheng also has a separate artist division. Though the artists there are not as renowned compared to the male groups, Gong Shuang felt a jolt of surprise. She had just presumed it to be a fly-by-night operation, only to be swiftly disabused of that notion. According to the records, the stars cultivated by Huasheng had even graced the prestigious Guojia stage. She recalled that the individual who had called her mentioned she could bring her child to the company headquarters, which was indeed documented on Baidu Encyclopedia. While Gong Shuang was perusing the information, Mi Bai was also engaged in his own observations. Knowing that the system had confirmed the presence of a talent scout, he realized the company must be genuine. However, he did not anticipate it to be such a significant entity. Mi Bai tenderly touched his small face, pondering whether he had been so charming in his childhood that even a scout from such a large company found him appealing. Mom, shall we go take a look? He inquired. Sea City was not far away. It was merely a 2-hour high-speed train ride, and he was eager to visit the company to complete his side quest. The training within the system was not something he could undertake aimlessly. It required the guidance of professional instructors. Given their current financial situation, enrolling him in a myriad of interest classes was evidently impractical. Thus, he could only hope that Huasheng Entertainment would assist him in accomplishing his task. Mi Bai's words jolted Gong Shuang from her astonishment. She steadied herself and gently caressed Mi Bai's little face, saying, Xiao Bai, I need to discuss this with your Uncle Lu first. Shall we go together afterward? Mi Bai obediently nodded, looking utterly adorable. Having resolved matters concerning the entertainment company, Gong Shuang instructed Mi Bai to watch cartoons in the living room while she retreated to the kitchen to prepare dinner. By the time Lu Hongjun returned with Lu Jin, Gong Shuang had already completed the meal. She made 2 servings of egg fried rice, 1 for each child. Lu Jin, having not had enough fun that day, was called back prematurely and in a foul mood, hastily consumed his meal before retreating to his room in a sulk. Lu Hongjun and Gong Shuang exchanged a glance, both filled with resignation. After finishing his meal, Mi Bai dutifully bid farewell to his mother and stepfather before returning to his room. He still had not fully explored the system. As soon as he entered his room, Mi Bai promptly asked, "System, do you have my personal data and such?" Beep. Opening the host's personal panel. Name, Mi Bai. Age, 11 zodiac sign, Scorpio, October 27th. Height, 154 centimeters. Weight, 78 kilograms. Character value, 11. Reach 100 to unlock the system all. Usable for purchasing system merchandise. Favorability value, 10. Usable in the time-space practice room. At first glance, everything seemed quite normal to Mi Bai, but upon seeing the character value of 11, his face was filled with confusion. What could this mean? How could there be a negative value? Ding. The current host character is that of a cool and abstinent male god. From the afternoon until now, the host has laughed 8 times and acted coy 3 times, which does not align with the character, resulting in a deduction of 11 character points. Mi Bai exclaimed, "Is it not permissible to smile?" Frustration surged as he realized he should have chosen option A. How delightful it would have been to embody a bright and sunny boy. He began to argue with the system, but alas, no matter what he said, the system remained unyielding, even deducting another character point from him. The reasoning was that a cool male god should not be chatty. Mi Bai felt as if a flock of crows had flown over his head. Don't ask. The answer is simply speechless. Eventually, Mi Bai helplessly remarked, "Could you at least give me a heads up before deducting again? If this continues, I might never access the system all in my lifetime." Ding. Notification sound has been activated. Mi Bai nodded in relief, inexplicably feeling a weight lift off his shoulders. After playing in his room for a while, he proceeded to wash up and prepare for bed. He assumed the trip to Huash & Company would be several days away. But to his astonishment, his mother instructed him to pack the next morning, as they would depart for City C at noon. Mi Bai nearly spat out the milk in his mouth, his round eyes filled with disbelief. Goodness gracious, is she really that efficient? Gong Shuang meticulously dressed Mi Bai, adorning him in a blue checkered shirt paired with white cropped pants, rendering him refreshingly handsome. She nodded in satisfaction, thinking her son looked splendid. This outing involved the entire family, and little Lu Jin would also accompany them. His large eyes gazed curiously at Mi Bai, who looked particularly handsome today. His youthful gaze carried a hint of intrigue. His aunt mentioned that Mi Bai would become a big star. Was that true? Little Lu Jin had yet to grasp the concept of celebrity, but he could sense the significance of being a star from the tone of the adults' conversations. However, the fact that someone he usually found annoying was set to become a big star left him feeling oddly conflicted. Mi Bai, feeling dapper in his new attire, reveled in his own charm. Noticing Lu Jin's unrelenting gaze, he raised an eyebrow playfully, intending to tease his non-blood-related brother, and jested, "What's the matter? Are you awestruck by your brother's handsomeness?" Before he could finish, the system's notification echoed in his mind. Ding. Character value. One. Mi Bai's smile faltered instantly. To make matters worse, Lu Jin, hearing Mi Bai's words, immediately displayed a look of disdain and retorted, "You're the one who's foolish." After that, he no longer gazed at Mi Bai and scurried behind his father for cover. Mi Bai sighed, quickly adjusting his expression in an attempt to appear aloof and cool. Unfortunately, his small stature and baby fat rendered him devoid of any intimidating presence. They set off at noon and arrived in City C around 3 in the afternoon. The family first checked into their hotel and dropped off their luggage before heading to Huashing Entertainment. When they arrived at the base of the building, it was still before 4 o'clock. A considerable crowd had gathered outside, including security personnel, paparazzi, and a few fans who happened to be there. Although the number of people was not overwhelming, they hesitated to enter directly, fearing they might be intercepted by the staff. Mi Bai's mother led them to a conspicuous spot and took out her phone to make a call. Shortly thereafter, a staff member emerged from inside, and upon seeing them, Mi Bai's eyes lit up as she jogged over with a smile. "Miss Gong Shuang?" Gong Shuang smiled and nodded. "Yes, that's me." Thank you for your assistance. The staff member waved her hand dismissively. Not at all. Please follow me inside. Huaxing Entertainment occupies a towering 58-story building entirely dedicated to their operations. The trainees are primarily located on the 30th and 40th floors, while established artists reside on the 40th and 50th floors. Each level is remarkably spacious, and Mi Bai's family accompanied the staff member on a lengthy tour, discovering a thoroughly developed entertainment company with its own robust artist training system. Although Huaxing Entertainment has divisions for film and modeling, it is best known for its boy groups. The first-generation boy group, Junrain, garnered considerable attention upon debut, while the second-generation group, Fire Team, achieved unprecedented success, standing out among several entertainment companies at the time. As early August approaches, Huaxing Entertainment's third generation of trainees is set to commence public performance competitions, leading to the debut of the third boy group. Mi Bai is currently auditioning as a fourth-generation trainee. During the training period, there is no salary, but the company provides meals and accommodation, and Mi Bai can select courses, albeit only in a group setting rather than one-on-one. Additionally, there are assessments at the end of each month, and failing more than 3 will result in dismissal. However, what poses a challenge for Mi Bai is that there are merely 12 days left until August. With the third generation's debut imminent, Huaxing Entertainment intends to showcase the fourth generation of trainees on the same day as the third generation's performances, creating anticipation for their future debut. This means Mi Bai has only 12 days to prepare for the end-of-month assessment, which will be filmed and posted on Huaxing Entertainment's official website for the fourth generation. The company will ultimately select 20 trainees based on the viewership of their videos, allowing them to become true fourth-generation trainees. Those not selected will either continue as trainees for the fifth generation or leave the company. Currently, there are 57 fourth-generation trainees at Huaxing Entertainment, making Mi Bai the 58th, with more potentially joining soon. Many of these children arrived with impressive talents, making it exceptionally challenging for Mi Bai to stand out in such a competitive environment. Gong Shuang knows that becoming an artist is no easy feat, but the level of competition is daunting. Just earlier, at the vocal classroom's entrance, they witnessed several children singing beautifully, each adept with musical instruments. How could her little Bai possibly compete with them? Little Lu Jin remained silent, his chubby lips pressed together. Today's tour of Huaxing truly intimidated him. These kids are remarkably talented, unlike him, who struggles even to compete for the basketball. The staff observed the family enveloped in silence and suggested that perhaps the child could visit the fifth generation. Given his tender age, there was no need for haste. Gong Shuang turned to Mi Bai, who shared her thoughts. The pressure would be significantly less starting from the fifth generation. She wholeheartedly supported Mi Bai's aspirations, but was reluctant to burden him with excessive stress at such a young age. She feared that if he faced harsh setbacks, it might cast a long shadow over his spirit. Upon noticing the conflicted expression on Gong Shuang's face, Mi Bai anticipated her unspoken concerns and promptly interjected, "Mom, I want to try for the fourth generation." Gong Shuang paused, her eyes widening in surprise. Mi Bai's voice, still tinged with childhood innocence, was nevertheless resolute. "Mom, I don't want to give up without even trying. I want to give the fourth generation a shot." Gong Shuang and Lu Hongjun exchanged astonished glances, taken aback by his declaration. Little Lu Jin was equally stunned, wondering if the mischievous Mi Bai truly had the courage to compete with so many formidable peers. The staff, slightly surprised, smiled. Many children here exhibited a precocious maturity, often demonstrating both courage and ambition. Initially, he had merely found the child adorably fair-skinned, but now he regarded him with newfound respect. If this child possessed resilience and maintained such a positive ambition, he would surely thrive in the future. Gong Shuang, regaining her composure, knelt down gently to caress Mi Bai's small head, softly inquiring, "Have you thought this through, darling? It'll be quite exhausting." Mi Bai nodded vigorously, affirming, "I've thought it through, Mom." Gong Shuang gazed at her son's youthful face with a hint of reluctance. She was not keen on her child enduring such hardships. Lu Hongjun placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder and smiled at Mi Bai, stating, "Since little Mi Bai has made up his mind, your uncle and mother will handle everything from here on. Just focus on your training. and we look forward to seeing you shine as a great star." With that, he exchanged a knowing glance with Gong Shuang before approaching the staff to discuss the contract. Prompted by Lu Hongjun's hint, Gong Shuang realized that her son had just reconciled with them, and preventing him from pursuing what he loved at this moment might cause him to resent her again. Sighing, she looked at her adorable son's face, helplessly pinching his cheeks and advising, "Sweetheart, if you find it too tiring, just call me, and I will come and take you home." Mi Bai's eyes sparkled with joy as he replied, "I know." Regarding the contract, Uncle Lu Hongjun had a lawyer friend review it, and they had diligently researched online, even hiring professionals to ensure everything was in order before signing. Of course, this contract was merely for a trainee. Should Mi Bai become a fourth-generation trainee, a new contract would be required. In the preceding days, Gong Shuang and Lu Hongjun took turns accompanying him, and once he adjusted, they returned to work, though they still made occasional visits. On the first day, Mi Bai attended a variety of classes to gauge where his strengths lay, and in the following days, he concentrated on those areas. By the end of the day, he successfully completed his side missions, earning 50 points of popularity, and by noon the next day, he received a reward from the system. Ding! The host maintained his aloof persona for a day, earning a reward of 10 character points. Mi Bai felt a surge of joy, pleasantly surprised that his dedication to studying could yield such unexpected benefits. He suppressed the urge to smile and opened his personal panel. Yes, he must remain aloof. Name, Mi Bai. Age, 11 Zodiac, Scorpio, October 27th. Height, 154 centimeters. Weight, 78 kilograms. Character points, 2. Reach 100 to unlock the system all, which can be used to purchase system goods. Favorability points, 60, can be used in the time-space practice room. If he continues in this manner, maintaining his stoic demeanor for 11 days, he would be able to access the system mall just before the assessment. He wondered if there would be useful items for the evaluation. A slight weight lifted from Mi Bai's heart, yet it was not entirely alleviated. He could not place all his hopes on the system mall, for it harbored numerous uncertainties. What if the items were of no use to him, or worse, he cannot afford them? Ultimately, he needed to rely on his own efforts. Compared to that unreliable system, he had far greater faith in himself. At noon, in the dance training studio, as more individuals flocked to the dining area, the training room became less crowded. Mi Bai took a bite of his bread, contemplating his reflection in the mirror. Given his current abilities, it was unrealistic to compare himself to others. How could he stand out among the 62 trainees? Indeed, after just one day, the number of fourth-generation trainees had risen to 62. Gazing at his reflection, Mi Bai noted his porcelain skin, the delicate curve of his eyes resembling a grand fan, lending him an exquisite air. His small mouth, slightly pursed, resembled the tender peach blossoms of March, adorably pink and charming. At this moment, he was at the pinnacle of his attractiveness. However, as he engaged in gaming and led a more chaotic lifestyle later on, his skin deteriorated, and his eyes lost their former luster. Wait, attractive? A spark ignited in Mi Bai's mind. He realized how to enhance his video viewership. Stage presence. Back in high school, he had a female classmate who was an ardent fan of a certain idol. She once recommended him to a particular idol and shared a stage performance video. He recalled her saying, although his skills were not the strongest, his stage presence was remarkable. I could spot him at first glance. A good-looking person must know how to utilize their face. Good-looking individuals must know how to leverage their appearance. Mi Bai remembered that he had explored nearly all the classrooms of the trainees yesterday. While he might not be the best-looking, he could certainly rank among the top 5. Otherwise, that talent scout Wu Ti have pursued him so fervently. His lessons from yesterday were not in vain. He had a basic understanding of what stage presence entailed. He searched for relevant keywords on his phone, eager to learn from idols renowned for their stage presence. Instantly, numerous links appeared, and one from Huaxing Entertainment caught his eye. He clicked on the link, initially expecting to find footage of established senior boy bands, but was astonished to discover a direct shoot of a third-generation trainee yet to debut. The video commences with a pulsating drumbeat, followed closely by the appearance of a pair of black Martin boots. As their owner strides into the spotlight in sync with the rhythm, a resounding clang reverberates, a deafening gong. The individual in the video abruptly raises his head, revealing a countenance both stern and wickedly charming. Mi-bai, still reeling from this unexpected blow of visual allure, finds the music shifting to a tense and hurried tempo. A subtle smirk plays upon the man's lips as his lithe figure begins to sway to the music. Each movement seems intricately timed to the beats. Occasionally, the camera sweeps across his visage, and his piercing gaze appears as though it could penetrate the lens and delve straight into one's heart. Mi-bai instinctively holds his breath, feeling his very spirit ensnared by the individual on his phone screen. Lacking any knowledge of dance, he cannot assess the man's skill. All he can muster to describe it is captivating. Every motion is utterly mesmerizing, ensnaring the viewer's attention, rendering it impossible to look away. Suddenly, the music halts. The camera captures an upward angle, showcasing long legs, a narrow waist, broad shoulders, a sensuous neck, culminating in a face exuding fierce intensity. The image gradually darkens, ultimately revealing a line of undulating text. Huasheng Entertainment. Lung Jiamu. Mi-bai's phone screen remained dark for an extended period as he sat on the floor, unable to compose himself. The man's commanding gaze truly astonished him. Is this an undebuted trainee? After gathering his courage for what felt like an eternity, Mi-bai continued to watch the next video, this time a direct recording of third-generation trainees, though it paled in comparison to the previous one. He patted his chest in relief, grateful that not every trainee was so extraordinarily captivating. He spent 2 hours in the dance practice room watching direct recordings, only putting away his phone when more people began to fill the space. After absorbing so many videos, he felt he had a clearer understanding of his upcoming monthly assessment. In the afternoon, unlike the previous day spent wandering from class to class, he sought instruction in dance from his regular trainer. On his way back to the dormitory, he asked a staff member to purchase a small mirror for him, using the money his mother had provided for urgent needs before leaving. Since his mother and uncle would be visiting him in turns over the next few days, the amount given was modest, yet sufficient for a small mirror. At 11 p.m., Mi-bai returned to the dormitory to find it completely empty, as expected. He resided in a room shared by 4, with all his roommates being fourth-generation trainees. Older than him, indeed, older than his current physical age. With assessments approaching, they had only acknowledged him on the day he moved in. Since then, they had barely crossed paths, each absorbed in their own practice. Mi-bai had also returned at midnight the previous day without encountering any of the others. During lunchtime, he overheard that they were likely practicing until 2 or 3 in the morning. Sigh. He shook his head. At such a young age, staying up late could hinder his growth. Yet, considering he needed to select a song tonight, it seemed unlikely he would retire early. Is being an idol truly this challenging? Mi-bai wore a forlorn expression, though it lasted but a fleeting moment before he proceeded to wash up. Time was scarce, leaving no room for waste. Reclining upon his bed, Mi-bai began purposefully selecting songs. Previously oblivious to this task, he could only search for keywords and listen to each song one by one. If a song resonated with him, he would jot it down for later refinement. By approximately 2 o'clock in the morning, he had finally chosen a song that he found satisfactory. Once decided, he set the song to loop, donned his headphones, and succumbed to slumber. At 7:30 the following morning, Mi-bai's alarm rang, prompting him to rise swiftly, freshen up in an expedited manner, partake in breakfast, and then hastily make his way to the vocal classroom. After an hour of fundamental training with his instructor, he dedicated the remainder of the morning to practicing the chosen song. Following lunch, he proceeded to the physical training room, engaging in 2 hours of body conditioning before heading to the dance studio to work on fundamental dance techniques. Post-lunch, Mi-bai ventured into the less crowded dance training room to analyze video tutorials. He selected several different versions of the song, discarding the more challenging ones. He was acutely aware that the intricate movements were beyond his capability to master within a mere 10 days, especially while also balancing his singing practice. During his rehearsals, Mi-bai did not strive for perfection in the execution of the movements, but rather aimed to ensure that each action appeared aesthetically pleasing and captivating. At 11 o'clock in the evening, Mi-bai returned to his dormitory, washed up, and prepared for bed. Unlike others who could stay up until the early hours, he recognized the necessity of maintaining his well-being striving to ensure that his energy and spirit were fully intact for the assessment day. Thus, the days passed in a rhythm of disciplined routine, leading to the much-anticipated monthly evaluation. Mi Bai's assessment was scheduled for the afternoon, so he spent the entire morning in the dance studio revising. At noon, a voice from the system announced, "Ding. Host character value has reached 100. The system mall is now open. Name, Mi Bai. Age, 11 Zodiac, Scorpio, October 27th. Height, 154 centimeters. Weight, 78 kilograms. Character value, 108. Affection value, 60. Available for use in the time-space practice room." Mi Bai paused, a flicker of joy illuminating his gaze as he wiped the sweat from his hands. It had not been easy, after 10 days of restraint. Aside from singing and posing questions to his instructor, he had scarcely uttered more than a handful of words. The children in the dormitory assumed he was difficult to approach and tended to avoid him, and now, it seemed, he had spoken no more than 10 sentences in 10 days. Silently, he recited to himself and opened them all, eager to discover what treasures lay within. Ding! The system mall is now open. A row of products suddenly appeared before Mi Bai, with only 3 items displayed in color while the rest were shrouded in black. Upon inspecting the prices, it became evident that the black items were beyond his financial reach. Mi Bai smirked slightly and focused on the 3 colorful products. The first item, premium growth milk. Product description: milk specifically designed for children. Prolonged consumption can promote optimal growth in children. Note, a maximum of 1 bottle per day. For host use only. Product price: character value 5 points. Radiance description: makeup can be adjusted according to the host requirements. Single-use prop. Product price: character value 10 points. South Dream, beginner, description: allows entry into an immersive emotional experience of the work. Single-use prop. Product price: character value 100 points. Mi Bai gazed at the prices, lost in contemplation. With only 108 points of character value, he would have to forego one of these items. After some thought, Mi Bai ultimately resolved to abandon Radiance. The monthly assessment required everyone to appear barefaced, revealing their authentic selves, and makeup was strictly prohibited. Mi Bai decisively purchased the beginner South Dream and premium growth milk. As he noted his remaining 3 character points, he sighed silently, realizing he was truly committed to the path of aloofness. After consuming the milk, Mi Bai returned to his dormitory for a shower, tidying himself up. He donned the blue checkered shirt he had worn on his first day, paired with white shorts and blue sneakers, before heading to the assessment hall. As of today, there were a total of 78 trainees in the 4th generation, with evaluation scheduled to conclude by noon tomorrow. Mi Bai arrived at 1:40 p.m., yet many young participants were already present. The afternoon assessments were set to commence at 2 p.m., and Mi Bai was the 6th in line. Although each individual had 10 minutes, some might finish in less time. Mi Bai had prepared only 3.5 minutes of performance, which included a brief dance segment. Approaching 2 o'clock, Mi Bai's mother and uncle arrived with little Lu Jin, further increasing the number of attendees in the hall. The atmosphere was relatively quiet, with Mi Bai's family restricted behind a yellow line, allowed only to observe. His mother made a fist gesture towards him, softly uttering words of encouragement, while Uncle Lu smiled and nodded in support. Little Lu Jin, cradled in Uncle's arms, awkwardly turned his head away from Mi Bai, yet his small hand mimicked the encouraging gesture made by Mi Bai's mother. In light of Mi Bai's bravery, Lu Jin decided to cheer for him, fearing his father would say he would return in tears, which he found quite unpleasant. Seeing his family come to cheer him on made Mi Bai's eyes light up with joy, a radiant smile shimmering in his beautiful eyes. Though he pressed his lips tightly together, suppressing his laughter. Though he did not smile outwardly, Mi Bai waved at them, conveying his delight. Upon seeing his response, his entire family broke into smiles. Even little Lu Jin's lips curled into a grin. Amidst the familial interaction, it soon became Mi Bai's turn. Spotting the number 6 placard held aloft before him, Mi Bai took a deep breath, lifted his smile, and stepped into the center. Chapter 3. Sweet song performance. With so many people around, it would be disingenuous to claim he was not nervous, especially with their gazes fixed upon him. The judges, noticing Mi Bai's rosy lips and bright teeth, likened him to a snow-white dumpling and greeted him with friendly smiles, inviting him to introduce himself. Mi-bai adjusted his newly donned headset and, with a serious expression, spoke. "Hello everyone, my name is Mi-bai." Upon finishing, he promptly closed his little mouth. The judges waited patiently, soon realizing that he seemingly had no further words to share. With a chuckle, one of them lightheartedly remarked, "It appears that Mi-bai is a rather shy little one." Mi-bai nodded earnestly, internally correcting, "I am not shy. I am simply aloof." The judge, taken aback by Mi-bai's reaction, chuckled and asked, "All right, is the bashful Mi-bai ready? If so, we can commence." Mi-bai nodded affirmatively, stepping back a few paces to strike a pose, raising his hand to signal an okay gesture while silently reciting, "Nang's dream, activate." In an instant, the hues of the surrounding scenery transformed into a sweet, pastel pink. A sudden rush of ice cream sweetness surged within him, prompting an involuntary smile to dance upon his lips. The staff responsible for playing the accompaniment, having received Mi-bai's cue, began the music. The sound of a snap echoed. As the music filled the air, Mi-bai lifted his gaze, revealing his exquisitely adorable face, his tiny hands keeping rhythm with the beats as his body began to sway. With a refreshing spin, he adjusted his earpiece, casting a casual glance toward the camera. In that fleeting moment, the photographer felt as though he had been enchanted by a child. The next instant, Mi-bai beamed with a bright smile, his chubby lips beginning to sing the lyrics, perfectly timed to capture attention. It was indeed a conundrum, with unnecessary doubts complicating the atmosphere. His clear, youthful voice carrying a hint of innocence, gently sang a sweet melody while flashing a smile, enveloping everyone in a wave of delightful charm. The choreography was simple yet visually captivating, eliciting smiles from the audience. There was an abundance of incredibility, a joy that was never-ending, and a lightness of spirit that felt almost superhuman. As the final note lingered, Mi-bai playfully winked at the audience, melting hearts with his adorableness. During a particular dance segment, Mi-bai showcased the expression management he had honed in front of a small mirror, effortlessly prompting exclamations of "What a darling!" from the crowd. Finally, with a flourish of his hands, Mi-bai gracefully swept them in a half-circle before gently letting them fall as the music gradually faded. He stood there, a mere cherubic figure, yet exuding an inexplicable elegance. The audience erupted in enthusiastic applause, and Mi-bai, slightly breathless, emerged from his dreamy state. He turned to the judges and politely bowed, his lips pressed together in a nervous anticipation for feedback. A female judge smiled at him, saying, "That was a complete performance. Your expressiveness was wonderful. However, both your dancing and singing need improvement. Keep up the hard work." Another judge perused the documents on the table and inquired, "Mi-bai, have you only been with the company for 12 days?" Mi-bai tightened his little face and nodded. "Have you had any prior training?" Mi-bai nodded again. The judge smiled. "Your courage is commendable. Keep it up, little one." Mi-bai replied earnestly, "I will strive to improve." The earnest demeanor that appeared on Mi-bai's cherubic face elicited a wave of laughter. The judges, having witnessed performances throughout the morning, found Mi-bai's display to be refreshingly delightful, bringing them genuine joy. Thus, they offered a few words of encouragement before allowing him to step down. As soon as Mi-bai reached Gong Shuang, he was lifted into her embrace. With a kiss on his cheek, she exclaimed, "My precious son, how splendid you are!" Mi-bai hurriedly pushed her away, feeling a bit too grown for such affection. Xiao Lujin gazed at Mi-bai with astonishment, wondering how he had transformed into someone so impressive. Ultimately, it was Lu Hongjun who rescued Mi-bai from his mother's exuberant affection. He playfully wrapped an arm around Gong Shuang's shoulders and said, "All right, the child has just performed. Let us find a place for him to rest." They took the two children out to enjoy a meal of their favorite fried chicken. Due to this delightful feast, Xiao Lujin's attitude towards Mi-bai improved significantly. It turned out that Mi-bai's newfound prowess could earn him fried chicken. He hoped that the remarkable Mi-bai could become even more skilled, allowing him the joy of fried chicken every day. The family shared a harmonious dinner, and afterward, Gong Shuang and the others accompanied Mi-bai back to his dormitory. They had work to attend to, and judging by Mi-bai's demeanor, it seemed unlikely he would make it into the fourth generation. Yet he surely aspired to remain as a trainee in the fifth generation. They needed to return and seek connections to secure a better middle school for him in City C. After bidding farewell to his family, Mibai rested in his dormitory for the entire afternoon. The next evening, Huaxing Entertainment would upload the videos of the fourth-generation trainees. He had done all he could. In the days to come, he simply needed to maintain his usual training and diligently enhance his abilities. Regardless of whether he was selected as a formal trainee in the fourth generation, strength remained paramount. The following morning, Mibai noticeably sensed a significant reduction in the number of people at the company, likely due to the third generation's performance competition commencing that very night, drawing most away. Fortunately, the instructors were still present, and Mibai diligently followed their guidance until returning at midnight. After freshening up, he lay on his bed, lost in thought. The third generation's performance began at 7 o'clock, meaning their evaluation videos would also be released at that time. Yet, as it was now midnight, and the system had remained silent, it seemed his performance video had truly gone unnoticed. Mibai rubbed his eyes, struggling to articulate his current feelings. Although he had prepared for the worst, the reality of receiving the results was still somewhat disheartening. Living until 17 in his previous life, he had never earnestly strived for anything. This was his first serious endeavor. Mibai took a deep breath and closed his eyes. Regardless of the circumstances, training would continue tomorrow, and he needed to fall asleep quickly. Although he felt a bit downcast, he was no longer a mere child. Crying was not an option. He cleared his mind of any lingering discomfort and forced himself to sleep. Perhaps due to the rigorous training earlier in the day, Mibai surprisingly fell asleep rather swiftly. The following morning, Mibai was not awakened by the alarm clock, but rather by the system's notification sound. Ding! True Love fans have reached 100. Congratulations to the host for completing Main Task 1 and unlocking the Time-Space Training Room. Main Task 2 has now been issued. Xuanbo fan count must reach 100,000, and True Love fans must reach 10,000. Task description. Xuanbo is currently the largest social media platform in Hua country, where all artists apply for an account. Task reward. 12 masterclasses in performance. Mibai abruptly sat up, still slightly dazed, resembling a little dumpling as he sat there on bed. It took him a while to fully awaken. What had the system just announced? He quickly opened the notification to check. Indeed, he had completed Main Task 1 and Main Task 2 had been released. He was well aware of what Xuanbo was. There was no need to read the task description. Huaxing Entertainment would apply for Xuanbo accounts for every artist under its banner, including trainees. Suddenly, Mibai realized something significant. Xuanbo was exclusive to trainees, which meant he was no longer a trial trainee, but had officially become a trainee. Had he managed to rank within the top 20 in the evaluation video? Chapter 4. Trainee Me by Yao Yuerer was a soon-to-be university student who had just completed her college entrance examination. After the exams, she planned to relax by watching some variety shows. One night, after finishing a romantic drama, she found herself mindlessly scrolling through a short video app. Just as she was about to drift off to sleep, a video of less than 5 seconds captured her attention. The screen displayed a pink, blurry background, accompanied by sweet background music, and a pristine, delicate little dumpling appeared before her. The dumpling's eyes resembled tiny fans, with long, thick eyelashes. The irises sparkled as they blinked at the camera. With a delightful bayou, the dumpling winked at the lens, revealing a charming smile that made its cheeks puff up adorably. Yao Yuerer heard the crowd in the video exclaim in awe, and she instinctively opened her mouth in surprise, her heart melting from the cuteness. That one wink seemed to have captured her heart completely. In just a minute, she needed all the information about this child. Human infants truly are eternal gods. From the comment section, Yao Yuerer learned that this child belonged to Huaxing Entertainment. Following the leads, she found the official account of Huaxing Entertainment and stumbled upon the evaluation videos of the fourth generation. There were more than 70 videos under that account, and her little dumplings video was easy to locate, being the 9th one on the first page. Given that the videos were ranked by popularity, it seemed many others shared her discerning taste. Eagerly, Yao Yuerer clicked on the video, preparing to watch her little dumpling's performance in its entirety. The video began with the dumpling's adorable self-introduction. Hello everyone, My name is Mi Bai. The sweet, innocent voice and the serious expression on his little face were utterly enchanting. Outside the screen, Yao Yu nodded excitedly. Little Mi Bai, Mama will remember you. After a brief exchange, Mi Bai stepped back a few paces, striking a pose, while Yao Yu straightened up, aware that the main event was about to commence. Indeed, as the music began to play, Mi Bai looked up and delivered a stunning visual blow. How could Mi Bai be so enchanting? His dance exuded youthful energy, yet it was irresistibly sweet. The casual glance he cast towards the camera nearly sent Yao Yu swooning. That gaze seemed like a delicate hook, directly ensnaring the heart. Yet his expression bore an innocent bewilderment, as if he had stumbled upon it by chance. Goodness, such pure allure. Mi Bai, who taught you to gaze at the camera like that? You are still so young. Don't enchant your mother like this. Fortunately, the subsequent shots were adorable, including the wink that captivated her at first sight. Yao Yu took a moment to steady her heart, gazing at the exquisite porcelain-like figure of Mi Bai on her phone, and resolutely decided to watch the video a few more times. She was determined to savor this video. Mi Bai's video began to gain traction in the wee hours, after the live broadcast of the third generation's performance had concluded, allowing all the fans to finally engage with the trainees' videos. At that moment, Mi Bai was unaware of his ranking and had not anticipated that his accidental glance at the camera while dancing would spark some interest. He was currently examining his personal profile. Name, Mi Bai. Age, 11 Zodiac, Scorpio, October 27th. Height, 155 centimeters. Weight, 76 kilograms. Character value, 3 affection value, 893. Usable in the time-space training room. Main quest 2 progress. Xuanbua fan count 0-1 million. True fans 833-100-0000. Note, true fans provide affection value daily. He still did not have Xuanbua. They would only apply for it after the list of 20 trainees was released in a week. However, the fact that he had over 800 true fans was unexpected, considering he had only one video online, which he thought would only attract casual fans. After reviewing his personal profile, Mi Bai felt a considerable weight lift from his shoulders. Yet he continued to train with the same intensity as before. After evening practice, Mi Bai entered the time-space training room. He felt as if the scenery had shifted, and he found himself in an unfamiliar space. Ding! Welcome, host, to the time-space training room. Here, you can train to your heart's content without the concern of physical exhaustion, and regardless of how long you stay in the time-space training room. Only a second will pass in the outside world. Note, the time-space training room consumes affection value. 10 affection value for 1 second. Mi Bai stared incredulously at the final note, realizing that his current affection value was insufficient to stay in the time-space training room for even 10 minutes. He quickly exited, deciding it best to accumulate more affection value before re-entering. This amount was hardly enough for his needs. In the week that followed, Mi Bai adhered diligently to his training regimen. One morning, while attending a dance class, a staff member suddenly called him outside. Following the staff member to the office, he was surprised to find that his mother had also arrived. However, this time only her mother arrived. His stepfather and younger brother were absent. The company's president was also present, as Huaxing Entertainment is renowned for its boy bands. Thus, the head of the company pays particular attention to them. Observing the grand occasion, Mi Bai understood that he was likely to be offered a trainee contract. The company would continue to provide exposure to trainees, and even if he couldn't debut in a group, he would still transition to the artist department. Signing this contract essentially meant he had already stepped into the entertainment industry. Although he had anticipated this moment, when it finally arrived, Mi Bai felt somewhat dazed. Even as his mother escorted him to his new dormitory, he remained somewhat unresponsive. Gong Shuang knelt down and gently stroked Mi Bai's small head, her expression filled with pride. "Our little Bai is truly remarkable," she exclaimed. Mi Bai's face flushed slightly. Feeling a bit shy, his mother's tone of praise resembled that of a parent lauding a child. Gong Shuang pinched his little cheek, and aside from her pride, her heart was also filled with concern. Mi Bai was so young, having trained for only a few days. The effort he must have exerted to earn this opportunity was immense. Gong Shuang spoke earnestly to Mi Bai, "Darling, while we strive, we must also take care of our health. You need to look after yourself in the company and call you mother often. Mibai responded helplessly, Mom, I know. I'm about to turn 12. I'm not a baby anymore, so don't worry. Gong Shuang playfully pinched his little face again, saying with mock severity, Oh, so you're aware that you're only 12? Mibai winced in pain and quickly begged for mercy, Mom. Your son is going to rely on his looks for a living. You can't damage them. After a while, Gong Shuang finally released him, stood up, and ruffled his hair. All right, I won't nag you anymore. Go on inside. I'll come to see you often. Mibai obediently nodded, flashing a sweet smile at Gong Shuang before turning to enter the dormitory. Gong Shuang waited until she could no longer see his figure before turning to leave. The child worked so hard. She must push herself as well. She needed to promptly transfer me by school registration. Otherwise, it would be quite troublesome for him when he went to the company in the future. Chapter 5. The first encounter as a trainee me by new dormitory was a 2-story apartment housing 20 individuals. The company aptly termed it fostering camaraderie. Mibai looked around. The first floor featured a living room, kitchen, and dining area, along with 2 shared bathrooms and a quadruple room. The door of the quadruple room bore names, but Mibai's was conspicuously absent, indicating that his room was on the 2nd floor. The 2nd floor comprised 5 rooms, 3 of which were quadruple rooms and 2 were double rooms, with the left side double room displaying Mibai's name. He made a mental note of his roommate's name, Igaoya. It sounds like she must be quite an elegant person. Mibai opened the door to his room, which contained 2 single beds, a large wardrobe, and 2 computer desks, along with a private bathroom. Mibai nodded in satisfaction, although it wasn't particularly spacious. It had everything he needed. After arranging his belongings, Mibai lay on his bed and checked their videos on the official website. As of now, his video ranked 4th in terms of popularity. He harbored grave doubts that the allocation of rooms was based on ranking, especially since the top 4 were all assigned to double rooms. When the others arrived, his suspicions were confirmed. A chubby little boy, noticing the door ajar, curiously peeked inside and greeted, Hello. Mibai rose to respond, Greetings, I am Mibai. The child awkwardly smiled and introduced himself. Hello, I am Igaoya, a rapper. Mibai was taken aback, staring blankly at his round little face. Shouldn't rappers exude coolness? Igaoya noticed that clothes were already placed on one of the single beds. So he deposited his backpack on another bed, pursed his lips, and stated, I will also be residing here. Mibai nodded expressionlessly. One remained silent while the other maintained a facade of aloofness, creating an unexpectedly awkward atmosphere. Fortunately, Mibai had been accustomed to this for the past few days, so he didn't feel uncomfortable. After a considerable pause, Igaoya could no longer contain himself and broke the suffocating silence. How old are you? Mibai hesitated briefly before replying, I will soon be 12. Igaoya's expression visibly relaxed as he proudly declared, I am already 13. You may call me Brother E from now on. He playfully patted Mibai's shoulder like a good brother. They would be training together and sharing a room, so it was essential to foster a good relationship. Igaoya observed Mibai's delicate features, thinking that this younger brother looked quite decent, albeit a bit taciturn. Mibai, call him brother? The 17-year-old soul of Mibai looked at the little brat before him, a question mark slowly forming on his forehead. He twitched his lips and, maintaining an impassive demeanor, replied, All right, Gaia. Igaoya's hand paused on Mibai's shoulder, a look of confusion crossing his face. Why not call me brother? With a younger brother as handsome as you, it would surely sound delightful. Just as Igaoya was about to say something further, the voice of a staff member echoed from below, instructing them to gather in the living room. Let us go, Mibai said, taking Igaoya's hand and heading downstairs. He was well aware of what was on the mind of this young lad. He simply wanted to take advantage of Mibai's youth by having him address him as brother. He understood. He had behaved similarly in the past, but he had matured and learned not to be so childish. What was so impressive about being called brother? He now preferred to have others address him as father. Upon reaching the ground floor, Mibai discovered that most of the children had already arrived. In addition to the children, there were also several staff members from Huashing Entertainment. One astute-looking woman, noticing everyone had gathered, gently tapped the table and began, Hello, children. I am Chi Mei, and I will be responsible for your work from now on. You may call me Sister Mei. She proceeded to introduce 4 assistants. 2 men and 2 women, who would accompany them during any filming tasks. Once the introductions were complete, Chi-mei smiled and said, "You should have seen your video rankings on the official website, right?" 20 little ones nodded in unison, appearing exceedingly adorable. The smile in Chi-mei's eyes deepened as she cruelly remarked, "Since that is the case, you must have heard of the ranking system of the Huashan boy band." She clapped her hands, beckoning the cameraman outside to enter, and continued, "Children, please stand up and take your seats according to your rankings. The first place will sit in the center, second from the left, and third from the right, fourth from the left, and fifth from the right, and so on. Cameramen, prepare yourselves. We are about to record the first video for the 4th generation, Initial Encounter." In that brief statement, the company's ruthless nature was laid bare before these young children. From the seating arrangement to their future costumes, makeup, and any area visible to the camera, the closer one was to the forefront, the more resources the company would allocate. The initial joy of these children, who had triumphed among the trainees, swiftly evaporated, replaced by an overwhelming sense of pressure. The competition ahead would be far more intense. With adversaries stronger than those they had previously faced, Mibai clenched his slightly sweaty hands, an urgent sense of foreboding washing over him. The ranking would be changed every March, and most of the children present had trained since a young age, possessing both talent and diligence. He could not guarantee that he would elevate his abilities to match or surpass theirs within a mere 3 months. Soon, the children formed a semicircle as instructed by the staff. When the recording began, all staff members exited the frame. "All right, children, let's proceed with self-introductions one by one, so we can all get to know each other better," Chi-mei said gently, nodding towards the boy in the center. Clearly, the order of introductions followed the ranking. The child seated at the center momentarily froze before quickly regaining his composure. He stood and flashed a bright smile, saying, "Hello everyone, my name is Rong Shi. I'm 14 years old, I love singing and dancing, and I can play a bit of drums and piano. I look forward to your guidance." After sitting down generously, the staff outside the camera led the applause, and the other children instinctively followed suit. Next, a nearby child mimicked him, shyly smiling as he introduced himself. "Hello everyone. I am Mu Junfeng, 13 years old, I enjoy singing, and I can play the guitar and piano. I hope to receive your support." Then came Mibai's roommate, who stood up coolly and declared loudly, Yo, here is Yi Gaoya. It's a pleasure to meet you all. At 13 years of age, I aim to forge friendships with you. I'm a rapper. I hope you all are dancers. Let us embark on a wonderful practice journey, starting today. Respect. Over." Mibai covered his face. Was this the same Yi Gaoya who had been silent in their room? Though slightly awkward, there was no denying that Yi Gaoya's performance had enlivened the atmosphere, dispelling the previous silence. Under the gaze of everyone, Mibai hesitated before standing up. He pressed his lips together, his expression impassive as he said, "I am Mibai, soon to be 12 years old, and I aspire to be an aloof person." Having finished, he promptly sat down, for he had no musical talents and lacked Yi Gaoya's exuberant charisma, opting not to put himself in a difficult position. Everyone thought, "You already are." Chapter 6. Lung Jiamu. The segment of self-introduction passed in an atmosphere that was both awkward and inexplicably fervent. Mibai was uncertain how the final edit would unfold. Nonetheless, he felt utterly embarrassed in that moment. After the recording concluded, Sister May allowed them the freedom to roam. For the past month, they had been devoid of shooting tasks, and they would only officially debut on stage after the conclusion of the senior generation's debut battle in a month's time. Once the staff departed, only these 20 newly acquainted youths remained in the apartment. The children possessed a remarkable ability to forge friendships, often surpassing that of adults, and some had even trained together, resulting in a significantly more vibrant atmosphere than before. Mibai glanced around, and upon realizing there was little to engage in, he patted his roommate on the shoulder, offered a greeting, and retreated to his room. Currently, he felt he possessed a weak foundation and needed to seize every second to learn. He picked up his guitar and diligently followed the instructor in the video, mastering each chord little by little. When Gaoya entered, she beheld Mibai, who was bowed over, his long eyelashes casting shadows on his focused expression as he strummed the strings. With skin as fair as snow and striking features, Mibai appeared to Gaoya as a delicate snowball, utterly enchanting. The 13-year-old boy's eyes sparkled brightly. Though he spoke little, his beauty was undeniable. Maintaining a cool demeanor, Igaoya took the initiative to sit beside Mi Bai. Feeling the bed beside him sink slightly, Mi Bai turned in surprise. Meeting the gaze of the handsome boy, Igaoya momentarily averted her eyes and hesitantly spoke. "I can teach you this." Mi Bai was taken aback by her words, biting his lip in slight embarrassment. "That would be great." Indeed, there were many aspects of the video explanation he struggled to grasp, and one-on-one instruction would greatly assist him. Over the ensuing month, Igaoya and Mi Bai became inseparable, their bond blossoming rapidly. The two originally separate single beds were combined to form a grand bed, which not only facilitated their singing practice in the evenings, but also allowed for a more comfortable sleep, effectively increasing the usable space in their room, a trifecta of benefits. Most of the other children hailed from City C, so the number of those residing in the dormitory was quite limited. Mi Bai, being somewhat reticent, shared only nods of acknowledgement with the others. One day, while attending a dance class, Mi Bai suddenly received a notification instructing them to witness the formation of the senior generation tomorrow evening. The other children erupted in joy upon hearing the news, while Mi Bai felt a chill run down his spine. The seniors forming a group meant they would be mere spectators. Was this an attempt to pressure them further? In his previous life, he had been a recluse, never exerting himself to this extent. God knows how he had managed through the past month. Due to his lack of foundational skills, while the other children practiced until 11 or 12 at night, he found himself needing to rehearse until the early hours of the morning to fully absorb the day's lessons. He even had to resolve his meals within the training room. Yet he still felt he lagged significantly behind. Listening to the jubilant cheers of Igaoya around him, Mi Bai helplessly pressed his forehead, feeling that the joys and sorrows of humanity were inherently disparate. As night fell, Igaoya was particularly exuberant, while Mi Bai sat nearby, strumming a youthful melody he had recently learned on the guitar. Noticing Mi Bai's calm demeanor, Igaoya inquired, "Are you not happy about your senior brothers debuting as a group?" "Of course I am," Mi Bai replied dismissively, continuing his playing. Igaoya, with a hint of suspicion, observed him closely, saying, "I can't shake the feeling that you're not truly happy. You seem a bit anxious." Mi Bai's fingers faltered on the strings, and he fell silent. Surprised, Igaoya exclaimed, "You really are anxious? Why?" "It's not our debut battle." Mi Bai lowered his gaze. "Indeed, why?" Over the past month, he had exerted considerable effort, yet the gap still felt insurmountable. A month ago, he struggled to keep up, and now, a month later, he found himself in the same predicament. Would he still be in the fourth tier 3 months from now? In Huasheng, falling from the rankings equated to losing screen time. His abilities were lacking, and this vicious cycle might lead to him being completely abandoned by Huasheng before the debut battle 2 years later. At times, he wondered if the system had indeed bound the wrong individual. After all, apart from his appearance, his talent was rather mediocre. As a soul who had reached adulthood, in this life and the last, Mi Bai quickly adjusted his emotions and responded to Igaoya's innocent question. "Once our senior brothers form a group, the company will apply for a public announcement for us. Aren't you nervous?" The topic shifted seamlessly, and Mi Bai silently commended himself for being so clever. Igaoya suddenly realized, once our senior brothers form a group, they will be facing the public. Thinking about it like that does make me a bit anxious. He took out his phone, activated the front camera, and began assessing the state of his own face. Indeed, I seem to have dark circles. I cannot allow this. I must go to bed early tonight to maintain my handsome appearance. Mi Bai shook his head in exasperation. The lively child before him bore little resemblance to the cool and aloof persona he had initially presented. However, glancing at the time, he noted it was nearly 1 a.m., and rest was indeed warranted. He set his guitar aside and proceeded to wash up and prepare for bed. Regardless of the circumstances, tomorrow would necessitate an early rise for training. There was still time, and even in despair, one must not concede. The following day, in the training room, it was evident that everyone was somewhat distracted during class. The instructor, aware of their evening activities, refrained from reprimanding them and instead slowed the pace of the lesson. For Mi Bai, this was an unexpected boon, as it meant he could keep up today and would not need to practice extra hours later that night. At 6 p.m., Just after Mi Bai finished his shower, the company's vehicle arrived. He and Yi Gaoya shared a ride as the first group to depart. Entering through the side door, they found many fans already present. The backstage area buzzed with activity as people hurried to prepare for the impending performance. Mi Bai and his companions felt somewhat at a loss. After being called to this spot by the staff, they received no further instructions, leaving only a cameraman persistently capturing their images. The children stood in place for over 10 minutes unattended. Rongshi pressed his lips together, feeling the weight of the children's gazes upon him. After a moment of hesitation, he mustered the courage to approach the cameraman, inquiring, "Excuse me, sir, is there anything we need to do?" The cameraman shook his head in silence. Rongshi stood awkwardly in place, unsure whether to engage with them or simply allow them to remain standing idle. The other children wore expressions of confusion. What was happening? Weren't they meant to come and watch their seniors perform? Why were they left backstage unattended? Mi Bai surveyed the surroundings, skeptical that no one was keeping an eye on so many children. After all, they were no longer toddlers. They were capable of mischief, and surely someone would be concerned about the potential damage to valuable equipment. Yet, the absence of attention from anyone puzzled Mi Bai. He stepped forward, gently pulling Rongshi back to spare him from further embarrassment. Feeling the reassuring grip of Mi Bai's hand, Rongshi sighed in relief and smiled gratefully at him. Mi Bai glanced around, exasperated, and suggested, "Let us head over there. The performance is about to begin, and we'll have a better view." He pointed toward the spot closer to the stage and led the way. Since no one was overseeing them, they might as well find a place to watch, as their primary intention was to see their seniors perform. After all, the children looked back at the cameraman, and seeing no objection, they followed Mi Bai in a rush. A swarm of little ones peeked from the side of the stage, creating quite a commotion, yet not a single person intervened. Mi Bai's suspicions deepened. What was Huasheng plotting? However, he quickly found himself distracted as the stage show commenced. The competition for debut positions had dwindled to only 10 contestants over the past month, but there were only 4 spots available. Thus, tonight's contest would undoubtedly be fierce. Amidst the cacophony, the lights abruptly dimmed, startling the fans and plunging the venue into silence. A melodious, rhythmic prelude began to play, and a beam of blue light illuminated the stage as the lift slowly ascended. "I ain't like no one you met before," echoed a sultry, deep voice, and the figure seated regally on a black chair was finally revealed. What a visage it was, with sharp, chiseled features and rebellious brows arched slightly. Beneath long, curled lashes lay icy, enigmatic eyes that exuded a wild, untamed allure. His sculpted face, both wicked and handsome, bore a devil-may-care smile, radiating an aura of sovereign power. This striking countenance was broadcast clearly on the big screen, igniting a frenzied eruption of screams. "Oh, Lung Jiamu, you're stunning. Lung Jiamu is unstoppable. Go, Bottle, never leave his side. Jia is on fire today. Jiamu, the god of the stage." The individual simply stood on the stage, yet an innate aura emanated from him, instantly captivating everyone present. He resembled a magnet for gazes, drawing all eyes toward him, akin to the sun radiating its brilliance. Mi Bai, positioned at the side of the stage, found himself awestruck by this spectacle, unable to articulate the tumultuous emotions stirring within him. In his captivating eyes, it seemed as though starlight flickered, sparkling as he gazed entranced at the cool and collected Lung Jiamu on stage. Is this what it means to be an idol? Chapter 7, Debut of the Third Generation. Mi Bai had watched videos of Lung Jiamu's performances, yet the experience through his phone paled in comparison to the live spectacle. The overwhelming grandeur that enveloped him made it feel as though he could scarcely breathe. The performance on stage continued. The figure at the center began to move forward with the progression of the music. "I'll be a leader." His deep voice suddenly soared. His gaze was piercing, reminiscent of a youthful general poised for battle, radiating fervor like the blazing sun. Lung Jiamu's body swayed rhythmically, each movement impeccably timed, executed with precision and fluidity. His remarkable physique and undeniable strength, coupled with a distinctive style, rendered his dance extraordinarily captivating. "I'm sold out." As the final, Resonant notes faded, the lights gradually dimmed, and the stage fell into darkness. Silence enveloped the arena for a few seconds before erupting into an overwhelming cheer. "Ah, Jiamu! Jiamu! Jiamu!" The reigning king of the stage. Lung Jiamu commanded the scene. Let Jiamu debut in the center. Lung Jiamu, you are a super idol. As the stage was shrouded in darkness, Mibai remained transfixed, unable to regain his composure. Incredible. Is this the level of trainees in the debut battle? Lung Jiamu's performance, whether in singing, dancing, or expression management, approached perfection. Truly a feast for the senses. Mibai now understood why his desk mate from a previous life was so enamored with attending live concerts. The atmosphere and impact experienced in person were irreplaceable. After concluding his performance, Lung Jiamu passed through the backstage area, noticing a group of young trainees peeking from the side of the stage. The teacher, capturing behind-the-scenes moments, noticing his gaze, smiled and remarked, "They are trainees from the fourth generation, sent by the company to observe." Over the past month, Mibai had been consuming the premium milk provided by the system, resulting in a more refined appearance and skin that approached a cool, fair complexion. Due to the contrast of his skin tone, Lung Jiamu immediately noticed Mibai and raised an eyebrow, commenting, "You're rather good-looking." The teacher, surprised, exclaimed, "Incredible. To hear you say someone else is attractive in your lifetime. Wasn't this individual always fixated solely on himself?" With an air of superiority, he often appeared as though he were the most handsome person in the world. Such a conceited person actually complimenting someone else? Lung Jiamu rolled his eyes, fully aware that the teacher was jesting, and retorted, "I'm not blind." The instructor, noticing Mibai through Lung Jiamu's gaze, acknowledged the child's striking features: rosy lips, white teeth, and exquisite facial features that indeed marked him as a rather attractive young lad. He nodded in agreement, contemplating that as long as the boy did not fall into disfavor in appearance, he might very well become the face of the fourth generation in the future. Although Lung Jiamu's performance had concluded, he still needed to return to the stage for the voting segment of the debut battle. Thus, he could only cast a quick glance toward the fourth generation. In that fleeting moment, he discerned that there was a rather good-looking junior among them. Following Lung Jiamu's performance, the transition to the next act, performed by a third-generation trainee, was seamless. Mibai and his companions watched the entirety of the debut battle with rapt attention. The prowess of the senior performers was undeniable. Yet the most impressive among them remained the first performer, Lung Jiamu. Golden ribbons cascaded from above, heralding the emergence of the TKSC boy band, as the audience erupted into thunderous applause to welcome their arrival. The full name of TKSC, The King Shall Come, aptly reflects the company's high regard for this boy band. Mibai's gaze fixated on the four boys at the center of the stage, enveloped in golden ribbons. Predictably, Lung Jiamu occupied the central position for his debut. Watching them bask in applause and flowers, Mibai felt an inexplicable sensation stir within him. He pondered whether he too would one day successfully debut on such a grand stage. For the first time, Mibai found himself with a clear aspiration, not a task dictated by the system, but a personal desire to stand on that stage that commanded the attention of the masses. He yearned to shine as brightly as Lung Jiamu did on stage. That night's debut battle fulfilled the company's ambitions. The spectacular launch of the TKSC boy band revealed the immense potential for its future development. The fourth generation of trainees, inspired by this debut battle, returned to their training with newfound fervor. Just days after the conclusion of the debut battle, Mibai and his peers faced their August assessments. Unsurprisingly, Mibai ranked 17th, a stark contrast to his position within the group. Following the assessments, Mibai received 3 songs to perform. One was a sweet melody for 5, where he was assigned the central role, likely reflecting his ranking. The second was a group dance for 10, in which he had no lines and remained on the periphery, clearly a stage set according to his assessment results. The final piece was a song from the first generation of Huaxing Entertainment's boy band, in which he had 2 solo lines, with the rest being a chorus. All 3 songs were slated to be performed at the seniors' concert in 2 months, effectively allowing the previous generation to draw attention to their successors. Mibai felt a sense of helplessness, It seemed there would be no respite. Moreover, with the school term approaching, their training time would diminish even further. He buried his head in his hands, thinking, let's push through. For these next 2 months, no one gets to sleep. The arrangements for Mi Bai's school transfer were previously handled by Gong Shuang, placing him in the 12th Middle School of City C, where negotiations with the administration had been made. Understanding Mi Bai's situation, they permitted him to forego evening study sessions. Mi Bai reported to school a week after the term commenced. The 12th Middle School was a mere 2 kilometers from the company, and his mother had purchased a bicycle for him, which he rode to school. As Mi Bai stepped out of the apartment, he was adjusting his new bicycle when a youthful voice interrupted him. Mizai. He looked up to see a young woman in her 20s, a stranger to him. Upon noticing Mi Bai's quizzical expression, her beautiful eyes sparkled with confusion, and her heart melted at the sight of him. It's really Mi Bai. I can't believe I'd run into you just while out for a soda. She stammered. Mizai. I'm your mom. I'm your fan. I've watched the performance you did countless times. The adoration and excitement radiating from her seemed ready to overflow. Mi Bai was taken aback. He never imagined he would encounter a fan. After all, the only information about him online was that video. The company had yet to release additional content, leaving his recent task progress nearly stagnant. Faced with a genuine fan for the first time, Mi Bai felt a wave of shyness. It was evident that the girl in front of him held a deep affection for him. He bit his lip, his ears slightly reddening, and said sincerely, "Thank you." The girl's excitement intensified upon seeing his flushed ears. He is shy. So adorable. He is even cuter in person than in the video. What should I do? She restrained her eager hands, noticing the small backpack on Mi Bai's back. Reluctantly, she said, "No need to be polite, darling. You must be heading to school, right? I want to keep you. You might be late." She aimed to be a sensible guardian and not hinder his education. Mi Bai was somewhat unsettled by her endearing term, but upon glancing at the time, he realized he was indeed running late. He waved his hand and smiled. "Thank you for liking me. See you next time." With that, he hopped on his bicycle and rode away. The girl stood there, captivated by his sweet smile, unable to regain her composure. What a delightful little being. He is too sweet. After a while, she excitedly took out her phone to message her best friend. I met Mi Bai. He is even more handsome in person. He smiled at me. I'm going to be his lifelong fan. Her friend replied, "Sounds like you had quite the dream today." The girl insisted, "It's real." Chapter 8. The enigmatic Madrid. Upon arriving at school, Mi Bai went directly to the office to find his homeroom teacher, Mr. Liu Bizong. Mr. Liu felt a flutter of nervousness. It was his first time having a student who was a trainee from an entertainment company. Upon seeing Mi Bai's exquisite face, he couldn't help but marvel. Realizing that it was no wonder he had caught the attention of such a company, his looks were far superior to the average person. "Mi Bai, here are your textbooks. Let me take you to the classroom." Mi Bai obediently nodded, placing the books in his backpack and quietly following the teacher. Since it was still class time, when Mr. Liu led Mi Bai to the classroom, the Chinese literature teacher was in the midst of a lesson. Mr. Liu gently knocked on the door, prompting the teacher to pause. While all the students turned their curious gazes toward him, clearing his throat, he formally announced, "Class, today we have a new student joining us. Let us give him a warm welcome." The students complied with enthusiastic applause. Liu Bizong smiled with satisfaction and beckoned, "Mi Bai, please come in." Upon hearing his name, Mi Bai slowly entered the classroom from behind the door. The first-year students were still quite young, apart from a few who had developed more rapidly. Most appeared to be mere children. As Mi Bai stepped in, their mouths fell agape, for one's visage is often the most potent weapon of first impressions. Liu Bizong invited Mi Bai to introduce himself. After a brief pause, Mi Bai spoke. "Hello everyone, my name is Mi Bai. I look forward to your guidance in the future." His voice was somewhat cool, yet carried a hint of youthful innocence, inexplicably endearing. The brevity of his introduction rendered the atmosphere momentarily silent. Liu Bizong quickly regained his composure and led the applause. Once the clapping subsided, he gestured towards a seat by the window in the 4th row. "Say, Mi Bai, please take that seat." Mi Bai nodded, picked up his small backpack, and settled into his place. His desk mate was a boy with a buzz cut, slightly tanned, and he bore a somewhat fierce expression. Mi Bai glanced at his textbook and noted the name, Tanley. It sounded rather pleasant. After Mi Bai was seated, the homeroom teacher departed, and the Chinese teacher commenced the lesson without altering anything due to Mi Bai's arrival. Mi Bai listened for a while and found the material rather simple. Having just graduated from high school in his previous life, much of the content was still fresh in his mind. Flipping through the textbook, Mi Bai felt he could dedicate more time to training in the future. After class, a circle of more audacious classmates surrounded Mi Bai. Mi Bai, I'm the class monitor. So yeah, you can come to me if you encounter any difficulties. This was a bespectacled girl who seemed academically inclined. Hello, Mi Bai. Why did you just start school now? A curious girl interjected. Would you like to play basketball with us? You look really handsome. Another chimed in. Do you have any assignments due today? They inquired. Mi Bai felt overwhelmed by the attention. He pressed his lips together, wondering why he was receiving such warmth from his peers. In his previous life, he had not been this popular, had he? His desk mate remained silent throughout the enthusiastic greetings, only turning to Mi Bai after the others dispersed, awkwardly stating, considering your good looks, I'll take you under my wing. For now on, I'll look out for you. Mi Bai twitched his mouth. No, thank you. Tanley waved his hand dismissively. Don't be afraid. Our gang is the largest in the school, the Qinglong gang. Once you're in, no one will dare to bully you. He thought that although Mi Bai was attractive, he appeared too weak and had joined school a week late, making him susceptible to bullying. Qinglong gang, a name that seemed both juvenile and cliché. Mi Bai pulled out his mathematics textbook and declined. No, thank you. I have training in the evenings and 1 TB at school, so no one can bully me. He wouldn't even be present at school. Who could possibly bully him? Not at school. Dan lieska surpresa. Why not? Don't you attend evening study? Mi Bai calmly nodded. No, I don't. Doesn't he the teacher mind? Not at all. Tanley expressed envy. He too did not wish to attend evening study. After a while, Tanley gently tapped Mi Bai's wrist, inquiring curiously, what do you mean by training? Mi Bai lifted his gaze and gestured towards the entrance, stating, the teacher has arrived. Upon hearing this, Tanley immediately fell silent. Mi Bai was not deceiving him. Indeed, their mathematics instructor had entered the room. Initially, he had presumed his desk mate to be a school bully, but now, whether or not he was a bully was uncertain. What was clear was that he was quite the chatterbox. Thus, Mi Bai spent a delightful day amidst the enthusiasm of his classmates and the incessant chatter of his desk mate. Upon returning to the training room at the company and encountering Yi Gaoya, Mi Bai inexplicably felt a sense of maturity emanating from him. Comparatively, Yi Gaoya was indeed more mature than his desk mate. Xiao Bai, you're here, Yi Gaoya greeted with a smile, casually draping an arm around Mi Bai's shoulder. Have you started yet? Mi Bai inquired. At this, Yi Gaoya's expression turned slightly melancholic. Not yet. Mu Junfeng has encountered some issues with his transfer, so we can only practice individually for now. Mu Junfeng held the second position, while Yi Gaoya held the third. Their stage was a duet platform. Rongxi occupied the first position with a solo stage. Mi Bai patted Yi Gaoya's head, reassuring him, all right, don't dwell on it. Let us practice. Time is of the essence. Yi Gaoya nodded, embraced Mi Bai once more, drawing strength from his little roommate, before heading next door to find the teacher. After his departure, Mi Bai began to review his own pieces. Setting other matters aside, he needed to excel in the song for which he was in the center position, as it would receive the most exposure. Mastering it could potentially launch him into the limelight. If he couldn't shine in the center, his chances of being noticed in the other 2 songs would diminish even further. This particular song, undeniably a reward from the company, bore a striking resemblance to his previous evaluation video, embodying the essence of a simple, sweet melody. It lacked intricate dance movements, and the vocal sections were straightforward. The focus was primarily on the performer's interpretive ability and stage presence. Mi Bai opened the score, which boldly displayed 6 prominent characters. Madrid number 9. Chapter 9. Encounter at midnight. In a dance studio at Huashing Company, Mi Bai brushed back the damp strands of hair clinging to his forehead, revealing his smooth and full brow. He lay on the floor, gradually slowing his breath. The style of this song mirrored that of his previous piece, and he was managing to digest it well. After broadly learning the choreography, Mi Bai stood up and began to review the song they would be performing together. His lyrics consisted of only 2 lines, with the remainder being a chorus. He merely needed to ensure that those 2 lines were executed flawlessly. He practiced diligently until 2 in the morning before returning to the dormitory, where he found Igaya had also just returned. Well, we're both overachievers. Training had been exhausting, and neither had the inclination to converse. They quickly showered and fell asleep. The next day, as Mibai headed to school, he brought along the score for the collaborative song, seizing every opportunity to practice softly. Observing his busyness, his classmates refrained from engaging him in conversation as frequently as the previous day, and even his deskmate was notably quieter. That evening, as usual, he trained with the teacher, and after the instructor's departure, he continued to practice until the early hours of the morning. Time passed gradually. Xiaobai, relax a little more. You're too tense right now, the teacher said sternly to Mibai after the first rehearsal. Mibai nodded, aware of his own impatience. It was his inaugural stage performance, and he was eager to excel. Noticing Mibai's suboptimal state, the teacher suggested he take a break and try again later. Mibai took a few tissues to wipe the sweat from his forehead and found a corner to sit down. Seeing Mibai alone, the behind-the-scenes teacher approached with a camera. Are you feeling nervous about your first performance? He inquired. With the lens focused on him, Mibai forced a smile and replied a little. Did you just get scolded? The teacher pressed. No. Mibai shook his head, explaining, I'm just not in good form. The teacher advised me to adjust myself first. After a few more questions, the teacher, satisfied, moved on to find the next subject. Once the teacher left, Mibai exhaled softly. Although the behind-the-scenes teacher had mentioned recording material during their practice sessions at the company, he still struggled to relax in front of the camera. After sitting for a few seconds, he took out his phone and began watching videos of his dance performances. After several viewings, he felt that something was amiss. Mibai furrowed his brow. While his movements and singing were flawless, that very perfection posed the greatest dilemma. It felt too ordinary. Even though he was in the center of the stage as a C-level performer, it seemed as if he were invisible, lacking both mistakes and highlights. Rubbing his head in confusion, he felt lost, unsure of how to proceed. Senior! A sudden commotion echoed from a distance. Mibai looked up to see 4 tall figures surrounded by a crowd near the side entrance. The tallest among them turned slightly, allowing Mibai a glimpse of his profile. Was that Lung Jiamo? Igao approached, tapping Mibai's shoulder. What are you doing here alone? The seniors are here for rehearsal. We should go greet them, right? The protagonists of this concert were his seniors, and they were bound to come for rehearsal. Mibai shook off the fog in his mind and followed Igao towards Lung Jiamo. Upon arrival, Mibai noticed Rongshi and the others were already present. Practically all the 4th-generation trainees were here. He scanned the surroundings and soon spotted the familiar behind-the-scenes teacher in a corner. Mibai couldn't help but smirk. The teacher was indeed dedicated. 1, 2, 3. Hello, seniors. Rongshi led the greeting, and all 4th-generation trainees bowed in unison. Hello, hello, replied by Huan, the captain of TK. Hello, junior brothers. This is Yuya, the main vocalist of TK. Greetings, everyone. And this is Shou Shuai, the rapper of TK. Hi there, came the familiar deep voice with a cool demeanor. And I am Lung Jiamo, the center and main dancer of TK. The oldest among them, by Huan, was merely 17, while the youngest, Lung Jiamo, was only 15. As they were not well acquainted, the atmosphere grew awkward after the initial greetings. Upon witnessing the scene, a staff member spoke up, urging the 4th generation of children to introduce themselves to the senior brothers. A collective glance was exchanged among the group, all eyes eventually settling on Rongshi, who, as the first in line by rank, stepped forward. With a subtle press of his lips, he confidently declared, Greetings, senior brothers. My name is Rongshi, gesturing towards the name emblazoned on his attire. Following Rongshi's introduction, Mu Junfeng seamlessly advanced, stating, Hello, senior brothers. I am Mu Junfeng. In the presence of the seniors, Igao shed any pretense of aloofness, appearing remarkably obedient as he introduced himself. Greetings, senior brothers. I am Igao. When it was Mibai's turn, the seniors raised their eyebrows in intrigue. This young disciple possessed quite the charming appearance. Mibai smiled gently, greeting, Hello, senior brothers. I am Mibai, and prepare to retreat. Mibai, Lung Jiamo, softly echoed, successfully halting Mibai's retreat. He turned slightly, his beautiful eyes filled with curiosity, as if inquiring whether the senior had something to say. Noticing the inquisitive glance from Mi-Bai, Long Jiamu chuckled lightly, saying, "Your name suits you well, indeed. You're quite fair." Mi-Bai nodded in confusion, remaining oblivious to the senior's intent until all introductions from their generation were completed. With time for rehearsal running short, the seniors busied themselves post-introductions. Mi-Bai found himself in a dim corner at the edge of the stage, observing the transformation of Long Jiamu. The relaxed demeanor he had just displayed now seemed to vanish, replaced by an entirely different aura. Though he appeared cool and understated offstage, once on the platform, his presence became impossible to overlook, as if he radiated light. Mi-Bai could discern that Long Jiamu had yet to unleash his full potential, likely due to the rehearsal nature of the event. Yet even in this state, Long Jiamu captivated all eyes. The languid confidence emanating from him rendered him akin to a monarch, with the stage serving as his palace. He strolled with an air of leisure and elegance, utterly at ease. In a fleeting moment, Mi-Bai recalled the teacher's earlier advice to relax and not to be overly tense. Observing Long Jiamu's natural interaction with the camera, he suddenly smiled, realizing he understood what to do. Upon stepping off the stage, he saw the charming junior brother run excitedly towards him, bowing with joy. "Thank you, senior brother." After expressing his gratitude, he turned and darted away, his small figure filled with exuberance. Long Jiamu was left in mild surprise. Chapter 10. Quite adorable. During the second rehearsal, Mi-Bai shifted his focus away from achieving perfection in his movements, concentrating instead on following his feelings. From Long Jiamu, he learned the importance of being at ease on stage. An excessive pursuit of perfection could render a performance rigid, while each individual possesses their unique flair. Following one's most comfortable path is never a mistake. Indeed, this rehearsal pleased the teacher immensely, resulting in Mi-Bai passing with flying colors. Although he stood at the edge during the group dance of 10, he executed his part commendably. During the final chorus, they joined their seniors on stage. The seniors ascended first, followed by them in order of their ranks. When it was Mi-Bai's turn, having completed his lines, he felt a gentle tug on his hand. Turning around, he found Long Jiamu pulling him closer. "Mi-Bai?" The next performer was about to step out, so he reluctantly followed Long Jiamu, standing slightly away from his originally designated spot. After the song concluded, Mi-Bai cast a puzzled glance at Long Jiamu, inquiring, "What did you just thank me for? Junior? Junior?" Mi-Bai glanced at Long Jiamu, who towered over him by a head and a half. "Well, if he is a junior, then so be it." Mi-Bai took a small step back, creating a bit of distance, and replied, "I was greatly inspired by your performance on stage, so I must thank you." Long Jiamu was momentarily taken aback by his words. Was his performance truly that impressive, to have inspired someone else? "Since you said so, I shall make sure to observe your stage performance closely as well, to see what inspiration my stage might provide you," he said with a slight smile, a light laugh escaping his lips. At this age, he possessed a youthful vigor, his sharp features exuding an air of aloof beauty. The striking edge of his appearance was softened by the exuberance of his youth. With a slight smile gracing his lips, his gaze towards Mi-Bai sparkled with amusement, reminiscent of a spirited youth admiring something dear to him. A fleeting moment of awe flickered in Mi-Bai's eyes. Despite being relatively young, Long Jiamu was indeed the most handsome individual Mi-Bai had ever encountered in both this life and the last, as if he had stepped out from the pages of a manga. Given his current striking looks, one could only wonder what kind of mesmerizing figure he would become in the future. "Keep it up, Junior," Long Jiamu encouraged, giving Mi-Bai a reassuring pat on the shoulder before rejoining his teammates, who were awaiting an interview. Mi-Bai watched Long Jiamu's tall silhouette with a hint of envy, pondering when he might reach such heights himself. In his past life, he had not even reached 8 meters before his untimely end. Yet Long Jiamu must have surpassed that by now. "System, I've been drinking that premium milk every day. Is there a possibility I could reach 8 meters? Mi-Bai asked with hopeful anticipation in his heart. Ding. Detection complete. Host's height potential value is 183 centimeters. Receiving an affirmative response, Mi-Bai resolved, I must not cease my milk consumption. The following day, Mi Bai requested leave from his homeroom teacher in the morning and returned to the company at noon to prepare for makeup and styling. Due to the large number of people present, he had to wait for quite some time. To present himself better on camera, he invested significantly in a disposable radiance enhancer from the system's marketplace. Mi Bai had 3 performances lined up, but the company only provided him with 2 outfits, a white blazer and a playful, adorable pink ensemble. Clearly, the white suit was unsuitable for dancing, indicating that he would have to wear the pink outfit for both his 5-member and 10-member dances. Looking at the vibrant pink, a flicker of disdain crossed his watery eyes. After a considerable wait, he sighed in resignation. Pink it is, then. Let this be a sacrifice for the sake of art. Once he had changed, the staff began urging them to proceed. As Mi Bai and his companions boarded the vehicle, they slowly made their way towards the concert venue. Upon their arrival, they found that a considerable number of fans had already entered the premises, the majority of whom were devoted followers of their seniors. Taking a deep breath, Mi Bai noted that their stage was positioned right before that of the seniors, and his own stage was the very first. Do not fear, Mi Bai. You have practiced excellently, he reassured himself, squeezing his hands to alleviate his nerves. Before he knew it, time had elapsed, and the sky gradually darkened. With a burst of splendid fireworks soaring into the sky, the concert officially commenced. As the lights dimmed, Mi Bai assumed his position in the center of the stage. Reminiscent of the rehearsal, the venue was engulfed in darkness, save for the faint glimmers from the audience, resembling twinkling stars in the night sky. Truly enchanting. Gazing at the beautiful glow below, Mi Bai suddenly grasped why those idols appeared so radiant on stage. His previously anxious heart now calmed. Mi Bai closed his eyes, feeling the surge of emotions within his chest. It was exhilaration. System, activate radiance. At that moment, the stage lights blazed to life, a brilliant beam illuminating Mi Bai. As the music began, he opened his eyes, his lovely peach blossom eyes sparkling with joy that seemed ready to overflow. He elegantly twirled in place, playfully blowing a kiss to the camera before commencing his song. Sunlight gracefully strolls across the hotel lawn, while mermaids strum their harps against the stone walls. His voice, clear and sweet, resonated with the pure timbre of youthful innocence. His entire being was remarkably relaxed, exuding both charm and sweetness. After completing a line, he transitioned to the side, maintaining his vibrant energy even when it was not his part. Although he had yet to master the art of capturing the camera's attention, whenever it panned to him, he undoubtedly stole the spotlight. Watching from the audience, Lung Jiamu was taken aback by Mi Bai's presence on stage. The young disciple appeared even more captivating in this setting. However, as he observed the lively and adorable Mi Bai, a frown creased his brow. The young disciple had mentioned that he drew inspiration from his stage presence, but shouldn't his performance be cool and commanding? Just as Lung Jiamu pondered this, Mi Bai caught sight of him from the stage. Returning to the center, Mi Bai smiled and winked at Lung Jiamu, his sweet visage and lyrics softening hearts. What a delightful little snowball. So adorable. Standing in the center position, Mi Bai was perfectly framed for the camera. The director, astutely aware, zoomed in directly on his face, and Mi Bai's exquisite and charming features suddenly graced the large screen. The moment he winked was beautifully captured, paired with a radiant effect, eliciting waves of screams from the audience. "Ah, I love you, little darling. Is this a newcomer? How cute." Lung Jiamu found himself momentarily stunned by Mi Bai's wink. After a pause, he unexpectedly chuckled, quite adorable indeed. Chapter 11. The formal stage as the music drew to a close. Mi Bai sat cross-legged at the front of the stage, joyfully waving to the audience. The venue erupted with ecstatic screams, heralding the success of Mi Bai and his stage performance. The spotlight illuminated Mi Bai as the audience's cheers enveloped him, making him feel as though he were surrounded by flowers and affection. The warmth within him rendered the arduous month of training trivial in comparison to the joy of the present moment. After witnessing the entirety of Mi Bai's performance, Lung Jiamu turned and returned to his dressing room. Bai Huan, surprised to see him come in from the front, exclaimed, "Did you go watch the Junior Brothers stage?" "Yes. Lung Jia Mu replied, casually while scrolling through his phone. How was their performance? Bai Huan, noticing Lung Jia Mu's focused gaze on his phone, leaned in for a glimpse. As he did, Lung Jia Mu hastily tucked his phone away, saying, I wasn't paying attention. Not paying attention? Didn't you just watch their performance? Bai Huan was skeptical. Why did you put away so quickly? Were you doing something inappropriate on your phone? You were the one being inappropriate. Lung Jia Mu shot him a glance before reclining back in his chair. Meanwhile, Yuya, who was touching up her makeup, curiously inquired, Jia Mu, how was the junior stage? Do share with us. The stage? A vision of the snow dumpling winking at him flashed in Lung Jia Mu's mind, and a smile involuntarily crept across his lips. Quite adorable, he remarked. Yuya and Bai Huan exchanged glances, both reflecting the same bewilderment in their eyes. Is the junior stage characterized by cuteness? After the conclusion of the first performance, Bai returned backstage to rest. The next act was a youthful group dance featuring 10 performers. Although he stood at the edge, he was aware that there would be direct footage. While perhaps only the fans would seek out such footage, he hoped that each of his performances would be complete, living up to the expectations of his supporters. After approximately 15 minutes of rest, it was once again Bai's turn. He rallied his spirits and donned a bright smile as he took to the stage. Hu Si-tong, a devoted fan and a staunch supporter of Lung Jia Mu, had originally come to document her idol's debut performance. However, to her dismay, the preceding acts had all featured fourth-generation trainees. Frustrated that she had yet to witness TK perform, she clenched her fists. What on earth is the company doing? This isn't how you attract attention. She fumed. This was her son's first concert since debuting. As she fiddled with her camera, stewing in her irritation, she resolved to pen an 800-word essay criticizing the company upon her return. Since most attendees were TK fans, the earlier performances by the trainees had elicited tepid responses, save for the first performer, a pink-clad child. That child was indeed quite charming, though she generally did not favor the cute type. Thus, while the surrounding fans were captivated, she remained composed, her expression betraying no emotion. Suddenly, a wave of enthusiastic screams erupted from the crowd. Hu Si-tong looked up, noting that the pink-clad child had reappeared, with her own idol not taking the stage. Hu Si-tong felt disinterested, casually snapping photos with her camera. By this time, the performance had commenced, showcasing a dance piece that was pure choreography, with movements that surpassed the sweetness of Bai's earlier song. Learning 3 songs within a month proves to be quite a challenge for someone like Bai, who possesses no foundational skills. Consequently, while dancing, Bai is unable to focus on facial expressions. Instead, her delicate visage is entirely devoted to memorizing the choreography. Hu Si-tong, casually shifting her camera, inadvertently captures Bai in the corner. She is taken aback, wondering how this child could be so captivating. Before she can ponder further, her attention is entirely drawn to Bai. The song, imbued with youthful exuberance, lends itself to lively movements. While other children radiate vitality with their gestures, Bai, due to her lack of experience, unconsciously resorts to lip-syncing. With her naturally rosy lips and pearly whites, she slightly parts her mouth, her gaze intent on her hands. What appears to be an ordinary action takes on an inexplicable allure through Hu Si-tong's lens, a kind of innocent seduction. Hu Si-tong's hand falters, as if the camera has been glued to Bai. Oh my, what innate sense of pure charm, positioned relatively close to the stage. Hu Si-tong's unwavering focus on Bai does not go unnoticed. Bai, with her glistening eyes, glances at Hu Si-tong's camera and shyly smiles, her lips pursed. Hu Si-tong exclaims in her mind, she has completely captivated me. That smile has utterly ensnared her soul. After this performance, Hu Si-tong meticulously remembers the name tag in front of Bai. She resolves to take on a dual role from this moment onward. She has a premonition that this child will achieve greatness in the future. Once off stage, Bai drinks a large bottle of water, as pure dance is incredibly taxing on one's stamina. Yet, she feels she has spotted a fan with a camera seemingly capturing her, although she wonders if she might be mistaken. After this performance, Bai will have to wait until the concert concludes, as the chorus is at the end. leaving her with ample time to wait. She first heads to the changing room to don a set of white attire, and then returns to the fourth generation's lounge to quietly practice with her phone. Though her singing leaves much to be desired, she is determined to improve during her free time. Even with only 2 lines of lyrics assigned to her, she wishes to give her utmost effort. Time passes as Bai practices softly, and she pulls Igalia alongside her as they ascend the lift. "Are you nervous, little Bai?" Igalia inquires, turning to him. "I wasn't nervous before, so why should I be now?" Bai replies with a chuckle. "True," Igalia muses, adjusting her posture and squeezing Bai's hand. "Give me strength, little Bai." Bai grins and firmly returns the gesture, responding yes. "I will give you strength." The two exchange smiles, gradually rising amidst the backdrop of music. As the lift halts, they simultaneously look up, beaming brightly as they walk towards the center of the stage. "Here's a toy gun for you," Igalia sings playfully, turning to Bai. Bai, equally turning, mimics the action of loading a gun, singing back, "I'll hit your heart." Bai Ubu, with an air of elegance, mimicked a backward fall in response to Bai's lyrics. They exchanged a knowing smile and hand in hand, proceeded to their designated spot. Indeed, the two of them had only these 2 lines. Having shared a room for nearly a month and practiced together frequently, their movements flowed seamlessly, demonstrating an exceptional rapport. The atmosphere of the final chorus was notably relaxed, contrasting sharply with the previous tense stage. Joy radiated from every face, as silver streamers cascaded from above, heralding the triumphant conclusion of the concert. This also signified the official debut of Bai and his cohort of trainees. From this day forth, the title of the 4th generation of trainees under Huaxing Entertainment would be firmly bestowed upon them, with their profiles soon to be updated on Xiandu. They had taken another step closer to becoming idols. Chapter 12. Born to fish, Bai extended his hand, tilting his head to catch a falling silver streamer. At that moment, he found himself at a loss for words to describe his feelings. Was it a dreamlike state, or perhaps happiness? A smile graced his face as he observed the joyful expressions of those around him. He pondered, was it contentment? Never before had he felt such a profound sense of fulfillment. It was as if his heart had been filled with something extraordinary. After the concert, the company provided him with a newly created Weibo account, instructing him to post at least once a week to engage with his fans. That night, as Bai lay in bed scrolling through his phone, he received an unexpected call from Mei Jie. Upon answering, Mei Jie's anxious voice came through. "Xiao Bai, quickly go on Weibo and follow Lung Jimu back." Bai, confused, replied, "Huh? Lung Jimu is following you. You need to follow him back immediately. And don't forget to follow the other 3 seniors too, or else the fans will be upset," Chi Mei patiently explained. Oh. Bai understood and hurriedly opened Weibo to search for Lung Jimu. After following him, he quickly sent a message to Mei Jie, and only after receiving confirmation did he take a moment to explore Lung Jimu's Weibo. At present, Lung Jimu had only 5 followers, his 3 teammates, the official company account, and Bai. This meant that among the 4th generation of trainees, he had chosen to follow only Bai. Curiously tilting his head, Bai wondered what impression he had made on a senior. After pondering for a while without arriving at an answer, he shook his head and followed the other seniors from Lung Jiamu's follower list. With that task complete, he tossed his phone aside and collapsed in a bed. Tomorrow would bring a routine filled with classes and training, so it was best to rest early. As night enveloped the world, some had already succumbed to sleep, while others toiled late into the night editing videos. Hee-hee-ha-ha. Hu Sitong's face was illuminated by the eerie glow of her computer screen, coupled with her inexplicable smile, creating a somewhat unsettling sight in the dead of night. She had created a new account solely for her latest project and meticulously prepared all the images before contentedly shutting down her computer and drifting off to sleep. Yayuya, as a freshly minted university student, found early nights to be a distant dream. Her norm was to stay up late scrolling through her phone. This evening, during the live broadcast of TK's concert, she tuned in, distinctly different from those attending the event, as her focus was solely on her beloved Bai. Although Bai did not have many camera moments, each one showcased his exceptional talent, truly a testament to being a mother's pride. After the concert, Yao Yuer felt a surge of excitement and resolved to search for exquisite photographs of her son on Xuanbua to calm her racing heart. Though Mi Bai's fan base is still modest, there are ample images to be found. Thus, Yao Yuer found herself scrolling until the early hours of the morning. Just as she stifled a yawn and prepared for slumber, a post featuring me caught her eye. Incredible, my son. He even has a fan base. Clicking on the first image delivered a stunning visual impact. In the photo, Mi Bai's small hand rested on his chin, his head slightly tilted back. His pink lips parted ever so slightly, eyes cast downwards, with long, thick eyelashes casting a delicate shadow upon his eyelids. His fair complexion accentuated the vividness of his lips and lashes, while his exquisitely refined features imparted an inexplicable allure. Yet, his expression remained innocent and pure, with delightful baby fat adorning his cheeks. The juxtaposition of these contrasting sensations evoked an odd sense of guilt upon seeing him. Yao Yuer pressed her hand against her chest. Her heartbeat, which she had just managed to calm, began to race once more. This is it. This is the enchanting yet innocent allure. Goodness, the pure and captivating charm is once again ensnaring my heart. On this ordinary evening, the post labeled Naturally Charming featuring Mi Bai was steadily gaining traction. Due to school and training, Mi Bai's schedule was meticulously packed. Although he seldom ventured online, the benefits reaped from the concert were undeniably apparent. Firstly, individuals began to gather near the company building to catch a glimpse of him. Secondly, his follower count on Xuanbua, as well as the data on his devoted fans, consistently surged over the week. Although he had yet to accomplish main task 2, his progress had markedly improved compared to the previous month's sluggish pace. Currently, his main task progress was as follows. Name, Mi Bai. Age, 11 Zodiac, Scorpio, October 27th. Height, 156 centimeters. Weight, 78 kilograms. Persona value, 315. Affection value, 864009. Usable for 10 days in the time-space practice room. Main task 2 progress. Xuanbua followers, 6531-310-0000. True fans, 468-310-0000. Note, true fans provide affection value daily, with just about 10 days until he turns 12. It was unfortunate that they were scheduled for a promotional tour on that very day. The company mandated that they embark on promotional tours every 2 weeks. This served both to bolster their confidence and stage presence. And, as they were still trainees, the company would not invest heavily in providing them with numerous performance opportunities. Without a stage, there is no visibility. Thus, going on promotional tours is one method to enhance exposure. On this particular day, Mi Bai rode his bicycle to school as usual, with a few individuals capturing his image along the way. He furrowed his brow and quickened his pace. The individuals nearby seemed to have sensed his thoughts, their expressions turning quite grim. After a swift ride, as they approached the school, Mi Bai believed he had successfully evaded those people. Mi Bai, a familiar voice called out. He halted his bicycle and saw his deskmate, Tan Li, waving at him from a short distance away. When Tan Li reached him, Mi Bai patted his shoulder. Tan Li glanced over Mi Bai's shoulder and said, Mi Bai, it seems someone is following you. Turning around, Mi Bai was confronted by the very individuals he thought he had shaken off. To his surprise, they were waiting right at the school's entrance. Furrowing his brow, he urged Tan Li, let us hurry inside. Noticing Mi Bai's sudden shift in mood, Tan Li nodded in compliance. Before departing, he cast a backward glance, and the way those people looked at Mi Bai was as if they wished to devour him. Startled by his own thoughts, Tan Li shivered and quickly caught up to Mi Bai. Surely, he was overthinking it. How could adults possibly consume children? Chapter 13. The roadshow. Upon arriving in class, Mi Bai found his seat and sat down. Today, an unusually large number of visitors were present in their classroom, with many sneaking glances through the door or windows. Is that him in the video? So handsome. Indeed, I think he looks even better in person. Is he a star? Not quite. It seems he is a trainee. Oh my gosh, our school actually has an idol. Though the murmurs were soft, the sheer number of voices amplified the excitement. Some were upperclassmen, and as the crowd grew, more people began to gather around Mi Bai's class. Tan Li was equally bewildered by the scene. What is happening? Has Xiao Bai taken a day off and suddenly become a star? Before he could inquire further, a shy girl from their class approached Mi Bai, her voice barely above a whisper. Mi Bai, are you a trainee at Huasheng? She seemed to have done her research and knew which company Mi Bai belonged to. Mi Bai glanced at the throng of students at the door, feeling somewhat helpless. Although he recognized that choosing this path would inevitably lead to such experiences, the sensation of being watched felt awkward, akin to being a monkey in a zoo. Mi Bai, however, did not shy away from the truth and nodded affirmatively. The girl's eyes sparkled with admiration. You're amazing, Mi Bai. In their world, being a trainee was already quite impressive. Meanwhile, Tanley stood in shock, realizing that his deskmate was a trainee destined to become a star on television. Mi Bai, I appreciate your high expectations of me. As the crowd at the entrance grew more congested, it successfully caught the teacher's attention. Hey, what is all this commotion? The bell has already rung. Get back to your classes. The teacher's admonition held weight, causing the students gathered at the door to disperse, including the girl who had been about to speak with Mi Bai, who hurried back to her seat. The Chinese teacher entered, casting a brief glance in Mi Bai's direction and inwardly remarking on how handsome the boy was before proceeding with the lesson as usual. In the eyes of a teacher, regardless of one's status outside, within the confines of the classroom, one is merely a student obliged to heed the lessons imparted, under the watchful supervision of the educators. Mi Bai's campus life remained largely unchanged, save for the increased number of curious glances directed at him. But that is not entirely accurate. His deskmate had yet to recover from the previous 2 days. On this particular morning during self-study, Mi Bai prodded Tan Li's shoulder with his pen, inquiring, Are you intending to sever ties with me? Tan Li turned, visibly flustered. And no, how could that be? His words faltered, betraying his unease. Mi Bai, with a hint of exasperation, replied, Then why have you been ignoring me these past 2 days? Tan Liisa buisa duinlat. I just didn't know how to talk to you. Things are as they always were, Mi Bai stated nonchalantly as he opened his English book. But things can be different now, Tan Li retorted, ruffling his hair in agitation. Once, he had regarded Mi Bai as a subordinate, but now he found it difficult to maintain that perspective. Having never interacted with trainees before, he felt utterly at a loss for words. What has changed? Mi Bai paused, lifting his gaze to meet Tan Li's. The sudden intensity of Mi Bai's stare caught Tan Li off guard, leaving him momentarily speechless. You look splendid, Xiao Bai. It's no wonder you aspire to be a star. In truth, his previous desire to take Mi Bai under his wing stemmed from the latter's striking appearance. Noticing Tan Li's distraction, Mi Bai nudged him playfully. What about you? Tan Li snapped back to reality, a hint of embarrassment creeping into his demeanor as he muttered. You're a star now. Mi Bai tapped his forehead lightly, retorting, Firstly, I am not a star, merely a fledgling trainee. My debut remains uncertain. You will definitely debut. Before Mi Bai could finish his sentence, Tan Li sprang up, exclaiming loudly. His outburst drew the attention of classmates engrossed in their reading. Realizing his volume, Tan Li sheepishly retreated to his seat. Once the classroom returned to its rhythmic reading, he leaned closer to Mi Bai, whispering, Xiao Bai, you will surely debut. You're extraordinarily handsome. Throughout his life, he had never encountered anyone more attractive than Mi Bai. Mi Bai smirked slightly. I appreciate your compliments. No need for thanks. I genuinely believe so. Tan Li grinned bashfully, scratching his head. Mi Bai, with a teasing smile, remarked, You seem to be communicating quite well with me now. Tan Li's hand froze mid-scratch, his expression shifting to one of alarm. Oh dear, I almost forgot about your current status, he thought, panic rising within him. Sensing Tan Li slipping back into his previous demeanor, Mi Bai gently tapped his forehead with his pen, asserting, Regardless of my identity, I remain Mi Bai. Do you understand? Tan Li gazed at him, bewildered, failing to comprehend. Mi Bai sighed, this dimwit. He placed a hand on his forehead, resigning himself to Tan Li's limited intellect. Turning back to his English book, he warned, You shall interact with me as you always have. Should you continue to be hesitant like before, Mi Bai turned to him with a smile, I shall have to resort to physical reprimand. Though his tone remained light, Tan Li felt a shiver run down his spine. Surely, that was a threat. Tan Li looked at Mi Bai incredulously, as he had begun to earnestly study English words, seemingly unaware of the impact his earlier statement had on Tan Li. Tan Li's expression was one of deep conflict. After their candid conversation, Mi Bai continued to treat Tan Li in the same manner as before. As days passed, Tan Li gradually became more comfortable, even assisting me by evading classmates who approached with unreasonable demands. The school environment was thriving, and Mi Bai had not neglected his training at the company. Thanks to his rebirth, he did not need to take homework home for review. He could absorb the lessons taught by the school teachers on the spot. This allowed him to free up more time for training, and with his fan base steadily increasing, his popularity was also on the rise. The growing popularity enabled access to the time-space training room, resulting in extended practice sessions. The prolonged training yielded significant improvements, and even the dance instructor at the company noted his evident progress each day. Time flew by, and soon it was Mi Bai's 12th birthday. Coincidentally, it was also the day they were to embark on their first roadshow at a square in the commercial district of City C. The roadshow was kept confidential, relying solely on their charisma to attract passers-by. The most awkward scenario would be to finish their performances with no audience present. Upon arrival, they discovered that the company had merely cordoned off an area with yellow tape. With people bustling around, the 20 children stood in place, somewhat bewildered. Were they expected to perform here? Their minds were filled with questions. Once the staff set up the equipment, the trainees from the fourth generation remained frozen in place. "When you start?" one staff member inquired. Once again, all eyes turned to Rong Shi. With a resigned expression, he stepped forward and suggested, "Shall we just begin? We could perform our assessment songs in order of ranking, and perhaps include the songs from our seniors' concert beforehand." It was still afternoon, and by the time they finished their performances, it would likely be evening. Mi Bai nodded in agreement, as their primary purpose was indeed to perform. Seeing no dissent from the others, Rong Shi conferred with the staff. After about 10 minutes, he gestured an okay sign to Mi Bai and the others. As the music began, Rong Shi positioned himself at the center of the open space and instantly got into the groove. At 14 years of age, he had already studied dance for 8 years. Unlike Mi Bai, who was recruited from another program, Rong Shi's professional skills were truly remarkable among the fourth-generation trainees. Passers-by were gradually drawn in by Rong Shi's performance, forming a small circle around him. While Rong Shi danced, Mi Bai observed and learned. Although he had made rapid progress recently, he still had a gap to bridge before his movements could achieve such fluidity and precision. After Rong Shi's performance concluded, Mu Junfeng seamlessly took over to sing, successfully captivating those who had contemplated leaving. Mu Junfeng's voice possesses an ethereal quality, rich in texture. He is a born singer. At merely 13 years old, and having recently entered the phase of voice changing, his tone carries a hint of huskiness. In terms of technique, Mu Junfeng excels, having joined the company early on, allowing him to navigate performances with remarkable ease, offering a pleasing experience to the audience. The moment Mu Junfeng concluded his performance, Igaya dashed up, microphone in hand. He bounced with exuberance, exuding an undeniable coolness. With a flourish, he engaged the audience with vibrant energy. Like Mi Bai, Igaya is also a recent addition to the company. However, he had previously deemed rap to be incredibly cool, which led him to attend interest classes for 3 years. Though he is merely 2 months older than Mu Junfeng, his stature is notably larger. Typically reserved, he presents as a cool boy. Yet after months of cohabitation with Mi Bai, his true, playful nature becomes evident. Igaya appears aloof to strangers, but once familiar, one discovers he is quite the playful charmer, even capable of displaying affection towards the ornamental fish in their apartment. Upon finishing his performance, Igaya passed the microphone to Mi Bai, winking charmingly as they brushed past one another. Mi Bai chuckled lightly, taking the microphone and confidently positioning himself at the center of the space. As familiar music played, he smiled and lifted his chin with assurance. Compared to a few months prior, his understanding of the song is now profound, and both his dance and vocal skills have significantly improved, resulting in a more fitting stage presence and cleaner movements. Mi Bai regarded the audience as if they were a camera, skillfully exuding charm with every step, perfectly in sync with the rhythm, as if he were stepping into the hearts of those present. Love has no rules. I choose to accept my fate. breathing softer with your gentleness, he sang, opting to narrate this segment rather than perform the original choreography. His earnest gaze felt less like a performance and more like an intimate conversation. This earnestness elicited an excited gasp from his sister closest to him. As the music drew to a close, Mibai made a gesture of throwing flowers. With keen eyes, he noticed a young lady capturing the moment on her phone and playfully winked at her before descending the stage. Standing at just under 1.6 meters tall and with cherubic cheeks, the gesture was irresistibly adorable. The young lady, receiving Mibai's playful wink through her phone, momentarily froze, instinctively clutching her heart. Utterly enchanted. "Oh my, I see a little angel." The roadshow continued into the evening, and when Mibai and his companions returned to their apartment, their faces still radiated excitement. Unlike the previous concert with their seniors, this time they were much closer to the audience. Moreover, while the concert attendees were primarily fans of the seniors, this time the lingering audience had stayed for them personally. Igaoya draped an arm around Mibai's shoulders, animatedly sharing his thoughts on the roadshow. As they walked, the crowd ahead suddenly halted. Igaoya voiced his confusion. "What happened to Rongshi? Why are you standing at the door without entering?" Mibai cast a puzzled glance at him. Rongshi pressed his lips together and replied, "I think we should let Xiaobai go in first." "Mibai, does returning to the dormitory really require a sequence?" Confused, Mibai turned his head and suddenly noticed a staff member nearby carrying a camera. A thought struck him. Surely, there couldn't be any prank inside, could there? He turned back and earnestly said to Rongshi, "Rongshi, let us go in together. Is there something in there? Give me a heads up, or I might just hide behind you." Rongshi was taken aback, and seeing Mibai's wrinkled little face, he couldn't help but chuckle. Surely, Xiaobai didn't think he would trick him, did he? He placed his fist against his lips to stifle his laughter and readily agreed. "All right." Rongshi's easy acquiescence surprised Mibai. Had he misjudged? Mibai lingered for a moment, feeling the gaze of those around him. He bit his lip and took a step forward to grasp Rongshi's hand, saying, "Let us go in together." Yigoya, notijin Mibai se apprehension, chiming. "Xiaobai, I'll accompany you too." Mibai extended his other hand, declaring, "The more, the merrier." He was eager to see what antics the company was up to. Thus, Rongshi and Igaoya became his steadfast guardians, keeping Mibai securely in the middle. Fortunately, the entrance of the apartment was spacious. Otherwise, the three of them would have struggled to fit side by side. Mibai cautiously kicked open the door, revealing a dark interior, with only the table in the center emitting a faint glow. "Turn on the lights," Gaoya, Mibai said. He felt Igaoya stir, and then the lights blazed to life. Simultaneously, a thunderous sound of fireworks erupted on either side of Mibai, leaving him utterly stunned. Chapter 15. The Birthday Blessing of Lung Jiamu. Happy birthday! Rongshi and Igaoya, along with all the trainees and staff, joyfully wished Mibai. Mibai was taken aback. When had these two conspired? He genuinely thought Igaoya was there to accompany him out of concern. Igaoya placed a birthday hat from the table atop the still dazed Mibai's head and scrutinized him closely. Xiao Mibai looks splendid in this." The other trainees and staff surrounded Mibai, clapping and singing, "Happy birthday to you." Witnessing this scene, a smile gradually graced Mibai's face. This was the first time he celebrated his birthday with so many people by his side. After the birthday song concluded, Rongshi cheerfully pulled Mibai to the cake, saying, "Let our birthday star make a wish." Mibai gazed at the grand birthday cake, placed his palms together, closed his eyes, and began to wish. He hoped for the health and happiness of his family and friends. After silently reciting this wish, Mibai opened his eyes and blew out the candles with a smile. Igaoya wrapped an arm around his shoulder, playfully asking, "What did you wish for?" That was quick. Mibai glanced at him sideways, a playful smile tugging at his lips, and teasingly replied, "Want to know? I want to tell you, ha ha ha." Composed and unperturbed, seized the cream, intending to smear it across his face. "How dare you mock my brother? Let me demonstrate how to teach you a lesson." Laughter erupted as Rongshi and the others swiftly joined the fray, resulting in a chaotic cream battle among 20 youths. The photographers and staff quietly retreated to a corner, observing the pandemonium unfold. This raucous skirmish persisted until midnight, only concluding when the boys began to tidy up. By the time they finished and retired to bed, the clock had struck 3 or 4 in the morning. As Mibai lay in bed, a sudden thought struck him. Had he smiled so many times today that his persona value might have been entirely depleted? Ding! On the host's birthday, persona value is exempted. Happy birthday to the host. The familiar mechanical voice of the system resonated in his ear, warming Mibai's heart as he silently expressed his gratitude. Before drifting off to sleep, Mibai composed a post for his social media, sending it first to Sister May for approval. He assumed she would be asleep at this hour. Yet to his surprise, she promptly replied, "No problem, go ahead and post." Upon receiving her response, Mibai disregarded the late hour and published his post. His social media following had nearly reached 80,000, with many fans eagerly waiting until midnight to send their well wishes. Thus, as soon as his message went live, it was inundated with birthday greetings. "Happy birthday, Mibao. Your mother will always be with you. Is the cake delicious, sweetheart? You must eat well. Why have you lost weight again? Ah, the darling has posted. So adorable. Happy birthday, darling." Seeing so many people still sending him wishes at such a late hour warmed Mibai's heart, extinguishing his prior inclination to sleep. He selected several fans to respond to, wishing to convey his gratitude for their kind sentiments, even if he couldn't reply to each and every one. Suddenly, a highlighted comment caught Mibai's attention. "Lung Jimu V. Happy 12th birthday, little one." Mibai was taken aback. His senior had sent him birthday wishes. Though Lung Jimu was from the 3rd generation, he had only joined the company a year ago, rising to prominence within the group through sheer talent. His social media following approached 4 million, and the responses to his comment far exceeded those on Mibai's entire post. "Look who I've caught. Why are you still awake, darling? Good evening, sweetheart. Come play with your senior? Make sure to take care of yourself, darling. It's late. You should rest early. Look who I got. My dear Mumu. Good evening, darling." This singular comment from Lung Jiamu fulfilled one of Mibai's main quest conditions. Initially, after the video of his roadshow was released, his follower count had already soared to 90,000, and he anticipated completing the social media task within a week or 2. However, accomplishing it ahead of schedule brought him immense joy. Mibai quickly replied to Lung Jimu, and after that, he responded to the other fans who had sent him their well wishes. Once all was settled, he finally found the time to examine his personal panel. Name, Mibai. Age, 12 Zodiac, Scorpio, October 27th. Height, 158 centimeters. Weight, 82 kilograms. Character value, for 15 affection value, 72,000. Usable for 2 days in the time-space practice room. Main task 2 progress. Shuanbo followers 105, 324, 100, 000. Completed. True fans 783, 510, 000. Note: true fans provide affection value daily. Mibai glanced at his statistics, noting that he was the first among the 4th generation trainees to surpass 100,000 followers, with the highest figures across all platforms. Soon, in November, Huashan would officially launch the voting mode in preparation for their inaugural concert. Given his current numbers, maintaining a stable position at the forefront should pose no challenge. After a brief moment of contemplation, Mibai decided to rest, despite celebrating his birthday late into the night. Training would resume the following day. In City A, within a van, Long Jiamu suddenly chuckled as he glanced at his phone, the sound of his low laughter echoing conspicuously in the tranquil vehicle. Bai Huan cast a sidelong glance at him, reminding him, "You should get some rest. We have a performance coming up." They had just debuted and were engaged in numerous activities, managing only about 5 hours of sleep each night. Today, they had just concluded recording in the early hours and were now rushing to catch a flight, leaving their only rest time for the journey. "What are you looking at, Jimu?" Yuya inquired, puzzled by Lung Jimu's laughter. After so many consecutive days of activity, what could possibly be amusing? Lung Jimu set his phone aside, saying, "It's nothing. Just a little kid celebrating a birthday." "A little kid? Who?" Yuya asked, intrigued. "A junior from the 4th generation," Lung Jiamu replied candidly. "Oh," Yi responded, instantly losing interest, wondering what was so entertaining about a junior's birthday. Bai Huan, pondering for a moment, remarked, "It wouldn't be that one you follow before, would it? When did you become so close?" They were inseparable daily, yet Bai Huan had never witnessed any interaction between Lung Jiamu and his junior. What are you talking about? He just thinks the kid is good-looking. Shou Shuai interjected, adding, you guys may not know, but Jimu even praised him for being adorable the other day. At this revelation, both Bai Huan and Yu Yu were astonished. Was there truly a day when Lung Jiamu complimented someone else's looks? Lung Jiamu shot them a sidelong glance, remaining silent as he donned and I masked to rest. They had no acquaintance with me, Bai, and were oblivious to the circumstances. Upon seeing Lung Jiamu cover his eyes, Shou Shuai muttered, I missed my chance last time. Next time, I'll ask for little me by S number. Chapter 16. Duet stage. A few days after me Bai's birthday, November arrived, marking the official commencement of the voting for the positions of the fourth-generation trainees. Fans from all factions were fervently casting their votes, striving to enhance their idols' rankings. This voting took place on Huaxing's official website and continued for a month, concluding in December. Mi Bai and his peers were set to hold their first concert in March, and the results of this voting would directly influence their visibility on stage during the performance. An idol without a stage is inconceivable. Thus, fans were exerting their utmost efforts in this voting endeavor. The fans are exerting every effort to support them, while Mi Bai and the others are diligently training. After months of camera practice, they have become accustomed to the lens, no longer feeling the awkwardness they experienced during their initial encounters. The official account of the fourth generation of Huaxing has been updating videos showcasing their daily training routines. As time passes, the rankings for December have been released. Mi Bai has successfully secured fourth place, though his performance during regular training has left him with a narrow margin from fifth place. Upon seeing this result, Mi Bai feels quite content. He initially thought he would drop in the rankings, so maintaining his position at fourth is beyond his expectations. After the voting concluded, Mi Bai and the others finally had a moment to relax, no longer as intense as before, although daily training continues. In February, after waving goodbye to his mother at the company entrance, Mi Bai returned to the office once more. This time, all 20 children were present. Mi Bai arrived neither early nor late, glancing around before quietly taking a seat next to Gaoya. They exchanged a brief glance without uttering a word. After approximately 10 minutes, everyone had gathered. Mei Jie sat in the center, her expression serious, and asked, "Are you all aware of the concert in March?" The young ones nodded in unison. Mei Jie continued, "This concert marks your official debut on stage. Unlike the previous first concert of the third generation, this concert is entirely yours. Everyone understands its significance." Upon hearing this, Mi Bai realized that a new round of competition was about to commence. Observing the solemn expressions on the children's faces, Chi Mei nodded in satisfaction and continued, "This concert will feature a total of 15 performances. 12 of these will be assigned directly based on your usual assessment results." Furthermore, she scanned the faces of Mi Bai and the others, slowly adding, "The first place from a voting, Rong Shi, will have a solo stage. The second, third, fourth, and fifth places will each have a duet. These adolescents, brimming with youthful vigor, may not fully comprehend the impact of stage exposure on their futures, yet the competition for rankings and rewards is tangible. No boy relishes losing in such contests." After Chi Mei concluded her remarks, the staff distributed the prepared song list to the children. Gaoya turned to Mi Bai and whispered, "Xiao Bai, let us collaborate." Their duet stage allows for free combinations, and, compared to others, Gaoya is somewhat more familiar with Mi Bai, given that they share a room. Mi Bai glanced at him and asked, "Who among us can sing?" Gaoya specializes in rap and dances adequately, but Mi Bai has never seen him practice singing. Mi Bai primarily focuses on dancing, struggling with both rap and singing. Although he can manage simple, sweet songs, his voice is still that of a boy on the cusp of adolescence, easily embodying the sweetness of such melodies. Upon hearing Mi Bai's question, Gaoya realized the implication. Indeed, with him and Xiao Bai paired together, no one could sing. As Gaoya found herself in a state of elegant contemplation, Mu Junfeng approached Mi Bai directly. "Mi Bai, let us collaborate. I have discovered a song that perfectly suits us." Mi Bai nodded in agreement. For he had also noticed the song and was on the verge of seeking out Mu Junfeng. Before Gaoya could fully comprehend the situation, Mi Bai had already followed Mu Junfeng away. In a secluded corner, Mi Bai and Mu Junfeng engaged in discussion. The company had prepared 4 duet stages, from which they could choose first. The remaining 2 would be allocated by the company. Mu Junfeng produced a headphone and placed it in Mi Bai's ear. Listen to this. Upon hearing the introduction, Mi Bai immediately recognized the song. It was precisely the one he had in mind. After the melody concluded, he returned the headphones to Mu Junfeng and declared, "This is the one I have chosen as well." At this, Mu Junfeng smiled and extended his hand to Mi Bai, saying, "Shall we have a pleasant collaboration?" Mi Bai grasped his hand, his eyes sparkling. Indeed, a delightful collaboration. Although he had never collaborated with Mu Junfeng before and was not very familiar with him, he was aware of Mu Junfeng's exceptional singing talent. With Mu Junfeng by his side, he felt assured about the singing portion of their duet stage. Once their duet was confirmed, Mi Bai and Mu Junfeng began to familiarize themselves with the song in their corner. 2 hours later, Mi Bai received the list of all the stages he needed to prepare for the upcoming concert. Besides the duet with Mu Junfeng, he had a total of 6 stages to prepare, 3 for the full ensemble and 3 for a 7-member group. Unsurprisingly, his assigned positions were all on the periphery, with the 3 ensemble songs containing only a single line each. Mi Bai had anticipated such an arrangement, considering his previous assessments had been rather lackluster. Although his most recent dance performance had shown some improvement, it was limited to dance alone. His overall performance had suffered. With a sigh, Mi Bai lamented the insufficient time available to him. In just a few short months, achieving a mid-level proficiency in dance among the 4th generation was a testament to his diligent efforts. Mu Junfeng sought him out as well, for among the top 5. Besides Rong Shi, he was the only one with commendable dancing skills. However, Rong Shi was a solo artist. The reason Rong Shi garnered the most votes was largely due to his exceptional talent in singing, dancing, and even rapping. Along with his proficiency in playing instruments, he could be regarded as the most formidable among the 20 contestants. Mu Junfeng's second-place position stemmed from his ethereal voice and formidable vocal prowess. Yi Gaoyao ranked 3rd due to his charming stage presence and his top-tier rapping skills within the 4th generation. Mi Bai's 4th place was largely attributed to his looks, though a portion was also due to his stage presence. It could be said that the fans who voted for Mi Bai were primarily drawn to his striking appearance, a delicate snow dumpling, evoking a sense of maternal instinct without pain. However, Mi Bai was acutely aware that relying solely on his looks was not a sustainable strategy. Eventually, fans would drift away. Thus, he approached his training with utmost seriousness. Yet some aspects of improvement were not achieved overnight. He understood where his strengths lay. Being attractive was not solely a matter of facial beauty, but also encompassed his body proportions and overall posture. In the realm of hardware, Mi Bai has never been daunted. His physicality and dance practice undoubtedly enhance his abilities. Moreover, among the top 5 contenders, it is evident that none possess exceptional dancing skills. Thus, he resolved to refine his dance to perfection, ensuring that anyone who witnesses his performance immediately associates it with him. Chapter 17. Illness. One evening, Mi Bai and Mu Junfeng found themselves in the dance studio, listening to the melody of their duet. The song was melodious, with a vivid imagery that, while ethereal, concealed a poignant sadness reflective of life's regrets. The themes of regret and existence were far too profound for the 2 burgeoning youths, rendering them incapable of fully comprehending the depth of the message. After contemplating the lyrics for a considerable time, Mi Bai suggested, "Let's express our own feelings through this song." Mu Junfeng paused, perplexed. Our feelings? What feelings? The song's meaning seemed somewhat elusive to them. Let us disregard the background analysis and focus solely on the lyrics, Mi Bai proposed. Interpreting it through our own understanding should yield better results. Mu Junfeng pondered this and conceded that, indeed, they had nearly mastered the song, yet their rendition felt awkward. He rose, holding the lyrics, and said, "Shall we conclude our practice for today?" Mi Bai nodded. "Yes, let us each reflect and reconvene tomorrow to share our interpretations." Upon returning home, Mi Bai noticed that Yi Gaoyao was absent, likely still in training. After freshening up, he lay in bed, earnestly studying the lyrics. In the past, I first encountered this world, lingering in myriad moments, gazing at the horizon as if it were before me, willing to traverse through fire and water to experience it once more. Truth and falsehood, I shall not struggle, nor fear ridicule. To truly convey the essence of this song, Mi-Bai could easily immerse himself in the emotional experience of Nan Ku E Ming from the system. However, the interpretation of each song varies for everyone, and even the same individual may perceive a song differently at various stages of life. This was their inaugural concert, the kind that attracted fans, and he yearned to interpret the song through his understanding, to convey his emotions to the audience. As he gazed at the lyrics, Mi-Bai did not feel the subtle sadness. Rather, he was imbued with courage. The courage of youth is characterized by a fearless disposition, unperturbed by consequences and undaunted by the future. That night, Mi-Bai dedicated 2 hours to his studies, filling a blank sheet with notes. The following afternoon, after school, he arrived at the company for training. It was only in the evening that Mu Junfeng appeared in the dance studio. His school was quite distant, and he typically only came to the company on weekends. However, due to the upcoming concert, he made it a point to practice the choreography with the others, regardless of the hour. Upon seeing the lyrics covered in Mi-Bai's notes, Mu Junfeng smiled and exchanged his own lyrics with him. "How is your dance practice coming along?" Mi-Bai stood to stretch his legs and replied, "It's going well. I've learned the movements, but I still need to focus on the finer details." The song's vocal range was quite high, and Mu Junfeng would primarily handle the singing, while Mi-Bai was chiefly responsible for the dance portion. The two individuals exchanged glances, contemplating their understanding of the song. While not particularly profound, its essence resonated well with their current age, rendering interpretation a straightforward task. Once the song section was resolved, the subsequent issues became easily manageable, primarily requiring more practice. Time swiftly elapsed, and soon it was the eve of the concert. Unfortunately, due to the intense practice over the past month, Mi-Bai suddenly developed a mild fever. "Are you feeling dizzy?" the assistant gently inquired, placing her hand on his forehead and offering him a glass of medicine. Mi-Bai, feeling somewhat dazed, instinctively took a sip, only to realize afterwards, "Sister, will this make me drowsy? We have rehearsal soon." "No, don't worry. Just drink it, and we'll head to the hospital afterward," the assistant assured him, her eyes conveying encouragement. Upon hearing this, Mi-Bai gulped down the medicine in quick succession, his small face scrunching up in distaste. "This medicine is terribly bitter." The assistant smiled upon witnessing his determination. "You're amazing, Lil Bai. You managed to finish it all in one go." Her tone, reminiscent of coaxing a child, prompted Mi-Bai to glance at her with a mixture of bewilderment and gratitude. Not long after taking the medicine, Mi-Bai proceeded to the rehearsal. Despite the foggy haze in his head, he persevered and completed his performance. As he stepped off the stage, Mu Junfeng promptly supported him, concern etched on his face. "Are you all right?" Mi-Bai took a moment to recover before responding slowly, "Not so well." He felt as though his entire body had turned to mush, his mind a muddled mess. Shortly thereafter, the assistant arrived to escort him to the hospital. Mi-Bai couldn't recall how he returned from the hospital. He merely drifted into a deep slumber after taking his medicine, albeit with the prior presence of mind to ask his assistant to set an alarm. Tomorrow marked the official performance, and he was determined not to let his hard work be undone by an unexpected illness. The night passed, and when Mi-Bai awoke the following morning, he felt slightly improved, though still in a lethargic state, his thoughts sluggish. In truth, it was more accurate to describe it as the early morning, as he had risen at 4 o'clock for styling. The group consisted of 20 individuals, including backup dancers, and the whirlwind of activity only added to his dizziness. When it was finally his turn to take the stage, he forced himself to muster energy. Standing on the lift alongside Mu Junfeng, he noticed Mi-Bai's one expression and voiced his concern, "Xiao Bai, are you all right?" Reacting instinctively, Mi-Bai replied, "Of course. Why wouldn't I be? A man mustn't say he can't." Mu Junfeng thought to himself, to be honest, having known Mi-Bai for so long, he has always exuded an air of aloofness. This sudden display is rather disconcerting. Could the fever be clouding his judgment? His gaze turned increasingly worried, fearing Mi-Bai might collapse on stage. On Mi-Bai's end, having uttered those words, he immediately regretted it. True to form, a mechanical voice from the system chimed in. Ding. Character value 1. Mebai muttered, even in this state, you choose to add insult to injury. Chapter 18. Hospitalization as the stage lights dimmed. Mebai pinched his thigh, forcing himself to awaken. He and Mu Junfeng stood firmly on the stage. After a brief pause of 2 or 3 seconds, gentle lights gradually illuminated the scene, accompanied by a melodious prelude. The white mist swirled around, and Mi Bai's fingers danced in harmony with the music. The camera captured a close-up of Mi Bai, revealing his exquisite visage entirely within the frame. At that moment, his gaze was ethereal, akin to a divine being casting a casual glance from the heavens, perfectly captured as the camera zoomed in. Their journey had been a series of stops and starts, tracing the boy's drifting path. Just before stepping out of the station, Mi Bai hesitated for a moment. Mu Junfeng lifted the microphone, his youthful voice refreshing like a gentle spring breeze. He watched Mi Bai dance, singing with a smile, as if narrating a story, weaving it with grace. They were two souls, one recounting a tale, the other immersed in its experience. Yet, both bore the boyish aspirations for the future, emboldened and self-assured. O spirited youth, venture forth with courage. Let your heart be stirred and follow the winds. In the name of love, do you still wish to pursue? Mi Bai, on the tips of his toes, executed a breathtaking turn, the white ribbons of his attire fluttering like willow catkins drifting in the spring air. As Mu Junfeng approached, singing, he extended a clenched fist. With the final lyric, Mi Bai's eyes sparkled, and he gently bumped his fist against Mu Junfeng's. Two fearless youths united. As the lights gradually dimmed, the performance concluded. In that moment of darkness, Mi Bai felt his strength wane, nearly collapsing on stage. Mu Junfeng quickly supported him, asking if he was all right. Mi Bai weakly replied, I'm fine, let us head off stage. The performers awaiting their turn were already preparing. They needed to hurry. Mu Junfeng assisted Mi Bai backstage, where staff members were already waiting. Upon seeing Mi Bai's condition, an assistant rushed over to lead him to the resting room. There are still 3 more performances. Do you think you can manage, Xiao Bai? Mu Junfeng inquired with concern. As the lead singer, he had been assigned primarily singing roles for the upcoming acts. However, Mi Bai was pursuing a path in dance, and among the remaining 3 performances, aside from the last 2 choral pieces, there was one purely dance segment. That dance was the most challenging of the concert, demanding considerable stamina. Given Mi Bai's current state, Mu Junfeng worried whether he would be able to perform. Taking a deep breath, Mi Bai declared, I can. The effort he had invested in this dance was no less than that of the duet, and despite feeling unwell, he had heard the audience calling his name. He understood that every ticket for this concert was not inexpensive. Since there were those who came for him, he could not abandon any stage. After a while, it was Mu Junfeng's turn to perform. He offered Mi Bai a few encouraging words before preparing to go on. Mi Bai closed his eyes, seizing the moment to rest, hoping his condition would improve just a little more. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door of the resting room. The assistant entered and spoke to Mi Bai. Xiao Bai, it's time to prepare. You'll be next. Mi Bai rose, shaking her head slightly, her eyes tinged with a hint of redness. Let's go, sister. Her youthful voice, usually bright, now carried a slight hoarseness. The assistant felt a pang of sympathy, thinking, how young she is. Perhaps I should speak with Mei Jie and suggest that you sit this one out, and we can try again next time. No, sister. I can manage, Mi Bai replied with a sweet smile, assuring her of her ability. The assistant paused, but chose not to insist further. Understanding the significance of the stage for an aspiring trainee like Mi Bai, sometimes, even a 2-second shot could alter their destinies. The pure dance featured 7 performers, and even as a supporting dancer, Mi Bai would still have her moment on stage. The 7 young individuals took their positions, and the intense beat of the prelude resonated. I awaken the seas, I awaken the mountains. I awaken the deserts, vibrant and beautiful places, joyfully soaring forward, even across billions of kilometers. The 7 youthful figures bounced joyfully on stage, radiating charm. Mi Bai, attuned to the rhythm in her earpiece, began to move in sync with her muscle memory. Due to her illness, she could focus on nothing else. her mind solely concentrated on executing each dance move flawlessly. Clouds gently drift closer. In dreams, contours gradually reveal themselves. Fly, fly, crossing dawn and dusk. La 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 me by unconsciously mouth the lyrics, lifting her hands and moving her feet, striving for precision in her movements. In the front row, Hu Sidong, camera in hand, was searching for me Bai's figure. The tickets for this trainee concert were relatively affordable, and, as a seasoned fan, securing a front row seat was not excessively difficult. She had been photographing the previous performances, but noticed that aside from the duet, Mibai had not had any solo parts. As this particular performance commenced, she quickly spotted her beloved idol again on the edge. A flicker of helplessness crossed Hu Sitong's eyes. Realizing she might not capture any quality shots. Disheartened, she fiddled with her camera, when suddenly her eyes widened, and she zoomed in. Her reflexes quick, as she snapped a picture. Staring intently at the photo on her camera, Hu Sidong was momentarily stunned, yet her hands began recording Mibai. Even after the song concluded, she remained in a daze. Goodness, how can this young talent be so captivating? She internally squealed with excitement. Meanwhile, after finishing the pure dance, Mibai felt as though she was floating, her mind clouded. After the curtain call, she didn't even partake in the celebratory drinks and was taken directly to the hospital for the night. Oblivious to her surroundings, she was unaware that a young girl was fervently editing her photos, brimming with excitement. In the middle of the night, Mibai's fan page naturally inclined towards her charm. Updated, and the buzz continued to escalate. Chapter 19, Main Task 2 completed. Wei Chong was an ordinary office worker, passing time by scrolling through social media and watching short videos. Today happens to be the weekend. He reclined on his bed, unlocking his phone, when a topic related to innate fishing instincts caught his attention on the homepage. Assuming it was something pertaining to a beautiful woman, he clicked on it, only to discover that it appeared to be a child's platform. What could a child possibly know about innate fishing instincts? Wei Chong was utterly perplexed. At that moment, the images began to load, and as he gazed upon them, he nearly lost his grip on the phone. The photo depicted a young adolescent, his hair slightly damp, floating gracefully in the air with his movements, exuding an ethereal charm. The boy's features were exquisitely refined, as if meticulously crafted by a masterful artist, and his gaze, somewhat unfocused, conveyed an air of innocent purity. His beautifully shaped lips were slightly parted, imbued with an inexplicable allure. The faint hint of crimson at the corners of his eyes, whether it was the makeup artist's intention or a natural hue, combined with his already captivating, fan-shaped peach blossom eyes, resembled a red rose blooming in a marsh, desolate yet decadently beautiful. The attire the boy wore was meant to embody youthful exuberance, yet in this photograph, it conveyed a striking aesthetic reminiscent of a fallen angel, innocent yet enticing. Wei Chang's eyes widened in astonishment. Upon glancing at the comments below, he realized that this child was a trainee at Huaxing Entertainment. He occasionally followed domestic idol groups and had a faint recollection of Huaxing Entertainment, rumored to be nurturing a boy band. Previously, he had been following another agency focused solely on girl groups, relishing the joy of raising daughters. However, now, as he beheld Bai's photograph, Wei Chong resolved that from this day forth, he would embrace the notion of raising a son. Bai had spent the night in the hospital receiving intravenous fluids, and by the next day, he did not regain a semblance of vitality until noon. Turning his head, he noticed Gong Shuang asleep by the bedside, and the desire to rise dissipated. His mother had arrived the previous evening, and although he felt somewhat dazed, he sensed that someone had been caring for him throughout the night, faintly hearing the sound of a woman's sobs. She was likely still in a light slumber. Should he move, he would surely awaken her. Bored and restless, Bai lay in bed, contemplating his system panel. At that moment, he was astonished to discover that he had completed Main Quest 2. Ding! True Love fans have reached 10,000. Congratulations, host, on completing Main Quest 2. Now, Main Quest 3 is released. Sunbo's fan count must reach 1 million, with True Love fans totaling 100,000. This system message was released around 9 o'clock this morning. At that time, he was in a deep slumber and completely unaware. Now, His personal panel has transformed into the following. Name: Me by age, 12 Zodiac, Scorpio, October 27th. Height: 160 centimeters. Weight: 93 pounds. Character value: 672. Affection value: 144. 000. Usable for 4 days in the time and space practice room. Main quest 3 progress. Fan count 153, 109, 100. 000. Incomplete. True fans 10, 532, 100. 000. Incomplete. Note: true fans provide affection value daily. The feedback from his system made Me by realize that despite being dazed from his fever yesterday, he must have performed reasonably well. Otherwise, he would not have completed Main Quest 2. If his fans were aware of his thoughts, they would surely scream in excitement. Darling, your performance was not merely satisfactory. It was nothing short of extraordinary. Me by stayed in the hospital for nearly a week before being discharged. His recent fever had greatly alarmed Gong Shuang, who had contemplated numerous times urging Me by to return home and abandon his dream of being a trainee. After all, they lived far from home, and the adults could not visit at will. Moreover, Me by was so young, juggling both studies and training, which placed immense pressure on him. It was only through Me by's gentle persuasion that he managed to soothe her concerns. In his previous life, he had lived until the age of 17 without any clear aspirations. Having been granted a second chance, he was determined to pursue his dream and would not relinquish it until he saw the fruits of his labor. Furthermore, Me by recalled the music concert where he distinctly heard the fans calling out his name. At the moment the spotlight shone upon him, he felt as though he were the very center of the universe, with all eyes upon him, a sensation that was utterly exhilarating. Although he was feverish during this concert, the thrill it brought him was incomparable to the feelings he experienced during his seniors' concerts and roadshows. He began to understand why idols are so passionately devoted to the stage. Seeing the fervor in Me by's eyes, Gong Shuang relinquished her thoughts of sending him home. After escorting him back to the dormitory, she gazed at his small figure, her eyes glistening with tears. The child who once quarreled with his mother daily seemed to have matured in an instant, discovering his dream and striving diligently toward it. During the past week, numerous entertainment companies had organized stages for the trainees. The heat surrounding Me by and his peers' concert was notably high among the many publicly showcased trainees. Posts about them began to proliferate online. Who hasn't seen the March concert of the 4th-generation trainees from Hua Sheng Entertainment? Judging by the title, it seems the sister just returned from the venue. Not to sound critical, but even though the stage was small, the kids performed exceptionally well. It feels like this generation has great potential. That child from the solo stage, I must say, his talent is remarkable. He could rival some who have already debuted. I adore the cool child from the duet stage. He clearly embodies the future's swagger. I've heard his name is Yi Gaoya. This name does not quite align with his demeanor. The young performer on the solo stage is Rongxi, who is 14 this year, a gentle and kind 4th-generation brother, standing out as a top talent among his peers. For those interested, it might be worth looking into. Perhaps it is a sign of my advancing years, as I find myself less captivated by these youthful talents. However, there is a particularly striking child named Me by, and I shall return to see you in a few years. Dear child, I hope you do not lose your charm in the meantime. The March concert of Huaxing Entertainment has arrived. Which stage captures your heart as the number one? Let's not say much more. The final group dance appears to be the most splendid. The duet has taken flight, with Mu Junfeng and Me by showcasing an exceptional synergy. As the performance soared, I found a stage featuring Wai Gao and yet even more impressive. Is this title meant to provoke a dispute? All the children are wonderful, each a top talent in my eyes. What is happening with Huaxing Entertainment? Has the allocation of trainee resources begun to show such inequity? Are they in such a rush to elevate certain individuals without any pretense? As a mere bystander, I share the sentiment. Some children have solo and duet stages, while others remain in the background throughout the concert. The favoritism is glaringly obvious. Surely, this is not the case, as it seems the intrigue begins even among trainees. Huaxing will inevitably face downfall. To the earlier bystanders, it would be prudent to be informed before speaking. Huaxing has always operated on a voting system based on popularity and talent. The solo stages for my child were funded by dedicated fans. If you disagree, then hold your tongue. How amusing. The original poster's child appears to lack a stage, misleading bystanders, perhaps? Anyone who has a modicum of understanding about Huaxing entertainment would not post such nonsensical remarks. The stages of Huaxing are allocated according to popularity and ability. And the original poster's comments clearly indicate a lack of both, fueled by envy. That child named Mi Bai is indeed quite striking. Among many, I spotted him immediately. Are there any sisters who know more about him? Wow, I have finally found a kindred spirit. I also noticed this child at once and did a bit of searching. It seems he is merely 12 years old. My goodness, he is stunning. Indeed, he possesses an ethereal pale complexion, almost glowing. Here comes the fan base for Mi Bai. He is 12, currently in the first year of middle school, born on October 27th, and embodies the enigmatic qualities of Scorpio. With his naturally fair skin and beautifully shaped eyes, he is indeed a beautiful youth pursued by talent scouts down the street. A Scorpio? Now I'm intrigued. What does it mean to be pursued by talent scouts down the street? I am curious. It is a phrase mentioned in a daily video released by Huaxing, wherein staff remarked how the talent scouts were so astounded by Mi Bai's looks that they chased him down the street for his contact information. Goodness, is he truly that captivating upon his entrance? To the sister above, here is the link to Mi Bai's dedicated fan page. The administrator captures stunning images. That is where I first became a fan. I'm back. Oh my goodness. I am truly astonished. He resembles a doll in a display case, so exquisitely beautiful. Come, join us and experience the joy of nurturing talents from afar. The recent March concert has allowed the fourth-generation trainees of Huaxing to excel among their contemporaries in the entertainment industry, prompting the company to take a greater interest in them. Discussions surrounding the March concert persist online, yet Mi Bai and his peers have resumed their regular training. Having learned from his previous experience of illness and hospitalization, Mi Bai now utilizes the time-space practice room without reservation, ensuring that he does not hoard his efforts for the performance. The practice room poses no risk to his physical well-being, enabling him to train without inhibition. Previously, his training extended until midnight, but it has now been adjusted to conclude by 10:30 p.m. Given his youth, sufficient sleep is essential. And with the end of practice at 10:30 p.m., along with the routines of returning to the dormitory, bathing, and other evening tasks, he finds himself in bed around 11 p.m. The following day, he must rise by 7 a.m. for school, thus ensuring that an 11 p.m. bedtime allows him to achieve a full 8 hours of sleep. Time passes steadily, and summer approaches as July arrives. During this period, in addition to his regular training, Mi Bai has opted for a music class at the company's request. After contemplating for 2 days, he ultimately decided on the drums. Motivated by a singular reason, it looks cool. One afternoon, upon returning from school to the company, Mi Bai opened the door to find a striking young man practicing dance in front of a mirror, dressed in a black t-shirt and gray pants. His movements were clean and powerful, revealing glimpses of defined abs beneath his clothing. The young man's sharp features exuded a cool demeanor, with a piercing gaze that seemed to strike at the very soul. "Senior?" Mi Bai hesitated to call out, momentarily unsure whether to enter the space that was typically his training ground. Hearing the voice, Lung Jia Mu paused his movements and turned to see Mi Bai standing at the doorway like a snowball, unsure of himself. He brushed aside the bangs from his forehead, revealing a smooth brow, and raised an eyebrow at Mi Bai. "Just finished school?" Mi Bai nodded. Logically, Lung Jiamu, being a student himself, should also be attending classes. However, for those who have already debuted, the company arranges for special instructors to provide one-on-one guidance, given their tight schedules, unlike Mi Bai's group, whose agendas are primarily filled with training. Taking a sip of water, Lung Jia Mu noticed me by still lingering at the door and chuckled. "Aren't you coming in to train? Why do you look a bit dazed?" Hearing this, Mi Bai finally stepped into the training room, but with no instructor present today, he pondered what to practice. He glanced at Lung Jia Mu, who was scrolling through his phone, bit his lip, and inquired, "Senior, when did you return? Are you involved in any activities here?" "Yesterday," Lung Jia Mu replied, putting away his phone and looking at Mi Bai. After months apart, it seemed his junior had become even more handsome, but he added, "Are you nervous?" You're standing so straight, like you're at attention. Mi Bai bowed, feeling his ears grow warm. He was undeniably a bit anxious. After all, they were not very familiar with each other, and Lung Jiamu was his senior. On another level, Lung Jiamu was the very person who inspired him to truly aspire to become an idol. It was after witnessing his captivating performances that he felt the allure of idolhood. Over the past few months, he had watched numerous stages featuring Lung Jiamu, and now, standing before him, it was impossible not to feel nervous. Lung Jiamu initially intended to alleviate the awkward atmosphere, but upon observing the rosy hue creeping onto Mi Bai's fair earlobes, he felt a playful impulse. He slowly rose and made his way toward Mi Bai, whose height of merely 160 centimeters was overshadowed by Lung Jiamu's imposing stature of 180 centimeters, creating an overwhelming sense of pressure. Coupled with Lung Jiamu's inherently striking features, he appeared even more intimidating at that moment. "Senior, is it?" Mi Bai stammered. Lung Jiamu was pleased to see Mi Bai's beautiful eyes widen in surprise. He leaned in slightly, a playful smirk gracing his lips as he whispered, "Little Bai, with you being so tense, have you perhaps spoken ill of me behind my back?" For a fleeting moment, Mi Bai's expression was one of bewilderment, swiftly followed by exasperation. Goodness! Given his earlier demeanor, he had assumed that Lung Jiamu was approaching him for a confrontation. He discreetly increased the distance between them, his rosy lips parting to utter two words. "No." These words were spoken with clarity and precision, exuding his usual cool demeanor, and paired with his expressionless face. He appeared both noble and elegant, a truly exquisite flower atop a lofty peak. Chapter 20. Collaboration. Noticing this, Lung Jiamu chuckled softly. Prior to his arrival, the staff had informed him that Mi Bai was typically a rather aloof individual. He had been skeptical. How could the adorable figure who had winked at him on stage possibly be a cool persona? Now, however, as he observed Mi Bai's expressionless face, beautiful eyes, tightly pressed lips, and cherubic cheeks, it seemed he had become even more adorable. Just as Lung Jiamu contemplated teasing his junior further, the dance instructor entered. Upon seeing Lung Jiamu, he was momentarily taken aback. "Jiamu, why are you here so early? Aren't you going to rest?" He was aware that Lung Jiamu and the others had just returned to City C that morning, having pulled an all-nighter to catch their flight. Logically, they should be recuperating now. "I came early to take a look," Lung Jiamu replied. In front of the dance instructor, he exhibited a demeanor far less cold, radiating a humble aura that made him appear significantly more elegant, as if he were an entirely different person from the playful senior who had just teased Mi Bai. After exchanging pleasantries with Lung Jiamu, the dance instructor turned his gaze toward Mi Bai, smiling warmly. "Little Bai, you are the first to arrive in the classroom again today." Wonderful. Given that Lung Jiamu had already debuted in his tall stature, the dance instructor interacted with him primarily as a friend and colleague. However, when it came to Mi Bai, who stood at only 160 centimeters and bore the cherubic features of youth, the instructor truly regarded him as a child. He was the type who rarely spoke, but when he did, he sounded adorably innocent. Faced with the instructor's kindergarten-like praise, Mi Bai silently lowered his head. "Teacher, my senior is only 3 years older than me. Does your attitude really need to vary so greatly?" According to psychological age, he is 3 years older than Lung Jiamu. After exchanging greetings, the dance instructor glanced at the time and announced, "Today, we shall wait a bit. We are to learn a new dance. While we wait for the others, you two can listen to the song and converse. I expect both Mei Jie and Song Jie will arrive shortly." With that, he connected his phone to the speaker and played a song. Upon hearing the opening notes, Mi Bai was momentarily stunned. They were going to learn this song. With bewildered eyes, Mi Bai turned to Lung Jiamu, who appeared remarkably composed, even humming along a few lines, indicating he had been privy to the information beforehand. Mi Bai licked his lips and inquired, "Senior, are we supposed to collaborate? Otherwise, why would the dance teacher ask us to converse? Surely he wouldn't have my senior, who is as busy as a whirlwind, come over to be my dance instructor for the day." Lung Jiamu regarded Mi Bai's confused gaze and explained, "This is our Company S concert, where all the artists will be present. I've checked. You four have only 3 performances, so there's no need to be anxious. His voice, a deep and resonant bubble, was incredibly magnetic, causing me Bai's ears to tingle with a hint of envy. He was on the verge of entering his voice-changing period and hoped to protect his vocal cords well, wondering if he too would one day possess such a deep and alluring voice. Upon hearing that it was a company concert, Bai nodded, albeit somewhat perplexed. He had been preoccupied with enhancing his skills, thus had not paid much attention to other matters. However, he understood that having 3 performances meant they would have a stage again. Bai's eyes sparkled slightly, enhancing his exquisite and lovely face, making him look utterly adorable. Observing this, Long Jimu's eyes flickered, and he raised an eyebrow, about to say something when a sudden commotion erupted at the door. As Yi Gaoya burst into the classroom, she lunged toward Bai, exclaiming, "Xiao Bai, you're the first again? How infuriating! My school is closer to the company. Is my bicycle to blame?" Yi Gaoya, over a year older than Bai, towered over him by nearly a head. Her sudden pounce sent Bai tumbling onto the mat, pinning him down. Typically, they engaged in such playful antics, and Bai did not mind, but with his senior present today, he felt the need to maintain a certain decorum. He raised his hand to pat Yi Gaoya's shoulder, encouraging her to get off, but before he could do so, he felt a sudden lightness. As Yi Gaoya was lifted by the collar, she was momentarily bewildered, flailing her limbs in frustration. Who dares? Her indignant outcry halted abruptly upon seeing Long Jimu. Staring in disbelief, Yi Gaoya stammered, "As senior? Is my vision deceiving me? How would he be in our training room?" The other trainees from the 4th generation, who had entered one after another, were also taken aback at the sight of Long Jimu, each frozen in place, unsure of how to react. "Hello, senior. Hello, senior." The chorus of greetings filled the training room. Long Jimu nodded in acknowledgement, his expression calm as he gently set Yi Gaoya down, advising, "Be careful. You might hurt yourself." His tone was neutral, devoid of any discernible emotion. Yi Gaoya nodded gracefully and whispered, "I understand, senior brother." After uttering these words, she promptly concealed herself behind Bai, her heart still trembling with apprehension. The earlier tug at her collar had been rather harsh, nearly rendering her breathless. When Long Jimu remained silent, he exuded an air of aloofness, bordering on coldness, causing the 4th generation trainees to refrain from speaking as the atmosphere grew palpably tense. After a considerable pause, Chi Mei, the 4th generation manager, and Song Yao, TK's manager, entered with their crew, followed closely by the other 3 members of TK. Upon entering, Chi Mei immediately spotted Long Jimu seated on the mat in the center, while the 4th generation trainees huddled in the corners, seemingly fearful of disturbing their senior brother. Only Bai and Yi Gaoya dared to sit a tad closer, prompting Chi Mei to raise an eyebrow in surprise. Who would have thought that little Bai possessed such courage? When Bai Huan and his companions strolled in, yawning, they were momentarily taken aback upon seeing Long Jimu in the center, forgetting to lower their hands. Where on earth did this kid disappear to? He mused, glancing at the sole young man seated beside Long Jimu, whose skin was as fair as snow and whose features were exquisitely charming. This must be the junior brother whom Jimu had praised for his looks, right? How peculiar it was that they sat so closely, yet claimed their relationship was strained. Bai Huan settled beside Long Jimu, draping an arm over his shoulder and subtly gesturing towards Bai, whispering, "A strained relationship?" With an impassive expression, Long Jimu brushed aside his hand, retorting, "When did I ever claim our relationship was strained? The child even winked at me on stage. How could it possibly be strained?" Bai Huan scoffed, "Stubborn little brat, refusing to admit it, huh?" Having failed to provoke Long Jimu, he turned around only to find Shou Shuai and Yu Ya, both resembling squinting deities, still with their eyes closed in the training room. Exasperated, he nudged them awake. "Hey, everyone's here. Even Long Jimu is awake. What are you two doing?" His voice was not particularly soft, drawing the attention of Bai and Yi Gaoya, their thoughts clearly reflected on their faces. Was Long Jimu the one who could snooze the longest? Long Jimu's merciless gaze sliced through the air, directed at Bai Huan, who had just managed to rouse the two from their slumber. Bai Huan felt a chill run down his back. Turning around, he found Lung Jimu glaring at him ominously. What's wrong? He stammered. With gritted teeth, Lung Jiamu admonished, in a public setting, be mindful of your words. Bai Huan, bewildered, questioned, what's wrong with my words? His mind was a complete fog. Once Bai Huan and the others settled down, nearly everyone had arrived. Song Yao, their manager, stepped forward and addressed the group. Good afternoon. Children, the reason we have gathered you here today is that in August, our company will host the 6th Huaxing concert, Fate. At this announcement, the expressions of the trainees shifted dramatically. Huaxing Entertainment holds this event every 2 years. Last year, as it coincided with TK's debut battle, it was not conducted. But this year was back on the agenda. Each Huaxing concert features a distinct theme, and the company curates performances for the artists based on this theme. Observing the expressions of those around her, Song Yao expressed her satisfaction, stating that this concert holds great significance for the company. Thus, for the upcoming month, the children must exert themselves. Her tone was gentle, yet her words resonated like a resounding drum, igniting a fervor among the trainees. The concert, held biennially, involves all of the company's artists. Merely these 2 pieces of information suggest that the stage will be grand and the expenditures considerable. After conveying the company's message, the 2 managers began discussions with the staff regarding the preparations ahead, deliberately allowing time and space for the children to catch their breath. For Lung Jiamu and his peers, they were somewhat at ease. Having been with the company for several years, they were familiar with its projects and had received advance notice. However, Mi Bai and Yi Gaoyao were rather bewildered, with some, like Rong Shi, possessing a modicum of understanding about the company, while others, like Mi Bai and Yi Gaoyao, were utterly perplexed. The participation of all artists signifies an enormous stage. Mi Bai and Yi Gaoyao exchanged glances, both reflecting the same bewilderment in their eyes. Just recently, their music event featured a modest and rudimentary stage, and now they were catapulted to such a grand platform. As Mi Bai and Yi Gaoyao engaged in hushed conversation, their senior Shou Shuai suddenly leaned in, inquiring, Xiao Bai, Gaoya, may I have your contact information? Shou Shuai, the rapper of TK, appeared quite cool on the surface, but was, in fact, a humorous social butterfly who ensured that awkwardness never lingered in his presence. Ever since he heard staff members praise Lung Jimu's good looks, his curiosity about this junior had intensified. Their previous encounter had been brief, and he hadn't rested well, so his impression of his juniors was not particularly vivid. However, after Lung Jimu followed Mi Bai on social media, Shou Shuai took the time to peruse Mi Bai's photos, and it was undeniable. He was indeed strikingly handsome. Having seen Mi Bai's pictures further solidified Shou Shuai's resolve to befriend him. Could he tolerate Lung Jimu's irritable temperament for so long if it weren't for that attractive visage? Indeed, the cool rapper of TK, Shou Shuai, was a concealed admirer of beauty. In response to the enthusiastic senior, Mi Bai and Yi Gaoyao promptly retrieved their phones. Mi Bai remarked, sure thing, senior. Yi Gaoyao added, absolutely. After exchanging contact information, Lung Jiamu also took note of the situation and approached, casually glancing at Shou Shuai, who was bowing his head to modify the contact label. How does the piece feel? Shall we head upstairs to practice? His gaze was solely fixed on Mi Bai, clearly directing his words to her. Among the 4 trainees, they had only 3 performances, their own group dance, a collective company chorus, and a 9-person dance featuring the top 5 trainees of the 4th generation alongside the senior members of TK. Today, all the instructors were in a meeting, evidently allowing them time to rest, especially since grueling training was set to commence the following day. The company's schedule was perfectly aligned. In just a few days, Mi Bai and the others would be on summer break, affording them an entire day for practice. Cole Jia Mu now speaks to Mi Bai in a manner that clearly indicates his intention to provide Mi Bai with special attention. As a senior brother with abundant stage experience, he is genuinely demonstrating a high level of regard for Mi Bai by taking the time during their break to practice with him. Mi Bai understands his sentiment and, without any pretense, expresses his gratitude, saying, thank you, senior brother. While technical skills can be taught by instructors, certain aspects of performance cannot be imparted through traditional teaching methods. For instance, Despite having executed each movement perfectly on stage previously, Mi Bai still appeared somewhat awkward. It was only after watching Cole Jiamu's performance that he managed to adjust his demeanor and find a semblance of stage presence. Being an idol encompasses more than merely dancing on stage. It necessitates the ability to shine brightly in front of an audience. Among those he has encountered, Cole Jiamu stands as the most formidable in this regard. Regardless of whether he occupies a corner or the center of the stage, he consistently captivates the audience's attention. Much like a radiant, celestial body, Mi Bai's large, peach blossom eyes shimmer with admiration, rendering him quite enchanting, and Cole Jiamu's lips curl into a subtle smile. He revels in the adoration reflected in his junior's gaze. Hearing Cole Jiamu's words, Shoshu looked up in astonishment, exclaiming, "Is the sun rising in the west? This person, during break time, is actually not heading off to sleep? Jiamu, have you abandoned your title as the sleep god?" Just as Shoshu was about to voice his playful jest, a single glance from Cole Jiamu silenced him, causing him to swallow his words. What has gotten into him today? His gaze is rather fierce. Shoshu observed that Cole Jiamu's intimidating expression softened somewhat in the presence of Mi Bai, and a spark of realization illuminated his mind. Ah, so he wishes to maintain his dignity in front of the junior disciples? With an understanding smile, Shoshu patted Cole Jiamu on the shoulder and encouraged, "Bro, keep it up. I shall return to rest now." Turning to Mi Bai and the others, he flashed a warm smile, adding, "You juniors must also do your best. See you tomorrow." With a casual wave, he led Bai Huan and the others out of the dance studio. After Bai Huan and his group departed, the remaining fourth-generation trainees began to leave one by one, returning to their respective tasks. Igaoya glanced at Cole Jiamu's strikingly handsome face, then reached out to pat Mi Bai on the shoulder, leaning in to whisper, "Xiao Bai, I'm heading back to finish my homework. I'll come find you in the evening." There was no denying that Cole's senior brother appeared rather intimidating. It would be better to wait until he had left before seeking out Xiao Bai. Meanwhile, Cole Jiamu observed the two young men engaged in close conversation, seemingly enjoying a strong camaraderie, and a flicker of shadow passed through his eyes. Chapter 21. Learning dance. The young one seemed to be quite popular. Reflecting on the earlier scene where the fourth-generation trainees greeted Mi Bai, Cole Jiamu felt an inexplicable sense of pride. Truly, the child he had chosen was exceptional. Cole Jiamu led Mi Bai to their TK training room, a place they had not visited in a long time since their debut, as they were usually occupied with schedules, and even their training predominantly took place in room A. Mi Bai looked around. The TK training room was similar to theirs, albeit theirs was often more crowded, giving it a slightly cramped appearance. "Come over," Cole Jiamu beckoned Mi Bai. Upon seeing this, Mi Bai hurried to his side and, at Cole Jiamu's gesture, seated himself on the floor. Lung Jiamu took out his phone and suggested, "Let us first watch the choreography video." "All right," Mi Bai obediently nodded. As Lung Jiamu opened the video, a vibrant and sweet melody emanated from his device. From a moment he had first listened to the song, a sense of foreboding had washed over him, and upon seeing the video, his dark eyes indeed reflected that apprehension. Mi Bai, standing beside him, watched cautiously. Being significantly shorter than Lung Jiamu, he craned his neck to view the screen while making an effort to avoid any contact with the senior, a position that proved quite uncomfortable. However, as the video unfolded, Mi Bai's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment, his mouth agape, and remaining so until the dance video concluded. The song was undeniably sweet, likely produced by a senior girl group. Indeed, the video showcased 9 lovely and charming girls dancing, indicating that Mi Bai and his peers were to collaborate on a girl group dance. Mi Bai watched in awe as the girls swayed their hips and moved gracefully, momentarily blanking out as he struggled to accept the reality of performing this dance. Time passed, and eventually, the video came to an end. Though Lung Jiamu's expression was somewhat grim, it paled in comparison to Mi Bai's dismay. Having been with the company for quite some time, Lung Jiamu was familiar with its tendencies. Despite his reluctance, he resolved to maintain a professional attitude and see the task through. He gently patted Mi Bai's dazed head, bringing him back to the present. "We need to start learning." He let his hand drop from Mi Bai's head absent-mindedly stroking it a couple of times. Noting the softness of his junior's hair, Mibai looked up at him with confusion and uncertainty in his voice. "Senior, are you going to teach me this?" "What else would we do?" Lung Jiamu replied. Mibai fell silent, glancing at Lung Jiamu's sharply defined features while the gentle faces of the girls from the video floated through his mind, leaving him momentarily speechless. He had just realized that Lung Jiamu was the one from that exceptional dance video, and he found it nearly impossible to envision this man, exuding masculinity, performing such a delicate and sweet dance, much less teaching him to do so. Feeling unable to comprehend, Mibai hesitated before Lung Jiamu's dark gaze, silently trailing behind him as he began to break down the choreography. Before long, Lung Jiamu had nearly mastered the movements. While he was dissecting the dance, Mibai diligently observed the video, attempting to learn a bit for himself. The choreography itself was not particularly difficult. The challenge lay in how a boy could effectively perform a girl's dance beautifully, as dance is inherently a visual art form. And he certainly did not want the audience to feel discomfort after witnessing their performance. Lung Jiamu learned swiftly, and at the moment he paused, Mibai cast an eager glance in his direction. Although he could hardly envision his senior performing girl group dances, he was acutely aware of his senior's exceptional dancing prowess. With such a solid foundation and a wealth of stage experience, he should be able to interpret the choreography beautifully. In the face of his junior's eager gaze, Lung Jiamu brimmed with confidence. He was determined to showcase the correct execution of girl group dance to this charming junior. As he activated the speaker and lowered his head to focus, his stance exuded a commanding presence, causing me by beside him to brim with anticipation. The sweet and lively melody erupted, and as Lung Jiamu raised his head at the perfect moment, he revealed a fierce expression under Mibai's expectant gaze. Mibai pondered, "Is something amiss?" As Lung Jiamu's limbs began to move in sync with the vibrant music, each motion was crisp and powerful. Coupled with his devil-may-care expression, he appeared irresistibly handsome. However, Mibai, listening to the girls' melodious voices while watching Lung Jiamu's wild dancing, found himself perplexed, a question mark forming on his smooth forehead. Is this truly a girl group dance? As the music progressed, Mibai realized that his senior's movements were technically accurate and mirrored those of the girls he had seen in a video moments ago. The disparity in feeling between the same song and choreography left him further bewildered. As the music drew to a close, Lung Jiamu struck a striking ending pose, his sharp gaze locking onto the already dazed Mibai. Upon meeting those dark eyes, Mibai instinctively raised his hands in applause, exclaiming, "So handsome." Only after did he realize that praising him for his looks felt somewhat misplaced given the context of the song. Lung Jiamu smirked, finding no fault in Mibai's compliment. On the contrary, he felt it was quite accurate. His gaze, laden with confidence, fell upon Mibai as he asked, "Care to learn?" Mibai glanced between his stern senior and the sweet girls on his phone, hesitating for a long moment before finally voicing his query. "Senior, are you reluctant to dance this?" Having practiced dance for quite some time, he ranked among the top 5 dancers among the 4th-generation trainees. Initially oblivious to the nuances, he later discerned that the power dynamics in dance differed significantly between genders, leading to a stark contrast in execution of similar movements, as exemplified by Lung Jiamu's current performance. The fact that Lung Jiamu could execute the dance so impressively likely stemmed from his subconscious reluctance towards girl group choreography, preferring to rely on his most comfortable realm. And what was that realm, one might wonder? Mibai recalled the first time he watched Lung Jiamu's dance video. The fierce gaze that commanded attention still vividly etched in his memory. Truly breathtaking. When Mibai posed this question, Lung Jiamu's expression remained unchanged as he cast a sidelong glance at him, responding with a nonchalant retort. "Would you prefer to?" Mibai, momentarily taken aback by this assertive rebuttal, found himself at a loss for words. He set down his phone and nodded in agreement, acknowledging that he indeed felt somewhat reluctant. Lung Jiamu's dance exudes a powerful essence, distinctly showcasing his unique style. In contrast to his teacher's instruction, he embodies a more fluid and dynamic approach. When teaching Mibai, he exhibits an unexpectedly profound patience, allowing Mibai to absorb a wealth of knowledge from him. The two spent 4 hours in the training room, diligently working through the choreography before parting ways. Lung Jimu had hurried back from City A, and managing to dedicate these few hours to teach me was already a considerable feat, especially since they are part of a debut boy group. Despite needing to stay in City C for a month to prepare for their concert, they still cannot evade various interviews and activities. Without ample rest, maintaining their energy for upcoming schedules may prove challenging. Fortunately, before his departure, he took the time to record a dance video for me enabling him to review and learn at his leisure. In recent months, Mibai has watched numerous idol performances, and he has nearly consumed all of Lung Jiamu's stage appearances. His senior stage presence is remarkably distinctive, powerful and cool, yet capable of embodying youthful vitality in certain performances. He has no recollection of girl group dance styles, but judging by today's experience, it is likely that Lung Jiamu transformed the girl group choreography into a boy group style, which explains his lack of familiarity. Mibai has watched the video Lung Jimu left him several times. Mastering stage presence is an elusive endeavor, and even imitation cannot capture the effortless essence of the original. Thus, he can only focus on learning the movements from the video. It is worth noting that although his senior altered some movements slightly, even these minor adjustments rendered the graceful girl group dance into a striking boy group performance. This requires a high degree of familiarity and expertise in dance, further affirming Lung Jiamu's remarkable prowess. Mibai mused silently, acknowledging that it is no surprise that he emerged as the lead dancer after only a year in the company, distinguishing himself among a multitude of trainees. While he may not grasp the dance style, he can certainly learn the choreography. Mibai remained in the dance studio until the evening when Igaoya came to find him. Among their 4 generations of trainees, they had 3 performances, with the most challenging being the group dance featuring all 20 of them. Achieving synchronization among 20 individuals is already a formidable task, especially given the complexity of their choreography. Mibai and his group members occupy the front positions, and when they stand in the center, they represent the dance strength of their generation. If they, the 5 in the middle, cannot perform well, the remaining members will undoubtedly falter as well. Igaoya, whose forte lies in rapping rather than dancing, sought out Mibai for assistance that evening, as he was determined not to embarrass himself on such a grand stage. "Xiaobai, please help me. Can I even dance this? It's terrifying," Igaoya exclaimed, clinging to Mibai in desperation. The complexity of the group dance was overwhelming for him. Surprised by the fervor of Igaoya's embrace, Mibai pondered how a dance could induce such distress in someone who had danced before, albeit not exceptionally. Although he had received videos of the 3 performances, he had spent the entire afternoon grappling with the challenging girl group dance and had yet to review the other footage. Lung Jiamu is not part of their 4th generation. Thus, he has only received 2 collaborative videos from them, one a grand chorus and the other a girl group dance. While he is aware of their group performance, he lacks a deeper understanding of it. Had he been more informed, perhaps he would not have instructed me to learn any girl group choreography. Igaoya has been tormented by this dance for an entire afternoon, gazing at me with a pitiful look akin to a drenched puppy, both despondent and forlorn. Under the hopeful gaze of Igaoya, Mibai opened the group dance video on her phone. The cover is stark black adorned with a few red characters in an ancient style. Li Ren Fu, adapted version. As the video commenced, a bright and resonant sound of the guzheng resonated, ethereal and archaic, evoking images of swirling dust. Before even delving further, the grandeur was palpable. Mibai squinted her eyes, her expression turning serious. The video continued, accompanied by the sounds of birds chirping and flutes playing, as the camera swept over the dancers' faces one by one. Upon observing their postures, Mibai's eyes widened. 20 individuals, through their movements, ultimately formed a magnificent soaring rock. As the camera pulled back, the 20 dancers appeared as a singular entity, the interplay of black and red creating a striking spectacle, with brilliant white light illuminating them, casting shadows that were nothing short of breathtaking. Mibai's attention was primarily captured by their dance movements. The enormous bird required the dancers to possess an extraordinary degree of flexibility, a feat that would surely challenge many of them. Suddenly, Mibai comprehended why Igaoya was in such despair. Without mentioning anything else, just the opening movement alone would be a challenge for the top 5 in their rankings, with only Rongxi and he being capable of executing it. Rongxi, having trained in classical dance from a young age, possessed exceptional flexibility. As for himself, being the youngest among the 4th generation, his ligaments were more pliable, and after a year of consuming high-quality milk from the system and continuous practice, he could manage it as well. Continuing to watch, Mibai realized this was a group dance blending ancient and modern styles. With a large number of participants and complex movements, no wonder Yi Gaoyao was so despondent. He put away his phone, sharing a silent glance with Yi Gaoyao. Yi Gaoyao looked at him with a glimmer of hope, as if asking, "Can I still be saved?" Mibai bit his lip, unable to maintain eye contact, suggesting, "Let's start with some flexibility training." As night fell, the moonlight bathed the earth in a silvery glow, and the lights in the upper floors of the Huaxing building and city shone brightly. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream echoed from the dance studio on the 42nd floor, piercing the sky and scattering the clouds beside the moon. Mibai firmly pressed down on Yi Gaoyao's legs, watching his face contort in pain and lamenting. Being an idol is truly not easy. Chapter 23. Rehearsal. Upon returning to the dormitory, Yi Gaoyao collapsed onto the bed like a limp rag doll, his large eyes filled with bewilderment. Having become so exhausted on the very first day, how would he endure the upcoming months? When Mibai emerged from the bathroom, she found Yi Gaoyao sprawled on the bed like a lifeless fish, a fleeting smile crossing her beautiful eyes. From tomorrow onward, the teachers will come to instruct us. Implicitly, this meant that for the next month, Yi Gaoyao would have to endure the same intense training regimen as this evening. In comparison to Mibai's teachings, professional instructors are undoubtedly more stringent. Yi Gaoyao's days ahead will not be as pleasant as today. Upon hearing this, Yi Gaoyao's already listless eyes grew even more vacant, and she murmured, "I want to go home and find my mother." Mibai's lips twitched. Having lived together for some time, he nearly forgot that this individual, standing nearly 1.8 meters tall, was merely 14 years old. Ignoring Yi Gaoyao's tearful lament, Mibai busied himself drying his hair. Over the past few months, he had also grown significantly, nearing 1.7 meters, which is quite tall for his age. Name, Mibai. Age, 12, Zodiac, Scorpio, October 27th. Height, 166 centimeters. Weight, 94 kilograms. Character value, 972. Affection value, 432,000. Usable for 12 days in the time-space practice room. Main quest 3 progress. Shumabua fan count 1, 561, 621, 000. 000. Incomplete. True love fans 11, 005, 100, 000. Incomplete. Main quest 2 reward 12 masterclasses in performance. And used. Note, true love fans provide affection value daily. Once his hair was dry, Mibai retracted the system panel and took his video to bed. Seeing this, the sobbing Yi Gaoyao widened her eyes in disbelief, exclaiming, "No way, Xiaobai. We have to prepare for the dormitory as well." Mibai ruffled his hair and removed one earphone to look at her, at a concert with thousands in attendance. Can we really afford to slack off? Although we are not the main performers, we will still be on stage, and our senior colleagues are quite skilled. I certainly do not wish for the audience's enthusiasm to plummet after watching our seniors' performances. Yi Gaoyao recalled their recent small concert, and then thought of the grandeur of the upcoming concert. She swallowed hard, and with a sudden burst of energy, she hopped over Mibai, leaning in to say, "Then let us watch together." Mibai handed her one earphone, and the two little heads huddled close, their expressions solemn. The following day, in the dance studio, all 20 trainees of the 4th generation gathered together, an unprecedented occurrence. It was quite a challenge to organize a performance for 20 individuals, especially regarding formations. This group dance was a result of their manager, Qi Mei, investing considerable effort. The selection of music and choreography required her to leverage numerous connections. The biannual grand concert in Washington is of a scale that far surpasses their previous small concerts. Even the debut heat of TK cannot compare. As the head of the 4th generation, and likely their manager post-debut, Chi Mei was determined not to miss this opportunity, recognizing it as a chance for the fourth generation to gain significant exposure. Of course, as the leader, her role is limited. The ultimate stage presentation and whether they can break through relies on the children themselves. Two dance instructors surveyed the room, and one of them spoke. "You all have seen the video, correct?" The children nodded in unison. After a moment of contemplation, the dance instructor continued. Rong Shi Mi Bai stepped forward. Mi Bai and Rong Shi exchanged a glance, a flicker of unspoken speculation lingering in their minds. Yet neither voiced their thoughts as they simultaneously took a step forward. The dance instructor retreated a few paces, allowing them ample space, instructing, "You two should attempt a forward bridge." This particular dance was steeped in ancient style, incorporating numerous classical movements. The instructor was aware of Rong Shi's capabilities, while among the other students, he had observed Mi Bai more frequently. Mi Bai had made considerable progress in his dancing and should be able to manage the task at hand. Indeed, both completed the movement. Although Mi Bai's execution was somewhat unsteady, he achieved it nonetheless. With further practice, he would surely refine his skills. The instructor nodded in satisfaction and addressed the rest of the students. "Is there anyone willing to give a try?" A profound silence enveloped the room. The children primarily practiced contemporary dance styles, with many focusing on singing and rap, leaving them less familiar with dance techniques. Noticing their hesitance, the instructor encouraged, "Please be proactive. This relates to part assignments. Even if you struggle, you can still come up and attempt the opening movements from yesterday's video." Upon hearing this, the dance enthusiasts rose one by one. The fourth-generation dancers numbered 8, while the vocalists totaled 7, and the rap performers had the fewest at 5. Of course, these figures reflected their primary areas of focus, with some, like Rong Shi, excelling in both singing and dancing, though his dance skills were more prominent. Leading to his placement in the dance group, the dance instructors dedicated half an hour to assessing each student's foundational skills, establishing placements primarily for the benefit of a new instructor. After all, the previous dance teacher had been training Mi Bai and his peers for nearly a year and was quite familiar with their abilities. The new instructor, Chi Mei, had been recruited from the company headquarters, possessing exceptional skills in choreography. Once the preliminary preparations were complete, Mi Bai and his companions embarked on a month of rigorous training. The fourth-generation trainees had only 3 performances, while Lung Jiamu and his group, having debuted as a male ensemble, had twice as many, in addition to commercial commitments. Although the company endeavored to minimize their workload, Lung Jiamu's schedule remained exceedingly tight due to the necessity of rehearsing. Whenever Mi Bai practiced the girl group choreography with his friends, he could distinctly observe the fatigue etched on the faces of his seniors. It was evident that the afternoon Lung Jiamu spent teaching Mi Bai was a precious sliver of time snatched from their packed schedules. "Here, stretch a bit more," Lung Jiamu advised, gently patting Mi Bai's waist in a low voice. Meanwhile, the 3 seniors from TK, having completed their practice, lay on the mats, seizing every moment to rest, whereas Lung Jiamu persisted in guiding Mi Bai and the others, maintaining his energy for their benefit. Rong Shi and the others continued to practice as well, recognizing the rapport between their senior and Mi Bai. Even though the guidance seemed incidental, they felt immensely fortunate. The experience of a debuted artist and the insights from a dance instructor were undeniably distinct, and every nugget of wisdom gleaned would greatly benefit their future endeavors. Following the guidance of Lung Jiamu, Mi Bai adjusted his movements, and upon raising his gaze, he found himself locked in the depths of Lung Jiamu's eyes, which bore a hint of crimson. Despite his youth, Lung Jiamu's chiseled features exuded a striking masculinity, blending the vigor of youth with the allure of maturity in perfect harmony. Yet, this seemingly powerful individual now exhibited unmistakable fatigue, a testament to his recent busyness. Mi Bai hesitated, parting his lips to speak. "Brother, perhaps you should take a moment to rest. We can practice on our own." Recently, due to their collaborative stage performance, he and Lung Jiamu had grown quite familiar, crossing the boundary from mentor to something akin to friends. Practicing on their own might only cost them a bit more time, but Lung Jiamu's presence was encroaching upon his precious rest. Concern flickered in Mi Bai's eyes. He was well aware of TK's demanding schedule. And even a young man like Lung Jiamu needed respite. Meeting me Bai's glistening gaze, Lung Jiamu discerned the worry reflected therein. He reached out to affectionately ruffle me Bai's round little head, chuckling softly, "No need, Sister Yao Yao will be here soon to escort us." They were soon to undergo makeup and prepare for an interview, leaving little time for rest. The child was remarkably earnest in his dance practice, and it seemed more prudent to utilize this time for instruction. After playfully tousling me Bai's hair, Lung Jiamu's gaze lingered on his cherubic cheeks, and he couldn't resist pinching the smooth, fair skin of his face. Mi Bai gasped in surprise, his eyes widening in astonishment. Noticing Mi Bai's little reaction, Lung Jiamu paused momentarily, then gently squeezed once more before retracting his hand. "Ahem, let us continue," he said, forming a fist with one hand and clearing his throat nonchalantly, as if the previous moment had merely been a figment of Mi Bai's imagination. "Who would have thought you could be this kind of Lung Jiamu?" Mi Bai exclaimed. Having consumed high-quality milk for nearly a year, his features had become astonishingly refined, complemented by his youth, which rendered his plump cheeks both beautiful and endearing, reminiscent of a delicate doll displayed in a shop window. However, his light-colored eyes often gave him an air of aloofness and coldness, creating a palpable distance. Additionally, his reserved demeanor, cultivated for the sake of his public persona, left the fourth-generation trainees hesitant to approach him, save for Yi Gaoya, who shared the same room. Now, another individual would join their ranks. Mi Bai glanced at the impassive Lung Jiamu, pursed his lips, and began to gesture, deciding that given the effort Lung Jiamu had expended to teach him, he could endure the playful pinch. After all, one day, the baby fat would surely dissipate. The system had predicted he would grow to a height of 183 meters. Who could possibly retain baby fat at such towering stature? Lung Jiamu had braced himself for a possible outburst from the young one, but was taken aback when Mi Bai continued his practice in silence. A flicker of surprise crossed his starry eyes as he stroked his fingers, the sensation of Mi Bai's smooth, tender skin lingering on his fingertips. It seemed that little Mi Bai was quite receptive to his antics. Perhaps next time, he could be a tad bolder. Lung Jiamu gazed thoughtfully at Mi Bai's exquisite and beautiful face, suddenly envisioning how delightful a pink bow would appear atop it. Had Mi Bai been privy to his thoughts, she would undoubtedly have made it her mission to tease him, for the rugged man harbored a strong aversion to anything remotely feminine, especially a pink bow. Though he did not consider himself particularly masculine, he genuinely disliked the color pink, particularly in the form of a bow. Thus, time slipped away amidst their training. Mi Bai and her companions were tasked with only 3 performances. Aside from the challenging group dance featuring 20 participants, the other 2 segments were relatively manageable. On the day of the rehearsal, Chi Mei arrived, her gaze turning icy after observing the 4th generation's performance. She left them with a curt directive to follow her before turning away. Standing at the forefront, Mi Bai and her companions immediately felt the chill emanating from Chi Mei's eyes. She pursed her lips, exchanging a glance with Mi Bai, and steeled herself to lead the 4th generation trainees in pursuit. Mi Bai sighed. At times, being in such a prominent position was not advantageous. In situations like this, she was the first to bear the brunt of Chi Mei's ire. In previous instances when she found herself in awkward or challenging predicaments, it was Mi Bai who had come to her rescue, thus prompting her to look to Mi Bai for support in this instance. Yet, for reasons unknown, Mi Bai felt compelled to proceed despite her own trepidation. In an empty room, Chi Mei sat cross-legged on a chair, her gaze fixed on the group of young trainees. All were male and standing, yet, paradoxically, their presence seemed to pale in comparison to Chi Mei's. With a mere lift of her eyes, the sharpness within them rendered her an imposing figure. "Do you believe your performance was satisfactory?" Her tone remained flat and unremarkable. Yet any discerning observer could detect her dissatisfaction with their efforts. Mi Bai cast his gaze downward, uncertain of how others fared, but he was resolute in his commitment. He had never faltered in his training over the past month, believing he had delivered his utmost best. Noticing the silence among the trainees, Chi Mei wasted no time and began calling out names. Mu Junfeng, Yin Qing, Lin Tianhua. She named 8 individuals in total, yet Mi Bai's name was conspicuously absent, prompting a sigh of relief from him. At that moment, he was finally able to focus on Chi Mei's words, realizing that she was indeed calling the names in the order of their rankings. Mi Bai was momentarily taken aback. What meticulousness! Truly, it was a hallmark of Huaxing Entertainment to uphold such standards. Upon finishing the list, Chi Mei lowered her voice and, with a serious demeanor, inquired, "Do you think you performed well?" Her gaze fell upon the pallid Mu Junfeng. "You first, Mu Junfeng." I am dissatisfied. I apologize." Mu Junfeng's voice trembled as he bowed his head toward Chi Mei. After all, he was merely a teenager prior to this. He had never faced reprimand in his academic or artistic endeavors. Confronted with an adult's inquiry, he was suddenly engulfed by a mix of self-doubt regarding his efforts and an overwhelming fear of adult admonishment. He had always favored singing, having only begun to learn dance after joining the company. Before officially becoming a fourth-generation trainee, his vocal prowess eclipsed that of his peers during the auditions. Although his dancing left much to be desired, it did not diminish his brilliance. In this group performance of 20, the sheer number made it easier for him to blend in, leading him to become somewhat lackadaisical. However, he overlooked a vital truth. On stage, every movement is magnified, and his lack of effort would be glaringly apparent to the audience. Chapter 25. The youth due to Mu Junfeng's bow. The children who were called out stepped forward one by one to express their apologies for their attitudes. The fourth generation had few performances, and the only one truly belonging to them was this group dance. With a month of dedicated practice and professional instructors at their side, there was no excuse for poor performance. The only explanation could be their lack of diligence. Chi Mei lightly tapped her fingers on the table and squinted slightly, addressing them. "I understand that you're all still students and quite young, but I hope you remember that beyond being students, you are also aspiring idols on the brink of debut. As idols, you must take responsibility for the stage. This is a concert for thousands. Should you falter, not only will you bear the label of disrespect for the stage, but the entire fourth-generation trainee group of Huaxing will also be tarnished with the stigma of mediocrity. It is easy to be branded negatively. It only takes one failed performance. Yet, removing that label cannot be achieved by merely succeeding in one performance. Moreover, you have not yet debuted. Whether you will have another opportunity to perform is uncertain. And should you approach this casually, there may not be a next time." Chi Mei rose and stated, "I hope all of you take this to heart. The most fundamental virtue of an idol is respect for the stage." Having said this, she turned to leave. She did not specifically admonish Mu Junfeng and the others, but instead offered a gentle reminder to all the trainees. Ultimately, being an idol, an artist, a star relies on their own efforts. The role of a manager is merely supportive. The past successes of their previous concerts had led the children to become somewhat complacent, with many beginning to slacken their efforts. However, those successes were not solely attributable to their own strength. They were also the result of fortunate circumstances. Initially, among entertainment companies of the same era, Huaxing was the first to debut them, seizing a significant advantage. Additionally, the stunning beauty of Mi Bai captured the attention of passers-by, and they coincidentally participated in the debut concert of TK, Huaxing's most popular boy band to date. Combined with their own exceptional talents, these series of fortunate events led to the rise of Huaxing's fourth generation as the most sought-after trainees in the entertainment industry. Yet, all of this remains precarious until their official debut. The title of most popular trainee merely indicates their standing among trainees and falls far short of the standard required for debut. This year, other companies have begun to unveil their own trainees, undoubtedly intensifying their pressure. They should not become complacent due to previous minor achievements. In truth, Mu Junfeng and his peers have performed admirably. It is merely that their abilities are more starkly contrasted against Mi Bai and others. Moreover, this stage is intended to propel the entire fourth generation into the limelight. So why should they settle for mediocrity? After Chi Mei departed, a heavy silence enveloped the room. Igaya tugged at Mi Bai's sleeve, silently inquiring if they could leave. Surely, they could not remain here in contemplation indefinitely. The time would be better spent rehearsing in the training room. Observing this, Mi Bai's eyes reflected a hint of frustration. The atmosphere was indeed stifling. With the stage performance approaching tomorrow, it was imperative for everyone to adjust their mindset. Mi Bai reached out and gently prodded Rongxi's shoulder. Rongxi, puzzled, turned to him, silently questioning, "What is it?" Mi Bai gestured towards the center, indicating that he should speak. Rongxi was taken aback. Did Xiao Bai wish for him to say a few words? What could he possibly say? Noticing the confusion in Rongxi's eyes, Mi Bai sighed, grasped his hand, and led him forward. As they were both leads on this stage, their words should carry some weight. "It's only a rehearsal. Everyone should not feel disheartened," Mi Bai began. He mentioned how, in his past life, he had been a reclusive individual, and in this life, to maintain the persona of a cool and aloof idol, he seldom spoke. Thus, he found himself at a loss for eloquent words, relying instead on the simplest language to encourage his peers. After Mi Bai spoke, Rongxi quickly grasped the situation and chimed in, "Indeed, we have been practicing this dance for a month. Even if we are not perfect, we won't be inadequate. Tomorrow is our performance, so let's all get into the right frame of mind." Oftentimes, the presentation on stage is profoundly influenced by their state of mind. Unless an idol's skills are honed to the point of effortless execution, it is evident that none of the trainees present have reached that level. At this juncture, the quality of their mindset can significantly impact the stage performance. Mi Bai glanced at the time and leaned closer to Rongxi's ear to whisper a few words. Given Rongxi's height, he naturally lowered his head to accommodate Mi Bai's request, allowing him to speak more softly. Mi Bai's voice was barely audible, and in the stillness of the room, only Rongxi caught his words. After Mi Bai finished, he resumed his quiet stance beside Rongxi. After a moment of surprise, nodded in understanding. He adjusted his tone and addressed the brothers ahead. "There is still time. We can head back to the training room for a few more rehearsals. If anyone has questions, feel free to ask me or Xiao Bai. We, the fourth generation, are a cohesive unit. Let us strive together." As he spoke, he extended his hand to the center, and Mi Bai promptly placed his hand atop it. For a brief moment, the air hung in silence. Though they were all fourth-generation trainees, they had not spent much time together. Many were from out of town, attending the company only during events, and their training sessions rarely overlapped. In the local vicinity, apart from a few acquaintances residing in the same apartment, most of the individuals are only seen during training sessions, where communication is scant. The ranking system at Huaxing Entertainment signifies that prior to their official debut as a group, they primarily vie against one another. This marks the first occasion in nearly a year that Rongxi has orchestrated such a display of camaraderie among the fourth-generation trainees. As everyone stood in a daze, Mi Bai's gaze fell upon Yigoya, her indifferent eyes seemingly questioning the meaning of his immobility. Startled by Mi Bai's penetrating stare, Yigoya quickly approached, placing his hand on hers while muttering words of encouragement. "You can do it, little Bai. With you here, success is assured." Although his dancing skills left much to be desired, he had greatly benefited from Mi Bai's one-on-one instruction over the past month, ensuring he was not on Sister Chi's list today. While the gesture was somewhat peculiar, he was unwaveringly supportive of Mi Bai. With Yigoya leading the charge, the others hesitantly gathered around them. Once assembled, Rongxi and Mi Bai exchanged a glance, smiles gracing their faces. Huaxing's fourth generation. Let us go, let us go, let us go. The 20 individuals were indeed a bit cramped, yet their voices rang out with remarkable clarity. The youthful exuberance resonated with an indomitable spirit. Even with merely a day left before taking the stage, they remained filled with vigor and hope. The youth, forever imbued with a vibrant energy. They perpetually believe in miracles and brilliance. Chapter 26. The beginning that evening, Mi Bai and the others remained in the training room until the early hours before returning home. Once the staff had departed, they took it upon themselves to turn on flashlights as makeshift lights to continue their practice. At that moment, their hearts united as one. The following day, Huaxing Entertainment's sixth concert, themed Fate, officially commenced. Mi Bai and the others had scarcely 3 hours of sleep before being roused for makeup and styling. Outside, the cacophony of cheers grew as fans and audience members gradually filled the venue. Seated in the makeup chair, Mibai closed his eyes, emptying his mind of distractions, allowing himself to relax and adjust his state of being. Although the concert was not solely theirs, the mere opportunity to perform filled him with excitement. With his eyes shut, the sound of his heartbeat became strikingly clear. Unlike the nerves he felt during his first visit to the company, this accelerated heartbeat signified exhilaration. Mibai gently pressed his hand against his chest, striving to steady his pulse. Upon reopening his eyes, tranquility returned to his gaze. He was determined to perform exceptionally well on this stage. As night fell, with fireworks soaring into the sky, a thunderous roar echoed through the venue. The brilliant pyrotechnics illuminated the auditorium as intense cheers and screams heralded the official commencement of the concert named Fate. The performance spanned from 7 in the evening until 11 at night, an entire 4 hours. Mibai and his group were scheduled to perform early on. As the stakes rose with each successive act, Guan Xiaoxian adjusted the camera in his hands. He was a dedicated fan, having come specifically for a young performer. As the earlier performances passed, he captured numerous photographs, yet the child he longed to photograph had yet to appear, leaving him somewhat frustrated. Traditionally, he favored photographing girls, but this time his attendance at the Huaxin concert was facilitated by a ticket his friend had secured for him, alongside a captivating post he had encountered online featuring the naturally charming boy. The images showcased were indeed breathtaking, yet he mused that had he been the one to shoot, he might have unveiled a different allure of that young lad. After all, being a boy himself, he possessed a deeper understanding of what appealed to boys. However, this was contingent upon the boy truly resembling his photographs. Having been a fan for many years, he was acutely aware of the stark contrast between a celebrity's retouched images and their actual appearance. Due to the rush of time and his impromptu visit, he had yet to learn about the boy, knowing only that his name was Mibai. Guan Xiaoxian perused the photographs on his camera, reflecting that even if he failed to capture Mibai tonight, it wouldn't be a total loss, as Lung Jiamu certainly possessed striking looks. Perhaps a closer examination of these images could yield a remarkable shot. As the most popular boy band of the present, TK had made their entrance early to energize the audience. Although their time on stage was brief, it was sufficient for the fan community to capture their essence. After all, Lung Jiamu's visage was renowned for its photogenic quality. After several performances, Guan Xiaoxian finally heard the words fourth-generation trainee from the host. His heart skipped a beat. If memory served him correctly, that boy named Mibai was indeed among Huaxing's fourth-generation trainees. Intrigued, he found himself drawn to Mibai, as although Lung Jiamu was exceptionally handsome, he did not embody Guan Xiaoxian's ideal. Conversely, Mibai's face, based on the few photographs he had seen, seemed to resonate perfectly with his aesthetic preferences. With this thought, Guan Xiaoxian's anticipation intensified. As the host exited the stage, the lights dimmed entirely. After a brief interlude of several seconds, crimson silks billowed in the center of the stage, reminiscent of ink swirling in water, ultimately coalescing into the grand and imposing characters of Li Renfu. Just as the lights remained dim, a melodious flute reverberated, enchanting and sweet, akin to the gentle call of a phoenix. The sound of the guzheng pierced the heavens, echoing through the air. Suddenly, 2 beams of light illuminated the stage, revealing 2 youthful figures clad in red and white satin, appearing like birds before the audience. Their garments billowed elegantly, flowing like satin as they executed 2 graceful aerial flips, their sleeves dancing in the wind, exuding an ethereal grace. This singular entrance silenced the throngs of thousands in attendance. Guan Xiaoxian raised his camera, initially intending to select one of the 2 boys to photograph, and by sheer fortune, he captured Mibai perfectly. At the moment the lights brightened, Mibai's exquisite, charming face came into sharp focus within his lens. Before he could fully recover from the impact of such beauty, the boy's petal-like lips curled into a gentle smile, imbued with youthful exuberance, followed by a sharp gaze as he seamlessly executed a side flip. His slender waist and graceful landing appeared effortless, as if the flowing ribbons adorning him harmonized with his every movement. Clad in white, he exuded an unparalleled elegance, truly a youth as picturesque as a painting. A breathtaking sight that captivated the heart. Having graced the stage numerous times, Mibai keenly sensed Guan Xiuxian's gaze. As he landed and struck his pose, he lifted his eyes and directed a piercing look towards the direction of Guan Xiuxian. Guan Xiuxian. That glance nearly rendered him invisible. The fan-shaped, alluring gaze is inherently a symbol of deep affection, yet Mi Bai's light-colored eyes imbued it with an air of indifference and aloofness. These exquisitely beautiful eyes, when cast with an aggressive demeanor, exude an overwhelming intensity that can send shivers through one's very soul. Mi Bai now stood close to 7 meters tall. If a year ago he could still be considered a child, he now undeniably embodied the essence of youth. Not only had his stature elongated, but he had also become leaner. Though the flesh on either side of his cheeks remained, it had significantly diminished compared to a year prior. Even his once round eyes began to elongate, and the charming allure of his peach blossom eyes was starting to take shape. As his gaze flickered, it shimmered with an enchanting light, and each smile carried an enticing allure. Guan Xiuxian stared blankly at the camera, nearly rendered speechless by the stunning visage before him. He had a foreboding sense that this young man would surely rise to prominence in the future. The program featuring Mi Bai and Rong, she continued. As the sounds of flutes and birdsong filled the air, and 20 children gradually emerged onto the spotlight. With a resounding thud of a drum, the stage lights illuminated fully, and the 20 youths appeared like soaring mythical birds before the audience. The background music momentarily halted, heightening the anticipation of all present. An ancient-themed spectacle was about to commence. Chapter 27. The distinction between boys and men as the knight returned to the moored boat, who played a tune, gazing into the mountain forest. The moon shone clear with a gentle breeze. Mu Juanfeng's ethereal voice resonated, effortlessly transporting listeners to a realm reminiscent of an ancient ink painting with just a few lines. In the misty rain, we hold steadfast under the magpie bridge, our affections enduring like the moon perched atop the willow branches. A ladle of spring water ripples with the grace of mandarin ducks, as we share tender sentiments like flowing water. Rongshi's voice change was nearing its conclusion. His transformation lasted only a year, transitioning from a clear youthful tone to a rich bass, creating a stark contrast with his warm and handsome appearance. This segment, delivered in his tea-like deep timbre, felt akin to ancient whispers caressing the ear, rich in allure and leaving a lingering impression. As the rhythm of the drums intensified, the movements of the youths shifted from the softness of Tai Chi to a display of strength. Mi Bai gracefully spun forward from the back, while Rong Shi and Mu Junfeng parted to create space for him. This maneuver had been practiced extensively, culminating in an aesthetically pleasing presentation. Mi Bai's movements were both light and powerful, resembling a beautiful butterfly dancing gracefully upon the stage. As he reached the center, he gently traced a semicircle in front of him with his hand, bending his waist in sync with the gesture, his body forming a graceful arc. Showcasing his elegant neck, truly a breathtaking sight. He was lifted from behind, leaping over Mi Bai, wrapping his arms around his waist and pulling him up while melodiously singing. The rouge you gifted me is the sorrow of my heart. Our fingers intertwined after that night of passion. You embarked on your western journey without waiting. Yet I wove this crimson sleeve. For whom is tonight's new adornment so resplendent? This line, delivered before the chorus, was both rapid and intense, perfectly encapsulating EU's usual flair, bold and cool, elevating the atmosphere to its zenith. Mi Bai rose with EU's assistance, and after he finished singing, he and Rongshi executed 2 front flips, positioning themselves at the forefront of the ensemble. The chorus featured synchronized dancing, led by the 2 of them, with armored steeds clad in Qilin armor. I shall pursue you until the sun set, beneath the peepa's autumn hues, as dusk beckons, the steeds drink. The 20 dancers kicked their legs in unison, their movements impeccably synchronized, making any captured photograph reveal their flawless choreography. The combination of numbers and the rhythmic beats of the music transformed the 20 youths into a vision reminiscent of ancient scholars heading into battle. soft yet resolute, an overwhelming presence. White sashes and red silk billowed, as if the desert winds had swept into the venue. The entire scene was breathtaking. The atmosphere was electrified, ignited by this group dance. Where are you, my beloved? The long winds fall like golden armor. In the northern desert, the bow sings, calling you to the white-haired. As the final lyric resonated, Mi Bai and Rongshi stood at the center of the stage, surrounded by the youths like blooming buds. Their gazes met, hands reaching out to touch the shimmering lights above. The lights gradually dimmed, and the silhouettes of the youths faded into darkness. The performance concluded. A prolonged silence enveloped the venue for 20 seconds until the lights illuminated once more, and the host appeared on stage, unleashing a tidal wave of screams. The applause from the audience was thunderous, echoing through the hall, creating an atmosphere more fervent than the scorching sun. Backstage at the concert, beads of sweat trickled down Mi Bai's cheek into his collar. Though their time on stage was fleeting, it had demanded immense physical exertion. Before the children could fully emerge from the emotional tide of the song, the cheers from the audience reached their ears. Mi Bai was momentarily taken aback, then raised his head to meet Rongshi's equally astonished gaze. Suddenly, laughter erupted from an unknown source, and the children could no longer contain their mirth, bursting into joyous laughter. Ha ha ha! We did it! Hee hee! We are truly amazing! Ha 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 ha! The audience's cheers were the greatest affirmation for them, at their tender age. A simple compliment could bring them boundless joy, let alone such widespread approval. In the front row, Guan Xiaoxian set down his camera. Although Mi Bai and the others had long departed the stage, the astonishment and admiration in his eyes had yet to fade. Unlike the ordinary spectators, he could perceive every subtle shift in Mi Bai's expressions. Although he had yet to observe the other children at this moment, he felt none could surpass Mi Bai's expressiveness in this song. Each of Mi Bai's movements was executed with precision and grace, as ethereal as a celestial being, embodying a unique resilience in his youthful strength. Her exquisite features were striking yet not excessive, embodying a purity that was both captivating and refreshing. The indifferent glimmer in her eyes shifted like a sword's edge, exuding an aura of coldness and intensity. In his heart, Guan Xiaoxian raised 4 fingers in a vow, declaring her to be the singular embodiment of allure and innocence he had encountered in all his days. The concert continued, and many fans were recording the event, swiftly propelling Mi Bai and her companions into trending discussions. While their ranking was not particularly high, it marked the first time they had appeared on trending lists since their debut a year prior. Mi Bai and her group had ample time to prepare for their girl group dance, as their performance was scheduled later in the program. Despite the nature of the dance, their attire was not overly feminine. Rather, they exuded a refreshing and clean aesthetic, donning simple white shirts and shorts that radiated youthful vigor. As the staff called them to get ready, Mi Bai and her group opened the door, inadvertently colliding with the 4 members of TK emerging from another room. Lung Jiamu and his companions were also dressed in white shirts, yet theirs were tailored with ties, reminiscent of a corporate executive's sharp style. Standing over 1.8 meters tall, each of them had developed impressive musculature since entering the company at a young age. The thin fabric of their shirts subtly accentuated their well-defined physiques, paired with black slacks that conveyed an overwhelming sense of restraint. Igaya, watching from the side, felt a twinge of envy. He was nearing 1.8 meters himself and had muscles to boast about. He murmured, "Is this the difference between a debut boy band and a trainee?" Mi Bai, unable to contain herself, retorted, "No, this is the distinction between a boy and a man." In Chapter 28, a smile that captivates the city, TK now had 2 members over 18, while the youngest, Lung Jiamu, had just turned 16. Among the trainees, the oldest, Rongshi, was merely 15. Given their youth, the company refrained from dressing them in revealing outfits. Even this girl group dance leaned towards a playful and adorable style. Upon spotting TK, Mi Bai and her group caught their attention as well. The dance would be performed by the 4 members of TK alongside 5 trainees. Lung Jimu's gaze fell upon Mi Bai, who stood out conspicuously in the crowd. The child had grown significantly during this time, and his features seemed to have matured, making him even more attractive. As he watched, Lung Jiamu's eyes narrowed, fixating on the hand that Mi Bai held with the boy beside her. Frowning slightly, he raised a hand to beckon Mi Bai, saying, "Come here." Mi Bai hesitated for a moment, but obediently nodded, releasing Yi Gaoya and moving to stand alongside Lung Jiamu. Over the past month, she had conversed frequently with her senior, who often called her by that endearing title, and she had grown accustomed to it. Though he appeared somewhat aloof, he was rather affectionate in private. Having rehearsed together for a month, everyone was aware of the close relationship between Mi Bai and Lung Jiamu, even during formation practices. Lung Jiamu specifically arranged for Mi Bai to stand next to him, a situation that had long ceased to surprise their peers. Yi Gaoya gazed longingly as Mi Bai abandoned him to join Cold Senior Brother. Was it merely his imagination, or did he sense that Cold Senior Brother was deliberately separating him from Xiao Bai? Before he could ponder further, staff members approached to urge them onward, prompting Yi Gaoya to shake his head and hastily follow. The concert had progressed into its latter half, while the audience's enthusiasm remained fervent. It paled in comparison to the exuberance at the outset. The stage was shrouded in darkness when the crackling sound of an old radio resonated twice, leaving the audience in a state of confusion. Suddenly, the stage lights illuminated, revealing 9 boys striking poses on the big screen. As they began performing Tell Me, Tell Me, the words on the screen gradually faded away. Just as the audience was still coming to terms with what they were witnessing, a playful and charming prelude filled the air. Ooh, 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 ooh. A sweet female voice emerged, as if laced with honey, utterly delightful. The 9 boys on stage began to sway their shoulders in unison, inciting fierce screams from the crowd. Ah, help! They are actually performing this. How thrilling! Huasheng is truly audacious. Ah, everyone, let us get moving. I adore boy bands dancing to girl group songs. Jiamu, stop being so reserved. Let loose. Show your flair. You are the brightest star on that stage. Meanwhile, the newly captivated fan, Guan Xiuxian, had set up his camera, focusing exclusively on Mi Bai. On stage, Mi Bai closed his eyes, interpreting the song as that of a cute girl playfully coaxing her crush to repeatedly declare their affection, seeking affirmation of their feelings. Say it clearly. Mi Bai raised his gaze, his once pale eyes now sparkling with brilliance. He swept his hand along his shoulder, synchronizing his body with the music to execute a smooth wave. With his left hand resting on his waist, he tilted his head, casting a fleeting glance at the camera before swiftly averting his gaze. His lashes fluttered as he lowered his eyelids, rosy cheeks giving him the appearance of a coy beauty, poised yet hesitant to speak. While the big screen captured only the movements, Guan Xiuxian's camera clearly documented Mi Bai's expressions. His mouth fell agape, staring at the camera for what felt like an eternity before he regained his senses. Guan Xiuxian felt his heart racing, taking several seconds to utter a single word. Damn. He had just been captivated by a mere youth. Soon, they reached the climax of the performance. Cold Jiamu positioned himself at the center of the stage, his long, fair fingers resting against his lips as he whispered, "Shu." With a physique that was striking, his white shirt subtly outlined his abs and combined with his austere countenance. He exuded an alluring, yet restrained aura. He gazed down with an impassive expression, commanding like a regal monarch. As Cold Jiamu moved, the music momentarily halted. In the next instant, the 9 performers commenced the most exhilarating choreography of the entire song. Hasten to speak to me, I implore you. 9 young lads extend their fingers beside their cheeks, gradually drawing them inward, their gazes steadfastly fixed on the camera, as though they have ensnared the hearts of the audience within their grasp. This gesture, executed by them, not only exudes an innate allure and playfulness, but also carries an added air of youthful assertiveness. Oh, sweetheart, you mustn't leave me in confusion. What does it feel like when 9 dashing boys point at you and sway their hips? The audience's fervent reactions speak volumes. Their screams nearly uprooted the entire venue. Although this performance is a girl group dance, the boys executed it exceptionally well, allowing the attendees to experience the exhilarating sensation akin to that of ancient emperors selecting their consorts, leaving them nearly euphoric. During the concluding pose, the official camera pans to each performer, and when it reaches Mi Bai, he raises his hand and plants a delicate kiss on his index finger, bestowing upon the lens a radiant and charming air kiss. This suave yet youthful gesture displayed on the big screen incited another wave of ecstatic screams. In the front row of the audience, Guan Xiuxian only slowly raised his hand to soothe his wildly beating heart after Mi Bai and the others exited the stage. He felt as though he had been thoroughly captivated by Mi Bai, and this was merely after witnessing 2 of his performances. As time elapsed, this grand concert approached its conclusion. The final act was a grand chorus, wherein Mi Bai and his peers could only serve as mere background figures given their current status. Nevertheless, the trainees were elated, for merely being a part of such a monumental concert was a remarkable opportunity. Mi Bai, in the rear, held on to Yi Gaoya's hand, bouncing and waving excitedly. Yi Gaoya reciprocated, shaking her hand with a beaming smile, pondering when they might again grace such a stage. Not just the 2 of them, but the other trainees were equally exuberant, enjoying themselves while the senior performers engaged the audience's attention, leaving them to revel in their own merriment. Since Mi Bai had emerged, Guan Xiuxian had been capturing his every move, and upon witnessing the endearingly childlike Mi Bai in this moment, a paternal smile graced his face. His son, still so young, bouncing about is truly delightful. Suddenly, Mi Bai's animated gestures paused as he turned to glance in Guan Xiuxian's direction, blinking his eyes. At that instant, Guan Xiuxian's heart halted momentarily, instinctively holding his breath. Indeed, in the next moment, a dazzling smile blossomed on Mi Bai's exquisite and adorable face, akin to the fervent summer sun, radiant and beautiful. Bang, bang, bang. Amidst the clamor of the concert, he distinctly heard the sound of his own heartbeat, each thump deafening. In that moment, he seemed to grasp the essence of beauty, how a smile from a lovely person can be utterly captivating. Chapter 29. Girl Group Dance. Following the conclusion of the concert, the seniors were to hold a celebratory banquet, but due to their tender age, Mi Bai and his companions were advised by their manager, Sister Qi, to return and rest. After all, school would commence in just a few days. After returning to the apartment and finishing his shower, Mi Bai collapsed onto his bed, exhausted from the exhilarating concert. The thrill had dissipated, leaving only a profound weariness. Yi Gaoya, noticing his slumber, also reclined beside him. Their training had been relentless leading up to the showcase, leaving them utterly drained over the past month. While the trainees succumbed to sleep, others remained electrified through the night. Though Li Renfu only briefly lingered at the tail end of trending topics, its achievement was monumental. The 4th generation of trainees celebrated their inaugural stage with 1 million views. Shocking. The Huaxing 4th generation trainees' ancient style group dance amazes the seniors. Just returned from the concert. The kids performed exceptionally well. Huaxing's current generation is impressive. Their abilities seem quite formidable. Has Huaxing gone astray? A whole bunch of youngsters just emerged from TK, and Xingyao and Liu are sure to be overshadowed. This year's publicly revealed trainees from Liu seem rather lacking in skill, though they possess good looks. One can only wonder if they will age poorly. I've decided to invest my stake in this cohort at Huaxing. This high note is absolutely stunning. To perform such a vigorous dance while hitting such heights. This child must be the best singer among the 4th generation of Huaxing. This stage is truly magnificent. Every pause is perfectly synchronized. The one singing high notes and with dramatic flair is Mu Junfeng, who is only 14 this year. His ethereal voice is something to behold. The 2 children at the forefront are genuinely impressive. I've noticed many techniques executed by them, and their coordination is superb. Mi Bai's backflip was utterly captivating. The dashing Rongxi, the deity of Chinese dance. The charming Yi Gaoya, his rap delivery is exquisite. In the dead of night, Yao Yuer, having watched the concert livestream, found herself too exhilarated to sleep, searching online for pictures of her son from the event. She had worked an entire semester to afford a ticket to the concert. But to her dismay, her reflexes failed her, and she was unable to secure a single one. She consoled herself, stating that it was a concert for all Huaxing artists. and her son's performance would likely be limited to just a few moments. Sobi. Yao Yuer covered her face with her hands, yearning to meet me by. After failing to obtain a ticket, she could only wait eagerly for Huaxing's official livestream. When Li Ren Fu debuted with its powerful group dance, she was utterly astonished. Son, I haven't seen you for months, and you've improved so much. Though Mi Bai had few moments in the girl group dance later on, she was still overwhelmed with sweetness. Especially that final charming kiss, which almost made her transform into a devoted fan on the spot. Yao Yuer patted her heart, reminding herself to remain calm. He is only 13 this year. Underage. She incessantly repeated the word underage to quell her excitement. Strictly speaking, Mi Bai still had 3 months until his 13th birthday, so he was currently only 12. Reflecting on this, Yao Yuer felt a surge of guilt and hurriedly watched Mi Bai's public stage performance several more times. Gazing at the honeyed images of her beloved son on her phone, Yao Yuer sighed in relief, feeling her role as a devoted fan restored. After enjoying the live concert broadcast, she adeptly began to search for the direct footage of her son. The stage was either crowded with performers or filled with collaborations with seniors, leaving little room for Mi Bai's presence. Thus, watching the direct footage allowed her to fully appreciate her precious Mi Zai. At 3 in the morning, Yao Yuer suddenly discovered a new fan page called the Human Hummingbird. Noticing its rising popularity, her initial intention to sleep wavered, and she decided to explore it further before resting. With a flick of her fingers, she entered the page, only to be greeted by a stark black photo. Mi Bai stood on stage, enshrouded in darkness, a beam of white light illuminating him from above, rendering him almost ethereal. His eyes, slightly curved, seemed to capture fragments of stardust. It was clear that Mi Bai was gazing into the camera, those eyes brimming with celestial wonders locking directly onto hers. Yao Yuer caught her breath. The photograph was breathtaking. It felt as though her Mi Zai was genuinely smiling at her. After a moment's pause, she scrolled through the comments, discovering that this striking image was captured during the final chorus on the grand stage. Tears welled up in her eyes. What an extraordinary teacher. During the live stream, she hadn't even caught a glimpse of Mi Zai, yet the teacher managed to capture such a stunning shot. Truly commendable. With this magnificent photo as a foundation, Yao Yuer grew even more intrigued by this teacher's direct footage. She first clicked on the stage titled Tell Me, as it featured a collaboration with seniors, which meant that Mi Bai's appearances were limited and even more so when shared among the group. While watching the performance, she was utterly captivated by Mi Zai's ending pose, heightening her anticipation for the direct footage. The fan sister was evidently professional, beginning with an excellent introduction, and Mi Bai's fleeting glimpses ensnared the hearts of viewers. As the music commenced, Yao Yuer couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Goodness, Mi Bai, you're actually lip-syncing. To think you would lip-sync while performing a girl group dance. As the music played, Mi Bai's aura transformed. He first glanced at his shoulder before raising his gaze to the camera, exuding playfulness and allure. Due to the lip-syncing, his beautiful petal-like lips parted with the rhythm of the music, subtly revealing a hint of his rosy tongue and pearly teeth. This was utterly irresistible. How could you be so enticing at such a young age? Yao Yuer lamented, although she understood that lip-syncing was a habit Mi Bai had from a young age. She still couldn't help but chastise him. Nevertheless, she continued watching. It must be said, Mi Bai's stage presence was undeniably innate. In just a year, he had begun to reveal his unique style. He performed the girl group dance with a playful charm, executing enticing moves while maintaining a pure expression. He truly mastered the balance. Overdoing the girl group dance can often be deemed crass, while being overly reserved may be seen as disrespectful to the stage. Mi Bai, however, absorbed and expressed it with remarkable finesse, a sight Yao Yuer had never witnessed before. After watching the performance several times, Yao Yuer opened the comment section. My goodness, is that my little Mi Zai? Such an impressive dance. I wish I could take him home and have him dance just for me. After watching this performance, I declare that he shall be my daughter from now on. This video is truly remarkable. Who is this child? I have never seen him before. It has gained popularity, and Mi Zai's performance has gone viral. "Oh, my precious daughter, give your mother a kiss." This is Mi Bai, a fourth-generation trainee from Huasheng, who will soon turn 13. How fortunate he is to experience the joy of having both a son and a daughter. Investing in him is certainly worthwhile. Yao Yuer stepped back and noticed that the video had already amassed over 200,000 views. It seems that her little one will attract quite a few fans from his concert. Oh, how commendable he is! He approaches every stage with utmost seriousness. Yet, one wonders how much hardship he has endured to achieve such improvement. Just thinking about it makes Yao Yuer feel a pang of sympathy. In Haisher, a film crew was working late into the night. During a break, the director emerged from the restroom and spotted a staff member chuckling away while engrossed in his phone. Casually glancing at the staff member's screen, the director caught sight of a strikingly handsome young man performing a one-handed side flip. The boy possessed an exquisite appearance, exuding an inexplicable aura. With just a glance, one could sense a sharp, sword-like energy surrounding him. The director hesitated, retracting his footstep, and silently stood behind the staff member to watch. After a while, the staff member, eyes squinting with delight, muttered to himself, "Hee, my Mizai is simply the best." Overhearing this, the director could not help but inquire softly from behind, "Who is Mizai?" Chapter 30. Dual lead dance following the concert attended by thousands. Mi Bai and his companions returned to their usual routines. The difference this time was that, with the school year approaching, the training schedule assigned by the company was relatively light, allowing the children, who had been engaged in intense training during the holiday and lacked time for their summer assignments, to catch up on their studies. In recent days, the video of the massive concert had been widely shared, and although Mi Bai and his fellow trainees, being less prominent in Huasheng entertainment, could not compare their popularity to that of their seniors, Li Renfu had, after several days of accumulating views, finally surpassed 1 million views, marking a significant breakthrough. Furthermore, Mi Bai's girl group dance performance video had also exceeded 500,000 views, with hopes of reaching 1 million, making it the highest viewed performance among all fourth-generation trainees. In the evening, Mi Bai lay upon his bed, contemplating his current statistics. Name, Mi Bai. Age, 12 zodiac sign, Scorpio, October 27th. Height, 168 centimeters. Weight, 94 kilograms. Character value, 1072. Affection value, 42. Usable in the space-time practice room. Main task, 3 progress. Shua was fan count 2. 483. 541, 000. Incomplete. True fans 196. 541, 000. Incomplete. Main task 2 reward, 12 master performance lessons, and used. Note, true fans provide affection value daily. He had recently expended his affection value during training. All his efforts were not in vain, for in these past few days, he had gained tens of thousands of fans, and true fans had increased by almost 10,000. Although he remained far from his goal, he was making progress with each passing moment. Closing the system panel, Mi Bai prepared to sleep, while beside him, Igaoya was busily tackling summer homework, enviously glancing at Mi Bai. Both were balancing work and study. Yet why did Mi Bai excel so remarkably? Igaoya, biting the end of his pen in confusion, faced the daunting assignment before him and contemplated simply searching for the answers to copy. However, after a moment's thought, he refrained. After all, he aspired to be an idol. And while his grades could be mediocre, they must not fall too low. What would become of his fans then? Pondering this, Igaoya scratched his head, his small face adopting a serious expression as he continued to wrestle with his summer assignments. The following day, as Mi Bai exited dance class, he was guided to Sister Chi's office by a staff member. Pushing the door open with a perplexed expression, he saw Sister Chi seated at her desk, seemingly engrossed in work. Beside her stood a bewildered youth, Rong Shi, who had just completed his exam and was brought here immediately by staff, equally uncertain of his purpose. Upon seeing Mi Bai enter, Rong Shi exhaled in relief. The previous atmosphere had been stifling. As Mi Bai stepped inside, Sister Chi lifted her gaze to assess both boys. Mi Bai had grown significantly taller over the past year, now nearly 170 centimeters in height with shoes, while Rong Shi, at 15, stood around 176 centimeters, a half head taller than Mi Bai. Observing their heights, Sister Chi nodded in satisfaction, extending a document to each of them. Take a look at this. The video will be sent to you shortly, and I expect you to study it diligently. Filming will commence in a week. Exchanging glances, Mi Bai and Rong, she accepted the documents and began to scrutinize them. It outlined a dance concept, clearly indicating a duet of pure dance. Understanding the situation, they realized that unlike their previous performances which had an audience, this one would resemble an MV format. Noticing they had comprehended the material, Sister Chi smiled, her gaze shifting to Mi Bai. Spotting Mi Bai's naturally radiant face, even without makeup, a hint of satisfaction flickered in her eyes. Mi Bai, would you be agreeable to switching your instrument course from drums to piano? The fourth-generation trainees have been public for a year now, and the company had developed a general understanding of each trainee. In her impression, although Mi Bai had acquired a decent proficiency in drumming, it paled in comparison to the elegance exhibited by his roommate, Yi Gaoya. Moreover, Mi Bai's instrumental lessons were far less engaging than Yi's dance classes, suggesting that Mi Bai did not harbor a profound affection for the drums. Given this context and the company's decisions, Chi Mei proposed this suggestion to Mi Bai. Upon hearing Chi Jie's words, Mi Bai was momentarily taken aback. He observed Chi Jie's expression, which clearly indicated her desire for him to make a change. After some contemplation, Mi Bai gradually nodded in agreement. His initial choice of drums stemmed from the simple allure of their aesthetic appeal, rather than a genuine passion. Nonetheless, adhering to his belief in commitment to learning, he resolved to attend the music classes. With the company's suggestion to switch instruments, he thought it best to comply. After a year without developing a fondness for the drums, the likelihood of him doing so in the future seemed slim. Mi Bai's nod elicited a flicker of joy in Chi Mei's eyes. She turned to them both and remarked that Rong, she also studied piano and had just completed an examination today. She encouraged Rong, she to assist Mi Bai in his musical endeavors for mutual improvement. After imparting a few more words of encouragement, Chi Mei allowed them to leave. At the door, Rong, she looked at Mi Bai with a puzzled expression and hesitantly inquired, Xiao Bai, will you be practicing piano today? Mi Bai felt a sense of helplessness. He understood all too well why Rong, she had posed such a question. With his gaze lowered towards the documents in his hands, he recalled Chi Jie's subtle hints about fostering their communication to strengthen their bond. If he was not mistaken, the company was likely promoting the two of them. Chapter 31. Harmonization. Mi Bai's suspicions were confirmed. Although his ranking was 2 positions lower than Rong Shi's, his data and sales had topped the charts for the past few months. It was evident that he would claim the leading position in the next ranking shift. Under these circumstances, the company's intention to promote both of them seemed entirely reasonable. What Mi Bai was unaware of was that the company had long harbored aspirations of launching a dual-lead dance group. Humans are inherently visual creatures, and dance is the most immediate form of expression. While audiences may not fully comprehend the intricacies of dance, they can certainly appreciate beauty. The notion of a dual-lead dance had been in the company's plans for quite some time, but during the previous generation, only Lung Jiamu could be considered a true lead dancer, leaving the initiative suspended. In Mi Bai's generation, initially there was only Rong Shi. Having trained in classical dance for a decade, Rong, she possessed an ethereal charm complemented by his strikingly handsome features. His performances radiated youthful vigor intertwined with a unique sense of grace. This distinctiveness allowed Rong, she to stand out among the multitude of trainees, dominating the first tier for nearly a year. While Rong, she was undoubtedly exceptional, the company merely acknowledged the existence of a lead dancer in this generation without considering the revival of the dual lead concept, until Mi Bai emerged. Initially, Mi Bai's dancing skills were not particularly remarkable, yet his progress was astounding, with each performance showcasing a significant leap in his abilities. Due to Mi Bai's remarkable progress, the company's upper management entertained the notion of reviving the dual lead dance plan. What truly catalyzed the execution of this plan was Mi Bai's performance at the recent grand concert. In Li Run Fu, Mi Bai and Rong, she showcased a splendid dual lead dance, successfully supporting the choreography, making Mi Bai the only member of the 4th generation girl group to break out from the crowd. Perhaps Mi Bai's dance skills do not yet match those of Rong Shi, but his outstanding stage presence more than compensates for this. Furthermore, Mibai possesses an exquisitely beautiful face, which alone is enough to captivate an audience simply by standing there. Driven by various factors, the company's executives ultimately decided to officially implement the dual lead dance plan. Moreover, the height difference between Mibai and Rong Shi has significantly diminished compared to a year ago, making this the perfect time to proceed. Mibai glanced at the stage concept in his hands and shook his head at Rong Shi, saying, "Let us save that for next time. For now, let us focus on perfecting this stage." The dance needed to be shot next week, meaning they had to master it within a week. Upon hearing this, Rong Shi nodded in understanding, biting his lip as he replied, "All right, I'll be staying at the apartment for a while. You can come over anytime." Sister Chi encouraged them to interact more and strengthen their bond. And since he was unsure how to do that, he decided to move in closer to Mibai. Rong Shi's home was in City C, so he and T moved into the company-arranged apartment, only encountering Mibai during classes. Now, to foster their relationship, he believed living in the same place as Mibai would be more convenient, especially considering the elegant demeanor of Igaoya. Sharing a room with Mibai meant they had the best relationship among the group. Mu Junfeng lived next door, and their relationship was decent, at least better than his. Regardless, they would ultimately debut as a group, and living under the same roof would facilitate the development of their group spirit. With this thought in mind, Rong Shi felt an even stronger urge to move back to the apartment. Unbeknownst to the still enjoying his single room Mu Junfeng, his roommate was about to return. Upon returning to the dormitory, Mibai found Igaoya still struggling with his summer homework. Seeing Mibai return, he lamented, "Ah, Xiaobai, I truly don't want to do any of this homework." Mibai reached out to gently ruffle his hair and reassured him, saying, "Don't worry, I'll cheer you on." Igaoya looked at him with a forlorn expression, unable to comprehend why, as fellow part-time trainees, he was such an underachiever. While he could understand Mibai's intelligence and academic success, he was puzzled by how Mu Junfeng, who learned dance so slowly, could still achieve such good grades. Was he the only one among them with a less capable mind? Igaoya sank into a deep spiral of self-doubt, noticing him gazing up at the ceiling at a 45-degree angle. Mibai couldn't help but smirk and kindly reminded him, "There are only 4 days left until school starts. Your time is running out." Igaoya exclaimed, "Xiaobai, you devil." After motivating Igaoya to study, Mibai began to meticulously analyze the dual stage concept that Sister Chi had provided them. This concept, presented in the form of an MV, was titled Wind and was likely an old stage design from long ago. This implies that the stage was not custom-made for the two of them. Rather, they needed to imbue it with their own distinctive flair. Mibai diligently researched the stage, staying up until the early hours of the morning. He had anticipated a chance to rest after the concert, only to find himself sleeping even later than during the event itself. Their performance at the concert had been brief, with ample time allocated, unlike now, when they had a mere 7 days for practice. The following day, Mibai arrived at the company early. He played some music for a while until Rong Shi joined him, as they had agreed to practice together over the next few days. Mibai greeted him and suggested, "Let us run through it a couple of times before the teacher arrives." "Sure," Rong Shi replied, momentarily pausing before sitting closely beside Mibai. The proximity was indicative of a close friendship, a distance Mibai initially found uncomfortable, though he had grown accustomed to such physical closeness with his good friend Igaoya. It must be said that positive physical contact can indeed rapidly strengthen the bond between two individuals. Sister Chi encouraged them to cultivate their rapport quickly, and physical contact was certainly one method to achieve that. Mibai wished to deepen their relationship, and Rongshi shared that desire. Thus, after Mibai spoke, he readily decreased the space between them, striving to become familiar with each other swiftly. Their prior camaraderie rendered this gesture unremarkable. When the dance instructor entered, the sight of the two young heads huddled together in conversation was harmonious. Ahem, the instructor cleared her throat, asserting her presence. Mibai and Rong, she turned in unison toward the entrance. In their unadorned state, their fresh faces appeared even more youthful. Gazing intently at someone could melt hearts. Mibai's exquisite features were particularly striking, his glistening peach blossom eyes a veritable weapon of allure. Upon meeting their gaze, the dance instructor instinctively placed a hand over her heart. Goodness, the trainees in this cohort were exceptionally handsome. The dance teacher instructed me by and Rong, she was not the same as the one they usually had. This instructor had been specially assigned by the company due to the relaunch of the dual lead dancer project. Me Bai and Rong, she had already connected with this instructor online and formed a small group to discuss the choreography, but today marked their first in-person encounter. Me Bai blinked, then promptly pulled Rong Shi up to bow and greet. "Hello, teacher." Rong Shi, momentarily startled, instinctively echoed, "Hello, teacher." The dance instructor waved her hand dismissively, laughing. No need to be so formal. Before her arrival, the company had sent her the basic profiles of these two young trainees, revealing that one possessed charisma while the other exhibited skill, both being among the more capable individuals in this cohort of trainees. Such children are self-disciplined and possess their own thoughts, making them relatively easy to teach. Thus, the dance instructor tends to have a favorable attitude towards them. Me Bai nodded slightly, casting a glance at the cameraman beside him without uttering a word. The dance instructor need not be concerned about the camera, as he was not in the frame. Yet both he and Rong Shi would be filmed continuously. From the moment the cameraman entered, the lens was focused solely on the two of them, and it was anticipated that their training footage would be utilized as material. Rong Shi experienced a brief moment of confusion at the outset, but quickly regained his composure upon noticing the camera. Although he did not achieve the same level of relaxation as the dance instructor, the subsequent teaching progressed smoothly. Having faced the camera for nearly a year, maintaining a facade could be exhausting. Thus, they merely paid slight attention to their words and posture, otherwise behaving as they typically would. This exemplifies the cultivation system, where being under constant observation results in a genuine portrayal of oneself before the lens, allowing them to be more at ease than artists from other agencies. Yes, extend your hand, Rong Shi. Do not be shy. You are both boys, so why the blush? Me Bai was reminded to maintain focus. Entwined. Entwined. You are the wind. Feel the exchange. On the third day of training, they had completed learning the choreography, and the instructor was now honing in on their details. One of Rong Shi's movements involved extending his hand, two fingers leaping from Me Bai's fingertips to his shoulder and neck, while the other hand glided across Me Bai's waist, enveloping him entirely. In terms of stage concept, Rong Shi represented the winter wind, cold and pure, while Me Bai embodied the summer breeze, passionate and fiery. This movement aimed to convey the imagery of the cold wind enveloping the flame, with warmth burning amidst the cold snow. However, it was evident that Rong Shi's stage presence could not overshadow Me Bai's at this moment, failing to convey the intended sense of coverage. After several attempts, the dance instructor allowed them a brief respite to contemplate the situation. Rong Shi possessed considerable talent, yet his stage presence fell short compared to Me Bai, leading to his overshadowing during the recent practice. Stage presence is an elusive quality, one that can only be grasped through personal insight, as it cannot be taught by instructors. Moreover, Rong Shi was not devoid of stage presence. At his age, he was already quite remarkable, though he lagged slightly behind Me Bai, causing Me Bai to be more eye-catching during their duet. That particular movement was a pivotal moment, and a stellar performance could garner a substantial fanbase. Me Bai executed the summer breeze sensation flawlessly, while Rong Shi's representation of the winter wind was eclipsed by Me Bai's summer warmth. The dance instructor furrowed his brow, deeply contemplating the issue at hand. First and foremost, it was not feasible to ask Me Bai to tone it down. While a more subdued performance might achieve harmony, it would also weaken the overall impact. It was ideal for Rong Shi to elevate his performance naturally. As the dance instructor pondered solutions, Me Bai and Rong Shi were not idle. They reviewed the recorded footage multiple times, both seeking ways to improve. "I apologize," Rong Shi murmured after watching the video several times, realizing the issue stemmed from his own performance, and he bit his lip in frustration. From childhood to adulthood, he has always been the one to assist others. This is the first time he feels he has held someone back. Me Bai glanced at the video and said, "No need to apologize. Your performance was splendid. I should be the one thanking you for all the help you've provided me these past few days." This dance is a fusion of modern and traditional Chinese styles. Given his weak foundation, he had previously performed well only because he had ample time of practice. However, this time, the rehearsal period was merely 7 days. Over the past few days after class, Rongxi had consistently led him in additional practice. So it is he who ought to express gratitude to Rongxi. Mi Bai looked at him, his eyes filled with sincere appreciation and acknowledgement. Rongxi's dancing was truly exceptional. From a technical standpoint, there was not a flaw to be found, and the stage was impeccably set. So he had no reason to feel remorse. It was merely a temporary loss of feeling. They still had time. Rongxi gazed into Mi Bai's eyes, which sparkled like dewy peach blossoms, and as he stared unblinkingly, it felt as if his very soul was being drawn in. He had always known that Xiao Bai was handsome, but he had never seen him so closely before. For a fleeting moment, Rongxi felt his mind go blank. Under Mi Bai's curious gaze, a rosy hue gradually spread across Rongxi's fair face. Mi Bai questioned, "I can't understand the blush from dancing so closely. But what is happening now?" Mi Bai glanced at Rongxi, who shyly tilted his head, avoiding his gaze. The handsome youth, with slightly damp hair and flushed cheeks, evoked an inexplicable sense of affection, as if an ethereal being from the heavens had been drawn down to the mortal realm. Mi Bai, observing the flicker of brilliance in Rongxi's otherwise indifferent eyes, exclaimed joyfully, "I understand." Before Rongxi could fully process Mi Bai's gaze, his hand was already being pulled toward the dance instructor. "Teacher, may I switch roles with Rongxi for that last move?" Mi Bai's eyes sparkled as he made the suggestion, still holding the bewildered Rongxi beside him. The dance instructor, noticing the exquisite Mi Bai and the still flushed Rongxi, felt a spark of inspiration. Yes, that could work. Having seen how Rongxi blushed merely from being near Mi Bai, it would be natural for Mi Bai to take over, showcasing the movement's intended expression effortlessly. As for Mi Bai, with his undeniable stage presence, the instructor was confident he could convey the desired emotion for that move. "All right, let's see you both try it out." The dance instructor eagerly replayed the music from their earlier segment, eager to witness the result of their role reversal. The melodious yet passionate notes began to play. Mi Bai turned to Rongxi, a playful smirk dancing on his lips, infused with a hint of allure. In the fleeting exchange of glances, he captivated Rongxi, delivering an overwhelming impact that left him utterly astonished. Rongxi thought. Chapter 33. The switch before Mi Bai even began a dance. A mere glance was enough to restore the blush on Rongxi's face that had just begun to fade. During class, the teachers continuously praised Xiao Bai's expressiveness. Initially, he remained unfazed, attributing it merely to Xiao Bai's commanding presence. However, after experiencing it firsthand, he comprehended the true intensity of Xiao Bai's expressiveness. In a fleeting moment, he felt as if his soul had been submerged in those eloquent eyes, his mind akin to an antiquated machine, rendered utterly immobile. Rongxi felt like a mere automaton, completely captivated by Mi Bai's allure. Yet, this very demeanor elicited smiles from the observing dance instructor. Yes, that was the expression. The instructor beheld Mi Bai dancing fluidly to the music, her eyes gleaming with admiration. While many possess the ability to dance, few embody both skill and charisma. Moreover, Mi Bai's charisma had the power to inspire her partner. The dance instructor squinted, contemplating a deeper conversation with this young talent. Without a doubt, this child would become the ace of the 4th generation of Huasheng, akin to the current Cole Jiamu in TK. On the final day of rehearsals for the dance wind, Mi Bai and Rongxi completed their practice after a few rounds. The challenges encountered in previous days had already been resolved, and the remaining days were merely about enhancing proficiency and synergy, minor issues. The dance instructor, who arrived each day with an upbeat demeanor, felt that today's students had become increasingly easy to teach. After practice, Mi Bai and Rongxi bid farewell to their dance instructor and proceeded outside. However, this time, their destination was different from the previous days. Instead of heading straight back to their apartment, they made their way to Sister Chi's office. Mi Bai glanced at Rongxi before raising his hand to knock on the door before them. The day before, during practice, they had simultaneously received a message from Sister Chi, requesting them to visit her office that afternoon. Upon entering, they found Chi Mei waiting for them in her swivel chair. As they entered, she gestured for her assistant to hand them 2 scripts. These had been proactively provided by the production team for their review. They were to audition in 3 days. Seemingly preoccupied with other matters, Sister Chi handed them the scripts and sent them on their way. Outside the door, Rongshi and Mi Bai exchanged glances. Rongshi sighed, feeling as though everything had converged at once. Mi Bai nodded in agreement, also feeling somewhat overwhelmed. They had been back in school for a few days, while Li Gaoya and the others had already resumed their studies. Only he and Rongshi had taken leave for dance rehearsals. Since the grand concert, he had been tirelessly busy and was feeling quite fatigued. Mi Bai casually flipped through the script, reflecting on Sister Chi's demeanor, which suggested she held little hope for them. "Let us do our best," Mi Bai remarked. Rongshi nodded, sharing a smile with Mi Bai as they returned to their apartment. This afternoon might be their only opportunity for rest in the past few days, and they needed to seize the moment. After all, filming would commence tomorrow, and in 3 days, they would need to catch a flight for auditions, both demanding undertakings. While they rested, the online storm was just beginning. At 9 o'clock that evening, Huasheng released the latest rankings of the 4th-generation trainees. This ranking was originally scheduled for release in July. However, it was postponed due to the biennial concert hosted by Huasheng. According to official statements from Huasheng, this will be the final position adjustment for this year, with the next expected in March of the following year. In this latest ranking, Mi Bai secured the 1st position, followed by Rongshi in 2nd, Li Gaoya in 3rd, Yuan Hisu in 4th, and Rong Jia Shi in 5th. Unfortunately, Mu Junfeng plummeted from 2nd to 6th place. When Mi Bai and the others were publicly announced, Huasheng had already set the requirement for their generation to consist of 5 members. Consequently, Mu Junfeng was directly excluded from debuting, which caused quite an uproar among fans. Online, the reactions were fervent. The recent position changes are intriguing. How did Mu Junfeng drop so significantly? I recall his abilities being quite commendable. It's only natural. His dancing has been subpar, and he received limited camera time in recent performances, which justifies his fall. Primarily, Yuan Hisu has been performing exceptionally well, and he has also completed his voice transition, correct? His deep and soothing voice is quite captivating. Isn't it a bit excessive for Mi Bai to claim the top spot? His skills do not seem to merit such a position. Shouldn't he be in 1st place? Just looking at his face, one might concede. Moreover, his performance in this concert was rather commendable. Indeed, this young man has shown significant improvement. It appears he and Rongshi have truly broken through this time. Rong Jia Shi previously held a respectable rank, and his dazzling stage presence naturally attracted more fans. It's a pity for Rongshi. According to the official data, he was not far behind Mi Bai, yet this slight margin resulted in his drop to 2nd. However, it seems the 4th generation overall has managed to garner attention without being overshadowed by the numerous predecessors, which is quite remarkable. Indeed, witnessing the recent performances from the neighboring company has been quite disheartening. What is going on with the boy group, not singing? How could the only major stage performer end up in 6th place? What kind of absurd staging is the company orchestrating? Why put the vocalists in a position to dance? Huasheng Entertainment must acknowledge the vocalists. They should provide Mu Junfeng with an appropriate stage. It's evident the company never intended for our darling to debut. The stage suppression is apparent. Does the company even realize who can bring in revenue? Do they comprehend staging? Vocalists should be allowed to sing. Who among the 4th generation has achieved 1 million views on their stage? Can anyone discern that it was Mu Junfeng who showcased the high notes and dramatic flair in the Li Renfu performance? Yet the most attention went to the dance team? This foolish company is merely using my child as an accessory, aren't they? Jun Bao is still in the process of voice transition. He can sing the high notes, yet the camera does not capture him, correct? Exactly. Without camera time, how can one gain fans? This suppression tactic is something Huasheng has certainly mastered. Oh, my darling, how difficult must it be for him to face this outcome? Rongshi has worked so hard, performing excellently on every stage. It is we who have not kept pace with him. Dedicated fans versus those who are apathetic. Let's not be lackadaisical. Rongshi's first place has already been usurped once. Must we allow him to be robbed of it repeatedly? Yes, we must rally. Let this serve as a lesson. Next time, let us ensure that our beloved Shi regains his rightful first place. Eternal first. The glories of Huaxing Entertainment in contrast to the sorrow experienced by the fans of Rongshi and Mu Junfeng. The supporters of the other top 5 groups are reveling in jubilation. Secret Garden, oh my goodness. Our darling has truly outdone himself. First place. I always believed that Mi Bao would achieve this. From the sidelines to the lead dancer, the hardships endured by Mi Zai are known only to him. Every step we take is not in vain. Every stride you take, Mi Bai counts. You are magnificent. Huaxing Entertainment's Mi Bai, this belated first place brings immense comfort. The earliest to arrive at the company each day is Mi Bai, and the last to leave is also Mi Bai. This recognition is well-deserved. Due to the recent changes in their lineup, fans have spent sleepless nights online, while Mi Bai and the others have already succumbed to slumber. The past few days of training have been exhausting, leading both him and Rongshi to collapse in a bed. That evening, Mu Junfeng and Yi Gaoya returned from their evening study session to find the two exhausted figures sprawled on the bed. Instinctively, they moved quietly to avoid waking them. Mu Junfeng gazed at the two worn-out individuals, lowering his gaze. He was naturally aware of the lineup changes, and it was impossible for him not to feel a tinge of disappointment. Yet ultimately, he recognized his own lack of performance. A boy band cannot rely solely on singing. He had been overly confident in his vocal abilities, believing that a strong voice could compensate for his dance shortcomings. Yi Gaoya, noticing Mu Junfeng's demeanor, suddenly patted him on the shoulder, offering quiet encouragement. Keep pushing forward. We are still young. With that, he went off to freshen up. Mu Junfeng's eyes flickered. He understood Yi Gaoya's implication. They are still young, with ample time to learn. He glanced at Rongshi, who was sleeping soundly on the bed. If only he had put in the same effort as them, perhaps today would have yielded a different outcome. Rongshi's dancing was already impressive, yet he trained diligently. Not to mention Mi Bai, who was the last to leave the company each day. Mu Junfeng pressed his lips together, silently devising a training plan for himself. He does not seek to become an exceptional dancer. He merely hopes to maintain his current level, avoiding the need for his instructors to conceal him during performances, as had happened on concert day. The following day, before dawn had broken, Mi Bai and Rongshi were roused by their assistant sister for styling. As Mi Bai stirred in a daze, he felt the makeup artist applying products to his face. By the time he was fully awake, his look was completely transformed. With slightly opened eyes, he peered into the mirror, bewildered by his appearance. His eyes widened in astonishment, pupils quivering. Chapter 34. The makeup reflection in the mirror revealed a striking visage with ruby lips and a touch of vermilion placed delicately between his brows, adding a hint of allure to his countenance. The eyeliner, also in a shade of red, was subtly lighter than the vermilion, elegantly tracing an enticing curve at the outer corners of his eyes, enhancing the romantic depth of his gaze and evoking an enchanting allure with a mere glance. Truly a breathtaking sight. Indeed, a beauty that captivates with its unparalleled grace and charm. Mi Bai, filled with astonishment, recognized his own allure, often entranced by his reflection in the mirror. However, he did not anticipate that he could appear to such a degree of beauty, akin to the scorching sun of summer, capable of burning those who gazed upon him. Mi Bai silently applauded the makeup artist, truly a professional. It seemed the company had invested a considerable sum for this shoot. Otherwise, they would not have put such effort into the makeup. Compared to their previous looks, this transformation was nothing short of extraordinary. Previously, Mi Bai's makeup was rather ordinary, and thus, on earlier stages, it was the natural beauty of Mi Bai that enhanced the makeup. This time, however, the makeup truly complemented the person. With Mi Bai's inherent attractiveness, the makeup accentuated his features, rendering him almost otherworldly, like a painting. After admiring his reflection for several minutes, someone tapped him on the shoulder. He looked up to find Rongshi gazing at him with a playful smile, seemingly captivated. Although Rongshi spoke in jest, there was a hint of awe in his eyes, especially when Mi Bai lifted his gaze towards him. Rongshi felt his heart skip a beat. The red-tone makeup made Xiao Bai appear exceptionally stunning. Though Xiao Bai was already handsome, this makeup only heightened his allure. Mi Bai noticed that Rong, she sported a similar makeup style, predominantly silver, which lent an ethereal quality to his already celestial demeanor, making him appear as if he were a being untouched by the mundane world. Mi Bai teased, "You look like someone I can hardly aspire to reach." Rong, she glanced at Mi Bai's exquisite, radiant face, then at his own, and with a smirk remarked, "No, the narrative should be that I am utterly captivated by you." With a face like Xiao Bai's, who would dare claim they were out of his league? Rongshi's refined demeanor was a product of his upbringing and classical dance training, exuding an air of unattainability simply by standing there. Yet, Mi Bai possessed a face as delicate as a BJD doll, rendering him mesmerizing. Mi Bai squinted playfully, a smile curving at the corners of his lips as he pulled at Rongshi's collar and drew closer. "So, have you been enchanted?" Recently, the two had spent nearly every day together, growing familiar and comfortable enough to joke without reservation. Rongshi, caught off guard by the close proximity and the striking beauty before him, felt momentarily dazed. After a few seconds, he shook his head and lightly patted Mi Bai's head, saying, "Of course, that face of yours is irresistible to all ages." Even after becoming familiar, he found himself continually astonished by Mi Bai's beauty. Having grown accustomed to Mi Bai's seemingly aloof demeanor, Rongshi understood that beneath the surface lay a rather proud individual who relished compliments about his looks. Indeed, upon hearing Rongshi's compliment, Mi Bai released his grip on the collar, kindly straightening it for him. As Rongshi gazed into Mi Bai's light-colored eyes, he suddenly realized that if it weren't for the detached expression that lent Mi Bai an air of coolness and cruelty, which made others hesitant to approach, his beauty would likely draw crowds wherever he went. While getting ready, he had overheard several staff members discussing Mi Bai, their eyes betraying an uncontainable admiration. They conversed for a while before being escorted by the staff to the shooting location. Today, the photography was entrusted to a photographer of modest renown, sourced externally by the company. When the photographer arrived, he held little expectation, considering the subject were merely two children, one 15 years old and the other reportedly not yet 13. With such youth, he pondered what could be captured. He adjusted his equipment, doubting that the two youngsters could adequately convey the essence of the wind, intending to merely snap a few shots to fulfill his obligation. Suddenly, a gasp echoed around him. The photographer glanced up to see the two youths approaching against the backdrop of the sun. The sunlight blazed, illuminating their delicate features, rendering them breathtakingly radiant. As they approached, it felt as if time itself had come to a standstill. Thump, thump, thump. The sound of his own heartbeat reverberated, deafening. Chapter 35. A smile can be fatal. The seasoned photographer had encountered numerous beauties throughout his career, primarily seasoned artists from the entertainment industry. Previously, the company had been less established, only gaining traction with the emergence of the second generation of boy bands. It was the current group, TK, that truly secured the company's position in the entertainment realm, making this photographer's task with such young children a first. He had anticipated encountering two innocent little ones, yet was instead met with two strikingly poised youths. One exuded an ethereal grace, while the other possessed an unparalleled beauty, captivating beyond measure. Yet, they retained a hint of youthful innocence, their boyish charm seamlessly complementing their allure. As the two youths stepped forward, the dazzling sunlight seemed to shine exclusively for them. The photographer, with keen eyes, swiftly captured their essence, immortalizing their presence in a single click. "Hello, teacher," they greeted in unison. As Rongshi and Mi Bai followed the staff towards the photographer, an assistant approached, stating, "Our artists are ready and can commence shooting at any time." The photographer nodded, his gaze reflecting satisfaction as he observed Mi Bai and Rongshi. Initially, he had braced himself for a challenging shoot, already contemplating how to salvage it. However, the reality of the two children left him pleasantly surprised, particularly the slightly shorter youth, even after years in the industry. He had never encountered a child with such exquisite features. With a sense of wonder, the photographer looked at Mi Bai, signaling to the team that they could begin. He was eager to witness the stage presence of these two youths, hoping they would prove to be more than just beautiful faces. Naturally, he began to harbor expectations from me, Bai, and Rong Shi. After all, who wouldn't he admire children who possessed both beauty and talent? In truth, even if me, Bai, and Rong Shi lacked prowess, it would suffice to focus on their faces to fulfill the task. Yet, with hope in his heart, he yearned for a performance that transcended mere aesthetics. The haunting melody of a flute began to play. The white mist gradually dissipated, and Rong Shi and me, Bai, exchanged a glance, both lifting their gazes to meet the camera's gaze. The boy's eyes portrayed contrasting emotions, one cold as ice, the other fervent as fire, exemplifying the essence of both extremes. The camera captured a close-up, only to swiftly pull back, revealing the full figures of the two youths. They stood, ethereal and poised, reminiscent of graceful cranes against a clear sky, embodying effortless elegance. The photographer, witnessing this scene unfold, could not help but smile with satisfaction. He knew that this piece, titled Wind, was destined for success. Both me, Bai, and Rong Shi were exceptional dancers, their movements light and precise, beautifully conveying the sensations of winter and summer winds. As the seasons shifted, me, Bai, executed a spinning kick, landing behind Rong Shi. He leaned in, his warm breath cascading over Rong Shi's neck, and delicately traced his fingers from Rong Shi's fingertips to his shoulders. Responding instinctively, Rong Shi turned his head, locking eyes with me, Bai's mesmerizing gaze. Even after countless rehearsals, the sight of that fair face still ignited a blush upon him, melting away his previously frosty demeanor. The photographer swiftly zoomed in, capturing the intensity of that gaze. A gasp echoed through the production room as the staff beheld the shot. Initially, they had merely noted the boy's striking beauty, yet the allure he exuded was tinged with an undeniable intensity, rendering him almost unattainable. In that moment, as he smiled, his previously indifferent eyes glimmered with a hint of warmth, complemented by his peach blossom-like countenance. He resembled an enchanting sprite, evoking a longing to offer one's very heart in devotion. The production room fell into a profound silence, ensnared by the charm of that recent smile. Some individuals, when they smile, possess an allure that can truly be lethal. Chapter 36. The gift. After me, Bai's hand glided over Rong Shi's shoulders. He naturally wrapped his arms around his neck. In response, Rong Shi hooked his arm around me, Bai's waist, pulling him from behind to the front with a gentle force. The white gauze billowed, and the red silk danced. They moved with the lightness of the wind, intertwining in a delicate embrace. At this moment, two natural breezes converged. Rong Shi's garments fluttered as he leaned down, urging me, Bai, to bend backward. Although he held the dominant position, me, Bai, wore a slight smile, his eyes twinkling with mischief, as if he were the one being tamed. A swath of red silk floated through the air, obscuring their gazes from one another. With a fluid motion, me, Bai effortlessly flipped, sitting gracefully on the ground, his striking eyes sparkling as his right hand released the silk, embodying a wild and beautiful spirit. Rong Shi mirrored me, Bai's movements, turning and raising his hand, allowing the silk to slip from his grasp, yet the blush on his cheeks had already faded, and his gaze returned to its initial, icy demeanor. The exchange of winds concluded. As the dance drew to a close, a profound silence enveloped the space, eventually giving way to applause led by the director. The talent of today's youth is truly remarkable, the director mused behind the photographer's lens. In just a few fleeting minutes, the encounter, entanglement, and conclusion of the dance were portrayed with remarkable completeness, and considering their tender ages, it is unfathomable to imagine the heights they will reach as they grow. The staff's faces, upon first contact with the artist from Huashen, were adorned with uncontainable awe. The children of today are truly extraordinary. Alongside their astonishment, the Huashen staff wore expressions of pride. These dual lead dancers are indeed exceptional talents, capable of dazzling even within the entertainment industry. The admiration from the onlookers rendered the two children somewhat bashful, especially since it was their inaugural experience on set. Bai exhibited no outward emotion, yet the alabaster hue of his earlobes subtly blushed a delicate pink. Unable to resist, he instinctively sought refuge behind Rong-shi, evading the fervent gazes of the uncles and aunts. Rong-shi, having spent considerable time with me by recently, swiftly comprehended his companion's behavior. He straightened his posture and discreetly shielded me from some of the attention. After a brief period of accolades, the two children were granted respite. Although the initial filming had been commendable, certain shots required retakes, and for the sake of the production's quality, Mi-bai and his peers would undoubtedly need to perform several more iterations, ultimately selecting the finest rendition. With time still available, they were promptly encouraged to rest. Mi-bai took Rong-shi's hand, settling beside him for the makeup artist to attend to their touch-ups. Uncertain of the day's duration, Mi-bai observed the bustling activity ahead and surmised it would be an extended affair. His instincts proved accurate, despite merely being a dance. It took Mi-bai and Rong-shi a full 2 days to complete the filming. The staff's standards were exceptionally stringent. Even the slightest misalignment in lighting necessitated a complete redo. This marked Mi-bai's first experience in filming, and it profoundly enlightened him to the arduous nature of idol production. Indeed, behind all the glamour and glitz lies an unseen struggle. After the shoot concluded, Mi-bai and Rong-shi were so exhausted that they exchanged no words. Upon returning to their apartment, they collapsed onto their beds and succumbed to slumber. However, Mi-bai had taken precautions. He set an alarm on the car ride back to prevent oversleeping. After all, they still bore the weight of an audition looming ahead. The airline had arranged their tickets 2 days prior, and tomorrow they would simply need to bring their scripts to the airport. In a state of drowsiness, Mi-bai sensed someone had covered him with a blanket, but fatigue overwhelmed him, and he drifted back to sleep with half-open eyes. His final impression in the realm of consciousness was of a fair wrist adorned with glimmering silver jewelry, cold and noble, akin to the celestial Milky Way. By morning, Mi-bai, with disheveled hair, sat up in bed. Lost in thought, he remained in a stupor for several minutes before slowly reaching for his phone to check the time. The alarm had yet to ring. There was still a little time to sleep. With his sluggish mind turning over this conclusion, he closed his eyes once more and lay back down. It was not until the phone alarm blared that Mi-bai reluctantly rolled out of bed. Silently rising to his feet, he shook his head and vaguely recalled that someone had entered the room he shared with Rong-shi the previous night. Due to recent rehearsals, he and Rong-shi had been practicing late into the night, prompting Rong-shi and Lee to temporarily swap rooms. This arrangement ensured that Lee and the others could study without disturbance, while allowing Mi-bai and his group to rehearse with peace of mind. Last night, Mi-bai, feeling quite dazed, failed to see clearly. After some contemplation, he decided not to force himself and gently patted the still sleeping Rong-shi before rising to freshen up. After placing some small items like chargers into his backpack, Mi-bai made his way to the living room, casually grabbing a bun while waiting for the driver to arrive. Just then, Lee descended the stairs and immediately spotted Mi-bai enjoying his breakfast. A look of surprise blossomed on his face as he hurried over, enveloping Mi-bai in a warm embrace. "Xiaobai, I thought you had already left. I assumed your flight would be quite early today." Mi-bai allowed Lee to hold him, raising the hand that clutched the bun slightly to avoid staining Lee clothing. He gently patted Lee's back, replying, "Yes, the audition is tomorrow. We're just staying in the hotel today." Lee nestled closer, feigning a pout as he lamented, "It feels like ages since I last saw you. I'm so unaccustomed to this room swap, not sharing a room with Xiaobai, returning late, and hardly seeing you around the apartment. Even when I do, there's no time or energy for a chat. Xiaobai hasn't been in the training room either. It's been nearly half a month since we had a good conversation." Mi-bai pushed him away gently, aware of how tiring it must be to keep his arms raised. Meeting Lee's forlorn gaze, he offered comfort. "We'll switch back in a few days." At this, Lee hugged him tightly once more before releasing his hold. Settling down beside Mi-bai and gazing at him with a slightly dazed expression. "Xiaobai, you seem to have become even more handsome," Mi-bai replied. He has grown accustomed to it. Lee had been praising his looks since their first meeting, unabashedly expressing his admiration, a habit he hadn't shaken even after a year of cohabitation. Mi-bai felt he already liked his own appearance sufficiently, only to find someone who adored it even more than he did. He took a bite of the meat bun, choosing not to respond, well aware that this was merely Igaoya's customary expression of admiration, requiring no reply. Indeed, a moment later, Igaoya shifted the conversation. Xiao Bai, senior brother Jia, came looking for you yesterday, but left in under 5 minutes. Mi Bai paused, recalling the hazy figure from the previous night, and asked, "Did he come into our room?" Igaoya nodded, explaining, "Yes, but he saw you both asleep and left shortly after." Suddenly, Igaoya seemed to recall something, his eyes lighting up. "Oh, Xiao Bai, senior brother, said he brought you a gift and placed it in your bag." At this, Mi Bai wiped his hands with a napkin, eager to see what it was. He understood that Xiao Bai and senior brother Jia shared a close bond, maintaining contact even after the concert. Yet he hadn't anticipated their relationship to be of such depth that senior brother Jia would bring a gift for Xiao Bai upon returning to City C. It seems he brought it just for you." Mi Bai opened the gift box to reveal a bracelet radiating a silvery sheen, exquisitely crafted and resembling delicate petals in its allure. Engraved with the letter M, the bracelet felt cool against his skin, evoking a sense of novelty. He took out his phone and snapped a picture of his wrist, sending it to Long Jiamu. "Thank you, senior brother. It looks fantastic," he texted. There was no immediate response, likely due to his senior being preoccupied. Mi Bai set his phone aside and continued to enjoy his breakfast. Igaoya observed the cold silver adornment on Mi Bai's fair wrist, which only seemed to enhance his enigmatic aura. "Your senior has a keen eye," he remarked appreciatively. "These accessories suit Xiao Bai perfectly." As he admired Mi Bai's elegant neck, he felt a surge of inspiration regarding a gift for the upcoming birthday. While Igaoya was lost in thought about his present, she finished getting ready. Just then, the driver arrived outside. She casually grabbed a slice of toast and said to Mi Bai, "Let us go, Xiao Bai." Mi Bai nodded, exchanged a brief greeting with Igaoya, and followed Shi out. Igaoya gazed at the empty living room, feeling a twinge of melancholy before he dashed upstairs to rouse Mu Junfeng, who was still nestled in bed. "Get up. It's time for training." Mu Junfeng, with an expression reminiscent of a lifeless fish, stared blankly at Igaoya and replied, "It's the weekend." Their training schedule was only from Monday to Saturday, and even the teachers took a break on Sundays. At the airport, as Mi Bai and Shi's vehicle came to a halt, they could hear the excited voices of fans calling their names outside. This was their first public appearance, and the company had booked their flights the day of the roster change. Many fans were aware of their journey to province, but were unaware of the purpose, as the company had kept it under wraps. In the entertainment industry, it was common for fans to greet their idols at the airport, as they were often curious about the private lives of their favorite stars. Several artists had even gained popularity for their airport fashion, leading to the phenomenon of airport showcases. At that moment, the first airport showcase of the fourth generation of Huasheng was about to be inaugurated by the two of them. Chapter 37. The airport. As Mi Bai and Shi were still trainees, no one was there to coordinate their outfits. Moreover, the essence of an airport showcase lay in the stars' casual attire. It was rare for celebrities to have stylists prepare outfits specifically for airport appearances, except perhaps for those particularly conscious of their image. While changing in the morning, Mi Bai recalled the scene from the previous night when Long Jiamu had come to visit him. Although he hadn't seen it clearly, he remembered the silhouette of a black shirt, a fair wrist, and the glimmer of silver accessories. In a serendipitous twist, he chose a heavily draped black shirt, paired it with black cargo pants, and cinched his waist with a hollow-designed silver chain that accentuated his slender figure. Though he wasn't particularly knowledgeable about fashion, today's ensemble felt surprisingly pleasing once he put it all together. After discovering the bracelet from Igaoya, he found that this silver accessory resonated inexplicably with the chain at his waist, elevating his fashion statement to new heights. Mi Bai, Shi, outside the car window. The fans' voices pierced through the air with remarkable clarity. Mi Bai and Shi exchanged a glance, placing their hands on the car door, preparing to exit. Xiao Ying stood nearby, diligently holding her equipment and awaiting the artist's descent. She had come to the airport today because several celebrities were arriving, including a few she was particularly interested in. Coming from a wealthy family, she faced little pressure after graduation, with her two older brothers shielding her from the burdens of the family business, allowing her to pursue her passions freely. Unlike many other affluent heirs, she lacked any of their vices. Her sole passion was an admiration for beauty. The entertainment industry, undeniably abundant in beautiful faces, became her chosen path of adoration. However, her approach differed from that of typical fans. With her financial means and broad affections, she adored multiple stars rather than fixating on one, ensuring her love for each beauty remained equitable. Upon her arrival, she noticed a crowd gathering in one direction. The airport maintained order, and the fans there generally understood the unwritten rules, resulting in a somewhat noisy yet orderly scene. Xiaoying assessed the crowd and surmised that it must be a moderately popular star, yet she still carried her equipment closer, knowing that if she had the opportunity to capture the moment, she would not let it pass. The sound of the car door opening was drowned in the cacophony of the fans' excitement. The first to emerge was an assistant, and Xiaoying adjusted her camera, patiently waiting, her calm demeanor sharply contrasting with the fervor of the surrounding fans. The first figure to step out was a young man clad in a white t-shirt, appearing just shy of 6 feet tall, likely still in his youth. Observing the boy, Xiaoying listened to the nearby fans calling him Rong Shi. He was rather charming, though not as striking as her favorite star. She snapped a few photos of Rong Shi, acknowledging that while he might not possess the looks of her idol, his charisma was undeniable. She sensed that if he maintained this aura, he might achieve fame in the future. At that moment, Xiaoying remained composed, until the next figure made their entrance. A pair of black canvas shoes appeared in her viewfinder, and she blinked, adjusting her lens for a wider shot, knowing the next individual was about to reveal themselves. From the fans' enthusiastic shouts, this person was likely named Mi Bai, as she was unfamiliar with him. She lacked the motivation to capture close-ups, opting instead for a full-body shot. Suddenly, her eyes widened in astonishment as she beheld the figure in her lens. The individual possessed a tall, well-proportioned physique, clad in dark attire that exuded a cool, aloof charm. The exposed skin of his neck and wrists glimmered with a luminous whiteness, contrasting sharply with the black shirt, capturing all attention effortlessly. A delicate silver chain at his waist accentuated his slender silhouette and elongated legs, while a matching silver bracelet on his wrist mirrored the one at his waist, creating a harmonious visual symphony. He adorned himself with no superfluous accessories. Merely 2 simple silver ornaments imparted an air of coolness to his demeanor. Yet, the silver chain encircling his wrist, in contrast to his alabaster skin, exuded an aura of chastity. After a brief moment of astonishment, Xiaoying hurriedly captured several close-up shots. The boy appeared to be rather short, measuring no more than 170 centimeters at most. However, his physique was impeccably proportioned, and his temperament rivaled that of the previous figure. While the latter emanated an ethereal and unattainable quality, this child, too, exuded an air of inaccessibility, albeit with a hint of allure. Xiaoying took several steps before steadying her camera, successfully capturing the boy's visage. As the face of the child, named Mi Bai, came into focus, she couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. His features were exquisitely delicate, with enchanting fan-shaped peach blossom eyes and lashes that fluttered gently like a fan. The boy seemed unaccustomed to such a crowd, pausing momentarily to glance around before quickly averting his gaze to the ground. Yet, that fleeting glance elicited a chorus of excited shrieks from the fans. Through her lens, Xiaoying clearly discerned the youth's countenance, despite possessing an extraordinarily striking and glamorous appearance. His eyes bore an unusual indifference. A mere casual glance from his light-colored irises rendered onlookers breathless, hesitant to disturb his tranquility. Xiaoying found herself momentarily frozen in place by the boy's gaze, and by the time she regained her composure, the larger group had vanished from sight. It was futile to chase after them now, so she sought a suitable spot to set up her equipment and promptly began searching on her phone. Having just captured a frontal shot of the child, it wasn't long before she unearthed information about him. Mi Bai from Huaxing Entertainment. Xiaoying's realization struck her. He was an aspiring trainee yet to debut. She mused on her years of navigating the entertainment industry, pondering how it was possible for such beauty to have eluded her notice. But merely 13? Xiaoying rubbed her eyes, scrutinizing the information once more to confirm her findings. Xiaoying. Chapter 38. Masterclass in performance, it took Xiao in quite some time to reconcile the revelation that the captivating beauty she had just encountered was indeed a 13-year-old child. With a stoic expression, she embraced her computer, commencing the process of photo editing. As she worked, she noticed the remnants of baby fat lingering on Mi Bai's cheeks, causing her lips to twitch. Well then, the photographs were unequivocally indicating that she had genuinely been infatuated with the child. This was Mi Bai's first encounter with fans at such proximity. During previous concerts, a certain distance had been maintained, and at school, due to the non-public nature of his schedule, fans would instinctively keep their distance. This outing, however, had been announced 3 days prior, marking his first public appearance. And the fans were particularly enthusiastic. Mi Bai looks so handsome today. Did the baby have breakfast so early? Mi Bai's mother will always love you. Mi Bai glanced up at the fan who proclaimed her love, acutely aware of his own youth. He graciously accepted a letter from a fan, responding patiently. Yes, I did. Thank you. Is that so? Though the words were few, he lowered his voice, his indifferent gaze softened. Despite it being their first encounter, he could sense the profound affection emanating from them. This feeling, akin to a fire, enveloped him in warmth, accompanied by a sense of bewilderment. He was at a loss as to how he might reciprocate such fondness. Due to the correspondence and conversation, Mi Bai took a moment longer. His assistant glanced at the time and urged him to proceed. Noticing this, Mi Bai accepted the final letter, pressed his lips together, and said to them, I must take my leave now. Until next time. He waved his hand and followed the staff out. As Mi Bai bid farewell to his fans and boarded the plane, his admirers online continued to revel in excitement. Secret Garden, oh my gosh, a fresh meat treasure. Ah, my darling, I wish I could go, but it's too far. Help, Mizai is too gentle. Every word resonates. Ah, Mizai and the Silver Stars are truly in mutual pursuit. Is no one praising Mizai's outfit today? The cool brother is killing me. Indeed, the outfit today is so stylish. No wonder he is my future boyfriend. Oh, it seems we found our boyfriend. Silently claiming my future husband. Your husband, my wife, he. In their brief exchanges, it became evident that Mi Bai's fanbase was remarkably diverse. Girlfriend fans, boyfriend fans, and mother fans all mingling together. Currently, due to age demographics, mother fans were the most prevalent. Upon arriving in High City, Mi Bai and Rome, she proceeded to the hotel that had been booked by the company in advance. They had arrived a day early, as the audition was scheduled for the following afternoon, providing them with time to peruse the script. It must be said that the company seemed rather indifferent to the acting aspect. They only received the script just before the auditions, and for the preceding days. They had been engrossed in stage filming, leaving them little opportunity to study it. The accompanying staff consisted of just 2 individuals. Both Mi Bai and Rong Shi understood that the company had little expectation for their audition. They were merely given a chance to try their luck. Who knows? Perhaps a blind cat might stumble upon a dead mouse. Time was of the essence, so they hastily consumed a lunch before diving into the script. The day prior, when Sister Chi had handed it to them, they had merely glanced at it, with no time to review it thoroughly thereafter. They were auditioning for the role of the male protagonist during his youth, approximately 11 or 12 years old. The protagonist, a prince of the realm, was breathtakingly impressive in his youth, brimming with vigor, introducing the female lead to the scenic landscapes of Dongyue. He was young, talented, and unafraid of anything, embodying the unyielding spirit of youth. Ah, the vibrant youth, untouched by the harsh realities of life, viewed everything through a lens of innocence and joy, only to be met with harsh truths. The betrayal he never anticipated left him battered, and as he languished in a state of humiliation, the protagonist's worldview underwent a profound transformation. He became cynical and ruthless, willing to employ any means necessary to achieve his goals. This is a tale of redemption, wherein the female protagonist rescues the male lead. Although the role of the young male lead, for which Mi Bai is auditioning, is not extensive, it holds significant importance and could attract a considerable fan base if portrayed well. After spending the afternoon immersed in the script, Mi Bai returned to his room post-meal and activated his interface. Name, Mi Bai. Age, 12, Zodiac, Scorpio, October 27th, Height, 168 centimeters. Weight, 102 pounds. Character value, 645. Affection value, 9,652. Usable in the time-space practice room. Main quest 3 progress. Sunbo's fan count 2, 945, 231, 000. Incomplete. True fans 223, 011, 000. Incomplete. Main quest 2 reward. 12 masterclasses in acting. And used. Note, true fans contribute to the affection value daily. Gazing at the reward from main quest 2. Mibai recalled having received it long ago, yet he had not found the time to utilize it. With tomorrow's audition on the horizon, he resolved to take a crash course this evening. Upon opening the masterclass interface, a flash of white light enveloped him, transporting him into an alternate space. In that instant, he grasped the rules of this realm. Time here flowed differently from reality, regardless of how long he lingered. Only a second would pass in the real world. The masterclass was a genuine experience, where instruction was guaranteed, but the extent of learning depended solely on Mibai's efforts. Mibai, lacking confidence in his language skills, felt a twinge of uncertainty. Each masterclass lasted 2 hours, and with 12 classes to attend, he would need to remain here for 24 hours to complete them all. The alternate space afforded him 5 minutes to acclimate. Just as he comprehended the rules, ripples began to form, and a gentle woman materialized before him. "My name is Bai." As Mibai prepared to greet the instructor, Bai commenced the lesson without further ado. Taken aback, he quickly aligned his thoughts with hers and silently summoned a desk with paper and writing instruments, which materialized before him. This was the advantage of the alternate space. Anything desired by Mibai or the instructor could be conjured. However, none of these items could be transported back to the real world. As night fell, Mibai set aside the script, weary from rubbing his eyes. After 6 hours of classes in the alternate space, he realized that absorbing all 12 lessons in one go was utterly unattainable. Setting aside concerns about his stamina, he recognized that his mind struggled to keep pace with the deluge of information. Thus, after 3 masterclasses, Mibai decisively exited the space and began to apply the newly acquired knowledge to his audition script. With the clock striking 11, Mibai resolved to return to the alternate space for further lessons in the morning. He placed the script down, completed his evening routine, and retired to bed. Unbeknownst to him, that night, a video entitled Heartbeat was rapidly gaining views, with the protagonist startlingly being none other than himself. Chapter 39. The Little Broken Station Yuhuan. A second-year high school student finds herself at the tender age of 15 or 16, where the blossoms of love begin to stir within her heart, igniting beautiful fantasies about romance. Alas, the burdens of high school academics weigh heavily upon her, and the boys in her class are predominantly mischievous and immature, leaving her nascent feelings for love extinguished by the harsh realities of life. Consequently, her youthful heart only finds solace in the realm of manga. One evening, after returning from her tutoring session, Yuhuan unlocked her phone, intending to indulge in some anime to unwind. However, before she could navigate to the anime section of the site, she was captivated by a video on the homepage. The thumbnail featured a boy wearing a hat, obscuring his eyes, yet his chiseled jawline hinted unmistakably at his attractiveness. The background was artistically blurred by the creator, lending the entire image an ethereal quality. The title of the video read, "An Unexpected Heartthrob." Her curiosity piqued. Yuhuan could not resist clicking on it. The video commenced with a series of excited screams, all calling out the same name, Mibai. Pondering, she wondered if Mibai was indeed the name of the boy from the thumbnail. Suddenly, the cacophony ceased, plunging the scene into an eerie silence. The camera panned through the crowd, finally focusing on a sleek black car door. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of a heartbeat resonated, echoing in the stillness of her room with an intensity that was palpable. With a sharp click, the car door swung open, and the heartbeat within the video quickened. After this series of dramatic build-ups, a flicker of anticipation ignited within Yuhuan. What could the boy, who inspired such heart-fluttering feelings, possibly look like? A pair of black shoes entered the frame, and before she could scrutinize further, the camera abruptly zoomed out, revealing the full figure of the individual. The crowd surrounding him had been artistically blurred, allowing Yu Huan to clearly see a tall, slender boy clad entirely in black. His remarkable shoulder-to-waist ratio and elongated legs made her momentarily feel as though she were witnessing a character from her beloved manga stepping into reality. Such a strikingly perfect physique could only belong to an animated figure. As the background music gradually swelled, the creator slowed down this segment, showcasing the boy with a graceful, almost surreal gait through a suspended moment in time. Yu Huan held her breath, momentarily stunned, and before she could regain her composure, the scene shifted to a close-up. In an instant, an extraordinarily exquisite face filled the screen. Yu Huan. She instinctively covered her mouth, stifling a scream that threatened to erupt in the dead of night. Oh my goodness, is this real? Could this possibly be a character rendered from a video game? Merely to deceive her? As if sensing her disbelief, the boy in the video cast a downward glance in her direction. His light-colored eyes, devoid of warmth, bore the aloofness of a deity surveying the mortal realm. The air remained heavy with silence for what felt like an eternity. And only after the video concluded did Yu Huan slowly lower her hand from her mouth. Her gaze bore the languor of extreme exhilaration, subtly tinged with a hint of excitement. She moved her fingers, retreating to gaze at the captivating cover that had lured her in, tenderly caressing her racing heart. It dawned on her why the title of this video was so alluring. The pulsation of her heart was truly unexpected. The video, edited by Xiao Ing, soared in views on the small platform as though propelled by a rocket, and Mi Bai's fan base swelled noticeably that evening. Which brother is this small platform? Someone mused. Why have I never seen him before? I stumbled upon a treasure in a video I clicked at random. My goodness. The moment he looked at me, I felt the spark. Thanks for the invite. I just passed by and got overwhelmed. It's too intense. Oh, brother, so heartless, sister. I adore you. Attention, everyone. Our baby is still young. No worries, I love that face, no matter how young. Fan Circle report. A newcomer from Huaxing has become popular on the small platform. At this hour? Which newcomer? Lung Jiamu? Isn't that rather normal? Is it surprising that he is trending? No, Huaxing. You only remember Lung Jiamu, right? He has already debuted. He is no longer a newcomer. I'm not talking about him. There's no helping it. Lung Jiamu is the pinnacle of Huaxing's recent generations. I doubt anyone can surpass him. But if not Lung Jiamu, then who? Let me take a wild guess. Rong Shi. I'll take a shot in the dark. Mi Bai. Blind guess. Mu Junfeng. Enough guessing, it's Mi Bai. Wow. This video is intriguing. To be fair, among the fourth generation of Huaxing, this kid's looks are indeed striking. He must be the first from his generation to trend on the small platform, right? Quite impressive. Even at the airport, he manages to be popular. I can almost see the shadow of Lung Jiamu from 2 years ago. Is he the current number one? Let us predict. He is destined for the center position in the fourth generation boy band. Secret Garden, Sisters. Mi Bai has trended on the small platform. Wow. He was already handsome during the day. How can I still be this excited seeing him at night? Our baby has truly grown so well, visibly taller, although he has lost some weight. Sisters, many new members have joined recently. We must promote our baby well. Absolutely. Mi Bai is working hard, and we must strive as well. Let us boost those numbers. In a 5-star hotel suite in City A tall figure sat at the edge of the bed, raising an eyebrow at the video recommended to him on his phone. The familiar background music unmistakably that of Mi Bai's airport footage from today. The man's long fingers moved, flipping to the message Mi Bai had sent him that morning. Dear little junior, picture JPD, thank you, senior. It looks great. The image depicted a slender wrist adorned with a beautifully crafted silver chain, accentuating its delicate elegance. Under the phone's glow, the man curled his lips, his fingertips lightly tapping the screen. Sung Jiamu, you're welcome. I'm glad you like it. The hand that sent the message was adorned with an identical silver chain as seen in the photograph. Chapter 40. The audition commences in the dead of night. A link to a video from a small, obscure site was suddenly shared among the 4 members of TK. Shou Shuai. Jiamu, why are you sharing a video of Xiao Bai? Are we collaborating? Lung Jiamu. Is it not appealing? Shou Shuai. Yu Yui showing off. Shou Shuai. He is showing off. What is he boasting about? Yuya. He's flaunting his junior. You should really go to sleep, Shou. Bai Huan, wow. Xiao Bai is looking increasingly handsome. Lung Jiamu. Indeed. In a nearby room, Yuya glanced at the chat history on his phone, unable to suppress a smirk. One might mistakenly think that Bai Huan was praising him. Lung Jiamu. Meanwhile, Shou Shuai, lying in bed with his phone in hand, puzzled over why Jiamu would show off their junior. Wasn't he also their junior? In another room, Lung Jiamu, feeling quite satisfied, set his phone down and gazed out the window. The moon tonight shone exceptionally bright. He raised his hand, and the silver jewelry glimmered in the moonlight, standing out brilliantly. This was something they had purchased while recording their show. The producer had told them they could choose one item to take home. And the moment he spotted the silver piece, he thought of Xiao Bai. It was both cold and magnificent, of exquisite quality, and breathtakingly beautiful. Without hesitation, he chose that bracelet, and even had the shop inscribe Xiao Bai's surname upon it. There was no ulterior motive behind this gift. He simply believed it suited Xiao Bai perfectly. After the show concluded, he pondered and decided to buy one for himself as well. After all, it would not do to return empty-handed, and wearing matching bracelets with Xiao Bai would serve as a testament to their brotherly bond. Regrettably, they returned to Sea City rather late that day, and Xiao Bai had already gone to sleep, preventing him from presenting the gift in person. He had been eager to witness the child's reaction upon receiving it. Under the moonlight, the silver bracelet sparkled brilliantly, and in a discreet spot, an English letter was engraved, the same handwriting as that on the bracelet worn by Mi Bai. The following morning, Mi Bai hurriedly consumed breakfast before heading to his performance class in the alternate space. Just like the day before, after attending 3 classes, he emerged to continue delving into the script. At noon, their assistant escorted them to the audition venue. Mi Bai observed that a considerable number of individuals had arrived to audition. He even recognized a few familiar faces, child stars who had already gained a measure of fame. Rongxi leaned in close, whispering in his ear, Xiao Bai, let's do our best. Mi Bai glanced up at him, amused. He had already begun to offer him comfort in advance. He tugged at Rongxi's clothing and replied, do not be afraid, be confident. They had been specifically summoned by the director for the audition. Although the reason eluded him, there must be something about them that captivated the director's attention. Among those auditioning, some had received invitations from the crew, while others were vying for slots on their own. Compared to the latter, they were already at an advantage. However, in comparison to those seasoned performers, their shortcomings were glaringly apparent. They lacked any theatrical experience. Mi Bai gently patted Rongxi's back, instilling a sense of confidence within him. Regardless of the outcome, self-assurance was paramount. Even in the face of failure, it could merely be regarded as a stepping stone to gaining experience. Moreover, Mi Bai lowered his gaze, contemplating that perhaps the director was drawn to their unwavering confidence. After all, they were currently basking in the spotlight, particularly due to their association with the historical drama Li Ren Fu. With a number card in one hand, Mi Bai guided Rongxi to a secluded corner where they could sit. All that had transpired thus far was speculative, although the likelihood of their rejection loomed large. They resolved to exert their utmost efforts. With time still on their side, they could revisit the script. As the minutes slipped away, it soon became Rongxi's turn. Mi Bai clenched his fist and gently tapped his shoulder, whispering words of encouragement. Rongxi smiled, his eyes softening as he replied affirmatively. Together, they stepped out, presenting a united front outside the company, bolstering each other's spirits. Initially, Rongxi believed that his seniority would lead to Mi by relying on him more, and he had prepared himself to care for his younger counterpart. However, to his surprise, Mi Bai exhibited remarkable composure in their external endeavors, requiring no care from him. In fact, he was even able to uplift himself during such moments. Rongxi relished this feeling, appreciating the camaraderie they shared as teammates rather than merely as an older brother and younger sibling. Rongxi reciprocated by patting Mi Bai's shoulder, urging him to remain calm, before stepping into the adjoining room. Inside, for individuals, 3 men and 1 woman, were seated at the front, their expressions unchanged upon his entrance. Greetings, esteemed judges. I am Rongxi from Huaxing Entertainment. He introduced himself succinctly, aware that they possessed detailed information about him. The woman seated in the center nodded, dispensing with pleasantries, and instructed, "Please proceed with the second segment." This segment depicted the initial encounter between the young male protagonist and the female lead, a spirited youth, clad in fine garments and riding with vigor, exuding a carefree and exuberant demeanor. Rongshi embodied the youthful spirit, though he may not fully convey the carefree aspect. Nevertheless, he possessed the vibrant energy characteristic of youth. As an idol trainee, he was already significantly more accomplished than most of his peers, bolstered by his diligent efforts and self-assuredness in his abilities. Thus, he was able to portray the essence of spirited youth convincingly, allowing his performance to progress smoothly. Upon completion, Rongshi followed the established protocol and exited, while the individuals behind him commenced their discussion. This young man seems quite promising, and he possesses a striking appearance. Is he perhaps a bit too ethereal? Indeed, there's a slight disparity. He certainly exudes a youthful essence, unlike some of the younger candidates who appear prematurely mature. Let us observe further and see if there are more suitable options. After his audition, Rongshi felt a sense of relief. He could have returned to rest immediately. Yet he insisted on waiting for me by. They had arrived together, and naturally, they would return together. The assistant, seeing that he could not be persuaded, ceased his attempts, noting that Mi-Bai was scheduled later and would likely take some time. From noon until the afternoon, it finally became Mi-Bai's turn. Rongshi extended his arms to embrace him, silently offering encouragement. Mi-Bai smiled, his gaze resolute. He had exerted all his efforts, and regardless of the outcome, he would harbor no regrets. After giving Rongshi's shoulder a reassuring pat, he turned and strode forward. Meanwhile, in the room, the 4 casting directors had begun to show signs of fatigue due to the prolonged duration of auditions. One of them sifted through the documents on the table and remarked, "There are only a few left. It should be concluding soon. If no suitable candidates emerge, we might have to choose between Feng Wenshi from Lunglin Entertainment and Xiu Kongyu from Jiao Entertainment. Rongshi from Huaxing Entertainment seems acceptable as well. However, he is not quite the right fit. Although he possesses a youthful demeanor, his acting skills pose a significant concern, and his inherent charisma is challenging to alter. Very well, we shall select between Feng Wenshi and Xiu Kongyu." As their deliberations reached a consensus, the casting director signaled for the next participant to enter. With a soft click, the door swung open, allowing a few rays of sunlight to seep in, illuminating a slender and graceful figure that emerged from the light. The room's occupants instinctively glanced toward the entrance, and in that fleeting moment, all breath was held and silence enveloped the air. Chapter 41. The audition. The youth who entered possessed exquisite features, his skin resembling fine porcelain, so striking that he seemed almost unreal. His distant gaze exuded an air of nobility, rendering him somewhat unapproachable, yet his innate youthful charm made him appear amiable. Bathed in sunlight, even his hair appeared radiant. A youth in the bloom of life, he emerged from the light. "Greetings, esteemed teachers. I am Mi-Bai from Huaxing Entertainment." His clear, youthful voice roused the onlookers from their astonishment, while the staff concealed their awe, and the 4 directors above exhibited expressions of keen interest. This youth was undoubtedly the most captivating candidate they had encountered during the auditions. The director perused Mi-Bai's profile and recalled that it was he who had extended the audition invitation to Huaxing. He had fortuitously glimpsed this child's stage performance through a staff member and deemed it fitting for the role, prompting him to send an audition invitation to their agency. He had watched that performance multiple times, and the standout talents were Mi-Bai and the previously auditioned Rongshi. Since they belonged to the same agency, he decided to invite both for auditions. When Rongshi had auditioned, his youthful aura had pleased the director, reinforcing his belief that the invitation was well placed, thus elevating his expectations for Mi-Bai, especially upon seeing him in person. After all, this was his initial aspiration. "Please proceed with the second scene," the director instructed directly. The second scene depicted the young male protagonist demonstrating his skills before a gathering of distinguished heirs. Mi-Bai nodded, stepped back, and upon raising his gaze, he radiated an entirely transformed aura. With a slight arch of his brows and a carefree smile gracing his lips, he declared, in equestrianism, "If I am second, who dares to claim the first?" This seemingly casual remark was imbued with audacity. The youth exuded an effortless elegance and an air of nobility, as though he were truly a royal, confident and graceful. For a fleeting moment, the audience was entranced, as if they had witnessed the magnificent young prince exuding charisma before a multitude of distinguished heirs. Next are the words of another. As there was no one to perform alongside me by, he made a gesture of attentiveness. The exquisite and handsome youth rested his chin on one hand, tilting his head leisurely to listen to others speak, his demeanor exuding an effortless nonchalance, as if he regarded everything before him with indifference. "How about a wager?" he softly inquired, his beautiful eyes brimming with confidence. He proclaimed, "Within a decade, the Eastern Summit's crown shall be mine." The youth's voice rang clear, laced with a hint of mirth. Yet, his tone bore an audacious self-assurance, reminiscent of the blazing sun. Bai chuckled lightly, recalling his youthful ignorance of the heaven's vastness. Wishing to rival the cosmos and shine alongside the sun and moon. The performance concluded here, with the next segment merely a showcase of the young male protagonist's confident and proud demeanor amidst a conflict of noble families, predominantly a literary display. This starkly contrasted with his subsequent transformation. Bai cast his gaze downward and stood straight, retracting his aura, reverting to the initially refined and aloof youth. His character differed significantly from that of the role, the only similarity perhaps being his unwavering confidence when facing 5 opponents in the canyon. It must be noted that the system's masterclass in performance proved somewhat beneficial, as it ensured that his portrayal today did not fall short, surpassing his own expectations by a considerable margin. After Bai's performance concluded, a profound silence enveloped the room, leaving him a bit disoriented as he stood in place. He felt he had performed exceptionally well. Could it be that, in the eyes of professionals, he still fell short? His fingers fidgeted with the seams of his trousers, feeling awkward and unwilling to raise his gaze, as if caught daydreaming in class and being called upon by the teacher. Amidst this hushed atmosphere, the sole female judge at the panel suddenly spoke. "Bai, is it?" Bai nodded. She regarded the information in her hands with an impassive expression and said, "Please attempt the 4th segment once more." Turning to a rather graceful woman beside her, she instructed, "Chun-jia, please go and perform alongside him." The woman named Chun-jia smiled and nodded, approaching Bai with a friendly demeanor, saying, "Little friend, I look forward to your guidance." At 21, it was entirely reasonable for her to address Bai as little friend. The woman who had called her over was the producer of this production and also her cousin. In this play, she portrayed a willful and cruel princess with limited screen time, yet her role significantly influenced the male protagonist's transformation. Her curiosity had led her to accompany her cousin to observe these young talents auditioning. Since her cousin had invited her to perform alongside this little friend, it indicated her satisfaction with Bai's earlier performance and a desire to see more. Should this little fellow, Bai, perform well in the upcoming scene, it was likely they would soon become colleagues. Hence, her demeanor toward Bai was so amiable. Unaware of Chun-jia's thoughts, Bai recognized that being asked to perform a second time, albeit a different segment, suggested that they must have been pleased with his earlier performance. This was an opportunity. If he excelled, the role could very well be his. Chapter 42. The audition concludes he lacked a sufficient fan base, and prior to his debut, the company would not provide him with resources. This role was likely the best opportunity he could secure before officially stepping into the industry. As far as he knew, all artists under Huaxing had no acting resources before their debut. If he were to secure this role through his own abilities, demonstrating his value to the company, they might allocate more resources to his generation. Perhaps, just perhaps, Bai's eyes sparkled with hope. He too could advance their debut timeline like senior brother Lung. Chun-jia observed as the young boy raised his gaze, his enchanting peach blossom eyes shimmering with mirth as he softly said, "Sister, please take care of me." The boy's youthful innocence, intertwined with the captivating light in his eyes, created a harmonious blend. His smile drew one in so effortlessly that it compelled a willingness to offer everything to him. Taken aback, Chun-jia understood why her sister remarked that the entertainment industry was teeming with beauties. she would undoubtedly be overshadowed upon her arrival. Previously, she had scoffed at the notion, believing herself to be quite attractive, especially with the enhancements of styling and makeup. Surely, she cannot be reduced to such insignificance. Yet now, she found herself conceding. Earlier, there had been a few boys with exceptional looks and charisma who auditioned, but this one before her was something else entirely. Standing beside this youth would indeed leave her, as her cousin had claimed, utterly eclipsed. Even her own gaze was inescapably drawn to him. Moreover, he was still young, yet to fully blossom. Mibai took a step forward, closing the distance between himself and Chunjia. If the earlier scene showcased the boy protagonist at his most arrogant and self-assured, then this fourth scene portrayed the moment when his pride was utterly shattered. Responding to me by SQ, Chunjia quickly found her footing. She struck his face with her hand, albeit with controlled force. Yet, Mibai's reaction was strikingly authentic, his head tilted slightly, his hair swaying gently as though he had been genuinely struck. He lowered his head, his long bangs obscuring his brow and eyes, leaving half of his face shrouded in shadow, rendering his expression indecipherable. With a malicious glint in her eyes, Chunjia sneered, "Prince Namli? Merely a lost dog." She taunted, "What? Still have some spirit left?" Lifting his chin with her hand, she compelled me by to meet her gaze. Her laughter, though light, bore an ominous edge as she declared, "Now, if you shout 3 times, I, Zhongli Xian, am Chiyu's dog, I shall let you go. What does that sound?" Mibai lowered his eyelids, resembling a lifeless doll under her manipulation, remaining silent. Noticing his indifference, Chunjia narrowed her eyes. "Since you refuse, let your kin do the bidding instead. I recall you have a sister, don't you?" At the mention of his sister, Mibai's eyelashes fluttered slightly, a fleeting reaction that Chunjia captured instantly. She smirked, leaning closer to whisper in his ear, "What if I were to bring her along tomorrow to keep you company? How about that?" As she spoke, her fingers dug into his fair jawline, leaving 2 red imprints. "Ha! Wouldn't it be delightful for you 2 siblings to become my steeds?" Chunjia laughed maniacally, her demeanor bordering on madness. Her character is inherently unstable, specifically crafted to torment the male protagonist. Yet, she does not remain a complete antagonist throughout. As the narrative unfolds, she ultimately falls in love with the protagonist, albeit still embodying a cruel foil, but her role bears some significance. Her cousin bestowed this role upon her, believing in her ability to portray it effectively. Now, the scene unfolds to see if this young talent can indeed seize the moment. Mibai's gaze flickered slightly, and after a brief silence, a glimmer of dark light passed through his eyes. Suddenly, his crimson lips curled into a chilling smile as he lifted his gaze, filled with a gentle mirth. "There is no need for that. I, Zhongli Xian, can win the princess's favor all on my own." He fixed his eyes upon her, enunciating each word with clarity. "I, Zhongli Xian, am but a dog of Chiyu." He repeated this thrice, each syllable articulated distinctly, his face adorned with an unwavering smile. The exquisite youth, with his bright smile, would typically present a charming sight, yet within the current context, it elicited an unsettling chill. Mibai's every utterance was treated with a unique flair, rendering his lines increasingly eerie with each repetition. Chunjia's pupils constricted. Truth be told, she was genuinely startled for a fleeting moment. She lowered her hands, realizing that the 4th segment consisted solely of this, as her cousin was merely interested in observing the child's emotional adaptability. The producer remained silent for a few seconds before addressing me by, "Thank you for auditioning. Please await our news." Upon hearing this, Mibai gradually straightened his posture, exhaling gently. While he could find some semblance of confidence and arrogance in the earlier portrayal of a youthful protagonist, the later darker version bore no resemblance to him whatsoever. Nevertheless, he endeavored to express the emotions in his own way, uncertain if it met their expectations. Mibai glanced at the 4 individuals deep in contemplation above him, silently following the staff as he departed. After his exit, the 4 in the room engaged in a series of discussions. The earlier parts were somewhat subdued, yet the latter emotions were satisfactory. His acting appears a touch immature compared to the previous 2. There is potential for a breakthrough. We might consider him. He shows promise, yet may require guidance initially. Shall we include him? Yes, let us add him, and then we can choose among the three of them for later roles. Upon leaving, Mi-Bai discovered Rong, Shi, and his assistant waiting at the door for him. As he emerged, Rong-Shi stepped forward and inquired, "How did it go?" Mi-Bai pressed his lips together, replying, "I'm not sure." Seeing Mi-Bai's expression, Rong-Shi mistakenly assumed he had faltered and comforted him by placing a hand on his shoulder. "It's all right. We can regard this as a valuable experience." Mi-Bai nodded, feeling that he had indeed performed beyond expectations, though that perception was solely his own. Moreover, when he concluded the fourth segment, he could not discern any clear reactions from the four casting directors. Mi-Bai exhaled softly, glancing at Rong-Shi beside him, and gave his shoulder a reassuring pat, saying, "Let us head back." Regardless of the outcome, he had accomplished the best he could at this moment. Due to the premature conclusion of their audition, they returned home early. The flight details were not disclosed, and their departure was rather discreet, with hardly any fans waiting to see them off. Once back at the apartment, Mi-Bai indulged in a soothing hot bath before collapsing onto his bed to scroll through his phone. It was then that he noticed a message from his senior brother. "Lung Jiamu, you're welcome. I'm glad you liked it." As Mi-Bai gazed at the silver chain adorning his wrist, he pondered whether he should reciprocate with a gift for his senior brother. The distance between them was considerable, and given that his brother frequently traversed the skies, it would be quite challenging to send a parcel. Lost in thought, Mi-Bai's fingers absently tapped on his phone. Suddenly, it vibrated. Someone had messaged him. "Lung Jiamu, why are you taking so long to reply?" Mi-Bai? Confusion clouded his face as he picked up his phone, realizing that while contemplating a gift, his finger had inadvertently pressed on the keyboard, indicating that he was typing. Mi-Bai felt a flush rise to his cheeks just as a video call came in from the other side. Mi-Bai! Although he and his senior brother had grown somewhat familiar and exchanged messages regularly, their conversations were often sporadic due to their differing schedules, leading to long pauses between exchanges. This video call marked a first since their acquaintance. Quickly, Mi-Bai turned to glance at his reflection in the mirror. After all, his senior brother was part mentor and part idol, and he felt the need to maintain a semblance of decorum. He adjusted his unruly hair, which, having just been dried, resisted his attempts to tame it. After several efforts, it finally lay flat. He pressed his lips together, satisfied with his appearance, before raising his hand to answer the call. In the next moment, a striking young man clad in a black silk pajama appeared on the screen, his handsome features radiating a strong charisma. His hair was still damp, water droplets tracing down his neck and rolling over his Adam's apple, finally settling at his collarbone. Chapter 43. Video Call Mi-Bai's eyes sparkled as he marveled once more at how Lung Jiamu was indeed the most handsome person he had ever encountered in this life and the next. Lung Jiamu seemed to have just finished a shower, his hair unstyled and a languid air about him. He spoke slowly. "What are you thinking?" His voice, now low and husky, held a relaxed and natural tone that differed from their previous encounters at the company. Mi-Bai shook his head and raised his hand to showcase the silver chain on his wrist, replying, "Nothing. Thank you for the gift, senior." "There's no need to be so formal," Lung Jiamu said, tousling his hair. As he dried it with a towel, he asked, "How did your audition go today?" Mi-Bai tilted his head, curious as to how he knew about the audition. "I don't know, but I did my best." Lung Jiamu noticed the dark circles under Mi-Bai's eyes, which were accentuated by his fair complexion. Instinctively, he reached out as if to touch the screen, but stopped himself, furrowing his brow. "You need to rest well, little one. Otherwise, you won't grow tall." His earnestness prompted Mi-Bai to study him closely, try to decipher whether he was jesting. Lung Jiamu observed Mi-Bai gazing intently at him in silence. He set down the towel and playfully flicked his forehead through the screen, chuckling softly. "What are you staring at? Not saying a word?" Mi-Bai pressed his lips together and earnestly replied, "Senior brother, I am 13 years old and stand at 170 centimeters. His height was already remarkable for his age, and according to the system's predictions, he could reach a height of 183 centimeters, alleviating any concerns about his growth. In response, Lung Jiamu raised an eyebrow and mimicked his tone teasingly. "I, Lung Jiamu, am 16 years old and stand at 184 centimeters. Mi-Bai was momentarily taken aback, staring blankly at Lung Jiamu, his light-colored eyes devoid of emotion. Seeing Mi Bai's expression, Lung Jiamu let out a low chuckle. The child seemed to be flaring up with indignation. Having known Mi Bai for quite some time, he was accustomed to the child's icy demeanor and sparse words, which always provoked a desire to tease him. Whenever he was upset, he would look at you like that, his beautiful eyes seemingly pouting in silent complaint. Just kidding. Our little Bai will surely surpass 184 centimeters by 16. Lung Jiamu said with a gentle smile, his voice soothing. Mi Bai replied, no. I can only grow to 183 centimeters in this lifetime. He gazed at Lung Jiamu in exasperation, beginning to suspect whether his senior was being deliberately mischievous, even though he knew he could not possibly be aware of the system's existence. Nevertheless, recognizing that his senior was merely teasing, he did not truly feel angered. Once this light-hearted exchange passed, their subsequent conversation flowed much more naturally. With a minimal age gap and sharing the same profession, they had plenty to discuss, especially after not having seen each other for a long time. Before they knew it, over an hour had slipped by. Lung Jiamu glanced at the time and decided it was best for Mi Bai to rest. The little one seemed exhausted lately, evident from the dark circles under his eyes, which tugged at one's heartstrings. Good night, senior brother. Mi Bai yawned and waved at him. Lung Jiamu's gaze softened and good night. After hanging up, Mi Bai tossed his phone aside and lay down to sleep. Meanwhile, Lung Jiamu continued to stare at the black screen of his phone before leisurely making his way to the living room to pour himself a glass of water. On his way, he encountered Shou Shuai, who had emerged to use the restroom. Curiously, he asked, Jiamu, who were you on the phone with for so long? At that moment, Lung Jiamu's features still bore traces of a lingering smile, and he appeared notably gentler than usual as he replied nonchalantly, a younger brother. A younger brother? Shou Shuai questioned, puzzled. Is it normal to talk to your brother for that long? He thought of his own brother and decided it was best not to dwell on it, as overthinking could lead to a desire to punch something. Yes, Lung Jiamu's tone lifted, his demeanor reflecting a hint of joy. The little one has not been resting well lately, so I had a serious talk with him. Shou Shuai instantly understood. Staying up late to play games, right? That needs to be addressed. He too enjoyed gaming, but each time he stayed up late, it was due to work, leaving him with no time for leisure. Adhering to the principle of tearing apart others' umbrellas after having been caught in the rain himself, he would often take screenshots of his brother online during work breaks and send them to their mother. How can a middle school student be playing games instead of studying? As a university student, he found himself without a game to play. Shou Shuai patted Lung Jiamu, expressing his understanding. Given his own situation, how could Jiamu, still a high school student, not be infuriated to see his younger brother engrossed in a game after a long day of classes and additional tutoring? Jiamu, I empathize with you, Shou Shuai remarked with heartfelt sincerity. Children immersed in games must be taught a proper lesson. You've worked hard. With that, he solemnly made his way to the restroom. Lung Jiamu thought to himself, has this person lost his mind? Upon returning to City C, Mi Bai took a day to rest at the apartment, and the following day, he dutifully slung his backpack over his shoulder and headed to school. With a growing fan base, the company had begun to arrange transportation for them to commute to and from school. This meant that the bicycle Mi Bai had purchased would remain unused, gathering dust and storage. He contemplated bringing it back for Lu Jin when his mother visited in a few days. Although Lu Jin's school was nearby and he had no need for a bicycle, it would be better for him to ride for leisure than for it to sit idle. At school, a few girls gathered, animatedly chatting. I heard Mi Bai is coming back to class today. Shall we go to his classroom after the second period? Absolutely. I've heard he is quite handsome, much more so than the boys in our class. Did you see his recent stage performance? He looks stunning. The ancient-style prince, right? I watched it. I suggest we head to the school entrance now. Otherwise, we might get scolded for crowding around his classroom. Yes. The teacher mentioned we shouldn't linger outside Mi Bai's class. After discussing, the girls collectively decided to wait at the school entrance. They only wished to catch a glimpse of him, deeming it unnecessary to crowd around his class during breaks. Besides, too many people might hinder their view. Upon arriving at the entrance, they realized they were not alone in their intentions. Many others shared the same idea. Following the concert, the buzz surrounding Mi Bai and his fellow performers who had achieved 1 million views, made it feel tangible that their school produced an idol. Among them, Mi Bai and Rong, she captured the most attention, as they were featured prominently on stage, thus attracting the largest number of fans. Anyone who had seen that performance would surely remember the two. While the girls chatted, they noticed several fans outside the school, wielding phones and cameras, likely there to catch a glimpse of Mi Bai on his way to school. The students, aged between 12 and 16, viewed Mi Bai with a sense of novelty, while the fans outside were predominantly older, often over 18, equipped with professional cameras, distinguishing them from the students. As they pondered how to locate Mi Bai amidst the bustling school entrance, they suddenly heard a commotion. Following the sound, they spotted a boy in school uniform, wearing a hat, approaching. The moment they laid eyes on him, they knew there was no need to search further. This boy must be Mi Bai. The certainty with which they recognized him stemmed not only from the fans beside him capturing photographs, but also from his physique and the aura that surrounded him. Though clad in the same school uniform as others, it somehow appeared far more appealing on him. The loose-fitting attire did not render him cumbersome. Rather, it imparted a relaxed yet fashionable vibe. Though they were at a considerable distance and could not discern his features clearly, even from afar, it was evident that he was a striking young man. As the girls gazed at the remarkably eye-catching Mi Bai amidst the crowd, they couldn't help but marvel at what it meant to be a star. Truly, he was the most radiant presence in the throng. Over the course of a year, Mi Bai had undergone significant transformation, though he remained unaware of it. Despite having graced the stage only a few times, he had not been entirely absent from it. With cameras ever present in the company, he had become adept at naturally presenting his best self, his aura growing increasingly compelling. Even when he wasn't on stage, he retained a presence that set him apart from others. He walked briskly and soon reached the vicinity of the girls, casting a casual glance in their direction before making his way to his classroom. In that fleeting moment of passing, the girls found themselves nearly breathless at the sight of his face. Only after Mi Bai had moved on did they unleash a cacophony of excited shrieks. Chapter 44. Returning to school in the early morning of the campus, the summer breeze remained cool and gentle. Yet it did little to dissipate the warmth on the girls' faces. At the tender age of 14 or 15, they were at a stage of burgeoning emotions. They had merely intended to catch a glimpse of the legendary Star Jr., but a simple brush past had thrust them into the depths of infatuation. The boy towered over them by about half a head, his features refined and his demeanor exuding an icy allure. In that moment of passing, his light-colored, indifferent gaze swept over them like a celestial being from the heavens, exuding a noble and aloof charm. With just a single glance, he ensnared their hearts, leaving them in a state of dazed reverie. One girl clutched her racing heart and murmured, "Oh my, I think I've fallen in love." The others chimed in, "He is so handsome. I've never seen a boy this good-looking in reality." "Yes, and he is tall. He must be younger than us, yet he towers over us. Wow." When he looked over, I felt as if my heart stopped. We're so lucky. No matter where we stood, he happened to walk this way to class. Yes, I thought I wouldn't get to see what he looked like up close. It's so exhilarating. He is absolutely stunning. He puts our boys to shame. Mi Bai remained oblivious to the discussions among the girls at school. Due to his profession, he was more at ease with the boys, and he had only a nodding acquaintance with the girls in his class, let alone those from other classes. As middle school, students began to develop emotional awareness. The girls were no longer as carefree in their interactions with boys as they had been in childhood. Physical contact had diminished significantly, and they consciously maintained their distance from Mi Bai. This was not solely due to his career creating a sense of separation, but also because his very demeanor made them hesitant to approach him. In the past year, Mi Bai has seldom spoken in order to maintain his public persona, striving to keep his emotions stable. Over time, he has developed an air of aloofness and coolness, distancing himself from others. Once accustomed to this demeanor, he has come to appreciate silence, often engaging in silent contemplation. Consequently, his words are typically well considered and rarely miss the mark. It is worth noting that in the entertainment industry, even a single statement can be subject to excessive interpretation. Additionally, this approach allows him to uphold his persona and accumulate value associated with it. However, This persona can easily be challenged in front of acquaintances like Igaoya. Upon returning to school, Mibai sensed that he was under more scrutiny than before. This situation eased somewhat once he reached his classroom, as his classmates had spent a year with him, and their curiosity had diminished considerably. Nevertheless, it had been a long time since they last met, and given that their stage had gained popularity over the break, a few classmates still stole glances at him. Xiaobai, I miss you so much. You really made waves this holiday. As soon as Mibai sat down, Tanli pulled him in with a friendly jest. Heaven knows the shock he felt upon seeing Mibai perform girl group dances on his phone. He had always thought Xiaobai was good-looking, but never anticipated that he would dance so seamlessly. Truly impressive, just as he had recognized from the start. Mibai pushed Tanli's head away with little patience, grumbling, "Can you let me set down my backpack first?" "Ha ha, all right. Go ahead." As the two exchanged banter, a girl suddenly approached them, her face flushed. Mibai, she spoke in a voice as soft as a whisper, appearing somewhat bashful, with her hands clasped behind her back, as if concealing something. Tanli, perceptively scanning between the girl and Mibai, discreetly released his hold on Mibai and turned to rummage through his books. Mibai paused momentarily. In his previous life, he had also been quite handsome and had received confessions, so he could immediately discern the girl's intentions. However, he was only 13 years old. He had started school a year earlier than his peers, meaning that most classmates were merely a year or two older than him. In other words, this girl was at most 15. With over 60 students in their class, he was more familiar with the boys, and sometimes he was not present at school, so he had not memorized all the girls' names. At that moment, looking at the girl before him, Mibai set down his backpack and pressed his lips together, greeting her. "Hello." He was unsure of her name, so he could only initiate the conversation this way. Confessing in public requires immense courage, but if possible, he wished she would retract her words, for being publicly rejected would undoubtedly be painful. His voice, imbued with politeness yet tinged with distance, aptly conveyed his stance. Yet, it was evident that the girl did not perceive it. Suddenly, she lowered her head, presenting the letter she had hidden behind her to Mibai, exclaiming shyly, I like you. Will you go out with me?" Chapter 45. Joining the group, the cicadas sang beautifully on this summer morning, and a gentle breeze stirred the curtains, casting shifting patterns of light. The young boy sat by the window, bathed in the soft morning light, which radiated the essence of youth. His posture was impeccable. Even while seated, his elegance was evident. His striking features were complemented by a pair of indifferent light eyes that quietly regarded the girl before him. The classroom was enveloped in silence, as if all eyes were fixated on the two of them. The girl appeared anxious, her fingers tightly clutching the letter. She dared not lift her gaze to meet Mibai's expression, acutely aware of the likelihood of rejection. Yet what if? She considered herself fairly attractive, her academic performance decent, and she was somewhat of a notable figure at school. Perhaps Mibai would be drawn to someone like her. The young girl, still in her tender years, harbored a minuscule hope for romance. Though the possibility of rejection loomed over her, it was not a reason for retreat. To love was to be courageous in pursuit. As time gradually slipped away, the tension within her heart amplified. After a moment, she heard the sound of his clear, melodious voice. "I'm sorry." The light in his eyes shimmered, as if a gentle breeze danced within them. His tone was somewhat aloof, yet unexpectedly tender. "Thank you for your affection, but for now, it's best to focus on studying." With that, he lowered his head to organize his desk, showing no intention of accepting the letter. The girl froze momentarily, and with a sense of disappointment, she raised her gaze to Mibai's profile. Although she had anticipated this outcome, the reality still stung. She squeezed the letter in her hands and offered a weak smile to the exquisite boy, saying, "Sorry to have disturbed you." Following the rejection, her initial nervousness and apprehension dissipated. Mibai shook his head, replying, "It's fine." The girl studied his features, her heart stirring. He was indeed the most handsome boy she had ever seen, refreshing and immaculate, reminiscent of the male lead from her fantasies. She had mustered the courage to confess because she was about to graduate, wishing to leave no regrets behind. A smile graced her face as she declared, "I will study hard, and you must do your best too. I will continue to watch you from the audience." She gazed at him intently, as if trying to etch his image into her memory, leaving behind a blessing before departing. She was neither the first nor the last to confess, perhaps, in their youth. They could not fully comprehend the essence of affection, yet those who dazzled in their youth were often unforgettable. After the girl left, Mi-bai cast his eyes downward. Upon returning to school from the company, he noted that the changes since last semester had indeed been considerable. However, he was not inclined to dwell on these thoughts. Not only was he still young, but the training and studies from the company consumed a significant portion of his time. He had grown accustomed to such scenes. The discussions about him had intensified in his absence, and it was entirely normal for someone to come forth with a confession. To speak candidly, even if Xiaobai were not an idol, he believed there would still be many who adored him. After all, Xiaobai possesses both striking looks and an amiable disposition. With no discernible flaws aside from his reticence, it is only natural for someone to be fond of him. Mi-bai opened his textbook, having taken a nearly half-month leave. Typically, he does not dedicate much time to his studies, yet he has not fallen too far behind. He possesses memories from a past life, and thus, the knowledge up until his second year of high school poses no challenge for him, allowing him a sense of ease in his academic pursuits. Due to an intense schedule in the preceding period, Mi-bai decided against additional practice, choosing instead to genuinely relish his time at school. Engaging in light-hearted banter with Tan Li and others throughout the day. When the driver arrived to pick him up in the afternoon, a gentle smile lingered on his face. Naturally, this relaxation resulted in a deduction of his character value today, but he remained unconcerned, for he had accumulated enough over time. His family was affluent and prosperous. Following a methodical routine of study and training for a week, Mi-bai received no updates regarding the audition, just as he was on the verge of surrendering. On Saturday afternoon, Sister Chi unexpectedly sent him a message notifying him to join the production team in half a month. Upon receiving the message, just after returning to the company, he felt a fleeting moment of confusion. Had he truly passed the audition? The informal nature of Sister Chi's notification left him somewhat incredulous. Rewinding to a week prior, in an office where the information of 3 young talents was displayed on a large screen. Feng Wenshi from Lunglin Entertainment, Xiao Kangyu from Jiahua Entertainment, and Mi-bai from Hua Sheng Entertainment. The strengths and weaknesses of these 3 individuals were clearly delineated. Feng Wenshi, 15 years old, a child star with ample acting experience and an established fanbase. His somewhat devilish appearance was well suited to the darkened portrayal of the youthful male lead, albeit his initial performance was slightly lacking. Xiao Kangyu, 14 years old, with both parents being renowned actors, displayed the best acting skills among the trio, though his looks were somewhat inferior compared to the others. Mi-bai, 13 years old, a trainee from Hua Sheng, is a budding actor with an innate charm. He boasted the largest fan base among the 3 and possessed the most striking appearance, as the role selected was for the male lead during his adolescent years. There were no specific requirements for the young actor's fanbase. However, the early portrayal of the male lead held significant weight, with the darker scenes being relatively minimal. Thus, the selection predominantly fell between Xiao Kangyu and Mi-bai. The numbers favoring both were nearly equal, but ultimately, the director's final decision favored Mi-bai. It was his captivating presence on stage as a youthful figure that had prompted the audition invitation to Hua Sheng. The young man in red, dashing and spirited. After viewing Mi-bai's audition clip, that sensation continued to resonate within him. He firmly believed that Mi-bai could embody the youthful vigor of the Prince of Nanli, Zhong Lixian. Once the joining date was confirmed, Mi-bai received the complete script from the production team the following day. This brought him a modicum of reassurance, as he had begun to doubt the sincerity of the company regarding his casting. With a new mission at hand, Mi-bai's life now included not only studies and training, but also the additional task of script analysis. Beyond this, he also made time to complete the remaining sessions of his master acting classes. Time swiftly flows, and soon the day arrived when Mi-bai joined the cast. He had already secured leave from school in advance. Although his role was not extensive, it would require a month of commitment. Despite the company's lack of emphasis on acting, this marked a significant milestone as it was the first instance of an artist obtaining a role during their trainee period. Thus, the company assigned 2 assistants to Mi-bai, a gesture that he deemed a sign of their attention. especially considering that among the 20 trainees of the fourth generation, there were only 4 assistants. The details of his journey remained confidential, as the production team had yet to make any announcements. At the moment he boarded the plane, Hwasong officially released several new videos, prominently featuring Mi Bai and Rong Shi in a dance titled Wind. Chapter 46. Wind. Yao Yuer, now a sophomore, has been a fan of Mi Bai since his debut on stage, making her one of his longest-standing supporters. She witnessed his transformation from 1.6 meters to 1.7 meters, observed the gradual disappearance of his baby fat, and saw him evolve from a finely chiseled child into a slender young man. In just a year and a half, it felt as though she had accompanied Mi Bai for an eternity, nurturing the charm of watching him grow into an even better version of himself. Mi Bai has never disappointed his fans. Throughout the year and a half of public performances, his progress has been visibly remarkable. Yao Yuer has never harbored concerns about his performances, as she firmly believes that the person she admires will always strive for excellence. Upon receiving the news of the video release from Hwasong, she immediately clicked on it. Seeing Mi Bai's video ranked at the top brought a satisfied smile to her face. The effort of the fans to secure that first position was solely to ensure Mi Bai shone brightly at the pinnacle. She briefly skimmed the description, which seemed to interpret a stage presentation about the wind, the changing of seasons, and the cyclical nature of breezes, though she found it somewhat perplexing. Not wanting to pressure herself for understanding, she clicked to watch the performance directly. The video had been released shortly after the fourth generation's transition, and it was clearly a well-funded production, vastly superior to the modest concert in March. She was particularly excited about the duet between her beloved Mi Bai and Rong Shi. As she clicked to play, a melodious flute sound filled the air, and the visuals revealed swirling mist that gradually dispersed with the music. As the camera drew closer, a face as beautiful as a peach blossom suddenly appeared before the lens. His eyes were cast downwards, the outer corners slightly raised, accentuated by red eyeliner that made him strikingly radiant. A hint of vermilion between his brows did not appear sinister, but rather enhanced his brilliance. What a stunningly vibrant beauty! With a resounding thud, the beauty lifted his gaze, his eyes alight with joy, reminiscent of the passionate summer sun. Yao Yuer felt her heart tremble. "Ah, my darling! So breathtaking!" Amid her ecstatic cries, Mi Bai chuckled softly, raising his hand to turn, and the scene transitioned to reveal a young man clad in white. His makeup identical to Mi Bai's, save for the hue, which was silver. If one were to say that the aura emitted by Mi Bai earlier was that of a fervent summer day, then the presence of this individual exudes the chilling elegance of a winter's frost, both pure and noble. The two embody contrasting seasons, one ethereal and regal, the other radiant and enchanting. The scene shifts rapidly, and Yao Yuer feels her eyes struggling to keep pace. Oh, this time they have truly spared no expense. The visual spectacle is both exquisite and refined. In the initial moments, the stark contrast between Mi Bai's crimson and Rong Shi's alabaster was unmistakable. Though their movements mirrored one another, they each conveyed a wholly distinct essence. Both dancers performed splendidly, each possessing their own allure, leaving the audience in a delightful quandary as to where to direct their gaze, almost wishing for a second pair of eyes to take it all in. However, as the sound of the flute filled the air, the distance between the two gradually diminished. At this moment, Yao Yuer was lost in admiration of her beloved dancer, marveling at their significant progress, blissfully unaware of the impending gravity of the situation. It was only when Mi Bai executed a spinning kick, landing behind Rong Shi, that he reached out, his fingers trailing from Rong Shi's fingertips to his shoulder and neck, a gesture both playful and tender. Rong Shi, taken aback, looked up, only to be ensnared by those captivating eyes, akin to a deep abyss drawing one in. Mi Bai's eyebrows arched gracefully as he flashed a deliberately dazzling smile at Rong Shi, taking great pleasure in witnessing the flush creep from his neck to his cheeks. In an instant, he turned away, reminiscent of a mischievous sprite, teasingly drawing near only to depart without a trace of longing. The camera, adept at capturing the moment, zoomed in on Mi Bai's gaze, highlighting the brilliance that shimmered within his eyes. Then, with another swift transition, it showcased the rosy hue blooming across Rong Shi's face. This seamless series of shots sent the audience's hearts racing. Yao Yuerer, still reeling from her darling's enchanting gaze, was caught off guard as the music shifted. She clutched her heart, hastily pausing the video. Oh my goodness, how exhilarating. After a brief respite, she rewound to relive that captivating moment of Me by S. gaze. Yao Yuerer, even upon a second viewing, her heart raced anew. She opened the comments section, only to find the reactions far more fervent than her own. Goodness gracious, how skillful. Who taught you such mastery? You're trying to seduce me, huh? This is too enchanting. I can't bear it. So let me by, is it? Auntie will remember you. Please don't look at my darling like that. I can't resist. Don't do this. Sweetheart, you're still so young. Has he already begun to overtly entice? I'm all in. Upon reading these comments, Yao Yuerer found solace in the realization that she was not alone in her sentiments. Once her racing heart settled, she resumed watching the video. As the rhythm accelerated in the latter stages, the interactions between the two became increasingly intimate. What was once a clear delineation of red and white now began to intertwine. Their garments swirling as white silk danced with crimson ribbons. They moved with a lightness akin to two distinct winds, intertwining and caressing one another. With the gentle sound of the gouging, Mibai approached Rong Shi from behind, playfully wrapping his arms around his neck, while Rong Shi effortlessly drew him closer, spinning him around to face him. The entire performance flowed with an exquisite grace, a perfect synchronization, as if it had been rehearsed 1,000 times. Rong Shi lowered his gaze, compelling Mibai to bend slightly, their eyes locking in an intimate exchange. His gaze was shadowy, a hint of crimson gracing his cheeks. The chill emanating from him considerably softened. In contrast, Mibai's beautiful eyes sparkled with a radiant light, each smile and frown reminiscent of an enchanting spirit from the mountains. Alluring and fervent, Yao Yuerer felt her face flush, silently clutching her cup with wide eyes. The background flute melody gradually slowed, and a streak of red silk fluttered down before Rong Shi. He raised his hand, allowing the vibrant red to settle in his palm. His lips pressed together lightly, his gaze shifting from his hand to the distance, his expression frosty, and his eyes distant like the chill of a harsh winter. Mibai sat cross-legged before him, red silk swirling around. Even his hair danced with abandon. He tilted his head back, offering a gentle smile, his stunning eyes following the direction of his fingertips towards the horizon, shimmering as if they captured countless stars. Effortlessly elegant, breathtakingly beautiful. Long after the video concluded, Yao Yuerer finally emerged from the seasonal stage she had just witnessed. She swiftly grabbed her cup and took a couple of large gulps, then pulled out her phone to scroll through the trending posts. She had a premonition that Mibai's performance would undoubtedly go viral. Chapter 47. Online discussions that evening. Upon arriving at the hotel designated by the production team, Mibai's new stage had already ascended to the hot search on the social platform. This trending topic was markedly different from the previous one related to the Loner's Ballad. There were no other senior artist names overshadowing it, allowing him to swiftly reach the 32nd spot on the hot search list. It seemed there was a promising upward trajectory. Wow, has Huaxing really become this impressive? These two kids are remarkable. What's the name of the slightly shorter one? He's so good looking. No need to say anything else. The dual dance leads are simply the best. This dance is absolutely striking. It's like they're dancing on my heartstrings. My fangirl spirit is igniting. I want to know which boy group they belong to. Is there a pairing? Incredible. Their expression management is on point. Fan circle. Huaxing's new stage is driving me crazy this afternoon. They've really invested this time. The stage looks significantly more sophisticated. Sisters, I'm also losing my mind. Mibai's simply mesmerizing. I declare that Rong Shi and Mibai's wind is divine. Mu Junfeng has greatly improved in singing and dancing this time. It seems the last change of lineup had a substantial impact. Yi Gaoyao remains as striking as ever. If he hadn't yet debuted, I would be tempted to follow him. The kids performed exceptionally well. Huaxing's investment is truly worthwhile. Let S be real. Only the top few performed decently. The rest were utterly pitiful. I initially thought Yuan Hushu sang quite well, but this stage still shows a gap compared to Mu Junfeng. I predict that Mi Bai's position at the top is absolutely secure this time. Prediction 1. Mi Bai has improved once again. I must say, his progress is remarkably evident with each performance. With my Mi Bai performing so well, if he doesn't take first place, there must be some foul play involved. Honestly, his stage presence is undeniably powerful. It may not necessarily be the case. This time, Rongxi performed admirably, and Mu Junfeng has also exceeded expectations. Rongxi still has a chance to contend, but as for Mu Junfeng, he is still far from the top ranking. Is this post intended to incite controversy? The debut battle for the children is still uncertain. Why the rush to determine rankings? Do you not find that the fourth generation of Huaxing bears a striking resemblance to TK? Both seem to be buoyed by a single individual. What is the original poster even implying? The success of TK cannot solely be attributed to Lung Jiamu, can it? We do not intend to claim TK as our own. Are you referring to Mi Bai? That seems far-fetched. While Lung Jiamu is the main dancer, his singing, composition, and rap skills are equally commendable. I hardly recall Mi Bai speaking up much. It doesn't seem likely. Mi Bai's style is quite different from that of Lung Jiamu. Wow. The original poster did not name names, yet you all jumped to conclusions? It appears these two truly are exceptional. I must say, both of them possess an astonishing stage presence. On stage, it seems I can only see those two. I feel Mi Bai is decent. But Lung Jiamu commands the stage with such an overwhelming aura. Truly impressive. The other children of the fourth generation are not lacking, you know? What do you mean by a single person buoying the entire group? Have they even formed a group to warrant such praise? The Secret Garden is simply fabulous. This time, my darling has truly outdone himself. The trending topic is still buzzing. This little enchantress seems to be captivating hearts day by day. I can hardly contain myself. I want to soar. As for the queue ahead, my pants are off. Let me go first. Calm down, everyone. Sisters, maintain your composure. Where did this enchanting beauty come from? It's utterly mesmerizing. This is truly a scene of fangirls gone wild. Today is a paradise for boyfriend fans. I can confidently shout out, my wife, go away. This is a celebration for girlfriend fans. Oh my, how's my little boyfriend excel so much? Is he smiling at me because he is in love? The newly unveiled stage by Huaxing has been steadily rising in popularity online, and Mi Bai has certainly received the news. The most evident sign is that his fan count on Xuanbo surged by over 100,000 in just one afternoon. This time's wind is distinct from the previously Renfu. The success of a stage is the result of collective effort. Although Mi Bai and Rongxi shone brightly in Li Renfu, it does not imply that the performances of others were subpar. On the contrary, it was the fact that everyone contributed without faltering that allowed this stage to break through, garnering millions of views. Because everyone performed exceptionally well. Even though Mi Bai and Rongxi were the standout stars, the increase in views was limited. This time, with only Mi Bai and Rongxi, the audience's focus will undoubtedly be on them alone, and compared to their previous performance, they have matured significantly, leading to a noticeable increase in their followers after the video was released. Mi Bai observed the online situation, and the joy in his beautiful eyes was unmistakable. Daily training can be quite monotonous. How much progress have I made? Is there truly any improvement? These are subtle shifts that are seldom acknowledged. Only the stage serves as the true measure, and the success of the stage signifies that he has indeed made considerable progress. Mi Bai flung himself onto the bed, shutting his eyes as he reminisced about his initial arrival at Huaxing. At that time, everyone surpassed him in skill, not to mention the remarkable Rongxi. Yet now, he had evolved into a presence capable of collaborating with Rongxi without falling behind. Mi Bai lifted his hand, his slender fingers fluttering before him. As the hotel's overhead lights spilled through the gaps between his fingers, he squinted slightly, his curled lashes trembling delicately. A tall figure materialized in his mind. When would he have the chance to work with him? Chapter 48. Makeup and styling. The discussions online continued unabated, while Mi Bai had already succumbed to slumber. The following morning, he rose early to join the crew, tasked with capturing promotional stills. Upon spotting him, the director's face broke into a smile. Although they had crossed paths during the audition, Mi Bai's visage never failed to astonish anew. "Little Mi Bai has arrived. Have you had breakfast?" Mi Bai nodded obediently. Though he had awoken early, he had indeed partaken of breakfast. He noticed that the director's demeanor towards him was notably more amiable than on the day of the audition. While still unfamiliar with Mi Bai personally, it was known that this young lad was merely 13 years of age. The audition had been a work-related affair, stern and serious. But in casual interactions with children, he remained gentle. Recognizing the inherent aloofness that Mi Bai exuded, the director surmised that the boy was likely not extroverted. Thus he refrained from pressuring him. Instead, he beckoned a staff member to escort Mi Bai to the makeup room. Mi Bai entered a communal makeup area, just as a makeup artist concluded her previous client and turned her gaze towards him. Upon catching sight of Mi Bai, her eyes sparkled with delight. The staff member who had brought Mi Bai in promptly announced, "Sister Yu, this is the little prince entrusted to you." "Little prince?" Mi Bai was momentarily taken aback, quickly realizing it referred to his character in the drama. The youthful incarnation of Prince Nan Li was indeed the little prince. As Mi Bai stepped into the production for the first time, he felt a bit disoriented, uncertain of what to do next. Sister Yu, however, was not at a loss. Upon hearing the staff member's words, her eyes gleamed even brighter. She waved her hand at the departing staff, signaling her understanding, her gaze never straying from Mi Bai. Once the staff member had left, the makeup artist, referred to as Sister Yu, gestured for Mi Bai to take a seat at the makeup station, smiling as she asked, "You're calling me Bai, right? May I call you Xiao Bai?" Her voice was warm and inviting, and Mi Bai felt no malice in her tone. He nodded in agreement. Most acquaintances referred to him as Xiao Bai, so he found no issue with it. Sister Yu gazed at Mi Bai's expressionless face, her heart silently exclaiming in delight. "Ah, how adorable, how beautiful, how stunning." She had already found him striking when searching online, but in person, he was even more captivating. What does a makeup artist cherish most? It is the transformation of the plain into the beautiful, and the beautiful into the extraordinary. And when the extraordinary is in her hands. Sister Yu gazed at Mi Bai's exquisite features, her heart racing with excitement, convinced she was about to create a perfect masterpiece. The title of this drama is Nanli Qingyuan, which narrates the tale of Prince Zhongli Xian of Nanli and Princess Xia Qingyuan of Dongwei, who support each other amidst turmoil and strive to unify the realm. With substantial investment, it is part of the S project by Tomato Video. The ample funding has allowed even the auditions for minor roles to be meticulously organized. While Mi Bai was preparing her look, the other main actors had nearly finished theirs. The male lead, Zhongli Xian, is portrayed by the rising star Pei Yuanzhou. At 24, Pei recently starred in a low-budget web drama that unexpectedly became a sensation, catapulting him to fame overnight. However, rather than hastily accepting variety shows for quick profit, he thoughtfully chose to take on this project, motivated by a desire to learn and grow. Initially, the director was somewhat apprehensive upon first seeing Pei, fearing he would need to teach him the ropes of acting. Yet, upon viewing his character photos, the director was pleasantly surprised. Aside from the character's appeal from the web drama, Pei's striking appearance is undeniable, particularly in period attire, which truly captivates the audience. The female lead, Xu Gudong, is an actress with several years of experience, well-trained and highly regarded by directors. Despite her gentle-sounding name, she possesses a rather sharp appearance, perfectly suited for her role as a martial arts heroine clad in a vibrant red robe. When the looks of the main characters were revealed, everyone felt assured about the success of the drama. Pei Yuanzhou donned a dark embroidered robe adorned with golden threads depicting mystical birds, complemented by a jade crown, exuding an air of nobility. Standing beside him, Xu Gudong wore a striking red gown, tailored to accentuate her graceful figure, her hair tied back in a high ponytail, presenting a clean and polished appearance. With her arms crossed and a playful smile, she radiated both charm and vigor. Observing the two leads, the director nodded in satisfaction. Although Pei's acting may not be exceptional, with Xu Gudong's presence, it appeared promising. The photographer tasked with capturing their character photos found the process quite effortless, as the crew engaged in animated discussions about the lead's looks. The door to the makeup room suddenly swung open, revealing a figure clad in azure. The crew glanced casually toward the makeup room, and an immediate hush fell over the air. Silence enveloped the space. The individual wore a blue embroidered robe, adorned with a simple yet elegant silver crown. Its hem cascading naturally. Silver threads intricately illustrated blossoming orchids upon the fabric. The youth's slender form was accentuated by the attire, exuding vitality and vigor. His eyes sparkled like peach blossoms in March, and a mere hint of a smile could ensnare one's heart. His light-colored irises bore an air of aloof nobility. His skin as fair as snow, with a delicate facial structure and petal-like lips, presenting a visage reminiscent of a graceful youth from an ancient painting. He was the epitome of a gallant and carefree young man. The onlookers were momentarily entranced, as if witnessing the true prince of Nonly stepping forth from the pages of a book. The once boisterous venue fell into a serene silence. A moment later, interrupted by a gasp from a corner, awakening the crowd. As they beheld the youth before them, the astonishment in their eyes lingered long after. The director, gazing at Mi-Bai's appearance, felt assured he had made the right choice. Clad in costume, Mi-Bai resembled the very embodiment of the crown prince of Nanli. After concluding the solo stills, the leading actors marveled at Mi-Bai, questioning where the production team had unearthed such a striking young talent. The female lead, Shu Gudong, approached with a bright smile, inquiring about his age. Pei Yuan-zhou joined in, scrutinizing Mi-Bai and speculating aloud. You must be 15, am I correct? Despite being almost a head taller at 6 feet, he pondered how this young lad could also be a towering figure, perhaps reaching 5'7". Mi-Bai pressed his lips together, responding to the two social butterflies. I will be 13 in just a few days. 13? Shu Gudong and Pei Yuan-zhou exchanged incredulous glances, astonished by his height and looks. Mi-Bai nodded obediently, feeling a resurgence of confidence that had been shaken by the earlier taunts from his senior brother about his stature. He was indeed tall. Dong, we need to capture some shots of you and Xiaobai. The teacher is already waiting inside, a nearby staff member called out. Acknowledging the urgency, Mi-Bai nodded to his two seniors and followed the call. Shu Gudong, still in disbelief that the graceful youth was only 13, snapped back to reality only after Mi-Bai's figure disappeared from view, her mind adrift as she hurried to catch up. Upon reaching the doorway, she heard the photographer's cheerful voice, yes. Just like that, give us a smile. As Shu Gudong lifted the curtain to enter, she caught sight of the exquisitely handsome young man, tilting his head slightly, offering her a gentle smile. His seemingly indifferent, yet noble eyes sparkled with warmth, as if gazing at his beloved. Shu Gudong gasped, oh my goodness, this child is enchanting. She could hardly believe it. At 26 years of age, she found herself utterly captivated by a mere boy, though he hardly appeared to be a child anymore. As she stepped in, the photographer, initially oblivious to her presence, was momentarily entranced by Mi-Bai's striking beauty, prompting him to capture a few shots. It was only when the shifting gazes of the surrounding crew caught his attention that he turned to see Shu Gudong, equally mesmerized by the young lad. The photographer, slightly regretful for the delay, realized it was time to focus. Teacher Dong, please position yourself next to the young man. We are ready to begin. Hearing his words, Shu Gudong looked at Mi-Bai, who was gazing back at her, and placed a hand over her fluttering heart as she approached him. After all these years in the industry, what kind of handsome man have I not encountered? Under the gaze of Mi-Bai, her dark lashes fluttered like the wings of a butterfly as she gazed dreamily at her senior sister. Shu Gudong, in her heart, her little person was biting her handkerchief. Oh my, she had never encountered such a handsome man before. Mi-Bai stared, his eyes widening as he observed the infatuation blossoming in the senior's gaze, reminiscent of the fans he had seen at the airport. Fortunately, this state of hers did not last long. Otherwise, he might have truly believed he was among his own admirers. After securing a role in this drama, he took some time to familiarize himself with the cast, learning that this senior sister had a professional background and possessed a natural charm, recognized as a capable actress by the public. However, due to the limited time he had since receiving the script, he had yet to watch their previous performances. As the staff announced preparations, he could distinctly sense a shift in the senior's aura. She stood tall, her expression shifting naturally, and her eyes took on a fierce intensity, as if she had transformed from a playful sister into the valiant princess of Dongwei. This transformation was visibly striking, especially felt by Mi Bai, who stood closest to her. His pupils widened in shock as he beheld the seemingly transformed Xu Gudong. The experience was utterly different from watching on television. Being present with a genuinely skilled actor created an almost surreal sensation, as if the character from the script was truly alive before him. Mi Bai felt a stir within. He had thought that after completing a masterclass in acting, he had learned much. Yet, it became clear that only through real experiences on set with the actors could one truly grasp the depth of the craft. The drama primarily revolved around themes of redemption. And thus their initial action involved me by squatting down to meet Xu Gudong's gaze, who reached out towards him. Without hesitation, Mi Bai lifted his hem and squatted down. Having always been active on stage, he was sensitive to the camera, aware of how to present himself in the most flattering light. Consequently, those in the studio witnessed the bright young man squatting, looking up at Xu Gudong, his eyes glistening and his lovely lips gently pressed together. Though his expression remained neutral, it conveyed an overwhelming sense of grievance. Those in the studio murmured, "Where did this pitiful child come from?" Facing Mi Bai's piercing gaze up close, Xu Gudong momentarily lost her composure, nearly breaking character. "Form is emptiness. Emptiness is form," she silently recited, invoking her professional spirit and earnestly stepping into the role. Observing this, the photographer's shutter clicked incessantly. Mi Bai was effortlessly photogenic, requiring no prompting. Xu Gudong remained in character at all times, capturing spontaneous moments filled with emotion. He cherished such worry-free artists. The photo shoot for Mi Bai went remarkably well. Whether for solo shots or group photos, his progress was swift, with the photographer remarking that every image was a keeper. After a full day, Mi Bai had changed into 4 different outfits and taken countless pictures, and by the time they reached the final set, fatigue was visibly etched upon his face. During the previous concert, he was online for only a few hours at most, whereas the production team required him to be on standby at all times. He was accustomed to giving his utmost in every endeavor, which ultimately left him feeling somewhat drained as the project progressed. Mi Bai's final look was that of a darkened prince, adorned predominantly in black, with a makeup style that conveyed a certain somberness. Gazing into the mirror, Mi Bai shook his head vigorously. Almost finished, he needed to rally his spirits. That evening, he would only be left with a duet photograph alongside the male lead, which could be considered a fitting conclusion. In the morning, he had shot with the female lead, and now he would do so with the male lead. Upon arriving at the studio, he discovered that Pei Yuanzhou was already present. Their costumes and makeup were strikingly similar, albeit differing in size. When Pei Yuanzhou noticed Mi Bai's arrival, he blinked, marveling at how this young individual seemed to look exquisite in anything he wore. Despite donning the same attire, Mi Bai's appearance exuded an air of elegance. While Pei Yuanzhou scrutinized Mi Bai, the latter was equally observing him. Previously, Mi Bai had only caught a fleeting glimpse of the male lead during their morning photo shoot and had not taken the time to study him closely. Pei Yuanzhou possessed a regal countenance, appearing as though he hailed from an illustrious background, and his attire accentuated his resemblance to a noble descendant. The aura of nobility he emanated was utterly undeniable, which was precisely why he had been cast as the male lead in this drama. Although Pei Yuanzhou's acting skills were not particularly remarkable, he inherently fit the role perfectly. "Good day, teacher." Due to the pressing schedule, Mi Bai managed only a hasty greeting before immersing himself in work. After a few shots, the photography instructor suddenly paused, frowning at the camera. After a brief hiatus, the instructor began to make adjustments. "Mi Bai, tilt slightly, direct your gaze right. Yuanzhou, relax your hands." After several adjustments, the resulting photographs still did not meet expectations. The instructor ultimately invited them to examine the images themselves to ascertain the issue. As Mi Bai and Pei Yuanzhou approached the camera, they both frowned upon viewing the photographs. Logically, with their appealing features and matching outfits, the images should have been harmonious and visually pleasing. However, the current predicament was that while they looked good individually, they appeared too disconnected, as though they did not belong together in the same frame. The interactions designed by the instructor failed to create a sense of unity, instead resulting in an awkward posturing that felt forced. Strictly speaking, Pei Yuan-zhou was only 24 this year and had only recently debuted. This was his first major production. And faced with this situation, he genuinely felt at a loss. Mi Bai's predicament was even more pronounced. Having publicly become a trainee for less than 2 years and spending the majority of that time in training and preparing for the stage. Today marked his inaugural photo shoot for the character. In an instant, their progress came to a standstill, leaving both of them at a loss in front of the camera. Chapter 50. Sin and Redemption. At that moment, a staff member unexpectedly entered, carrying a large assortment of milk tea ordered by Pei Yuan-zhou for the team, hoping to bring a touch of sweetness to lift their spirits after a long day. According to the previous schedule, they should have completed the shoot by now, and thus, the milk tea would naturally be distributed among the crew. As the day drew to a close, the crew had yet to wrap up, making it an opportune moment to distribute milk tea. With a sense of resignation, Pei Yuan-zhou instructed someone to place the beverages in a corner. Mi Bai observed the staff member parting the curtains as they entered, beams of light streaming in from outside, and suddenly an idea sparked within her. The theme of their stalled duet photograph mirrored a conversation between the male lead and his younger self, ultimately embracing the past. Mi Bai's eyes glinted as she approached the photography instructor and suggested, "Could we alter the lighting? Perhaps angle it to shine from behind Pei Senpai." The photographer paused momentarily, his imagination conjuring the revised scene, and suddenly clarity struck him. Indeed, by merely adjusting the direction of the light, the image would resonate more profoundly with the theme. The original light had streamed from behind Mi Bai, symbolizing illumination on the male lead's childhood, facilitating his reconciliation with the past. However, with the proposed modification, the light would now emanate from the grown male lead, symbolically redeeming his younger self, thus elevating the entire composition. Once the adjustments were agreed upon, the crew swiftly took their positions for the final shoot of the day. Pei Yuan-zhou complied with the photographer's previous directions, sitting with one leg bent and the other extended. Gazing up at Mi Bai, observing him in position, Mi Bai gracefully knelt on one knee, her slender hand resting on his neck. The cool sensation from her touch sent a shiver down Pei Yuan-zhou's spine, and as he looked up, their gazes locked. At the moment the photographer called for action, Mi Bai tightened her grip on his neck, her beautiful eyes shimmering with unshed tears. A silvery light suddenly ignited, illuminating Mi Bai's face and rendering her akin to a fallen angel amidst ruins, sinful yet exquisite. A slight smirk played upon his lips, his expression rife with intensity, while his soulful, almond-shaped eyes reflected confusion. Pei Yuan-zhou froze, captivated by the brilliance of her silver-lit gaze, inexplicably feeling a pang in his heart. Though his hand rested on his own neck, he sensed that she was the one in greater need of solace. That mischievous, sinister smile graced the youthful visage, starkly contrasting with the bewilderment in her eyes, evoking a profound sense of empathy. What had caused this rose, meant to flourish beneath the azure sky, to bloom amidst thorns. The sound of the shutter echoed frequently, the photographer observing the scene with satisfaction. In the frame, the youth fiercely grasped the man's neck. Yet the silver light reflecting in his eyes exuded a purity and confusion. The man being restrained should have resisted. Yet he gazed at the boy inflicting harm upon him with a heart full of compassion. Both clad in dark garments, intricate silver threads shimmered coldly under the light. Light and shadow, sin and redemption. This image vividly encapsulated contradiction and conflict, imbued with a fierce, chaotic beauty. Not just the photographer, but even the onlookers gasped at the sight, fearing that any misstep might shatter this exquisite tableau. Mi Bai maintained his pose until the sound of the shutter ceased. After a prolonged silence, he turned his head in confusion, wondering if the shoot had yet to conclude. To his surprise, he found those around him gazing in awe, while the equipment had already taken a respite from its labor. "Is this the end, or is it not?" he inquired. As Mi Bai rose, Pei Yuan-zhou was also roused from the enchantment of Mi Bai's captivating eyes. His cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Earlier that day, Shu Gudong had mentioned that this younger brother was extraordinary and that he would surely blush when photographed. At the time, Pei Yuanzhou had been skeptical, believing that girls simply favored handsome boys. It was entirely natural for Shu Gudong to feel her heart race in the presence of such a striking young man. Yet, he was a man himself. How could he possibly be attracted to someone of the same sex? Although the younger brother was undeniably attractive, Pei Yuanzhou felt he was not lacking in that department either. After all, he had gained fame through his own looks. Having seen himself daily, his aesthetic appreciation had certainly evolved, and it would take considerable effort to make him blush and his heart race. However, he never anticipated that the very same evening he would be proven wrong. Just moments ago, while gazing into those mesmerizing eyes, he felt his heart quicken for a fleeting instant. As both protagonists of the shoot stood, the onlookers reluctantly turned their gaze away. The photographer approached, gently patting their shoulders, and lavished them with praise until Mi Bai felt quite bashful. With the conclusion of the shoot, Mi Bai's schedule for the day came to a close. After bidding farewell to his seniors, he followed the young assistant onto the business vehicle heading back to the hotel. While saying his goodbyes, Pei Yuanzhou found himself unable to meet Mi Bai's enchanting gaze, his thoughts drifting back to those beautiful eyes, leaving him momentarily bashful. He mumbled a response, lowering his head and falling silent. Mi Bai tilted his head in slight puzzlement, but remained oblivious to the underlying tension. After a long day of shooting, he was genuinely exhausted and followed the assistant without further thought. By the time Mi Bai returned to the hotel, it was quite late. It was then that he noticed a message from his manager, Sister Qi Xiaobai. On your birthday, the company will send someone to film a special video for you. We have prepared several proposals for you to choose from. Mi Bai paused, his fatigued mind slowly processing the information. In the past, they had celebrated birthdays at the company. But now, with him filming on location, returning was impossible, and they would have to shoot here. This birthday video would be shared on social media. As fans had witnessed their journey step by step, naturally desiring to celebrate such a day with their beloved idol. Since they had yet to debut, hosting a birthday party was out of the question. A birthday video was the only means to reassure their fans. Mi Bai scrolled through the proposals, ultimately selecting the second one to send to Sister Qi, adding a request at the end. Sister Qi, may I sing this song? I can purchase the rights myself. With that, he sent a link to the song, his gaze lowering, long lashes casting a delicate shadow upon his eyelids. He recalled how eager the fans were for him to sing. In Chapter 51, fooling around with Brother, Mi Bai and his companions were compensated as trainees, and receiving this role came with remuneration as well. Acquiring the copyright for a song was not particularly challenging for him. They all had their phones in hand and could access much online content, though time constraints limited their exposure. Long before, he had seen fans expressing their desire to hear him sing, but he recognized that his vocal skills paled in comparison to others, making it reasonable for the company to allocate him fewer lines. After all, they could not sacrifice an exceptional stage performance for his sake. However, it was his birthday, and since he had the freedom to choose, he wished to sing for them. Once he made his decision, Mi Bai shared his plan with Sister Qi, who promptly agreed, especially since Mi Bai would be covering the copyright fees for the song himself. Sister Qi advised him to post a preview on Xuanbua 2 days in advance and to continue his training during the filming process. After nodding in acknowledgement, Mi Bai wearily attended to his evening routine, exhausted from the day's activities. The moon was concealed behind dark clouds, and the stars shyly faded from view. In contrast to the resting Mi Bai, a bustling ancient city in a city was alive with activity. The sound of boots echoed sharply on the quiet streets. As the footsteps drew nearer, a tall figure emerged at the end of the road. The person's cloak billowed in the night air, and their blood-red eyes gleamed wickedly in the darkness. The camera panned closer, revealing an exceptionally handsome face. With sharp features and slightly upturned, cool lips, he exuded an air of nonchalance. He raised his gaze, his mischievous yet sinister eyes locking onto the camera, creating an overwhelming sense of pressure. Cut! Jiamu, take a break. We'll head to the castle in 10 minutes. The crew stood in stunned silence until the director's booming voice jolted them back to reality. They looked at the striking young man nearby. Engrossed in his phone, their eyes filled with admiration and trepidation. Oh my goodness, I was genuinely startled just now. This kid is remarkable, only 16, and he already carries such an imposing presence. He is incredibly good-looking, but that aura is a bit intimidating. The staff's whispers were soft, yet Lung Jiamu caught their words. Unfazed, he continued to scroll through his phone, raising an eyebrow. A new stage performance from the little ones? The screen displayed Mi Bai and Rong Shi's collaborative stage, Wind. As he scrolled through the comments, he realized he would soon have to move to a different location for filming and could only indulge in the comments for now. Amidst a flood of flattering remarks about appearances, one comment caught his attention. Determined to be Mi Bai's dog. This little enchantress is just getting better at seducing people every day. I can't take it anymore. I want to meet her. Lung Jiamu's gaze sharpened and the corners of his mouth straightened. Expressionless, he moved his fingers and reported the comment. Reason for reporting: vulgar and sexual language, corrupting the youth. After reporting, he casually downloaded the children's video, intending to review it later upon finishing his work. When the assistant arrived, he found Lung Jiamu comfortably reclining in a chair, his long legs positioned languidly. He held a phone in his hand, the screen's glow illuminating his handsome features, exuding a hint of coldness. Today, he had donned blood-red contact lenses for the shoot, and with his eyes half closed, his thick lashes cast shadows upon his eyelids, rendering him exceedingly languorous. Despite his relaxed demeanor, there was an air about him reminiscent of a hunter poised to strike. Any slight movement could meet with his lethal precision. The assistant gazed at him in awe, marveling at how Lung Jiamu's striking visage never failed to astonish. It was undeniably captivating. As the assistant approached, he gently reminded, Brother Mu, we should head to the next location. At this, Lung Jiamu pocketed his phone and nonchalantly acknowledged before striding towards his vehicle. Surprisingly, he was the youngest in the entire team, yet all the staff, including his teammates, affectionately referred to him as Brother Mu. The teammates typically used his name, reserving Brother Mu for moments of earnest request. Lung Jiamu stroked his chin, the image of Mi Bai's rosy lips and white teeth flashing through his mind, a glimmer of intrigue flickering in his blood-red eyes. He wondered if, upon their next meeting, he could charm the child into calling him brother. Lung Jiamu had anticipated watching his junior brother's new stage performance that night, but the filming extended until dawn, and by the time they returned to the hotel, the sun had fully risen. Brother Mu, should we postpone the morning interview? The assistant, observing his weary yet handsome face, couldn't help but inquire. Lung Jiamu rubbed his temples, glanced at the date, and replied, No need, let us go. The assistant hesitated, as everyone in TK had an assistant since their debut, and he was solely responsible for Lung Jiamu, thus familiar with the schedule. The group variety show had been recorded early on, and there were no contractual activities forthcoming. Currently, Lung Jiamu was engaged in personal endeavors, and logically, there was no need to rush. The assistant was puzzled by his decision to consolidate all activities. Did he intend to complete them all before embarking on a vacation? Looking up, the assistant noticed Lung Jiamu had already donned his jacket and was heading out, prompting him to hasten his steps to catch up. In the business vehicle, Lung Jiamu contemplated his recent itinerary. At this rate, he would have the afternoon of the 27th free. A smile crept onto his lips as he felt more accepting of the upcoming interviews. The breeze wafted in through the car window, gently tousling his hair. He closed his eyes, reclining comfortably, appearing to be in high spirits. Chapter 52. My secret. After coordinating the birthday video with the company, Mi Bai became engrossed in the hectic filming schedule over the following days. Having attended systematic acting masterclasses, he was not entirely inexperienced, and with the guidance of directors and seasoned actors, his performance skills were advancing rapidly. Though his roles were minimal, he remained on set to observe the performances of his seniors, eager to learn more. In addition, he utilized any free time to practice singing. Although he understood that this song was dedicated to his fans, who would undoubtedly cherish it regardless of his performance, he still aspired to deliver his utmost within his capabilities. Their boundless affection compelled him to reciprocate in kind. On the eve of his birthday, Mi Bai took a day off from the filming crew, accompanied by a photographer from his company, and ventured into a recording studio. The song he selected was titled My Secret, originally a narrative of unrequited love, yet for him, it resonated more as a tale shared between him and his fans. Since the passing of his father and the remarriage of his mother, he had grown increasingly insecure. Although he was aware of his mother's enduring love, that love inevitably became diluted in the reshaping of their family, coupled with the demands of his career. His mother's attention towards him became limited. He bore her no ill will, for she had strived to do her best, yet a sense of melancholy lingered within him. In a past life, he had immersed himself in his own world, becoming a reclusive individual with his own small sanctuary. However, in this lifetime, he emerged as an idol, receiving unreserved and fervent love from his fans. Each time he spotted someone in the audience who had traveled from afar just to see him, he felt enveloped by an overwhelming affection. Although they were practically strangers, they would journey great distances for his sake. Mi-Bai's gaze softened. His typically indifferent, light-colored eyes appeared gentle at that moment. Standing before the microphone, he relaxed and softly hummed, as if whispering to a dear confidant. Today, he donned a blue checkered shirt paired with white shorts, reminiscent of his initial public appearance. Yet, the shirt was now oversized, and the contours of his face had sharpened. Even his once youthful, melodious voice had transformed into a husky yet melodious tone. Over the course of a year, the boy had not only changed in appearance, but also entered a phase of vocal maturation. He seemed to have undergone significant transformation, while simultaneously remaining unchanged. With a light-hearted laugh, he closed his eyes and softly sang, the aloofness surrounding him dissipating like a gentle spring breeze caressing his heart. He felt inexplicably cheerful lately, a mood he wished to share through song. Gazing out at the twinkling stars, he pondered his secret. As he opened his eyes, a radiant smile illuminated his face, akin to the brilliance of the countless stars above. Perhaps, unbeknownst to him, he had seamlessly stepped into the role of competent idol, the brilliance he exuded having become an integral part of him, naturally radiating a dazzling glow. He spoke slowly and tenderly, as if narrating a cherished story into the ear of a close friend. The distance between them seemed to ebb and flow. Although he was physically apart from his fans, he felt an undeniable closeness. The gap in reality felt like thousands of miles, yet their souls remained intimately connected, a mutual reliance and support for one another. Mi-Bai gently shook his head, his slightly curled hair swaying with the music, reminiscent of refreshing mint, sweet and invigorating. The secrets nestled within my heart are the sweetness you bestowed upon me, and the distance between us diminishes ever so slightly each day. This is a unique sentiment that others cannot fathom, and I yearn to make the entire world aware of it. Mi-Bai's eyes, adorned with enchanting peach blossom hues, smile like a crescent moon, radiating an innocent charm. That is pure joy. I am profoundly grateful to you all for showering me with such sincere and fervent affection. Once the recording of the song concluded, Mi-Bai accompanied the staff to a prearranged location. There lay a lush expanse of grass, where white roses were artfully arranged into a small frame. Holding a bouquet of white roses, Mi-Bai recorded a brief video. The language of white roses speaks of pure love. While the bond he shares with his fans may not be romantic, he perceives it as the most unadulterated emotion in existence, a genuine passion and devotion. He lowered his head, closed his eyes, and inhaled the fragrance of the flowers. A gentle breeze caressed his garments, creating ripples in the air. Under the blue sky, amidst the white clouds, with the delicate youth and the pristine roses, the entire scene was both pure and beautiful. The photographer, observing the tableau through the lens, felt that this assignment was indeed worthwhile. Mi-Bai continued filming until the sun began its descent, after which the staff would promptly edit the footage and release it at midnight. At this point, Mi-Bai's work was complete. He blinked with excitement. The birthday video primarily reflected his own ideas. Every choice, from the white roses to the selected song, was made with careful consideration, and thus he eagerly anticipated the fans' reaction. Later that evening, around 10 o'clock, the staff transmitted the birthday video to Mi-Bai, instructing him to release it precisely at midnight. Since it was merely a simple video, the staff needed only to make minor edits and add text. allowing for a swift editing process. Mibai first watched the video himself before scheduling it for release. Just as he prepared to set down his phone to take a shower, he noticed an incoming call. Caller ID, senior brother Lung Jiamu. Mibai paused, recalling that on his last birthday, Lung's senior brother had sent him birthday wishes directly via social media when they were still unfamiliar with each other. Could it be that this time he was calling to extend his congratulations? However, glancing at the clock, Mibai noted that there was still over an hour until his birthday. Was this call a tad premature? He pressed the answer button and brought the phone to his ear. In the next moment, a deep, alluring voice filled his ears. Good evening, little one. Lung Jiamu's voice, laced with a hint of mirth, was slightly distorted through the phone, yet still melodious, stirring a longing within the tranquil night. Mibai, expressionless, rubbed his ear, wishing that if his voice could remain so captivating post-adolescence, it would be splendid. Good evening, senior brother. Upon hearing the title of senior brother, Lung Jiamu hesitated for a moment before responding naturally. Come down. I'll take you out for a bite. Come down? Mibai's expression momentarily turned bewildered. It seemed that the voice on the other end sensed his confusion, letting out a soft chuckle before continuing. Yes. I'm waiting for you downstairs at your hotel. Chapter 53. Fireworks birthday. Upon hearing the news, Mibai's pupils constricted slightly as he instinctively glanced out the window. The view below was shrouded in darkness, rendering everything indistinguishable. A flicker of annoyance crossed Mibai's eyes as he realized his folly, given the height of his residence. It was futile to expect clarity from such a vantage. Yet, he recalled his senior SIP address still being in his city yesterday. How could it possibly be here today? As he pondered, Mibai donned his clothing and made his way outside, intending to inform his assistant. Hearing the commotion, Lung Jiamu smirked, reassuring him, do not fret. I'm not going anywhere just yet. His tone was playful, reminiscent of a rogue teasing a respectable lady. Mibai found it perplexing how the initially aloof and charismatic idol transformed into this teasing figure after growing familiar. Once he adorned his cap and mask and entered the hotel lobby, he scanned the area for familiar faces. Suddenly, a strong hand pulled him into a corner. Shoo! The towering figure before him shielded him entirely. Mibai lifted his gaze, only to be captured by the twinkling darkness of Lung Jiamu's eyes. Little one, I am here to celebrate your birthday, he declared. Lung Jiamu also wore a mask, leaving only his radiant eyes visible to Mibai. Perhaps it was the hotel's glaring lights, but Mibai thought his senior's eyes sparkled like stars against the night sky, remarkably enchanting. Before Mibai could collect his thoughts, Lung Jiamu led him to a sleek black business vehicle. Chin, let us go, he instructed the driver in the front seat. Mibai blinked, finally processing the situation. He turned to his senior and inquired, where are we headed? Lung Jiamu, observing the growth of his younger disciple, languidly replied, to sell you. Mibai's beautiful eyes fixed on him, devoid of emotion. Seeing this, Lung Jiamu couldn't help but chuckle. How adorable you are, little one. You just hop in without a word, not even fearing I might truly sell you. Upon hearing the laughter escaping Lung Jiamu's lips, Mibai pursed his own, his gaze slightly shifting, yet he remained silent. Lung Jiamu understood that if he did not coax the younger one soon, he might genuinely become upset. He patted Mibai on the back of his head, saying, I'll take you for barbecue. I remember you mentioned you liked it. Their conversations, albeit sporadic due to work commitments, flowed continuously. Occasionally, Mibai would express his longing for barbecue, but, adhering to the discipline expected of an artist, he seldom indulged. This birthday could be an exception. Indeed, upon hearing the word barbecue, Mibai's eyes sparkled with excitement. Since joining Huasheng, he had largely abstained from spicy and fried foods. Though he was uncertain if it would result in breakouts, the possibility loomed. As individuals who must always be stage-ready, maintaining their condition was paramount. Moreover, he was acutely aware of his image, carrying the weight of an idol. Thus, he exercised remarkable self-restraint regarding such foods, leading to a long absence from enjoying barbecue. Initially, he had planned to seek out a barbecue restaurant after filming the next day to satiate his cravings, but little did he know, his senior had already made arrangements. Mibai's eyes sparkled for a moment as he sincerely expressed his gratitude. Thank you, senior brother, not to mention the arduous journey senior brother undertook from City A. Even during their casual conversations, he always held me by in high regard, proving that he truly considered him a good friend. Therefore, me bai's heartfelt thanks were genuine, his tone even more sincere than usual. Lung Jia Mu curled his lips in a subtle smile, his gaze lifting slightly as he softly replied, "No need to be so polite." He had arranged the reservation in advance before boarding the plane, ensuring that he could bring me by directly to their destination. Lung Jiamu had booked a rooftop barbecue, and due to their respective professions, he had reserved the entire venue for their gathering. By the time they arrived, it was already past 11 at night. Though Mi Bai wished to indulge on his birthday, he was mindful of moderation, knowing he had to film the next day and needed to apply makeup. Thus, he only sampled a little of the feast. While he was eating, Lung Jiamu watched him with a warm smile. "Ah, a child should embody the essence of childhood. You must eat well." However, it seemed that after a period of absence, his junior brother had grown increasingly handsome. After a while, Mi Bai looked up at Lung Jiamu, his light-colored eyes filled with curiosity. "Aren't you going to eat, senior brother?" "Indeed," Lung Jiamu replied with a hint of a smile. "But before we eat, I have something to show you." Mi Bai tilted his head, intrigued. Could there be a gift in addition to the meal? 10-9. Lung Jiamu glanced at his watch, his attractive lips silently counting down. Before Mi Bai could fully comprehend, Lung Jiamu had already reached the final countdown. 3, 2, 1. With the last number, Lung Jiamu smiled and tilted his head back. Observing this, Mi Bai's pupils constricted. Could it be what he was thinking? In the next moment, the sound of fireworks erupted nearby. Mi Bai stood frozen, gazing upward as dazzling fireworks burst forth, illuminating the night sky with vibrant colors. Bang, bang, bang. One after another, the fireworks blossomed, ultimately forming a message in the night. "Happy birthday, Mi Bai." Simultaneously, Lung Jiamu's deep, alluring voice resonated in his ear. "Happy birthday." Chapter 54. Birthday video. The brilliant fireworks reflected in Mi Bai's beautiful eyes, radiating with resplendent light. Suddenly, he turned around, his brows arched in delight, revealing his first smile of the evening. In that instant, it was as if a garden of flowers had blossomed, magnificent and dazzling. "Thank you, senior brother," he exclaimed. The fireworks continued to bloom behind them, and as Lung Jiamu beheld the smile on Mi Bai's face, he was momentarily taken aback. His eyes twinkled, a hint of something unique flickering within his dark gaze. "Junior brother, you seem to have grown even more stunning." Mi Bai and Lung Jiamu did not part ways until after 1 in the morning. To Lung Jiamu, it felt rather late. Knowing Mi Bai had to report to the film crew in the morning, so he arranged for Mi Bai to be taken back to the hotel. Upon returning to his hotel, Mi Bai glanced at his phone. His birthday video had been sent precisely at midnight, and at that moment, Rongxi and others had also conveyed their birthday wishes. After confirming that he had replied to all the messages, he hurried to freshen up and rest. What Mi Bai remained unaware of was that his birthday video was being replayed incessantly by fans that very night, nearly becoming a cherished relic. Xiaoping Lu had been a devoted follower for several years, with Mi Bai being the very first trainee she had supported. Indeed, a trainee of the rarest exposure. Perhaps compared to other companies, Mi Bai and his peers enjoyed a relatively greater visibility, especially considering they had yet to officially debut. However, for someone like her, who had only ever followed top-tier stars, that scant exposure seemed trivial. After exhausting all of Mi Bai's previous performances and videos, an inexplicable emptiness enveloped her. According to Huasheng's treatment of trainees, Mi Bai's next stage performance was not slated until March of the following year. Xiaoping Lu, exasperated, rubbed her forehead, feeling despondent. When would she finally behold her fresh gem again? Just as she lamented, her precious star released a video. She was aware that today marked her beloved's birthday and had initially expected the company to casually produce a perfunctory video featuring a cake. But to her surprise, this time there was an actual video. Xiaoping Li's eyes sparkled. Did this mean she could finally witness the latest incarnation of Mi Bai? She hastily clicked on the video, and it began with her darling's clear voice. "Hello, my name is Mi Bai." His voice slightly husky, did not possess the harshness of a boy in the throes of voice change, but rather added an alluring quality to his naturally bright tone. As he spoke, the visuals gradually came into focus. Beneath a cerulean sky, a youth clad in a blue checkered shirt held a bouquet of white roses, gazing directly into the camera. Zhao Ping gasped, "Goodness, what a scene of confession." Before she could fully recover from that moment, the scene shifted to a dimly lit recording studio. The same attire adorned the boy, who sat relaxed before a microphone, a beam of incandescent light illuminating him from the side, as if he himself were radiating light. The entire frame exuded a hazy beauty. Though unclear, one could faintly discern that this was a strikingly handsome youth. "Ha ha!" The boy leaned closer to the microphone, eyes closed, softly singing. His tone was soothing and uplifting, akin to a gentle breeze caressing a verdant meadow, imbuing the air with a serene tranquility. Zhao Ping Li's heart fluttered. It felt as though Mi Bai were whispering sweetly in her ear. "I've been in such a good mood lately, though I cannot quite discern the reason. This feeling I have now, I wish to sing it for you." The boy opened his eyes, a tender smile gracing his features as he sang gently. The camera occasionally shifted, showcasing the boy under the blue sky, radiating carefree exuberance. He held the white roses as though they were his most cherished possession, the warmth in his gaze seemingly overflowing. Zhao Ping Lu pressed against her pounding heart. Though the voice was gentle and the visuals healing, her heart could not settle, instead leaping with increasing joy. "Oh, my darling, how can you be so tender? What a feeling. Sing louder. Mommy wants to hear." The distance between us seems to ebb and flow. Though you're not by my side, I feel an undeniable closeness. There is a sentiment I wish to express. The secret nestled within my heart is the sweetness you bestowed upon me. The young lad, with arms outstretched beneath the azure sky, allows the gentle breeze to caress his cheeks, stirring a few strands of ebony hair. Behind him, a delicate frame of white roses encircles him, as if to encapsulate his entire being. With a clear breeze and a bright moon, youth radiates its splendor. Zhao Pingel was utterly captivated by this enchanting scene, momentarily lost in a daze. Her dear child consistently ascends to new heights of beauty. How can one be so striking? This video, though brief, lasts only a few minutes, culminating in a final image of the exquisitely handsome youth, bowing his head, eyes closed, a smile gracing his lips as he inhales the fragrance of the flowers. His eyelashes flutter gently like the wings of a dancing butterfly, occasionally brushing against the pristine white roses. Gradually, the image blurs, and the voice of the smiling youth seems to echo from afar. "I am Mi Bai. It is a pleasure to meet you." A few white words descend onto the now completely darkened screen, as if one could still glimpse that boy holding a rose. Zhao Pingel, rendered speechless by the conclusion of the video, fell into a momentary silence. After an indeterminate time, she regained her composure and erupted into an excited scream. "Aw, my darling, I love you." Chapter 55. The allure of acting. On the evening of Mi Bai's birthday video, the fan community erupted in fervor. "Help! How can such a simple filming and editing be so captivating? I want to cry. My darling wore this outfit when he first debuted. Mi Bai, I am equally delighted to meet you. Happy birthday, sweetheart. Happy birthday, my dear. How can our distance fluctuate so erratically? A mother's heart will forever reside with you. Woo, your singing is so beautiful. I genuinely cried from beginning to end in this video. How's my darling grown so swiftly over the past year? Our secret, woo. He truly is. I am inconsolable. Happy birthday, Mi Bai. You sang incredibly well. Sing out loud, baby. Your voice is simply enchanting." This birthday video moved Mi Bai's fans to tears. For what idol remembers their fans' wishes on their own birthday and sings specially for them? Thus, when Mi Bai arrived at the film set the following day, he discovered that his main Quest 3 seemed to be nearing completion. Name: Mi Bai. Age: 13. Zodiac: Scorpio, October 27th. Height: 170 centimeters. Weight: 106 pounds. Character value: 724. Affection value: 862,465. Usable in the time-space practice room. Main Quest 3 progress: Shumwa fan count 8642531000000. Incomplete. True Love fans 103432100000. Complete. Note: True Love fans provide affection value daily. His fan count continued to grow steadily even without exposure. Unbeknownst to him, he was on the verge of completing Main Quest 3. At the current pace, he should be able to claim the rewards from Main Quest 3 before March of next year. The 12 master acting classes received as a reward from Main Quest 2 had been immensely beneficial. Without those classes, he might not have easily secured this role. His current ease within the film crew can largely be attributed to the mastery he has gleaned from his acting lessons. The director's instructions are swiftly comprehended, sparing him from the need to shoot a single scene countless times. Today, Mi Bai is adorned in an exquisite gown of moonlit white, a resplendent jade crown gracing his head. With a delicate folding fan in hand, he wafts it gently, effortlessly exuding an air of nobility with every gesture. The scene he is performing today portrays the spirited young prince in a quest to vanquish evil. Suddenly, a disheveled figure is unceremoniously propelled from the inn. Aren't you afraid of our young master's retaliation? As the camera zooms in, a pair of pristine white boots come into view, slowly revealing a remarkably handsome youth standing before the onlookers. With one foot perched on the threshold, he languidly fans himself, his youthful face radiating a distinct boldness. Retaliation? The young man smirks. Do you truly believe I would be intimidated? With a casual flick of his right hand, he gathers the fan into his palm and boldly declares, "Go back and inform your master that if he is unwilling to comply, Qinshin Pavilion is always at his service." The youth, brimming with an untempered arrogance, exudes an aura of self-assuredness with every word he speaks. Cut! The director's resonant voice rings out, and Mi Bai's commanding presence dissipates, reverting to that of a distant and aloof young boy. As filming progresses, he grows increasingly adept at his craft, his performance markedly improved from the outset. "Xiao Bai, I brought you a meal while picking up mine." Pei Yuanzhou approaches, offering him a box of food. After their last shoot, Pei Yuanzhou found himself hesitant to meet Mi Bai's gaze for several days. Fortunately, their limited shared scenes allowed him ample time to adjust. Though he had unexpectedly risen to fame, he had not been deprived of acting opportunities, enabling him to regain his composure in just a few days. Mi Bai's character reflects his own childhood, necessitating the development of shared habits between the two. Moreover, this child visits daily to observe his performances, albeit it appears he attends everyone's. Yet it would be remiss of him not to acknowledge the young one's attendance. His scene partner, Shu Gudong, diligently instructs the child in acting. Thus, avoiding him would be impractical. Hence, the current scene unfolds. Mi Bai graciously accepts the meal from his senior, expressing polite gratitude, though he is not taken aback by the gesture. This senior has consistently engaged him in discussions regarding the character Zhong Lishuan over the past few days. They portray the same individual, and sharing insights on their interpretations proves mutually beneficial. Pei Yuanzhou observes Mi Bai as he eats, captivated by his long eyelashes resembling delicate fans, his beauty striking. Even with makeup, Mi Bai appears like a finely sculpted young lord, exuding an air of elegance. Pei Yuanzhou inwardly marvels. He had once considered himself handsome, but upon encountering this child, he finally comprehends what it means to resemble a living painting. Particularly, this child often appears aloof and distant, seemingly difficult to approach. However, once one becomes familiar with him, it becomes evident that he's actually quite well behaved, albeit somewhat reticent. As Pei Yuanzhou indulged in his meal, he pondered this notion. Unbeknownst to him, Mi Bai is generally well-mannered around strangers. However, with those he knows well, he exhibits a demeanor reminiscent of Yigaoya. After their meal, Mi Bai and Pei Yuanzhou engaged in a discussion regarding the character Zhong Lixian. One had undergone systematic training in masterful acting, while the other, though lacking formal education, possessed considerable practical experience in filming. For a fleeting moment, they exchanged ideas with remarkable sophistication, resembling peers, rendering their 11-year age difference virtually imperceptible. The director, observing nearby, felt immense satisfaction. His two leading men were not only handsome but also diligent learners, a true boon for any director. The crew members were equally delighted, marveling at the sight of the two striking young men together, a veritable feast for the eyes. Even the daily grind of work felt less burdensome in their presence. The atmosphere on set became extraordinarily harmonious. On the 14th day of Bai's participation in the production, as he was wrapping up for the day, the staff unexpectedly informed him that the official account of the crew would tag him and unveil his character's styling photo the following day. In fact, the crew had been releasing styling photos over the past few days, starting with the lead actors. Given that he was merely an important supporting male character, it was now his turn. Bai nodded in acknowledgement, indicating his awareness. He had no scenes to shoot the next day and was free to use his phone at any time. His role was merely that of the male lead's childhood. With limited screen time, if his scenes were consolidated, they could likely be completed in a week. However, filming in the crew does not adhere to a strict timeline. Oftentimes, once a set is constructed, all scenes within that set must be filmed to minimize unnecessary expenses. This approach, while efficient, poses a significant challenge for the actors, as they might transition from a scene of heart-wrenching farewells to a scene of first encounters within the same setting, demanding tremendous emotional versatility. It is precisely for this reason that Bai would remain on set for an entire month. On the following day, after awakening, Bai chose not to observe his seniors perform as he typically would, but instead remained at the hotel until noon. The crew was located in the outskirts, where the internet connection was not particularly reliable. He planned to respond to messages online before heading over. As expected, at the stroke of noon, the crew of Namely Qing Yuan released his styling photo and tagged him. The announcement read, "Television series Namely Qing Yuan, Huaxing Entertainment Bai. Our adorable and charming little prince has arrived." Subsequently, they unveiled Bai's styling photo, accompanied by a delightful 9-grid collage. The top 3 images featured Bai solo. The middle 3 showcased him with the female lead, and the bottom 3 captured moments with the male lead. Bai promptly responded to the crew, using the text that had been provided to him earlier. After completing his reply, he opened his styling photo to take a look. Although his internet connection was slightly better than that of the crew, it was still quite slow, and the images took a while to load. At the moment the images finally appeared, Bai's eyes widened slightly in surprise. In the image, there's a young man clad in elegant garments that shimmer like moonlight, holding a jade-bone fan. His high ponytail sways gracefully in the air, exuding an aura of carefree elegance. Bai gazes at the familiar, yet unfamiliar youth in the picture, feeling a sense of peculiarity, as if he is witnessing another version of himself from a different realm. Bai's eyelashes flutter slightly, and his enchanting peach blossom eyes shimmer with brilliance. This is the first time he has directly experienced the allure of acting. Chapter 56. The Little Prince's announcement as a university student. Yao Yuer is typically inseparable from her phone. One afternoon, while scrolling through her social media, she suddenly discovers her beloved's latest post. She quickly taps on it, realizing it appears to be a promotion for a television drama. Huaxing Entertainment's Bai, Namely Qing Yuan, with spirited ambition soaring to the skies as stars disperse like rain in the morning. Namely Qing Yuan? Isn't this the drama that Tomato Video announced a few days ago? I heard the male lead is the recently popular Pei Yuan Zhou. Yao Yuer is taken aback. Her beloved is acting in a drama, and it's part of Tomato's prestigious project. Yao Yuer is utterly stunned. She has been following Bai for nearly 2 years, so she is well aware of how much exposure he has had as a trainee. Ever since the last performance of Feng, she had braced herself for months without seeing her beloved, having endured the same last year. However, she never expected that her darling would quietly pull off something monumental. The project of Tomato Video. Moreover, the official drama account has tagged Bai, indicating that his role is at least a significant supporting character. Yao Yuer's eyes sparkle as she clicks on the official account of the drama, eagerly opening her beloved's character stills to revel in his stunning looks. The moment the stills are revealed, she cannot help but scream, "Whose young master is this? Come here and give her sister a kiss." In the picture, the young man possesses exquisite features. and the moonlight attire fits him perfectly without the awkwardness one might expect from a modern individual in ancient garb. A playful smile graces his lips, and his dark hair billows behind him as if caressed by a gentle breeze. His figure is strikingly handsome, with eyes that resemble a painting, and the jade bone fan enhances his slender fingers, truly making him more beautiful than jade. What an elegant and proud young nobleman. Yaoyuer adeptly saves the image, repeatedly gazing at it until her excitement gradually subsides. She checks the comments, and indeed, her beloved's looks are so stunning that even those who are not fans would be captivated. Is this the little prince? My goodness, where did the production team find such a striking child? Absolutely stunning. This is no different from a paper cutout, right? Is the editing too excessive? The Namly prince is incredible. He looks amazing as a youth, and even more so as an adult. My little boy is breathtaking. This boy is only 13? Help! Are today's kids this extraordinary? He seems like a little idol, though I don't know much about him. This drama seems intriguing, based solely on this still. As long as the actual show isn't too disappointing, I am definitely going to follow it. Yaoyuer, with a sense of satisfaction, scrolled down, convinced that her beloved Mi Zai was truly the best. After perusing the comments for a while, she leisurely clicked on the so-called benefit mentioned by the production team. Initially, she assumed this so-called small perk would merely consist of behind-the-scenes snippets of her darling-s photo shoot. But to her astonishment, the crew released additional images in a delightful grid format. Yaoyuer was taken aback by this unexpected surprise. The top 3 images of the grid featured her cherished Mi Zai in solo shots, adorned in the hues of white, teal, and black. In the white attire, he resembled a noble young master basking in the sunlight, while the teal ensemble portrayed him as a spirited young hero, and the black garment depicted him as a prince, cloaked in a smile concealing a dagger. As she examined each image, her eyes nearly dazzled with joy. Her darling truly could master any look. The production team had unveiled all of Mi Bai's transformations at once. Although it was not necessary to capture so many, the photographer, enamored by the subject, insisted on photographing every outfit. What was shared comprised all of Mi Bai's appearances in this drama. After all, he was merely a supporting character, and having 4 distinct looks was already quite generous. Yaoyuer lingered over these photographs for a full half-hour, savoring each one before continuing her exploration. The 3 images in the middle featured a female artist, whose face seemed vaguely familiar to Yaoyuer, though she could not quite place her. The impression these 3 images left her with was one of warmth. The boy, bearing dirt on his face, gazed innocently at the woman extending her hand towards him. The contrast between his blood-stained attire and her pristine appearance stark. Yet, the woman reached out without hesitation, her eyes devoid of disdain, instead radiating tenderness. This trio of images progressed beautifully, from the first moment of outstretched help to the final playful tugging at the boy's cheek by the woman. The light emanating from her enveloped the boy, rendering the entire scene profoundly heartwarming. Though simple in nature, these 3 photographs conveyed a powerful narrative, making one feel as though they had witnessed a complete story unfold in mere seconds. As Yaoyuer gazed at these images, her heart swelled with emotion, reminiscent of the first time she saw her darling on a short video. The pure white, fluffy bundle of joy, with those large, innocent eyes, was utterly enchanting. These 3 images were a veritable paradise for devoted fans. She had previously sensed a subtle fragility in Mi Bai, but these pictures made her feel as if her darling had undergone a transformation. The naive gaze, the hesitant outstretched hand, resembled a wounded little beast cautiously probing the world. Yaoyuer covered her mouth, stifling a silent scream. Oh, her darling! How could he be so adorable? As for the subsequent 3 images, she had yet to view them, but was certain they would be equally magnificent. After all, anything produced by Mi Zai was bound to be exquisite. Her beloved truly approached both stage and acting with utmost seriousness. Following her customary practice, Yaoyuer saved these 3 images before proceeding to explore further. The final 3 images feature Mi Bai and the male lead, Pei Yuanzhou. If the photographs of Mi Bai with the female lead, Shu Gudong, evoke a sense of warmth, then those with Pei Yuanzhou convey a feeling of resolution, a release following intense conflict. One particular photo instantly captivated her attention. Mi Bai, with a fierce expression, gripping Pei Yuanzhou's neck. The ferocity of her actions juxtaposed with her bewildered gaze was heart-wrenching. Yao Yuer's heart ached as she gazed at the screen. This portrayal of Mi Bai was simply too poignant. What roles had that wretched director assigned to her precious darling? Merely viewing the photo was nearly unbearable. The interplay of light and shadow in the last three images imparted a sense of both oppression and liberation, leaving her unsettled yet profoundly impacted. Dazzling brilliance against a dark backdrop. Garments of deep hue contrasted with alabaster skin. The poignant exchange of glances between the two. Yao Yuer found herself inexplicably moved to tears. It was, after all, just a photograph. She blinked her reddening eyes and quietly saved these images. One cannot deny the powerful emotional bond captured in these final three shots. Previously, when viewing Mi Bai's pictures, she was always first captivated by her darling's exquisite beauty before turning her attention to the image itself. Yet, in that particular shot, she had been so drawn to the narrative it conveyed that she had utterly neglected to admire her beloved's lovely visage. It took her a moment to realize she had not thoroughly appreciated her darling's beautiful face. Hastily, she clicked back to the official account of Nan Li Qingyuan to scrutinize the details once more. That afternoon, countless individuals, much like Yao Yuer, were enthralled by the promotional stills released by the production team. Originally, the S project on Tomato Video was already generating considerable buzz, and amidst the fervent discussions from countless netizens, the topic of the official announcement for the young prince of Nan Li unexpectedly began trending. Chapter 57. Main Task 3 completed. Sunbo. What the hell? Is this real? Is this a television drama? What's it called? Has it aired yet? They look like they stepped out of a painting. Absolutely stunning. A graceful young gentleman from ancient times. How breathtaking. That black outfit is simply exquisite. Oh, my little wolf cub. Don't cry. Sister will take care of you. Just passing by, but I'll love this for 3 seconds. What are you trying to do by showing me such images in broad daylight? Tempt me? Well, you succeeded. Help. I adore ancient-style youths. This young lad is truly remarkable. Are there any fans who can guide me? Fan circle. My goodness, Mi Bai is simply phenomenal this time. I feel like I might become a fan. The spirited young gentleman truly strikes a chord with me. His fan base is visibly growing. I believe that unless the other members of the fourth generation deliver an extraordinary performance, it will be quite challenging for them to surpass Mi Bai in this current climate. I heard he auditioned for this role on his own. That is truly impressive. Secret Gardener, who hasn't seen Mi Bai's promotional stills yet? They are absolutely breathtaking. I just returned from viewing them, and I must say, I have no desire to converse with anyone who hasn't seen Mi Bai's promotional photos for Nan Li Qingyuan. This young lad is truly becoming increasingly adept. Merely staring at others with those large, expressive eyes, it nearly captivates one's soul. Oh, my noble little prince. Allow your sister to shower you with affection. My favorite ensemble is that black outfit. It certainly does not exude an air of benevolence. I feel the same. My younger brother is quite fierce. I adore him. Although Mi Bai's trending topic may not occupy a high position, it has consistently lingered on the trending list for an entire afternoon. Consequently, when Mi Bai finished his work that evening, he suddenly received a notification from the system. Ding. Your fan count has reached 1,000,000. Congratulations, host. On completing main task 3, 12 sessions of fashion masterclasses have been awarded. Now, main task 4 is released. Reach 10,000,000 fans and 1,000,000 true fans. Mi Bai was momentarily taken aback. He had anticipated that task 3 would require around a month for completion. Just then his phone vibrated, revealing a message from Senior Brother Lung. It contained his finalized photo, accompanied by the succinct compliment, quite handsome. A flicker of light danced in Mi Bai's eyes, a barely perceptible smile gracing his lovely visage. He was aware of his good looks, having received compliments from many. However, the praise from his senior brother held a unique charm that brought him additional joy. for senior brother was his idol. Mi Bai playfully moved his fingers, engaging in casual conversation with Lung Jiamu. Since their last encounter, when the senior brother had flown in specifically to celebrate his birthday, their relationship had grown significantly closer. Now, senior brother was not only his mentor and idol, but also a cherished friend. They had previously conversed, and he learned that their schedules were quite hectic. Yet, the fact that senior brother had taken the time to celebrate his birthday amidst such busyness spoke volumes about their friendship. A smile tugged at Mi Bai's lips. In his previous life, he had been ensconced in a world of his own, with all his friends mere figments of his imagination. However, in this life, he was blessed with numerous friends: the composed and reliable Rong Shi, the charming yet clingy Yi Gaoya, the justice-driven Tan Li, and the somewhat cool yet meticulous senior brother, Lung Jiamu. The messages exchanged between them were brief, as they were sent during filming breaks. Upon returning to the hotel, Mi Bai set down his phone and rubbed his eyes, which were beginning to grow weary. He mustered the energy to glance at his personal profile. Name: Mi Bai. Age: 13. Zodiac: Scorpio, October 27th. Height: 170 centimeters. Weight: 102 pounds. Character value: 864. Affection value: 862. 465. Available for time-space practice room. Main task 4 progress. Fan count 1, 025, 32110, 000, 000. Incomplete. True fans 104, 852 1, 000. 000. Incomplete. Main task 3 reward. 12 fashion masterclasses. And used. Gazing at the reward for main task 3 invigorated him slightly. The previous 12 sessions of the performance masterclass had been immensely beneficial, so he found himself eagerly anticipating the fashion masterclasses. After all, as an idol, one must possess a distinct sense of style, which would prove invaluable whether strutting through an airport or appearing on a variety show. Mi Bai gazed at the unutilized words displayed on the system panel, resolving that once the filming of this drama concluded, he would promptly delve into the 12 sessions of the Fashion Masters course. In City A, the ancient metropolis bustled with activity in the early hours. A stack of discarded cardboard boxes served as a makeshift resting place for 4 uniquely styled youths, who lay exhausted atop them. Their handsome appearances starkly contrasted with their surroundings, leading one to ponder if they were mistaken for ragged scavengers were it not for their striking looks. Ah, what happened to the promised holiday? How do we end up working tirelessly again? Shou Shuai sprawled across Yuya, limbs outstretched, eyes vacant as he lamented, without a hint of emotion. Yuya pushed him away and quipped, "You're so heavy. Have you gained weight?" Shou Shuai was taken aback. With such a grueling schedule, how could he possibly have put on any pounds? Bai Huan, noticing the despondent glint in Shou Shuai's eyes, offered some words of consolation. "Don't worry. We'll shoot an outdoor scene tomorrow, and then we can rest." However, this statement did not provide the comfort Shou Shuai sought. Instead, it plunged him into further despair. "We have an outdoor shoot tomorrow." Bai Huan shrugged helplessly, explaining that they were currently among the more popular groups, which naturally entailed a busier schedule. Just a tad busier, indeed. After a brief conversation, Bai Huan suddenly inquired, "Where is Jiamu?" Shou Shuai gestured towards a dimly lit corner, relishing the moment as he remarked, "Look, his favorite little junior is dancing with someone else." Bai Huan, perplexed, wondered his favorite little junior? When did Jiamu acquire such a title? Following Shou Shuai's gaze, he beheld Lung Jiamu seated casually atop a cardboard box, leaning against the wall, his long legs draped nonchalantly. Despite the relaxed posture, he exuded an unexplainable charm. In his right hand, he held a phone, the screen's glow illuminating his smooth jawline and attractive lips. Though his full face remained obscured, the contours of his lower visage alone suggested he was indeed a handsome individual. At that moment, this handsome figure's lips were pressed into a straight line, revealing a hint of displeasure. Bai Huan hesitated, ultimately opting not to approach, and turned to Shou Shuai, inquiring about his mood. Although Lung Jiamu's sharp looks might suggest a certain coldness, he was generally quite amiable. The palpable tension made Bai Huan wonder if Shou Shuai had pilfered his peppermint candy again. Shou Shuai shrugged, muttering, "I don't know. Perhaps he just heard you mention the outdoor shoot." Before Bai Huan could respond, Yu shot Shou Shuai a scathing glance and retorted, "Do you think Jiao Mu is like you? He has always been the most dedicated to his work. Otherwise, he wouldn't have reached such heights." Shou Shuai, momentarily silenced, mumbled under his breath, "It can't be because Xiao Bai is dancing with someone, can it? That would be utterly ridiculous." Ironically, it was he who had suggested Jiao Mu watch that video, as the junior indeed danced remarkably well. Yu reclined, casting a glance in Lung Jiao Mu's direction, murmuring, "How could it not be possible?" Shou Shuai scratched his head, exchanging a glance with Bai Huan, both dismissing Yu's words without a second thought. Jiao Mu treated Xiao Bai with great kindness, regarding him almost as a younger brother. Recently, he even made a special effort to spend time celebrating Xiao Bai's birthday. Jiao Mu was generally amiable toward all his friends, and his demeanor toward Mi Bai was merely a touch more gentle, which was understandable given Xiao Bai's youth. Moreover, who could bear to be harsh with someone as endearing as Xiao Bai? Not long ago, Shou, who had always admired handsome individuals, openly expressed a desire to forge a close relationship with Xiao Bai, aspiring to usurp the position of cold Jiao Mu as the most favored senior brother. After all, it was merely dancing. There was no reason for anger. They all believed that the two junior brothers danced quite well and exhibited remarkable synergy. "Must you discuss me in my presence?" A low, resonant voice interjected. Bai Huan and Shou instinctively turned to see that cold Jiao Mu, who had been engrossed in his phone moments ago, had now set it aside. His dark, icy gaze was fixed upon them, devoid of emotion. Bai Huan and Shou were taken aback. Hadn't he been wearing headphones? When did he begin eavesdropping on their conversation? Cold Jiao Mu removed his other earphone. Rising to his feet, emerging from the shadows, the dim light illuminated his handsome features, and the emerald ear cuffs glimmered softly, casting him in the likeness of a Western vampire count, both sinister and elegant. Clad in a regal, courtly attire and draped in a black and red high-collared cloak, his approach exuded a formidable presence. Shou instinctively raised a hand in defense, anticipating an impending confrontation. However, cold Jiao Mu merely bypassed him, heading straight for the filming area, and as he passed, he uttered a calm reminder, "We're starting." Shou, in his impulsive nature, decided not to hold a grudge, especially since his earlier comment had inadvertently validated his good relationship with Xiao Bai. After all, if Xiao Bai was indeed his beloved junior brother, then someone ought to relinquish any thoughts of supplanting his position. Yet, cold Jiao Mu's mind lingered on the image of Mi Bai dancing with Rongxi, coupled with memories of Yigao's overly affectionate demeanor toward Mi Bai during the concert. He felt a flicker of annoyance, absent-mindedly prodding his cheek with his tongue, pondering that his young junior seemed to have an abundance of friends. Shou stood there, bewildered by cold Jiao Mu's retreating figure, momentarily at a loss for words. Had he truly escaped unscathed? Yu playfully tapped the back of his head, exclaiming, "We're starting. Didn't you hear?" Bai Huan chimed in from the side, urging, "Come on, let us get to filming." Shou, still in a daze, finally let out a lament, "I don't want to work." After completing the main storyline task 3, Mi Bai's fan growth rate had begun to slow. Without realizing it, he had been part of the cast for a month. During this time, both the director and his seniors had imparted a wealth of knowledge to him. Due to his reserved nature, he had not mingled as freely as other actors, but he had still made a few friends. Notably, the male lead, Pei Yuanzhou, had even started following him on social media. On this day, Mi Bai wrapped up his filming. The director presented him with a generous red envelope, smiling as he said, "Study hard. When you grow up, we may have the opportunity to collaborate again." Mi Bai politely nodded, though he mused that by the time he matured, the director might no longer be involved in filmmaking. Pei Yuanzhou thrust a bouquet of flowers directly into Mi Bai's arms, exclaiming, "Happy wrap-up, Xiao Bai." The bouquet was so large that it completely obscured Mi Bai's head, and he struggled for a while before finally revealing his face. He gazed at Pei Yuanzhou, a hint of amusement flickering in his eyes as he expressed his gratitude. The exquisite and handsome youth, cradling a bouquet larger than himself, sincerely thanked him. Although his expression remained neutral, the genuine warmth radiated from his glistening eyes. My heart feels like it's melting." The leading actress, Shu Gudong, stood nearby, capturing Mi Bai's image with her phone. The sparkle in her eyes evoked a fleeting sense of familiarity within Mi Bai, though that sensation quickly dissipated. When he glanced back, Shu Gudong had reverted to her usual serious demeanor. After the wrap-up, an assistant arrived to escort Mi Bai back to the company. His flight had been booked early, and the itinerary was kept private, allowing Mi Bai to return quietly to his apartment after a month apart. He arrived at 9 in the evening, a time when everyone else was at the company training, leaving the apartment eerily silent and devoid of company. Around 10:30, Yi Gaoya and Mu Junfeng returned to the apartment. Though they hadn't left the company particularly early, it was still earlier than Rongxi, the overachiever. The two parted ways at the entrance, as their rooms were separate. Yi Gaoya turned the doorknob, and a sliver of light spilled out from the room. Yi Gaoya. Didn't he turn off the light when he left in the morning? As he pushed the door open, still pondering whether he had indeed left the light on, a delicate and striking visage came into view. Xiaobai. Chapter 59. Return. Yi Gaoya's mind had yet to catch up with his body, which had already lunged forward to embrace the youth seated on the bed. Xiaobai, you're back. Mi Bai gently patted his head, his touch tender, though his beautiful petal-like lips struggled to form a few words. Gaoya, you're going to suffocate me. Yi Gaoya froze momentarily before hastily releasing him. I'm sorry. Xiaobai, are you all right? He anxiously scrutinized Mi Bai's complexion, and indeed, the fair skin of his cheeks had flushed due to lack of oxygen. While his indifferent light eyes glistened slightly, Yi Gaoya had intended to check if Mi Bai was hurt, but the scene before him left him utterly transfixed. He murmured, Xiaobai, you look stunning. It felt as though in just a month, Mi Bai had become even more beautiful. Thank you. You nearly choked me, Mi Bai retorted, covering his neck in exasperation. Yi Gaoya, looking aggrieved, apologized, I'm sorry. I just haven't seen you in so long. Once Mi Bai's breathing returned to normal, he observed Yi Gaoya's pitiful expression, resembling a well-behaved puppy, and sighed. All right, it's fine. He lifted his gaze, his enchanting peach blossom eyes sparkling under the light as he declared, I'm back. Yi Gaoya stared into Mi Bai's eyes, momentarily dazed, then smiled widely. Welcome back. He leaned closer to Mi Bai, eager to recount the events of the past month. Xiaobai, you wouldn't believe it. Mu Junfeng's dancing is extraordinary. He even drags me to dance every day. I miss you dearly. In the past, he was always led by the novice in dance, although somewhat exhausting. The process was remarkably smooth. That rascal Mu Junfeng's limbs seemed as agile as if newly fashioned. Even Rongxi could not rescue him. Unfortunately, Rongxi's dance class is not of the same caliber, so he can only come by during his free time to teach them. Otherwise, Mu Junfeng would not be so solitary in his endeavors. Previously, Mi Bai had exchanged rooms with Mu Junfeng for the duet performance of Wind, but after the shoot, he reverted to his original room. Not long after his return, he joined a new group, leaving Yi Gaoya to dwell alone in their shared room for a month, which left him quite lonesome. As Yi Gaoya spoke, Mi Bai listened attentively, though his face bore little expression and he did not echo Yi Gaoya's words. He occasionally nodded in response. Yi Gaoya was thrilled to have Mi Bai back and had endless topics to discuss. But being aware of Mi Bai's need for rest after his return, he allowed him to retire after chatting for over an hour. Sitting on his bed, he heard Mi Bai's footsteps as he prepared for bed and mused, how wonderful it is to have a roommate. I am no longer alone in this empty double room. The following morning, Rongxi and Mu Junfeng were both pleasantly surprised by Mi Bai's return. It is quite fortuitous, as both had collaborated with Mi Bai on stage and shared a good rapport. After a simple welcoming ceremony, Mi Bai obediently shouldered his backpack and returned to school. As the semester approached its end, he had attended very few classes and would soon face examinations. Upon his return, he noticed a significantly increased number of glances directed his way. Although he had only been a trainee for a little over a year, he had grown accustomed to such attention. Due to his prolonged absence from school, his desk had been nearly monopolized by his deskmate, who was quite enjoying the luxury of occupying 2 seats. Before Mi Bai could take a seat, Tanley eagerly pulled him over and curiously inquired, Xiaobai, is shooting enjoyable? Mi Bai pondered for a moment before simply responding, fun. Indeed, it is enjoyable, yet undeniably tiring. Tanley's eyes sparkled, With the impending holiday, his relatives were set to work as extras, and he wished to experience it as well. Initially hesitant, he was instantly resolute after hearing Mi Bai's words. Unbeknownst to Mi Bai, those two simple words would inadvertently bring considerable turmoil to his desk mate a month later. At that moment, he was diligently organizing his textbooks. In the ensuing time, Mi Bai maintained a routine between the company, the apartment, and school. Additionally, he managed to attend the fashion masterclass rewarded from Task 3. After completing the course, his aesthetic underwent a qualitative transformation, prompting him to overhaul his wardrobe. Fortunately, as a trainee, he received a stipend, and he typically refrained from spending. The only notable expense had been a recent copyright fee. Otherwise, he would not have been able to indulge so freely. Thus, Mi Bai's tranquil life continued until the end of February the following year. In late December, the trainee rankings were shuffled once more, and unsurprisingly, he retained the first position. Rongxi remained securely in second, Yi Gaoya in third, and Mu Junfeng rose from sixth to fourth. The fifth member, Yuan Hexiu, is a boy from another city, nearing his 15th year, and possesses an impressive singing ability. Particularly notable is his post-voice change, which has become both smooth and magnetic, embodying the quintessential sound of a male idol. It is worth mentioning that Mi Bai is currently experiencing his own voice change, resulting in a slightly huskier tone than before. One can only wonder how his voice will evolve once this phase concludes. Furthermore, during the new year, he returned home for a few days. Those days were purely a holiday, devoid of training and assignments, and the sudden relaxation left Mi Bai feeling somewhat perplexed as he pondered what to do with his time. Indeed, after an extended period of intense practice, the abrupt transition to leisure was somewhat disconcerting. Thus, during those days, he occupied himself by supervising his younger brother, Lu Jin, with his homework. Lu Jin expressed his gratitude, saying thank you. Chapter 60. The second program list at the end of February. 16 trainees gathered in the Hua Shang training studio. Indeed, there were 16. 4 of the original 20 trainees had terminated their contracts for various reasons, concluding their journey as trainees. The purpose of this gathering was once again to discuss their upcoming music concert in March, a sequel to last year's event, which had already familiarized them with the process. Previously, Mi Bai had to seek partners to form teams for song selection and complete duet performances. However, this time, he had no choice in the matter. His position was designated as the first, akin to his previous assignment with Rongxi, and he was allotted a solo stage with a song predetermined by the company. In addition, he had 3 group performances, 1 pure dance where he would take the center position, a 5-member sing and dance routine, and a collaborative stage featuring dual lead dancers and vocalists. The latter performance evidently served as a strategic initiative by the company to promote both him and Rongxi as dual lead dancers. The 4 participants in this collaborative stage were Mi Bai, Rongxi, Mu Junfeng, and Yuan Hexiu. Upon seeing the list of performers for the 4-person stage, Yi Gaoya was nearly moved to tears. He had long desired to share the stage with Mi Bai, yet the opportunity had eluded him until now. While Yi Gaoya gazed vacantly at the 4-person collaborative stage, Mi Bai began earnestly analyzing his own performances. First and foremost, the pure dance in which he would occupy the center position had clearly been tailored to him, especially considering the dual lead dancer initiative. Similarly, Rongxi was also assigned a specially prepared pure dance performance. Mi Bai listened to the piece, which was a strong rhythmic instrumental, evoking feelings of the sea and a sense of ethereality. Overall, it should pose no significant challenge for him. He annotated the program list, marking the pure dance piece as special care. Next was a 5-member sing and dance performance featuring a foreign song titled My Beauty. This song, imbued with a dreamlike quality, was unfamiliar to Mi Bai, prompting him to note it down for further listening. Following that was the collaborative stage, with the song titled Xin Yao. This piece clearly leaned more towards vocal performance. In Mi Bai and Rong, she would need to exert considerable effort to ensure they were not overshadowed by Mu Junfeng and Yuan Hexiu. Finally, there was his solo stage, undoubtedly the most challenging of all. This stage required Mi Bai to uphold the entire performance single-handedly, and it was also a singing and dancing showcase. Up until now, He has never completed a full performance on stage that combines singing and dancing. Although he had previous opportunities to perform, the choreography was either relatively simple or his lines were minimal, allowing him to focus solely on the dance segments. Me bit the tip of his pen, annotating in the margins that he needed to practice more for his personal solo stage. Kiss Me, Kill Me. Once the program was finalized, the trainees of the fourth generation entered a familiar phase of intense competition. What distinguished this concert from the last was that it would be live-streamed in its entirety on Lemon Video. This live broadcast not only indicated that the scale of the stage was grander than before, with the company investing a substantial amount, but also that a larger audience, both online and offline, would witness their performance. Consequently, the competition intensified even further, with only 20 days remaining until the concert. The preparation time for the stage was shorter than that of the previous 10,000-person concert. However, comparatively, their skills had significantly improved. Me-Bai's choreography for the pure dance segment progressed smoothly, and the five-member singing and dancing performance was passable. The stumbling block lay in the four-person collaborative stage and his personal stage. The four-person performance was daunting, heavily focused on vocals. Mu Junfeng and Yuan Hushu both possessed exceptional singing abilities, one with an ethereal high register and the other with a magnetic low tone, complemented by size, chants, and harmonies that flowed seamlessly, showcasing their technical prowess. When they completed their rehearsal, they performed the entire piece. Mi-Bai and Rong, she felt overwhelmed. In the training room, Mi-Bai and Rong, she continued to practice while Mu Junfeng and Yuan Hushu initially intended to stay and support them, considering it was their shared stage. However, since the challenge was primarily theirs, and the two singers had no issues, Mi-Bai felt it was inappropriate to waste their time, especially since they had other performances to prepare for. Thus, he encouraged them to leave while he and Rong, she continued their practice. Phew! Rong, she lay on the ground, gradually calming his breath. It was already midnight, and they had rehearsed many times, yet the issues remained unresolved. This song was heavily oriented towards vocals, with the highlights predominantly in the singing, making their dance seem less impactful by comparison. Mi-Bai, feeling a tinge of worry, realized that if things continued this way, both he and Rong she risked being overshadowed as mere backup dancers. Backup dancers? Mi-Bai was startled. A fleeting thought flashed through his mind, but he could not grasp it. He hurriedly pulled out the video recorded in the afternoon, attempting to capture the inspiration that had just slipped away. Upon viewing the synchronized dance section with Rong Shi, he finally remembered. Mi-Bai turned, his indifferent eyes glimmering with light. Rong Shi, we can resolve the problem. Why must they separate vocals from dance? Since it was a stage for four people, they could seamlessly integrate singing and dancing in their performance. The company's previous positioning had misled them, as they habitually believed that pairing the lead vocalist with another lead vocalist and a main dancer with another main dancer was the optimal approach. However, since this song leaned heavily toward vocal performance, they could interpret a singular role together, much like the collaboration between him and Mu Junfeng in the past. Upon hearing Mi-Bai's words, Rong Shi looked at him in astonishment, his handsome face filled with confusion. Was the problem resolved? When did that happen? Hadn't he just lain down for a brief moment? He bewilderedly approached Mi-Bai, watching him analyze the video, and with each passing moment, his eyes sparkled brighter. The two of them promptly rehearsed the new combination, and by the next day, when Mu Junfeng and the others arrived, the improvement was markedly evident. Observing this, Mi-Bai breathed a sigh of relief, then focused intently on studying his solo piece. Yet, as Mi-Bai glanced at the song title, his expression turned peculiar. Did the company perhaps harbor some misunderstanding about him? The very title of the song made him feel somewhat tongue-tied. What did kissing me to death even mean? A blush tinged his fair face, and his captivating peach blossom eyes brimmed with embarrassment. What kind of song was this? Chapter 61. Rehearsal preparations on the night he received his program list. Mi-Bai listened to the song, and upon finishing, he was left in a daze. Where did the company derive such confidence that he could master this song? Mi-Bai had never experienced love in his entire life, and the flush on his face nearly obliterated the aloofness he had cultivated over the past year. Just then, Igalia happened to pass by, and upon seeing me Bai's face resembling that of a boiled shrimp, exclaimed, "Xiao Bai, your face is so red." Me Bai inhaled deeply, maintaining a calm facade, yet his gaze towards Igalia held a hint of menace. "What did you say? I didn't quite catch that." Igalia felt a shiver run down his spine under me Bai's scrutiny. Having lived with me Bai for nearly a year, his instincts urged him to feign ignorance at that moment, lest he find himself in trouble. Scratching his head, he glanced out the window. "Did I just speak? Oh, I remember now. I still need to write my rap lyrics." He clumsily waved at me Bai, "Xiao Bai, I'm off to write the lyrics." Me Bai thought, what a fool. Nevertheless, after Igaya's interruption, his earlier anxiety about the song was somewhat alleviated. He took the lyrics and sought out a secluded corner to study them intently. The training room was too crowded, and the song was overwhelmingly stimulating. He feared that any embarrassing moments would be witnessed. Thus, it was better to hide away while he examined it. For several consecutive days, Me Bai immersed himself in the song. At first glance, it appeared to be a tale of love, albeit of a thrilling kind. However, upon deeper analysis, he discerned that it conveyed more of a twisted obsession, akin to a madman toying with others. Upon reaching this realization, Me Bai finally understood why the company had selected this song for him. During his audition for the role of the Prince of Nanli, there was a scene that required him to portray a darker persona, which was precisely the essence of this twisted character. Having grasped the meaning of the song, Me Bai began to seek out the stage presence necessary for its performance, recognizing that acting and stage performance were distinct realms. Acting demands a natural demeanor, requiring one to disregard the camera, with emotions unfolding in layers. However, on stage, there are only a few fleeting minutes to captivate the audience's attention, necessitating an instantaneous eruption of emotion, delivered with precision at every pivotal moment. In pursuit of comprehending the essence of this song, he sought out numerous tomes on the archetype of the Yandere, attempting to immerse himself in that mindset. Yet, as a fundamentally ordinary individual, the results were less than satisfactory. Throughout his month-long tenure with the troupe, he acquired a wealth of knowledge, having previously attended systematic masterclasses in acting. The purpose of such education is to be employed when necessary, and at this juncture, his performance skills proved invaluable. Through the amalgamation of his acting and personal insights, he managed to convey a semblance of the Yandere essence, albeit this feeling was heavily contingent on his state of mind, leaving him unable to guarantee its manifestation on stage. With no alternative approaches at his disposal, he resolved to practice relentlessly. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, over 20 days had passed. On this particular day, following the stage rehearsal, Me Bai found himself in a corner, grappling with indecision. In the dressing room, Rongshi glanced around, noticing Me Bai's absence, and inquired, "Where is Xiao Bai?" Igalia entered just in time to overhear, responding, "He's outside, wrestling with his stage performance." Mu Junfeng expressed surprise. Wrestling? Wasn't he performing splendidly? By the time Mu Junfeng arrived, Me Bai had already danced beautifully, fluidly, and aesthetically. Rongshi fell silent, understanding Me Bai's turmoil. Their current dancing transcended mere movement execution. The crux lay in the emotion, the feeling inherent in the song. Mastering and accurately conveying this feeling to the audience was their objective. He had heard Me Bai's song as well, and to be frank, capturing that emotion proved quite challenging. Yet, this was a journey Me Bai had to undertake alone, as no one else could aid him. After all, each performer possesses their own interpretation on stage. Meanwhile, Me Bai sat in the corner, irritably tugging at his hair. During today's rehearsal, his solo performance had not fully materialized. While others might view it as a complete stage performance, at least meeting the passing mark, Me Bai was acutely aware that it fell short of his potential. He knew he could present himself better. After a prolonged silence, Me Bai lowered his hands, his eyes sparkling with a fervent determination. He decided to take a gamble. For him, unless he achieved the pinnacle of his capabilities, he considered it a failure. In light of this, why not strive for the probability of success? Resolute, Me Bai brushed aside the stray hairs from his forehead, revealing his smooth brow, and rose to venture outside. On the day of the performance, at 6 in the morning, Igalia observed me by, who had not taken a sip of water since the rehearsal, with palpable concern. A person can perish after 3 days without water. And me by had already gone over a day without hydration. With the performance approaching, which would require considerable physical exertion, Igalia feared whether me by could endure. A mishap on stage would be unfortunate, but should anything happen to him, it would be catastrophic. Meanwhile, me by closed his eyes, allowing the makeup artist to apply his stage makeup. He was not as severely affected as Igalia had imagined. He still retained his rationality and had managed to consume some food, though he had refrained from drinking water. After the rehearsal, an entire 24 hours had passed without a single drop touching his lips. Now, he was exceedingly parched, yet he wished to sustain this yearning until he was on stage. Mebai opened his eyes, and within those beautiful orbs seemed to dwell an unfathomable brilliance. Chapter 62. The stage as evening approached 7 o'clock. Yaoyuerer was in her dormitory, preparing her light stick and eagerly awaiting the commencement of Huaxing's concert on her computer. Why was she in her dormitory instead of attending the event live? Tears streamed down her cheeks like wide ribbons. It had been 2 years. 2 long years. Not once had she managed to secure a ticket. The so-called mere trainee, as the online detractors incessantly criticized, what was there to appreciate about a trainee's performance? Yet, during the ticket rush, they seemed to move at a snail's pace. Yaoyuerer gazed at the silver light stick in her hand, attempting to console herself. It was all right. She could still show her support from a distance. Besides, simply having a new stage to admire was enough to satiate her, especially considering it had been a full 4 months since her beloved had last appeared. Seize the moment to capture your attention, echoed the sweet, melodious chime of Yaoyuerer's alarm, a tune from me Bai's debut song that had charmed her into fandom. She picked up her phone and mercilessly silenced the ringing. Forgive me, little one, but Mommy must now watch your brother's performance. We shall listen to your song later. Her eyes sparkled as she focused intently on the computer screen. The alarm signified that Huaxing's annual concert was about to commence. Boom! Fireworks erupted above the venue as Huaxing's second concert officially began. This time, the audience numbered 3,000, a significant upgrade from the previous crowd of mere hundreds, and even the equipment was of a higher caliber. Yaoyuerer sipped her cola leisurely, waiting for the host to make the customary entrance, only to nearly drop her straw when the lights suddenly illuminated the stage. Ah, baby! Yaoyuerer's heart raced with excitement. She had anticipated me Bai would make his appearance later, as typically the headliners took the final spot. To her astonishment, he was featured in the very first act. As the lights flared, smoke enveloped the stage, and in the next moment, 5 youths clad in white garments graced the audience. The camera zoomed in, fixating on the exquisitely delicate face of the central youth. His indifferent gaze, accentuated by azure eyeliner, rendered him even more ethereal. Yet the romantic allure of his peach blossom eyes infused this chilliness with a touch of enchantment. Adorned beneath his eyelids with blue wave patterns and silver embellishments above his brow, his silver blue makeup complemented his inherently stunning features, making him resemble a mesmerizing siren from the depths of the ocean. It seemed he sensed something as he raised his eyes, expressionless, staring directly into the camera. His pale irises were chillingly cold, evoking a sense of trepidation. Yaoyuerer inhaled sharply. It had been several months since their last meeting, and how had her darling grown so formidable? Meanwhile, the barrage of comments was frantically scrolling. Goodness, that gaze is lethal. It saved my life. I casually clicked in, and the opening scene delivered such a tremendous impact. Oh, me bao mama loves you. Such beauty is truly captivating. Did he look at me? Does he fancy me? Me bai. I have grown taller and stronger. This aura possesses something remarkable. The song, aptly named Particular Concern, originates from a specially designated ringtone for someone of unique significance. It boasts a famous saying, when the music plays, the white moonlight makes its entrance. Who can compare to that first love from youth? The heart's fluttering sensations from adolescence are indelibly etched in memory, akin to the magnolia blossoms blooming in March. Innocent, hazy, yet pure and sacred. The age of youth is when romantic feelings begin to blossom. making it all the more fitting for them to embody the essence of the white moonlight. Mi Bai's dance incorporates a mermaid motif, exuding ethereal beauty. With enhanced stage effects, it creates a dreamlike atmosphere. White moonlight, white moonlight. What one cannot grasp is the essence of white moonlight. This pure dance is evidently tailored for Mi Bai. Typically reserved, his light-colored eyes render him somewhat unapproachable, exuding a cool, detached demeanor. Yet his eyes possess the alluring shape of peach blossoms, captivating without reason. Coupled with his long eyelashes and striking features, along with lips reminiscent of petals, he harmoniously melds the contrasting sensations of icy aloofness and enchanting allure, much like a mesmerizing mermaid from the depths of the ocean. With the aid of makeup, he appears as if a siren from a tale has come to enchant. As the camera zooms in, Mi Bai raises his hand, and a white veil obscures the lens. The scene shifts to a wide shot, and music begins, reminiscent of droplets creating ripples on a tranquil lake. 5 young men move in perfect unison, the white veil dancing in the air. Upon closer inspection, subtle blue stripes can be discerned beneath the veil. Their forms are ethereal, flowing gracefully like fish swimming freely in the water. The dim lighting resembles merfolk deep within the ocean, engaged in a sacred ritual. Suddenly, the music halts abruptly. Yao Wearer watches the young man shift formations, each step seemingly governed by an intricate pattern. Although there is no sound, she instinctively holds her breath. Indeed, in the next moment, a pulsating electronic sound erupts. 4 young men blossom outward like flower buds, revealing a delicately transformed figure at the center. His originally pure white attire has now transformed into flowing blue silk, lacking the ethereality of the white veil, but infused with a weight reminiscent of flowing water. As the camera draws closer, the young man lifts his gaze, a beguiling yet disdainful smile gracing his lips. He turns, leaving behind a trail of blue ribbons. Silence envelopes the scene. The sound within the video has vanished, yet Yao Wearer remains entranced, clutching her soda, utterly speechless before that final captivating smile. The barrage of comments fell silent, and it took a considerable time for the audience to regain their composure after the host finally appeared. Goodness gracious! Ultimately, this is the transformation of the white moonlight, is it not? Oh my goodness! Help, help, help! Where does this mermaid come from? My sister possesses an extraordinarily large bathtub. I am utterly spent, truly devoid of everything. Aside from exclamations of disbelief, I find myself at a loss for words. This individual is terrifying, absolutely frightening. The final scene plays incessantly in my mind, and I cannot seem to escape it. The white moonlight? No, he is my eternal luminescence. At this moment, Yao Wearer slowly began to comprehend the situation, silently sipping her cola as the stimulating dark liquid danced within her mouth and throat. Her expression remained impassive as she swallowed. It lacks the thrill that Mi Bao had earlier provided. She did not catch a single word of the host's interlude. As Mi Bai's noble yet disdainful smile lingered in her mind until the second program commenced, where thoughts finally settled somewhat. Mi Bai's segment was not sequential. Aside from this solo dance, the other 3 performances were scheduled later. Yao Wearer and her companions, despite the distance of the screen, were profoundly impacted, not to mention the fervent fans present at the venue. Guan Xiaoxian, amidst a company predominantly featuring male groups, had only eyes for Mi Bai. As his friend worked in a related field, acquiring tickets was relatively easy for him. This marked his second attendance at a concert by Hua Sheng. Oh wait, it's turned a music concert. Previously, he had stumbled upon a photo of Mi Bai on a website called Naturally Fishing and developed a modicum of interest. Coupled with a timely ticket gift from a friend, he attended, curious to see if the boy truly possessed such a striking appearance. To his astonishment, within just 2 performances, the boy captivated him entirely. This time, however, was different. He had come specifically for Mi Bai, with the foundation laid by the previous stage. Guan Xiaoxian held high expectations for this concert, as Mi Bai made his entrance on the first stage. The chilling and formidable aura he exuded informed Guan Xiaoxian that this performance would undoubtedly be explosive. Indeed, Even after the stage concluded, he remained entranced by the earlier spectacle. Once he regained his composure, he clutched his device and began editing the freshly recorded footage. Although he had previously followed girl groups, he had never pursued a boy group. Yet the principles remained the same. For a stage so evidently capable of transcending boundaries, early solo footage was paramount, though he had already witnessed it once. The editing process still rendered him awestruck by Mi-Bai's presence on screen. Immersed in video editing, he paid little attention to the host's commentary or the performances of other youths, for within the entirety of Huasheng, his sole focus remained on Mi-Bai. As for the others, what was there to admire among them, being merely boys? Chapter 63. Direct filming. Particular concern. Wang Lele, a second-year high school student, remained largely oblivious to the stars of the internet due to her demanding studies. However, some had achieved such fame that, even without deliberate inquiry, she could glean information from the conversations of those around her. In recent years, certain talent agencies have emerged, notably one associated with the group TK, where a rumor circulates about a company forming a boy band comprising 200 members. The very thought of such a vast ensemble seems preposterous. Nevertheless, friends have mentioned that boy bands have proliferated in recent years, with a few truly remarkable individuals among them. She had accompanied her friends to witness the stage performance of Lung Jiamu, who is said to be the most popular idol at present. The performance was indeed impressive, and his looks were undeniably striking. However, she remained indifferent as she is not an avid fan. Yet, should Lung Jiamu grace the stage once more, she would likely attend. For after the rigors of study, a glimpse of charming faces could be a delightful reprieve. One weekend, feeling fatigued after completing her assignments, she sought to reward her weary eyes with a viewing of handsome performers. However, having already seen Lung Jiamu's stage, and not being a devoted follower, she was reluctant to revisit it. Consequently, she turned her attention to performances from other boy bands. Perhaps having been spoiled by Lung Jiamu's allure, she found little excitement in the other members. While some were handsome, none possessed that breathtaking charm that left her in awe. As she aimlessly scrolled through her phone, a particularly captivating video caught her attention. Although the popularity of this direct capture was modest, the name of the account, Humanity's Stunning Swallow, piqued her curiosity. Intrigued by such a title, she clicked without hesitation, eager to discover the individual worthy of such a designation. The thumbnail featured a pair of beautiful eyes, a blend of aloofness and passionate allure that seemed almost too exquisite for reality. Dismissing it as mere photo manipulation, she lowered her expectations for the video, reasoning that if the thumbnail could be so heavily edited, the content within must be quite ordinary. The video commenced in darkness, with a vague silhouette gradually approaching the center of the frame. However, the obscurity made it difficult to discern details, save for the commendable proportions of the figure, notably those long legs. The background noise was somewhat chaotic, with faint murmurs of fans engaging in conversation. At this juncture, she remained oblivious to the impending revelation, her boredom mingling with the effusive praises of viewers in the comments. In the next moment, as the music resonated powerfully, the lights burst forth, illuminating the figure who had initially appeared. As the music soared, the individual lifted his gaze, and the camera zoomed in, revealing a breathtaking face with astonishing clarity. "Oh my goodness, is he truly this stunning?" she exclaimed, taken aback by the unexpected allure that rivaled even Lung Jiamu's. As she gazed at the boy's enchanting eyes, she felt a wave of realization wash over her. Indeed, such captivating eyes could exist. Her heart raced as she watched the youthful figure dance on her screen. If one were to say that Lung Jiamu merely found him aesthetically pleasing, then this youth truly has captured the very essence of her heart. His visage is strikingly beautiful, his demeanor intriguingly aloof. He embodies the ethereal figure of her dreams. Were he in her school, she would undoubtedly have harbored a secret admiration for him over the course of 3 years. As her heartbeat crescendoed, the video approached its conclusion. The boy's final enigmatic and disdainful smile nearly drew an involuntary gasp from her. His cold yet enchanting aura is breathtakingly beautiful. After a moment of stunned silence following the video's end, Wang Lele's hand instinctively navigated to the boy's Weibo account, and she earnestly followed him. she reassured herself, claiming she wasn't a fan. She merely wished to admire a handsome face. At that moment, she completely overlooked the fact that she hadn't followed the previous handsome figure, Long Jiamu. Upon glancing at me by follower count, she sensed something amiss. With such looks and stage presence, it seemed incongruous for him to have so few followers. It was then that she noticed me by profile description, a fourth-generation trainee under Huasheng. Trainee? Wang Lele suddenly understood. That follower count made sense now. Perhaps even a tad excessive. She recalled her friends mentioning that trainees typically remain unexposed, barring a few companies, particularly those nurturing idols, as well as that boy band with 200 members. Suddenly, Wang Lele's eyes widened as she discovered the youth's age. 13, even rounding up. He had just turned 14 this year. Wang Lele was left dumbfounded. What had she just done? Had she just referred to a boy 4 years her junior as a male god? As she struggled to grasp this reality, the popularity of me by direct shots was steadily rising, nearing the trending section of a short video platform. Contemporary boy bands are truly impressive. Their skills are becoming increasingly refined. The center position must be the main dancer, right? Their dancing is genuinely exceptional. Me Bai's a born idol. His charisma is simply unmatched. To be candid, among the fourth generation, only Rongxi and Me Bai truly excel in dance. Honestly, when the spotlight first illuminated Me Bai's face, he was already invincible. Help! I am utterly enamored by this type. Where are the fans? Come forth and guide me. The allure of beauty is undeniably captivating. Me Bai, I have followed you. Fans of Me Bai have arrived. Me Bai, a fourth-generation trainee under Huasheng, will turn 14 this October. His individual direct shots are breathtakingly beautiful, especially from the two accounts, Born to Captivate and Heavenly Splendor. The photographs taken by many fans are simply stunning. His gaze is captivating. The expressions he conveys seem to tease, yet remain indifferent. Truly irresistible. 3 minutes. I demand to know everything about this person. The concert has yet to conclude, yet Me Bai's follower count has begun to steadily ascend. After several performances, Me Bai finally took the stage once more. This upcoming performance is physically demanding, infused with an Eastern fantasy theme titled Mystic Bird. It is a collaborative stage involving the four of them and has been the one they rehearsed for the longest duration. The prolonged interval between Me Bai's two performances is attributed to the intricate design of the dance Xian Niao, as well as the elaborate costumes. The four of them currently share an identical aesthetic, adorned in pristine feathered attire, their faces delicately painted in silver, accented by a touch of vermilion between their brows, and embellished with complex, mystical patterns. 2 strands of tassels cascade naturally from either side of their hair, creating an ethereal appearance, as if they are poised to ascend to the heavens at any moment. This makeup can be deemed the most elaborate they have donned since joining the company. Prior to taking the stage, the 4 young men, having completed their makeup, gathered their hands together and, with resounding voices, encouraged one another. They then strode confidently toward the stage, their gazes resolute. Chapter 64. The stage of Xian Niao as the distant prelude resonated. A beam of white light cascaded like a waterfall onto the center of the stage. 2 young men appeared, nestled together like birds. One exquisitely beautiful and the other radiating a refined, celestial aura. They awakened in harmony with the rhythm of the music, each movement seemingly imbued with divine grace. Me Bai's eyelashes fluttered as he cast a fleeting glance at the camera before turning, resembling a wisp of ethereal energy, both vague and dreamlike. He elevated his leg, curling it around Rongxi's neck, executing a graceful turn, the feathers of his attire billowing like a bird's wings in flight. Rongxi's eyes shimmered with gentle warmth as he leaned into Me Bai's momentum, raising his left leg behind him, straightening it. Once Me Bai completed his turn and stood firm, Rongxi seamlessly transitioned into a poised stance. In the absence of lyrics, the 2 artists, through a series of classical dance movements, exquisitely manifested an air of otherworldliness and fluidity within a brief moment, embodying a sense of ethereal grace. Amidst the void, no expectations lingered. Seated amidst the tranquil mountains, a sense of disquiet arose. A low, magnetic voice resonated as a platform on the right side of the stage slowly elevated, revealing a young man whose appearance mirrored that of Mi Bai and the others. This youth, strikingly handsome, exuded a different kind of softness compared to Rong Shi's celestial charm. His allure was reminiscent of a refreshing high school heartthrob. Simply seated, he evoked the sweet fragrance of osmanthus that wafts through a campus. This was Yuan Hisu, who ranked 5th in this performance. At nearly 16, he had just emerged from his voice transition period. Prior to this, his ranking among trainees had been modest, but post-transition, his ascent was meteoric. While his vocal techniques may not rival Mu Junfeng's, they certainly surpass those of the other 4th-generation members, and his current timbre is genuinely enchanting. Yuan Hisu's voice, rich and smooth, has a soothing quality that captivates listeners, as if he is whispering sweet nothings into their ears. His rendition of the preceding lyrical narrative is perfectly suited, instantly capturing the audience's attention from the moment he begins to sing. The impact of Yuan Hisu's opening notes is truly astonishing, elevating the atmosphere previously established by Mi Bai and Rong Shi to new heights. As the winds dispersed, a sense of regret lingered, and as Yuan Hisu closed his eyes, he elongated his final notes, accompanied by a transcendent sound. Within the confines of the cage, where the destinies of the next life sigh, the lift on the left side of the stage ascends. Mu Junfeng, microphone in hand, shares a distant gaze with Yuan Hushu. His voice, ethereal like the strings of a celestial realm, conjures vivid imagery with each note, a white jade palace resounding with the melodies of zither, immortals dancing, cranes soaring, and mystical mists swirling. In the realm of song, Mu Junfeng stands unrivaled among the 4th generation, both in timbre and technique. With merely a few brief lines, he transports the audience into the heart of the performance. At the moment Mu Junfeng appears, Mi Bai and Rong Shi exchange a knowing glance, instinctively linking one hand while raising the other to spin gracefully. Their garments flutter, imbued with a sense of freedom and vitality, reminiscent of celestial cranes, transcendent and otherworldly. Though just two individuals, they evoke the imagery of lilies blooming in the heavens. Suddenly, the music halts abruptly. Mu Junfeng and Yuan Hushu turn their gazes towards the center of the stage, slowly raising the hand that holds the microphone, beginning a soft chant. One sings in a high register, the other in a low, one clear and bright, the other deep and resonant. Their voices blend harmoniously, reminiscent of ancient sacrificial whispers, mysterious and solemn. Meanwhile, Mi Bai and Rong Shi swiftly part ways, Mi Bai advancing towards Mu Junfeng, Rong Shi towards Yuan Hushu. They move rhythmically, step by step, towards their respective counterparts. The tempo of their chant gradually quickens, culminating in the final strum of the guqin. Mu Junfeng draws the microphone away, soaring into high notes, pursuing your direction as he takes flight. In that moment, Mi Bai spreads her arms wide, like a bird expending every ounce of strength, beautifully shattering as she flies toward the light. Each movement is meticulously crafted, elegant and graceful, akin to proud white cranes. Yet at that moment, the proud cranes are having their wings clipped, their pride crushed. You are my aspiration amidst despair. As Mu Junfeng's lyrics conclude, Mi Bai and Rong Shi reach their sides, their wings tattered and scarred. In their eyes gleam compassion as they gently brush their hands along the backs of Mi Bai and her companions, shedding the outer layer of feather garments to reveal dark silk robes beneath. This scene mirrors that of a phoenix reborn from fire, seeking hope for life amidst darkness, rising anew from the brink of death. The dark garments are intricately embroidered with golden threads depicting the Xian bird, each stroke exquisite in detail. The fated Xian bird descends to bring forth commerce. It is the Xian bird, and also a deity. From a moment the feathered garments are shed, the rhythm of the music accelerates. Mi Bai and Rong Shi commence their dance in sync with the tempo, their movements now infused with a sense of strength, as if they are deities tainted by worldly flames, burdened with sins, yet remaining clear and resolute. At this juncture, the song approaches its climax. Mu Junfeng and Yuan Hushu, gazing at the Xian bird beside them, begin to harmonize. Yuan Hushu sings in a low, sighing tone, while Mu Junfeng gently compliments him. Right and wrong, past and present, broken and rebuilt, destroyed and reborn. Weep for my sorrow, yet it is futile. Destiny pursues, yet does not relent. The Xian bird returns, but who is it? Layer upon layer, with scarcely a moment for the audience to breathe. Emotions escalata rapidly, culminating in an explosive finale, only to encounter you, a lifetime of longing, becoming the light that walks through darkness. The two vocalists began to soar into high notes, elevating this song to its zenith. Simultaneously, Mi Bai and Rong Shi raised their gazes, a crimson hue enveloping their eyes, every gesture imbued with a resolute fervor akin to moths drawn to a flame. A single tear, a trace of ash, a thought oscillating. Life is fleeting, dreams are eternal, a glance spanning 3 lifetimes. As Mu Junfeng and Yuan Hushu delivered their final lyrics, Mi Bai and Rong Shi leapt into the air, spinning like birds with broken wings on the edge of a precipice, strikingly beautiful. In an instant, they plummeted, black feathers scattered from the white light, resembling a faint glimmer in the darkness, a blend of despair and awe. Silence. For a moment, the venue was so quiet one could almost hear a pin drop, until the stage lights dimmed completely. The audience awakened from their stupor, erupting in a cacophony of ecstatic screams. Chapter 65, Personal Stage. My goodness, what a lifesaver. Their collaboration was explosive. Xian bird, Xian bird, Xian bird. Mi Bai, you are the best, my darling. Yuan Hushu, screaming. The celestial descends to illuminate Rong Shi. Heavenly milkshake, forever by your side. Mu Junfeng, your singing is simply unparalleled. Sing out loud for me. The audience's cheers resonated with fervor, and Mi Bai and the others backstage could hear it. Nearby, a staff member was retouching their makeup. The 4 boys, nearly identical in age, exchanged glances for a few seconds before bursting into laughter. This stage had been the one they rehearsed on the longest. Mu Junfeng needed a platform to showcase his vocal prowess, and Yuan Hushu sought to display the progress he had made over time. With such formidable pressure from the two, Mi Bai and Rong Shi, positioned first and second, were compelled to exert their utmost effort to avoid being overshadowed on this vocal stage. Regardless of the process, upon hearing the unprecedentedly enthusiastic cheers from the audience, they knew this stage was a resounding success. Xiaobai, are you all right? Mu Junfeng inquired, gazing at Mi Bai's pale face with concern. Xian bird demands significantly more stamina than Mi Bai's initial pure dance performance, and the difficulty is considerably greater. He feared Xiao Bai might not endure. After all, Xiao Bai had another solo stage ahead. Mi Bai shook his head, replying, I'm fine. However, the thirst that surged through him after dancing Xian bird felt as if it were clamoring wildly in his mind. Backstage, time was tight, leaving little opportunity for conversation, and soon they were whisked away by the staff to prepare for the next program. After changing into his outfit, Mi Bai sat at the makeup table, waiting for the makeup artist to enhance his look. It was not overly complicated. It merely involved adding some dark red accents to his original makeup. In the audience, Guan Xiaoxian was editing the live footage of Xian bird. However, due to the breathtaking nature of this stage, his editing pace slowed considerably. At that moment, he suddenly heard the host mention Mi Bai's name. Surprised, he thought, are Mi Bai's South 2 stages so close together? There's only one program in between? Mi Bai's role is that of a dancer, which means that every stage he graces is primarily focused on his dance performance. This, however, also implies that each of his appearances demands considerable physical exertion. The previous stage performance, Xian Niao, posed a significant challenge. Guan Xiaoxian felt a wave of anxiety for Mi Bai. After all, Mi Bai had only been training for less than 2 years and was still quite young. A misstep on stage could lead to severe criticism. In the world of idols, mistakes during performances are viewed as serious issues. Guan Xiaoxian set aside the video he was editing, determined to capture Mi Bai's performance with full attention. It was, after all, Mi Bai's inaugural solo stage, and despite his concerns, he felt a sense of anticipation. In contrast to Guan Xiaoxian, who could still afford to worry about me buy's potential slip-ups. The majority of fans present erupted into excitement upon hearing the words, me buy's solo stage. Ah, baby, a solo stage. Am I dreaming? Ah, me buy, you're the best. Incredible. I can't wait. Even before me took the stage, he could hear the cheers of his fans. He turned to the staff and requested a bottle of mineral water, taking a small sip, just enough to quench his thirst. As he gazed toward the stage, the echoes of the audience's cheers filled his ears. A smile graced his lips, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Suddenly, the venue lights dimmed, and an eerie yet sultry prelude began to play. Beams of red light crisscrossed the stage, illuminating a silver swivel chair at the center, reflecting a cold and blood-red glow. A husky, crisp voice emerged, each word seemingly lingering on the lips before being released, both chilling and alluring. The silver chair began to rotate slowly, and as the captivating lyrics fell, the figure seated within finally came into view. The large screen presented a close-up, revealing a strikingly beautiful face boldly before the audience. His eyes were partially closed, long eyelashes fluttering slightly, and the upward tilt of his red eyeliner added a touch of tragic beauty. Before the audience could fully absorb the stunning visage, he raised his chin slightly, his expression proud, regarding the camera as though it were mere refuse. The audience gasped in astonishment. He then smiled softly, his alluring lips parting to utter the final words of the first verse. I like you terrified. His gaze locked onto the camera, his beautiful, expressive eyes now filled with an assertive intensity. In that instant, the entire venue fell silent. Immediately, screams erupted like fireworks into the sky. "Aw, he said he likes me. I'll give you anything, anything at all. Me buy, you rascal. Don't be too charming. Who have you ensnared? SM, my lord, I can do it." The individual on stage seemed to bask in the adoration of the crowd, rising languidly and sauntering toward the front of the stage. Dressed in a black silk shirt, the collar was boldly unbuttoned, revealing a generous expanse of fair skin and exquisite collarbones. Blood-red ribbons adorned his neck, wrists, waist, and ankles, reminiscent of silken ties meant to bind a beauty, or perhaps weapons wielded by the beauty to ensnare prey. The camera followed him faithfully, like a devoted servant. He raised his hand, his fingertips gliding across the lens, teasingly retracting, leaving the audience yearning for more. With a slight curve of his brows and eyes, he beckoned to the camera. "Don't you want to be the one who survives?" The glimmering depths of his gaze exuded blatant temptation, akin to the whispers of a demon from the abyss, luring you step by step toward the precipice. Chapter 66. For You He Comes. The large screen captured every movement of me by with crystal clarity, nearly rendering the fans in attendance spellbound by his allure. "Oh, I want to think about everything. What you say is irresistible. Oh my goodness. Is this really happening before my eyes? I might have to report this." Though he reveals nothing, why do I feel as if he is wearing nothing at all? Help! This person is seducing me. You little rascal. Mebai fully unleashed himself on stage, swaying rhythmically, his eyes sparkling as he raspingly sang, "Oh, I love a little bit of kiss me. Kill me, die." The next moment, he raised his hand, kissing his fingertips while casting a sidelong glance at the camera. The audience gasped. That gaze seemed to carry a sharp little hook, truly reminiscent of a rose nestled among thorns, resplendent yet prickly. He regarded you with certainty, his delicate face radiating an air of inevitable pride. "Go on and try. You cannot hide from me." His voice was icy and hoarse, the trailing notes imbued with a sense of enchantment, beautiful yet perilous, drawing one irresistibly into its thrall. What is there to escape? You are utterly trapped. Oh, how twisted, my darling. I swear, I'm really losing my mind. This brother is so captivating. Me by already delirious. Ignore me. The screams from the audience only heightened me by's excitement on stage, making him feel as though his very blood was boiling. Casually, he handed the microphone to a nearby dancer, crossing his hands above his head, lazily removing the red ribbons from his wrists. At that moment, the song reached its climactic crescendo. As the rhythm of the music shifted, the audience gradually became aware of something, collectively holding their breath, their eyes unblinking, fixated on the figure at the center of the stage. Kiss me. Kill me. The words echoed as the performer traced the recently unfastened crimson silk along his neck, lips, and the tip of his nose, ultimately binding it over his eyes. Meanwhile, his slender hands did not relent, but instead tightened around his own throat. My goodness. Oh dear. Everyone, step aside. Let me through. Me by enchant me to death. The piercing screams prompted a bloodthirsty yet alluring smile to curl upon me by's lips. His body swaying rhythmically to the pulsating electronic beats, the crimson silk undulating with a languid, almost seductive grace. Although his passionate gaze was obscured by the silk, there was an undeniable allure emanating from him, akin to the addictive beauty of the poppy flower, dangerous yet captivating. I'll hunt you until the end of your dreadful life, he sang, tearing away the silk from his eyes, his gaze wild and yearning as it locked onto the camera, his expression chillingly impassive as he delivered the lyric. He then turned, returning to the magnificent silver chair, regal and commanding as a king surveying his subjects below. Kill me, he rasped, the final notes of his song dripping with a hoarse intensity. He swept his hand through his tousled hair, tilting his head back, his eyes casting a downward glance, the corners of his lips curling into a teasingly seductive arc. The crimson stage lights illuminated him from behind, reminiscent of a king who has just concluded a bloody game. Returning to his throne, with those proud eyes, he signaled that there would be another time. Suddenly, the venue's lights dimmed, plunging the audience into darkness. Their faces still ablaze with excitement and astonishment. They frantically waved their glow sticks, chanting his name, me by, me by, me by, the crescendo building like a tidal wave, threatening to overturn the entire venue. Truth be told, me by's performance had transcended his current abilities. It was an extraordinary display that could only be described as phenomenal. The phrase bloody beauty had been embodied flawlessly by him. The adrenaline surged among the audience, who erupted into screams, their faces flushed with exhilaration. Me by's fans were utterly beside themselves. Guan Xiuxian's cheeks burned crimson, his hands trembling as he clutched his equipment. Me by was the first male idol he had pursued, and despite his youth, he consistently delivered surprises on stage. He nearly dropped his equipment in awe while capturing me by's performance. Why film? Can't one simply enjoy the spectacle? Fortunately, his reason prevailed just in time. He was a dedicated fan, intent on capturing the exquisite essence of me by. He watched the playback on his device, completely oblivious to the host's commentary. After me by stepped off the stage, his assistant hurriedly handed him a bottle of water. He took it and drank deeply, feeling a sense of relief wash over him after emerging from that precarious state. He lifted his gaze, his voice hoarse as he expressed his gratitude to his assistant. Having just concluded his performance, remnants of the stage's emotional fervor lingered within him, a hint of vibrancy lingering at the corners of his eyes. For a fleeting moment, the assistant felt her heart skip a beat. Oh my goodness, this face truly captivates every day, leaving one in awe, though admittedly, she does not see me by every day. After quenching his thirst, me by sipped on some glucose and quickly changed outfits. His solo performance had ended. Yet the concert was far from over. Only one stage remained, and compared to the preceding performances, this one was relatively less challenging. Nonetheless, it demanded utmost effort. It was a youthful, vibrant campus love song, brimming with the essence of a romantic drama, and the costume designer had selected outfits that exuded youthful energy. Me by wore a white shirt as the base, layered with a light yellow vest, complemented by matching shorts and a refreshing makeup look, presenting a sweet and charming image of a junior. This stage was perhaps the most effortless for me by, as sweet songs had become a recurring theme since his debut. Perhaps due to the nature of his first public performance being a sweet song, the company frequently arranged similar stages for him. Yet me by raised his gaze, his eyes sparkling with brilliance. Although the genre remained consistent, each song possessed its unique essence. He believed he could infuse every song with a distinct flavor, one that belonged solely to me by. As the venue's lights dimmed abruptly, the only illumination came from the glow sticks held by fans, casting twinkling lights in the darkness. Amidst the shadows, me by and the other trainees stepped confidently to the center of the stage. He looked towards the audience, unable to discern their faces, yet clearly seeing the scattered glows in the dark. Mi Bai's eyes shimmered as he slightly curled his lips into a confident, radiant smile. He may not know who these audience members were, but he understood that they had come for the performers on stage. Chapter 67. The concert concludes. My Beauty was the final song of the entire concert, performed by the top 5 ranked participants. Initially, the positioning was determined by their ranks, but thereafter, they alternated in the center, ensuring an equal share of the spotlight for each individual. The lineup of the top 5 was well-rounded. 2 dancers, Mi Bai and Rong Shi, 2 vocalists, Mu Junfeng and Yuan Hexiu, and 1 rapper, Gaoya. This quintet was currently ranked quite securely, and this stage served as a reward from the company. Ultimately, Huasheng intended to debut a boy group, thus reiterating to fans that the 4th-generation boy group would consist of only 5 members. Following the company's established practice, trainees would typically be arranged for official debut within 4 to 5 years after their public revelation. The previous edition of TK witnessed a remarkable surge in the performance metrics of the 3rd generation, attributed to the emergence of a standout talent, Lung Jiamu, which ultimately led to their early debut. In contrast, the 4th generation, represented by Mi Bai and his peers, has consistently managed to make a slight but notable impact with nearly every stage performance over the past 2 years, with their rendition of Li Ren Fu achieving an impressive 1 million views. Mi Bai's personal video for Tell Me has also surpassed the million mark, with other members' individual clips garnering substantial viewership as well. Should Mi Bai and his group elevate their statistics further this year, the company is likely to arrange for their debut next year, suggesting that their debut battle could very well take place in the summer of the coming year. Given the urgency, many of the lower-ranked trainees must intensify their efforts, and fans should prepare accordingly. In the debut battle, the trainees will enjoy a considerable degree of autonomy. No instructors will be present to guide them. The entire stage, including lighting and set design, will be crafted by the trainees themselves. Under such circumstances, the potential for a transformative and extraordinary performance is significantly heightened. For instance, TK's lead vocalist, Yuya, dramatically ascended from 9th to 3rd place during the debut contest, successfully securing his debut. His unforgettable performance continues to attract admiration from fans to this day. Of course, Yuya's triumph is not solely due to his own excellence. The unwavering support of his fans played an indispensable role. When an idol delivers an exceptional performance, it is incumbent upon the fans to actively promote and generate data, striving to maximize exposure for their beloved idol and amplify the impact of that stellar performance. The relationship between idols and fans has always been one of shared struggle. As the lights in the venue flicker, they suddenly illuminate with a warm glow. 5 young men stand on stage, clad in vests of varying colors. Their backs turn to the audience. The stage is adorned with lush greenery and vibrant flowers, reminiscent of a springtime campus, exuding freshness and brightness. As the lively piano notes fill the air, the central figure suddenly turns to face the audience, and the camera zooms in. The large screen displays his exquisitely captivating visage. Unlike his makeup during the solo performance, his face now bears minimal embellishment, radiating a refreshing and pure aura. As he gazes into the camera, a gentle smile graces his lips, and his beautiful eyes seem to be filled with sunlight, exuding warmth and brilliance. He then raises his hand, as if reaching out to take the next person's hand, promptly passing the camera to the next individual. Rong Shi, who has previously collaborated with him on phone, synchronizes effortlessly, locking onto the lens Mi Bai has directed toward him in an instant. He lifts his gaze, smiles, and lightly chuckles. At just 16, Rong Shi possesses an elegant demeanor, reminiscent of a celestial being untainted by the mundane world. His smile is akin to a celestial spirit descending to earth, imbuing even the ethereal clouds with warmth. The camera shifts to Gaoya, who, despite not possessing the same level of camera presence as Rong Shi and Mi Bai, commands a striking aura on stage. When the camera focuses on him, it captures him with one hand in his pocket, exuding a cool and charismatic allure as he turns. Before the camera fully reveals his face, one can already sense the magnetic charm radiating from him. As the camera zoomed in on his face, he casually ran a hand through the tousled strands of hair on his forehead, embodying the essence of a proud and rebellious school tyrant. He then pushed the camera towards Mu Junfeng, capturing the moment just as Mu turned around. With a playful wink, his eyes brimmed with a softness that seemed capable of drowning one in their depths. The ethereal and gentle lead singer, Mu Junfeng, although possessing a bit of a sharp tongue offstage, transformed into the tender prince of fans when under the spotlight. Finally, the lens focused on Yuan Hushu, who had surged into the top 5 over the past 6 months. With a tall and slender figure, broad shoulders, and a narrow waist, his mere silhouette exuded the aura of a handsome man. As he slowly turned, his lips pressed together in bashful modesty, and as he lowered his gaze, it seemed as if starlight spilled forth from his eyes. Even from the large screen, one could almost inhale the scent of fresh grass that surrounded him. Yuan Hushu's uniquely refreshing and pristine demeanor perfectly aligned with the theme of a campus heartthrob. As the 5 boys appeared before the camera in sequence with the prelude, they represented various types of young men, each expressing their affection for you in their own unique way. The audience, akin to an emperor flipping through cards, found themselves at a loss for whom to choose. Children make choices, but adults want them all. Igaya, I won't agree to such a bold confession. Amizai, Mom approves. Today, I am a girlfriend fan. Mine, Mine, Mina. I want them all. Mu Junfeng, don't be too gentle. Smile, Rongshi if you dare. Yuan Hushu, you are absolutely stunning. The audience erupted into loud cheers, captivated by the handsome quintet on stage, as the music's prelude came to an end. At this moment, their eyes met, and as the camera zoomed out to capture the full scene, each of the 5 boys radiated youthful vibrancy and energy. They were like a refreshing breeze of youth, carrying the scent of fresh grass, free and untainted. The boys poured forth their sweat, their smiles genuine and beautiful. As the stage lights flickered and the glow sticks waved below, the idols trained tirelessly in the dim confines of their rehearsal rooms, while fans traveled from afar to be present. Everything culminated in this singular moment on stage. Mibai glanced back, his enchanting peach blossom eyes sparkling with dazzling starlight. The bond between idols and fans forever resides in the silent brilliance of those fleeting moments on stage. Indescribable, yet as ephemeral as a blooming night blooming Sirius, leaving an indelible imprint on the heart. Chapter 68. Yearning for the love of the world at 10 o'clock in the evening, a burst of fireworks shot into the sky, blossoming into a radiant display. The second concert of the 4th generation of Huasheng came to a splendid conclusion amidst the sound of fireworks. By the time Ibai and the others returned to their apartment, it was nearly dawn. Exhausted from the day's events, they lacked the energy for conversation. After freshening up, they collapsed onto their beds and fell into a deep slumber. Meanwhile, the trending topic surrounding the concert was swiftly rising. Various clips from the concert were fervently circulating on major platforms, with the segments featuring Xian Yao and Kissing Me to Death rapidly gaining traction. Already gracing the homepage of a popular site, the 4th generation trainees have witnessed an unprecedented surge in their fan base since their debut. The fandom is abuzz with excitement, exclaiming, "Who has yet to attend the 4th generation concert?" The energy is palpable. The concert was absolutely exhilarating. After a few months of absence, the remarkable talent on display was astonishing. The performance by Xian Yao could easily outshine several established boy groups. Truly remarkable. I was genuinely taken aback by Xian Yao this time. Has Huasheng changed their instructors? The improvement is substantial. Huasheng has triumphed this time around. Numerous stages from the concert are still trending on social media. I just returned from a brief visit to a certain website, and my homepage was flooded with posts about Xian Yao and Kissing Me to Death. I predict that the 4th generation will debut next year. With this level of popularity, Huasheng cannot possibly keep them from debuting. Are they still lacking something? Wasn't TK's initial popularity even higher? Cole Jiamu had high-end endorsements lining up for him at that time. Has Mibai not filmed for an S project? Will he be performing this year? I digress. Aren't we discussing the concert? Has anyone mentioned Mibai's solo performance? To be fair, the vocal and dance requirements for this stage are not particularly high. Yet for some reason, it is exceptionally captivating. This has to be considered a divine stage, right? It has topped the trending lists across major platforms. Mi-Bai is truly impressive. The technical aspects of the stage may not be difficult, but the effect is incredibly hard to replicate. No one else could achieve such an atmosphere. It feels as if he transports the audience into the scene the moment he steps on stage. His talent at such a young age is commendable. I've always sensed a certain spirit in this child, and this time, the bloody beauty truly astonished me. Every expression was perfectly timed, showcasing exceptional expression management. It must be him. Had it been someone else, the performance might have felt overly slick. Wow, this post is filled with praise. Have Mi-Bai's fans infiltrated this space? Come on, how many fans does Mi-Bai even have? Is this a newly debuted boy group? They seem quite impressive. Who is the center? They are quite handsome. Incredible. Wow, it has been a long time since I was online. Are boy groups this competitive now? The ancient style stage is timeless. The solo performance by that child was truly remarkable. The ambience was simply electrifying. On a certain website, Xian Yao's stage. Wow, the synergy was absolutely phenomenal. How long must they have practiced to achieve such harmony? The dual main vocals are indeed impressive. The harmonies are breathtakingly beautiful. Mu Junfeng singing during that segment was so moving. Yuan Yisu's voice is truly exceptional. Who has succumbed to their charm? My idol's voice, so why are you still a minor? Listening to this voice makes me want to be a dream girl. Patience, the child still has 2 years before adulthood. What a stunning performance. My goodness, the finale was extraordinary. Mi-Bai and Rong, she share a profound sense of destiny. Mi-Bai's progress is genuinely remarkable. His dancing could almost rival Rong Shi's for the top spot. Their styles differ significantly, making them difficult to compare. I declare, the MVP of this concert is Xian Yao. I truly adore them. My beauty stage, wow. Hello, sisters, are we back again? Is this a grand audition scene? No, this is a grand selection of brides. Me Beauty, Queen Rong, Tao Mu, Noble Lady Yuan, respond. I have arrived, and I am utterly dazzled. Each one is simply adorable. Unlike the rest, I shall embrace the one in the center, a fresh-faced high school boy whom I adore. Oh my, Mi-Bai is simply breathtaking. Where did this sea demon come from? Allow me to bestow upon you a kiss. So this is what the stage version looks like. I have only seen Mi-Bai's close-up shots and never the complete performance. The close-ups focus solely on his face, but the stage version showcases the dynamic formation changes, which is splendid. My sea demon, grant me one more glance. In the midst of passionate performances, I am overwhelmed with excitement. How can you be so extraordinary, my dear? I am utterly captivated. The sorrowful landscapes of Beishan and Chushui. My beloved, please uplift me. The beauty of the bloodthirsty maiden is simply mesmerizing. How enchanting. My dear Mi-Bai, you are truly remarkable. The allure is not merely in the appearance, but rather in the strings of my heart. The fervor surrounding Mi-Bai and his peers continues to soar, only slightly subsiding after more than a week. Meanwhile, the data for the 4th-generation trainees has significantly improved, with Mi-Bai's followers on Xuanbo reaching an impressive 1.6 million. Name, Mi-Bai. Age, 13. Zodiac sign, Scorpio, October 27th. Height, 172 centimeters. Weight, 102 pounds. Persona value, 256. Affection value, 65. 231. Usable in the time-space practice room. Main task 4 progress. Xuanbo followers, 17. 32 million. Incomplete. True fans, 1. 67 million. Incomplete. In the dance training room. Mi-Bai gazes at his data panel, reflecting on his journey. The audience engagement from this concert nearly rivals the total of all his previous 2 years of activities. An idol must truly shine on stage. The success of this concert is deeply intertwined with their relentless training over the past 2 years, without their prior efforts. The impact of this concert would not have been as profound. Mi-Bai brushes aside the damp strands of hair from his forehead, revealing his increasingly alluring eyes. Determination etched across his exquisitely beautiful face. He revels in the stage, cherishing the exhilaration of standing before his fans. The echoes of their cheers enveloping him in a warm embrace. In that moment, witnessing the glow sticks waving in adoration. He feels as though he is surrounded by the love of the entire world. What an exhilarating sensation. His eyelashes flutter gently, his eyes, still glistening from the recent physical training, bestow upon him an enchanting allure. Yet, even amidst this beauty, the fire of ambition burns brightly within him. He yearns to ascend to grander stages, to be seen by more people, to garner greater affection, and to receive even more love. Chapter 69. Endorsement Invitation in S City. Liang Jing, lost in thought, is engrossed in watching videos of his new son. A sound escapes him, but he promptly covers his mouth with his hand. His body trembles with excitement as he gazes at his phone. Oh, dear heavens! My dear child, after only a few days of absence, you have conjured such a stage. Who do you intend to frighten? At that moment, as the director emerged to pour water, she caught sight of a hunched figure trembling slightly. Frowning, she approached, only to find one of her employees quaking while engrossed in a video on their phone. She rapped on the table and inquired, "What are you doing?" Liang Jing jolted upright. Slowly lifting his gaze, he met the director's furrowed brow. His mind raced, and, suddenly struck with inspiration, he quickly raised his phone, exclaiming, "I'm searching for a spokesperson for our new product." Just days prior, the company had proposed a new product and was in the midst of selecting a representative. A week had passed, and they had yet to finalize their choice. Following his words, the director glanced at his phone, where a strikingly handsome young man sat regally upon a cold silver chair, gazing down at the camera with an air of arrogance. The director scrutinized the image for several seconds, and after a prolonged silence, just as Liang Jing's heart threatened to leap from his chest, she turned and departed, leaving him with a final directive: organize his information and send it to me. After the concert, Mibai returned to school. As his fan base swelled, so did the throngs of onlookers. Consequently, he was now escorted to and from school daily by company staff, which initially evoked a nostalgic sense of being picked up by his parents in kindergarten. A month later, he had grown accustomed to the presence of assistants or staff accompanying him during outings. Although he had previously garnered a few fans, they were few in number, and he had not yet reached the point of being instantly recognized upon appearance. Following the concert's trending stage, in addition to an influx of fans, even those who typically paid little attention to idols had occasionally heard their names in recent days. Perhaps those individuals were unfamiliar with them, yet the sight of someone capturing photographs was enough to pique their curiosity. This led to the necessity of having escorts during their outings. Given their young age and the potential for unforeseen circumstances they might be ill-equipped to handle. On this particular day, after bidding farewell to Tanli, Mibai climbed into the vehicle sent by the company. Upon entering, he was pleasantly surprised to find Sister Chi Mei aboard as well. "Hello, Sister Mei," Mibai greeted, astonished. Sister Chi Mei was the manager for the upcoming fourth generation of idols. Although she currently oversaw them, they had yet to debut, and the company typically provided limited resources beyond regular exposure. Thus, Sister Chi Mei rarely made appearances unless there was a scheduled event, such as the annual concert or the previous filming of Wind alongside Rongxi. A trace of confusion flickered in Mibai's eyes. Did Sister Chi Mei come to discuss an upcoming activity? Sister Chi Mei regarded the handsome and refined youth before her, noting his beauty, diligence, and charisma. At such a tender age, he was already resolute in his ambitions. Individuals like him, whether as idols or actors, could soar to great heights given the right opportunities. As a manager, it was only natural for her to hope that her artists would be promising talents. Chi Mei gazed at Mibai, her eyes softening with tenderness as she handed him a document. Geely is launching a new fragrance soon and has extended an invitation to you. An electronic file has been sent to your phone. Take some time to review it and familiarize yourself. After school on Friday, we will fly to S City. Mibai, momentarily bewildered as he held the document, looked up at Chi Mei and echoed, "We?" Chi Mei affirmed with a nod, her conviction unwavering. "Yes, we." In the past, when Mibai ventured out, he was always accompanied by an assistant. This would mark the first occasion Chi Mei personally accompanied an artist on a schedule. Instantly, the document in Mibai's hand felt as heavy as lead. It was evident that Chi Mei regarded this Geely opportunity with great seriousness. Observing me Bai's suddenly grave expression, Chi Mei's lips curved into a slight smile. What she had not disclosed to me, Bai, was that should he secure this endorsement, it would solidify his debut with the fourth generation of artists next year. Geely, a prestigious brand in the realm of light luxury, had been established for 3 decades and was among the more recognizable perfume brands in the country. The company had always adhered to 2 fundamental criteria when selecting ambassadors. First, the ambassador must possess exceptional beauty. Every fragrance they launched was represented by individuals whose beauty was unforgettable, without exception. Second, the ambassador must embody qualities that resonate with the fragrance itself. Given the extensive time taken to develop each scent, the ambassadors were required to possess unique traits that aligned with the essence of the perfume. Consequently, ambassadors for Geely typically experienced a substantial increase in their fanbase and commercial value following the release of their advertisements. Chi Mei regarded me Bai's exquisite features, reminiscent of a doll displayed in a store window, and a glimmer of hope flickered in her eyes. She held considerable confidence in me Bai's potential for this endorsement. Geely's invitation was nearly a certainty, with a probability of 70 to 80%. As long as me Bai performed adequately during the trial shoot that weekend, the endorsement would likely belong to him. Flipping through the document, me Bai discovered that the fragrance he was to audition for required 2 ambassadors. He was taken aback. Although he had yet to debut and his understanding of the industry was limited, he could discern that having 2 ambassadors for a single product implied that they were, to some extent, intertwined. Any issues arising with the product or either ambassador would inevitably affect the other. Setting aside the fact that Geely would incur double, if not triple, the expenses by hiring 2 ambassadors, he found it absurd that the company would accept such a risk involving another artist. Why would the company, regardless of its prominence, jeopardize the talent it had painstakingly nurtured by associating them with another? Me Bai's confusion lingered until he reached the end of the document, where a realization dawned upon him. A flicker of understanding illuminated his beautiful eyes. Indeed, the company's agreement was not without rationale. The other ambassador for this fragrance was none other than their most renowned artist, TK's lead dancer, Lung Jiamu. Chapter 70. Researching the fragrance, me Bai's gaze shimmered with excitement. He had previously pondered when he might collaborate with Senior Lung. Little did he know that the opportunity was now within his grasp. Although it may not be on stage, there is a tinge of regret. However, the mere prospect of collaborating with his senior brings him immense joy. Me Bai's gaze lowered, his mind conjuring the memory of the last time he witnessed Lung Jiamu's performance in person. It was during the debut battle of the seniors, where Lung Jiamu firmly secured the first position with an overwhelming presence. Seated upon the throne of the stage, he surveyed the surroundings like a sovereign, his piercing gaze reminiscent of a prodigy destined to command admiration from the masses. He sat there so effortlessly, outshining the warm sun, radiating brilliance that drove the fans below into a frenzy of cheers and screams. Me Bai gently clenched his fist, his eyes sparkling with remarkable intensity. Will he experience such a scene when he debuts? After finalizing his weekend plans, Me Bai spent the entire week meticulously studying the exquisite new products. He received an invitation for a perfume from the brand, named Lin AI, a summer release. It is a fragrance that embodies 2 contrasting aromas at first whiff. It is as crisp as winter, yet upon closer inspection, one can discern the tenderness hidden beneath the chill. Upon reaching this point, Me Bai felt perplexed, as the concept of a dual-scented perfume was rather abstract for someone who had never encountered fragrances before. Acknowledging his ignorance, he ventured to Sister Chi's office the following day to borrow some perfumes. Well, some turned out to be an entire basket. That evening, Yi Gaoyao returned from training, only to be greeted by a room strewn with bottles and an amalgamation of scents. Yi Gaoyao wondered if he had mistakenly entered the wrong room. Observing me Bai amidst the sea of containers, he restrained the urge to retreat. Xiao Bai, are you experimenting with chemical weapons? Yi Gaoyao couldn't help but inquire. Me Bai, fixated on the perfume in his hands, wore an expression of profound seriousness as he replied, "Be careful not to step on them." I need to return these to Sister Chi tomorrow. Igalia, glancing at the cluttered floor, found himself at a loss for how to navigate the space. He cast a glance at me Bai, who was engrossed in his fragrant battle, and silently began to tidy up the mess, clearing a patch of floor before joining me Bai. He craned his neck to inspect the notes Bai had made, yet found himself bewildered by their content. Bai had scarcely spent time in the training room lately, focusing almost entirely on the perfume research, and Igalia had heard about the endorsement opportunity. What if Bai worked so diligently and ultimately was not selected? During his school days, he had taken the time to research the brand, discovering that most of their ambassadors were actors, with few being idols who sang and danced. Among those rare idols, they were typically individuals of both talent and popularity, much like Brother Lung. Brother Lung. Igalia smacked his forehead. Of course, hadn't Brother Lung done a shoot? And he shares such a close bond with Xiao Bai. Igalia, brimming with excitement, turned to me Bai and said, Xiao Bai, if all else fails, why not consult our senior brother? Bai slowly turned his head, having been so engrossed that he momentarily failed to respond. Senior brother Ling Jiamu. Igalia's eyes sparkled with delight, marveling at her own memory for recalling events from 2 years prior. Bai was puzzled. How did Galia know that the other spokesperson was senior brother Ling? Logically, it should have been confidential until Geely made an official announcement. Seeing Bai silent, Igalia hastily pulled out her phone and searched for the promotional video, exclaiming, Look, senior brother shot an advertisement last year. Although it's not the same product, it's from the same company, so there shouldn't be much difference. Why not ask him for some insights? It's certainly better than you blindly researching on your own. Igalia noticed Bai's increasingly waning baby fat and felt that he had lost weight over the past few days, all for the sake of this endorsement. Bai was taken aback to see that Galia had indeed found an advertisement video. So, Gilly had invited senior brother to be a spokesperson for the second time? Bai glanced at the timestamp. 2 years ago, senior brother Lung was merely 15 years old. He had just begun his career at that time. The video thumbnail displayed a dimly lit ancient castle, with a crimson blood moon hanging ominously in the sky. Thorny vines crawled up the castle walls, casting an eerie and sinister atmosphere. Ling Jimu stood before the castle, the blood moon casting a crimson glow upon him. His black and red cloak billowed dramatically, revealing long legs clad in riding boots. Clad in knightly attire, he appeared as if he had come to vanquish evil from the castle. Yet the moonlight illuminated his handsome face, and a strange smile curved his lips, suggesting he might be the very master of the castle, embodying the evil itself. The perfume was aptly named Eerie. Bai paused for a few seconds, silently beginning to gather the scattered perfumes to return to Sister Chi tomorrow. Galia, misinterpreting his actions, assumed he was preparing to seek help from senior brother and felt elated that her suggestion had made an impact, grinning as she assisted Bai in tidying up. However, unbeknownst to her, Bai had no intention of seeking assistance from senior brother. Galia was unaware, but Bai did possess insight. Ling Jiamu was already one of the confirmed spokespersons, and approaching him now would be somewhat inappropriate. If possible, he preferred to rely on his own efforts to secure the endorsement. Even if he didn't succeed, it was of little consequence. The endorsement itself was beyond his current reach, and simply receiving an invitation was already a stroke of luck. He viewed it as preliminary training for future perfume endorsements. Nonetheless, the cover of the video had provided him with some direction. The essence of the perfume must be vividly depicted in the advertisement to resonate with the audience. However, translating scent into imagery that the viewers could perceive through the screen would depend heavily on the spokesperson's expressiveness. He had attended systematic masterclasses in acting and had participated in roles in real life, not to mention his stage experience. When it came to expressiveness, he held a degree of confidence in himself. The only question now is, what does that perfume truly smell like? Chapter 71, S City on Friday. Chime arrived at the school to request leave for Bai's afternoon class and promptly whisked him onto a plane. Upon their arrival in S City, they did not even drop off their luggage, but instead headed directly to the magnificent corporate building. In the lobby, a young staff member wearing glasses stood to greet them. Rising swiftly before Bai and Chi Mei had even entered. As they approached, his eyes lit up momentarily upon glimpsing the masked Bai before he turned his gaze toward Qi Mei, extending his hand. Hello, I am Liang Jing, here to welcome Teacher Mi Bai. Teacher Mi Bai? Mi Bai was momentarily taken aback by the title, followed by a slight flutter of his eyelashes. An inexplicable sense of embarrassment washing over him. Although he understood that in this industry, it was customary to address anyone with respect by using the term teacher, he felt unworthy of such a designation, given that he had yet to make his debut. Liang Jing escorted them to an indoor photography studio, where several staff members were busy preparing the set, alongside a fashionably dressed woman who appeared to be in her 30s. This is our dual brand manager, Ding Tianqing, Liang Jing introduced with a smile. Upon seeing Liang Jing leading Mi Bai and Qi Mei into the studio, Ding Tianqing politely acknowledged Qi Mei before directing her gaze toward the masked Mi Bai. Sensing this, Mi Bai quickly removed his mask. The moment Mi Bai unveiled his face, a glimmer of astonishment flickered in Liang Jing's and the other staff members' eyes, and a look of satisfaction graced Ding Tianqing's features. Having viewed the video of Mi Bai, the company had essentially already made their decision. This trial shoot was merely to ascertain whether Mi Bai truly resembled his video portrayal, especially given the prevalence of advanced technology in makeup, which could create a stark contrast between the real and the portrayed. In the current landscape, idols often relied heavily on makeup, stagecraft, and lighting to construct an image of a male deity. However, their filming aimed for authenticity and high definition. The makeup applied would only serve to enhance the theme and atmosphere. A complete transformation was out of the question. This was also why the company had favored actors as endorsers in recent years, as actors had undergone the scrutiny of the big screen, thus alleviating concerns of deceptive appearances. Of course, there were also exceptionally attractive idols, such as their previous choice, Lung Jiamu, who had left a remarkable impression. Knowing that Mi Bai and Lung Jiamu belonged to the same agency, and that the company's stage rarely employed filters, it became evident that the choice had essentially been made. After all, they had witnessed the child as charisma on stage, indicating that shooting advertisements would pose no issue. This trial shoot was merely a formality to confirm their impressions. Meanwhile, Liang Jing gazed at the tangible presence of Mi Bai before him, struggling to contain the overwhelming excitement bubbling within him. The reality is even more breathtaking than the video. Though his heart raced with excitement, he maintained his professional composure, with only a slight gleam in his eyes betraying his otherwise calm demeanor. He gestured towards the filming set and suggested, "Teacher Mi Bai, shall we try it out now?" He was eager to witness Mi Bai's working state firsthand. It was akin to a stage performance, a veritable showcase of talent. Upon hearing this, Mi Bai paused momentarily and turned to look at Qi Mei. This was not quite what he had envisioned. Should there not be a multitude of people present for the trial shoot? Why was he the only one? Moreover, the staff around him exuded an air of certainty, as if he had already been chosen. Qi Mei observed the light-colored eyes of Mi Bai. Though he remained silent, she understood his unspoken thoughts. With a gentle smile, she encouraged him, "Go ahead, just do your best." Mi Bai had earned every role and opportunity through relentless effort. The unexpected direct selection left him somewhat bewildered, much like a student prepared for a rigorous examination, only to be told by the examiner, "Answer as you wish, I will pass you regardless." Such fortuitous opportunities, though seemingly delightful, could evoke confusion and uncertainty in a diligent individual. Nevertheless, this endorsement was indeed a testament to Mi Bai's own perseverance. Had his personal stage not been so impressive, the discerning eye of Gue Li would never have noticed him, nor would she have chosen him. Thus, Qi Mei's smile was particularly warm. This was a reward Mi Bai rightfully deserved, for he possessed the talent to secure this endorsement. Upon hearing her words, Mi Bai shed his hesitation, handing his belongings to the assistant beside him, and with resolute determination strode towards the filming set. His 2 years of stage experience had taught him the importance of seizing every moment. Though he did not fully comprehend the nature of this endorsement, he recognized that now he had been given the opportunity, and there was only one course of action: to showcase himself. The photographer, a blonde-haired, blue-eyed foreigner, had been fixated on Mi Bai since he had removed his mask. As Mi Bai approached, the photographer's face lit up with delight. "Hey, little beauty, Do you know what a demon is? Demon? Mi-Bai nodded, though his understanding was superficial. He grasped the general concept. Okay. Cool me. Little beauty. Now you are a demon. Come entice me. Show me your wicked side. Mi-Bai approached his work with utmost seriousness, never indulging in idle chatter. At the photographer's command, his gaze locked onto the lens, and in the blink of an eye, his expression transformed. Those once emotionless light-colored eyes deepened, resembling a whirlpool in the depths of the ocean, ready to draw one in. He lifted his gaze slightly, his demeanor playful, and beckoned towards the camera with a flourish of his hand. In that instant, everyone in the studio was captivated by the figure at its center. Despite retaining the same visage and attire, he now exuded an alluring charm with every subtle movement, resembling the haughty demon king upon his throne. He seduces you with an air of superiority, coaxing you to willingly kneel at his feet in complete submission. Silence envelopes the studio, as everyone is captivated by this astonishing display of charisma. For a fleeting moment, all breath is held, lest it disrupt his performance. Oh my goodness! After a while, a foreign photographer's voice breaks the stillness, exclaiming in delight to Mi-Bai, your sense of the camera is exceptional. Your expressiveness is remarkable. He then turns to Ding Tianqing, declaring, Qing, he is the one. I want him. Magnificent. There will be no further shots. As he speaks, he leans closer to Mi-Bai, eager to request his contact information. Mi-Bai reflects, this is the first time someone has been halted mid-shoot due to their outstanding performance. Meanwhile, the enthusiastic photographer continues to engage Mi-Bai, saying, Bai, may I have your contact information? When we set up the environment, we'll apply makeup to capture your best angles. Before he can finish, their supervisor, Ding Tianqing, pulls him back by the collar. She offers Mi-Bai a reassuring smile and then, with exasperation, addresses the still excited photographer. Calm down. He hasn't even turned 14 yet. At 14 years of age, Mi-Bai's birthday still lies a few months ahead. Upon hearing this, the struggling photographer freezes, disbelief washing over his face. He gazes at Mi-Bai's exquisite visage, incredulously exclaiming, what did you say? Chapter 72. Securing the endorsement. The artists we have invited are quite young, so please exercise restraint. Ding Tianqing dismisses him, nodding at Mi-Bai, and instructs someone to fetch the contract. Mi-Bai's manager is present to finalize the arrangement. As Chi Mei leads Mi-Bai away, the photographer remains somewhat dazed. In the presence of the aloof Jiang Mu, now accompanied by such youthful talent, he realizes that the tales of China's stunningly beautiful youths aged 13 and 14 are no mere exaggeration. Ding Tianqing rolls her eyes, remarking, indeed, it's not a fabrication. However, only a couple have emerged in all these years. Hearing her words, Doug suddenly realizes he has unwittingly shared his innermost thoughts. Before he can respond, he hears her stern warning. They are still very young. Be mindful of your language during the shoot. Do not corrupt our country's blossoms. Doug, puzzled, responds, blossoms of a nation? A flicker of confusion crosses his vibrant green eyes, pondering if she means that beauties are as enchanting as flowers. Ding Tianqing's concern does not stem from fear of Doug's intentions, but rather from his overly open nature and his profound admiration for beauty. In the presence of attractive individuals, his language tends to become frivolous, which he perceives as praise. However, for those from Huagua, it often feels like teasing. Consequently, Ding Tianqing frequently finds herself explaining to the artists and their managers that they genuinely operate as a reputable company. Were it not for the illustrious reputation of their establishment, she doubts anyone would take her seriously. As Liang Jing bid farewell to Mi-Bai and the others, he hesitated before finally mustering the courage to ask, Teacher Mi-Bai, I am your fan. Could I possibly have your autograph? Upon hearing this, Mi-Bai was taken aback. Gazing into Liang Jing's eyes, he recognized a familiar sparkle, which warmed his otherwise aloof gaze. That look was reminiscent of what he had seen on stage. He turned to Chi Mei and softly inquired, is it all right? Since they had yet to debut, no official signature had been designed, and any autograph would simply be in his usual handwriting. Nonetheless, signatures were generally managed by the agents to ensure the safety and privacy of the artists, preventing any misuse by ill-intentioned individuals. Observing the situation, Chi Mei instructed her assistant to retrieve a photo and a pen from her bag. Although she had not anticipated such a request, she was nonetheless prepared. Liang Jing had originally brought his own materials, but, seeing Chi Mei's actions, quietly withdrew them. What a splendid opportunity to acquire an exclusive photo. Mi Bai diligently inscribed his name, stroke by stroke, and Liang Jing's heart melted as he watched. He accepted the signed photo with a gentle, "Thank you for your support." His voice was low and slightly muffled by the mask. Liang Jing felt as if he'd been struck by an arrow to the chest. Mi Bai, I am your biggest fan." Overwhelmed with excitement, Liang Jing maintained a composed smile as he received the autograph. "No need to thank me. You are amazing, and I will continue to support you. Keep it up." Mi Bai nodded, and under the guidance of his assistant, they boarded the vehicle back to the hotel. Their return flight was scheduled for tomorrow afternoon, allowing them a brief respite at the hotel today. Yes, my idol. Once Mi Bai's business vehicle disappeared from view, Liang Jing's calm demeanor shattered. He embraced the signed photo and planted a fervent kiss upon it. Gazing at Mi Bai's image, he declared solemnly, "Keep going, my idol. Your biggest fan will always support you from behind. You must become a superstar." In a city within the training studio, glistening beads of sweat cascaded down a long neck, tracing the contours of a well-defined Adam's apple, ultimately disappearing beneath a black shirt. The mirror across from him vividly reflected the individual immersed in training. Clad in an oversized black t-shirt and casual gray trousers, his physique was undeniably striking. The perspiration caused his shirt to cling to his skin intermittently, revealing tantalizing hints of abdominal muscles, broad shoulders, and a narrow waist. He was a male model, seemingly stepped out from the pages of a comic. His tousle black hair, dampened by sweat, complemented his slightly labored breathing from the vigorous movements. He casually swept aside the strands obscuring his eyes, revealing a smooth forehead and fully showcasing his sharp, strikingly aggressive features. When Song Yao entered, this was the imposing scene that greeted her. The overwhelming aura of masculine energy momentarily halted her steps. She nonchalantly patted her chest, relieved that she was already married with children. Otherwise, she would undoubtedly be captivated by this young man. At that moment, those practicing the dance also noticed him. He casually silenced the music on his phone and greeted Sister Yao. Their schedule was hectic, particularly for Long Jiamu, who would turn 18 next year and was preparing for the college entrance examination. Considering his study time, he would be unavailable for any activities for at least 3 months. Moreover, the institution he was aiming for was no ordinary school, so the time he needed for revision might exceed 3 months. TK was scheduled to perform overseas in October, and Lung Jiamu was currently rehearsing for that event. With time pressing, Song Yao cut straight to the point. Gili has appointed another spokesperson, and the contract has already been signed, with the shooting scheduled for a month from now. Have you arranged a meeting time with him? Lung Jiamu casually picked up a bottle of water and inquired. Their team had already assessed the implications of dual spokespersons, and to mitigate risk, they had distanced themselves from Gili before accepting the endorsement. They planned to sign an additional contract with the other spokesperson. If the other party disagreed, they would either replace Lung Jiamu or the other spokesperson. This was their team's bottom line to avoid being bound in the future. They had already made concessions regarding the dual spokesperson arrangement. Had it not been for Lung Jiamu's connection with Gili, they would never have accepted this endorsement. Thus, Gili expressed understanding and quickly agreed. They included Lung Jiamu's conditions in the contract. If the other party had signed with Gili, it indicated that they were aware of their stipulations. Let us find a time to sign their individual contracts, and then we can collaborate amicably. Upon hearing Lung Jiamu's words, Song Yao's expression turned somewhat peculiar, and she remained silent for a while. When Lung Jiamu finished the bottle of water and noticed her lack of response, he found it strange and asked, "What's wrong? Is there an issue with the other party?" Song Yao gazed at Lung Jiamu with an odd expression and replied, "The other party is an artist from our company, so there's no need to arrange a meeting." "An artist from the same company?" Song Yao nodded, her lips twitching slightly as her gaze towards Lung Jiamu took on a hint of peculiarity. "According to Yuya, it's your favorite junior." Lung Jiamu responded, "Very well. Now I know who it is." Chapter 73. debut battle announcement as Song Yao approached Lung Jiamu. She happened to pass by the training room of Shou Shuai and Yuya, exchanging a few words there. When Shou Shuai learned that Geely's other spokesperson was Mi Bai, his expression changed dramatically, transforming him into a sour lemon as he exclaimed, "It's over. It's all over. Now that the beautiful Bai and Lung Jiamu have collaborated, it will be even harder to replace him." Replace him? Song Yao was puzzled. She found it difficult to comprehend the boy's words. The position of the best senior brother, Shou Shuai asserted with confidence. Xiao Bai is so good-looking and has a wonderful personality. Who wouldn't want to be his favorite senior brother? It's just that Lung Jiamu. That fellow always breaks the rules and goes to play with Xiao Bai on his own. Shou Shuai harbored grave suspicions that this collaboration between the two was orchestrated by Lung Jiamu with deliberate intent. The more he pondered, the more convinced he became that he had uncovered the truth. He turned to retrieve his phone to message Mi Bai. However, just as his head turned halfway, he was yanked back by Yuya, who, with an impassive expression, remarked, "Oh, come on. He's Jiamu's favorite junior. Do you really think you can compete with him?" At this, Shou Shuai remained somewhat unfazed, while Song Yao displayed a look of intrigue. Favorite junior? Their relationship has developed to such a degree? Such flattering words, if not indulged by Lung Jiamu, would never have been uttered by Yuya in the presence of others. Indeed, the next moment, Yuya nodded, affirming yes. Jiamu himself mentioned it last time. I'm not spreading rumors. Upon hearing this, Shou Shuai quickly added, "He's also my favorite junior." Yuya and Song Yao exchanged glances, the former exasperatedly tugging at Shou Shuai's collar, urging him towards the training room. "Hurry up and train. Don't delay Sister Yao's work." Even after Yuya and the others departed, Song Yao remained somewhat astonished. The notion that such words had originated from Lung Jiamu himself was bewildering. Was this truly the Lung Jiamu she knew? She had been with TK for several years, guiding them since their trainee days, and believed she understood the children well. However, over the past year, as TK's fame surged, their individual schedules had proliferated, resulting in each member now having a dedicated team. Her role had shifted primarily to managing their group activities. This time, due to the group concert, she had come to oversee them, and she had also facilitated some personal engagements in the process. Goodness, had she not casually followed up on the contract for Jiamu with Geely, she would have been oblivious to the significant changes in him lately. Thus, the current scene unfolded. Lung Jiamu found himself at a loss under Song Yao's peculiar gaze, casually tossing his water bottle into the trash as he remarked, "I just get along well with the younger ones." Younger ones? Song Yao's lips twitched at this term. You're not even 18 yet, calling others little friends? There are so many points to critique, I hardly know where to begin. Nevertheless, Lung Jiamu's demeanor was sufficient to demonstrate that his relationship with that junior was indeed quite good. At least he wasn't upset by Yuya's teasing. Well then, since we are from the same company, we need not meet to discuss this further. I will handle it from my end. You should focus on preparing for training. Once things get busy in a few days, you won't have time to practice. After some casual conversation, Song Yao shifted to business, her seriousness evident in her approach. Upon hearing this, Lung Jiamu paused momentarily before calmly nodding in agreement. Although he had not seen Mi Bai for a while, he felt no rush. After all, there would be future collaborations, and he was not anxious. No rush. The news of Mi Bai securing the endorsement from Geely spread throughout the company almost simultaneously. Concurrently, the timeline for the fourth-generation debut battle was also confirmed. The preparations for the debut battle had begun the moment Mi Bai received the invitation from Geely, and now that the contract was signed, an official announcement was made. The date is set for July 20th of next year. When Tomato Video will conduct a live broadcast throughout the event, allowing voting both online and offline, with a voting method jointly established by Huaxing and Tomato Video. Upon the announcement, not only were the trainees bewildered, but the fans were also in a frenzy. Oh my, are they really debuting? During the concert, it was evident that the younger members had already reached a level of proficiency worthy of debut. As expected, while it was anticipated that they would debut next year, the reality of it is still somewhat overwhelming. Wasn't it said that the fourth generation's popularity wasn't sufficient? Why the sudden decision to debut? My goodness, wasn't the last concert explosive enough? Mi Bai had just filmed the Tomato S. I surmise it will be released soon, Otherwise, a debut would not be possible so swiftly. Behold, following TK, another group is set to debut based on their merit. Wow, the debut battle will surely be exhilarating. How thrilling indeed. Do you remember Yuya, who surged from 9th to 3rd? July 20th, right? I'm eagerly awaiting it. Due to the debut battle, next year's concert is cancelled. This implies that from now until July next year, they will have no activities, a period of zero exposure and closed training. The trainees, who have just concluded the concert, are not entirely in isolation, as they are still students and have schooling to attend. Of course, this isn't particularly good news for the trainees, especially for Igaoya, who is currently lamenting over me by, "Oh, I can't go on. I'm in distress. I don't want to learn to dance. Just seeing a mirror makes my legs ache. I don't want to study. Just seeing math makes my head hurt." Before I could finish my lament, Mu Junfeng interjected, "I don't want to learn to sing. Just seeing a microphone makes my throat hurt." He turned to the astonished Igaoya and smiled. "You wanted to say this, right?" Mi Bai, with a deadpan expression, slowly uttered 2 words, "Get down." Upon hearing this, Igaoya, too preoccupied to respond to Mu Junfeng's sharp tongue, quickly clung to Mi Bai's neck and exclaimed, "I don't want to. If you leave, I'll have to practice dancing with Mu Junfeng." Mu Junfeng raised an eyebrow, displeased. "What? Are you dissatisfied with practicing dance with me?" "Of course," Igaoya replied without looking back. Mu Junfeng narrowed his eyes, and before he could react, Rong Shi timely interjected, "Sister Chi is here to pick up Xiao Bai." With that, he subtly stepped forward to separate Igaoya and Mi Bai. "Gaoya, don't be like this. Xiao Bai has to go to work." Reluctantly, Igaoya released Mi Bai, gazing at his handsome face with tears brimming in his eyes. He longs to be with Xiao Bai. Chapter 74. Long time no see in S City. After Mi Bai and the others landed, they first headed to the hotel. They arrived a day early, allowing them to rest for a day at the hotel. Since the contract has already been signed, and Mi Bai's partner is an artist from the same company, Chime did not accompany them this time, but instead assigned 2 assistants to Mi Bai. That evening, Mi Bai lay in bed scrolling through his phone. Suddenly, a message popped up. It was from senior brother Long Jiamu. "See you tomorrow." Mi Bai's gaze flickered slightly as his fingertips danced across the screen of his phone. The glow illuminated his exquisite and striking visage, rendering it particularly ethereal and beautiful against the nocturnal backdrop, akin to a priceless jade radiating brilliance in the night. After responding to the message, he set his phone aside, closed his eyes, and began to succumb to the allure of slumber. He eagerly anticipated his collaboration with his senior tomorrow, infused with a fervent spirit of competition. As a young man, encountering a formidable opponent naturally ignites a desire to measure one's strength. To have the opportunity to compete with one's idol is a dream cherished by many. With such an opportunity before him, he was determined to maintain his finest mental state and confront it head-on. Just as Mi Bai was on the verge of sleep, in a simply adorned apartment, a shadowy figure stood before the floor-to-ceiling window. The curtains were drawn, allowing only a sliver of moonlight to seep through, casting a faint glow upon the figure. The cold moonlight accentuated an aura of chilling elegance surrounding him. Suddenly, his phone illuminated briefly. He raised his hand, the phone's glow highlighting his pale chin and delicate lips. Although his full face remained concealed, the beauty of his lips and jawline was already astonishing. One could hardly fathom the splendor that would be revealed upon seeing his entire visage. As he deciphered the contents of his phone, the icy aura around him dissipated slightly. A subtle smile graced his thin lips as he softly uttered 2 words, "Good night." His voice was low, almost indistinct, as if he were whispering to himself. Yet, within that gentle intonation lay a discernible hint of joy. He carelessly placed his phone on the glass table beside him and turned to enter the bathroom. On the screen of his phone, a text message stood out. "Mi Bai, see you tomorrow, senior. Good night." As dawn broke and the sky lightened, Mi Bai and his companions arrived early at the shooting location, immediately enveloped by the earthy scent of rain-soaked soil. Of course, it was artificially induced rain. The theme of the perfume was twin souls, representing angels and demons, one cold and pure, the other chilling and sinister. The essence of this fragrance was encapsulated in the word cold, lofty and disdainful of all. Yet beneath that stark coldness lay an undercurrent of ambiguous tenderness, laced with a subtle allure. Thus, the chosen setting for their shoot was a rose garden, where a massive tent had been erected and artificial snow completely blanketed the ground. Upon their arrival, they were greeted by a breathtaking scene, vibrant crimson roses blooming amidst the frozen landscape. The stark contrast between pristine white and dark blood red was visually striking and arresting. This marked Mi Bai's inaugural advertisement, and the stunning decor left him in awe, comparable to the wonder he felt when he first witnessed the ancient city while filming. At that moment, a sleek black business vehicle arrived, halting beside them. The door swung open, revealing a pair of black and white athletic shoes before the onlookers. Following them were long legs, a slender waist, broad shoulders, and ultimately, a face that even sunglasses could not conceal, a visage of striking handsomeness. His nose was elegantly defined, lips subtly thin, and his jawline sharp and clear, exuding an air of fierce attractiveness. As he stepped out of the car, a gentle breeze tousled the dark strands of hair on his forehead, revealing a smooth brow. He stood there with an unrestrained presence that exuded an inexplicable sense of pressure. He slightly turned his head, pausing momentarily as he shifted his gaze towards Mi Bai, before striding purposefully in his direction. Upon reaching Mi Bai, he lowered his head slightly, removed his sunglasses, and smiled, saying, "Bye-bye, it seems you haven't grown taller?" His voice was deep and alluring, laced with blatant teasing. At his words, Mi Bai swallowed the term senior brother that had been on his lips, regarding him with a cool gaze. With naturally light-colored eyes that already conveyed a sense of aloofness, the chill in his expression made him seem even more distant, sending an involuntary shiver down one's spine. Observing this, Lung Jia Mu chuckled softly. How is it that this little one becomes more adorable with age? It's rather delightful to see him ruffled. Mi Bai's irritation was unlike that of Shou Shuai, who would make a scene. Instead, it was a quiet affair. He would merely fix his beautiful eyes on you, his icy demeanor accentuating his appeal. Like a proud feline, he required his servants to coax him gently. What Lung Jiamu did not realize was that Mi Bai only exhibited this behavior in front of acquaintances. With strangers, he would simply act as though he hadn't heard. He raised his hand and playfully gestured towards Mi Bai's head, attempting to soothe. You have indeed grown since last time. Thank you, but I am not consoled, Mi Bai replied, feeling increasingly disillusioned with the contrast between the idol he envisioned and the reality before him. His initial excitement about collaborating with his idol had nearly dissipated, and he greeted him with a composed, "Long time no see, senior brother." The touch of Lung Jia Mu's hand on his head was delicate and cool, reminiscent of exquisite jade. Lung Jia Mu, momentarily taken aback by Mi Bai grasping his hand, regained his composure upon hearing Mi Bai's voice. Looking into Mi Bai's increasingly enchanting peach blossom eyes, he smiled softly, replying, "Long time no see." Chapter 75. Preparations for the fragrance shoot. Hey, Bai, you've arrived. Doug's flamboyant voice rang out as he bounded to Mi Bai's side, his face alight with eagerness to offer compliments. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, his expression shifted, and he instinctively took a step back. He glanced at the faces of Mi Bai and Lung Jiamu, his features betraying a sense of impatience, as if he had encountered a treasure he could not claim. Qing had mentioned they were the flowers of Huaxia, and he needed to be cautious with his words. "Good morning, Doug," Lung Jiamu said, narrowing his eyes slightly as he discreetly positioned himself between Doug and Mi Bai. "Hello," Mi Bai echoed in greeting. "Good morning, Bai. Mu, the stylist is ready, and I've provided them with a few small suggestions," Doug said enthusiastically. His inspiration for those suggestions had sparked after meeting Mi Bai, causing him to grow increasingly animated as he spoke. "All right, we appreciate it. Good work." Lung Jimu gently interrupted Doug's words, taking Mi Bai's hand and leading him toward the dressing room. Time was not on their side, and it was imperative they began their styling. Mi Bai felt indifferent to Lung Jimu's gesture. After all, he was accustomed to the clinging nature of his roommate. Meanwhile, Doug, whose conversation had been interrupted, scratched his head as he observed their interlocked hands. "Were Mu and Bai this familiar?" He He recalled that during their last photo shoot, Mu had been averse to anyone touching him. Although they were in a picturesque outdoor setting, the opulence of the venue had afforded separate rooms for me, Bai, and Lung Jiamu. Consequently, the staff divided them at the entrance. Their styling was intricate, with both attire and makeup tailored to their unique characteristics. Upon opening his eyes, Mi Bai beheld a completely unfamiliar reflection in the mirror. His bangs had been swept up entirely, leaving a few strands intentionally loose at the right temple, giving him a notably more assertive appearance. Crowning his head was a fist-sized black and red tiara, securely affixed with invisible clips. The ends of his hair curled slightly at the back, and a cluster of long black hair had been added, cascading down to his thighs. The makeup predominantly featured shades of black and red, with the allure of his peach blossom eyes accentuated by an upward flick of black eyeliner. Coupled with black feathered accents on his forehead, he exuded a captivating yet slightly sinister aura. His cheeks were brushed with a heavy blush, reminiscent of vibrant sunset hues. Ethereal and enchanting, a blood-red tint adorned his lips, akin to the crimson roses outside, striking yet imbued with a chill. Initially, the stylist had intended to enhance his gaze with color contact lenses, but Mi Bai's strikingly beautiful light-colored eyes, cold and distant, created a stark contrast with the makeup. He resembled a rose in a snow-covered landscape, both vivid and piercing. After a moment of hesitation, the stylist, captivated by Mi Bai's enchanting eyes, ultimately decided against the lenses. Once the styling was complete, Mi Bai emerged from the room, guided by the staff. As the doors swung open, an instinctive hush fell over the crowd, all eyes turning toward him. In that fleeting instant, it seemed as though time itself had paused. The onlookers were momentarily spellbound, rendered speechless by Mi Bai's visage. The atmosphere in the entire photography venue was eerily silent, until Mi Bai slightly lowered his gaze and took a few steps toward the camera. The audience was jolted from their reverie, realizing this was no mere painting. Doug watched in awe as the breathtaking little rose approached him, akin to a figure stepping out of canvas, his heart racing wildly. "OMG, I see my muse. Bai, you are truly magnificent. A beautiful little devil," Mi Bai replied. "Thank you." This was the first time someone had lavished such praise upon him. Aside from his fans, not even Igaoya had been this extravagant in his compliments. "No need to thank me. What I said comes straight from the heart." "From the heart?" Mi Bai tilted his head slightly, sensing something amiss. He intended to express heartfelt sentiments, yet upon observing Doug's exuberant demeanor as he beckoned the crew to prepare for filming, he swallowed his words. It was inconsequential, hardly a matter of great import. Given the complexity of Lung Jiamu's attire, he took considerably longer than Mi Bai to prepare. Before their joint performance, both had solo shots. Thus, Mi Bai stepped out first, and Doug began by filming him. In the duality of angels and demons, it was evident that he portrayed the latter. Representing the contrasting essences of icy winter and vibrant roses, he unmistakably embodied the latter, having previously contemplated how to translate flavors into visuals. Mi Bai now gazed at the precariously perched roses upon the snow, their blood-red petals adorned with glistening droplets, gently reflecting a soft, cold light under the sun. A subtle smile graced his lips as he realized how to proceed. Doug initiated the shoot from above Mi Bai, the lens capturing a slender hand. Fingers splayed to reveal a beautifully shaped eye. The eyelid remained firmly shut, and delicate frost clung to the long, thick lashes. As those fan-like lashes fluttered gently, the tiny frost particles cascaded like stardust upon the person's eyelid. Doug held his breath at this captivating sight. In the next moment, the eyelid slowly lifted, revealing iridescent, amber-like irises, yet even more translucent than amber itself. They resembled a miraculous lake, clear and innocent, yet imbued with an innate chilliness. Doug, his complexion flushed, continued filming for a considerable duration, reluctant to pull back the lens. Suddenly, the entire visage of Mi Bai emerged within the frame. Captured from above, Doug's lens portrayed a youth with raven hair and a crimson attire. His disheveled locks sprawled upon the snow. His features were exquisitely alluring, his skin fairer than snow, surrounded by scattered blood-red roses, their petals accentuating his vividness. The striking contrast of red and white was vividly expressed in that moment. Beyond the initial glance, Mibai did not once meet the lens again. He lay there quietly, half lifting his eyelids, his gaze both innocent and indifferent as it brushed over the roses. The upward sweep of his black eyeliner, coupled with the black wings adorning his forehead, not only signified his identity, but also imbued him with an aura of mischief. He resembled a newly born demon, his expression still as naive as an infant's, yet the inherent coldness of a demon began to emerge. The crew in the studio dared not breathe, fearful of disturbing the ethereal figure that seemed to have stepped out from a Western oil painting. If the onlookers felt this way, one could only imagine the effect on Doug, who stood in close proximity to Mibai. Were it not for his exemplary professionalism, he might have rushed forward, kneeling at the feet of his muse, pleading for affection. Nevertheless, even in restraint his mind raced, his face flushed crimson from head to neck. Taking a few deep breaths to quell his excitement, he summoned his professionalism and called out to Mibai, "Bai, look over here. Yes, gaze at me." As Mibai heard this, she gracefully cast a glance towards the camera, her eyelids slightly lifted, lashes fluttering, and her eyes shimmering with allure. Like a dark sprite amidst the snow, she cast a solitary yet intriguing glance this way. That single gaze pierced through the hearts of everyone present like a love-laden arrow. When Lung Jiamu emerged, he beheld this very scene. The entire studio was enveloped in an unusual silence, with nearly all eyes fixated on the same spot. Their expressions were a mix of astonishment and awe, with some even sporting a hint of blush upon their cheeks. Lung Jiamu, puzzled, followed the collective gaze of the crowd towards the snowy expanse, only to meet Mibai's enchanting gaze. The blood-clad youth stood with exceptional poise. With ink-black hair, snow-white skin, light eyes, and crimson lips, every facet of his being seemed exquisitely sculpted by a divine artisan. His eyes sparkled with brilliance as he looked at Lung Jiamu. A gentle, subtle smile gracing his lips. Caught off guard, Lung Jiamu felt his heart momentarily skip a beat at the sight of that soft smile. In that fleeting moment, it was as if fireworks had erupted within his heart. Chapter 76, Confusion, Thump. Thump, thump. The sound of his heart resonated loudly in the tranquil environment. Lung Jiamu raised a hand to steady his unruly heartbeat, a flicker of bewilderment crossing his starry eyes. He was aware that Mibai was exceptionally beautiful, but was it odd that his heart raced at such a sight? "Teacher Lung, over here." A staff member beside him noticed his prolonged pause and called out gently. Mibai's solo segment was nearly complete, and they only needed to schedule a few more shots, making an opportune moment for a duet. Lung Jiamu observed that while everyone was mesmerized by Mibai, a number had also been watching him since his arrival. Mibai, too, sensed the shift in attention and redirected her focus to him. If Mibai were to be likened to a wicked, alluring demon, then Lung Jiamu would undoubtedly be the frigid, unyielding angel. His angelic attire, adorned with flowing ribbons, danced in an unseen breeze, adding an ethereal quality to his presence. His waist, wrists, neck, and right ear were embellished with golden adornments, bestowing upon him an air of nobility. His makeup, predominantly in platinum tones, featured delicate strokes that illustrated a pair of lifelike, pristine wings around his eyes, enhancing his sanctity. His once dark, icy eyes were now replaced by silvery irises, less imposing, yet carrying an air of aloof superiority. Complementing this were his ankle-length silver locks and the nearly 2-meter-long, magnificent white feathers trailing behind him, rendering him both precious and sacred, embodying the divine's merciless disdain for the insignificant. A flicker of astonishment crossed Mibai's eyes. It was the first time she had seen Lung Jiamu don such an angelic guise, and surprisingly, it suited him remarkably well. Doug approached, grinning widely at Lung Jiamu. "Hey bro, my inspiration is quite commendable. I assenti it." He assessed Lung Jiamu from head to toe, satisfaction radiating from him. Lung Jiamu pushed Doug's head away, casting his gaze once more towards Mibai's direction, and coolly remarked, "Doug, aren't we supposed to begin filming?" Doug, unfazed by the push, remained his usual tolerant self in the presence of beauty, even if this particular beauty bore a touch of fierceness. While Doug called upon the staff to prepare the props, Long Jamu approached me by casually lifting a lock of his long hair and playfully commenting, "It's quite lovely. Isn't it?" It was unclear whether he referred to the hair itself or to me by long hairstyle. Me by tilted his head and, without hesitation, grasped the silver hair that hung behind Long Jamu, inspecting it curiously before arriving at a conclusion. It was a wig, despite its meticulous craftsmanship, which shimmered faintly like silver under the sun. It still bore distinction from real hair. Observing me by earnest demeanor, Long Jamu smiled softly and said, "Do you like it? I'll dye my hair for you to see next year." Next year, he would come of age and could dye his hair. Upon hearing this, Mibai looked at him with an inscrutable expression, raising an eyebrow. If he liked it, shouldn't he be the one to dye it himself? Why would he want someone else to do it for him? Was his senior brother trying to flaunt that he looked better in this style? Mibai twitched his lips and averted his gaze, replying, "No need, I'll do it myself in a few years." Surely, his senior brother was not so childish. Mibai's gaze shifted swiftly, failing to notice the fleeting astonishment in Long Jamu's eyes. The silver orb stared at me by profile, and he instinctively raised a hand to his heart. At that very moment, when Mibai had been gazing at him, his heart began to race uncontrollably once more. A hint of bewilderment flitted across Long Jamu's handsome face as he struggled to comprehend this sensation. In the midst of Long Jamu's reverie, Doug had already prepared the set. 2 thrones, blanketed in snow, stood side by side, connected by a thorny vine. The staff placed the props amid a rose garden, and the day's shooting commenced. Artificial snow began to fall from the air. Flakes of frost floated down like pristine goose feathers, and from the aerial perspective, the scene of snow striking the crimson petals was vividly captured. As the shot gradually pulled away, a striking dash of red emerged amidst the snow. The camera zoomed in, revealing a delicately featured youth. Clad in red, his eyes were closed, and he lay ensconced in a mantle of snow, seemingly unconscious in the wintry landscape. Yet the mark upon his forehead was distinctly unlike that of an ordinary person. His breathing was steady, and he lay there so quietly that it evoked an inexplicable sense of sorrow. Suddenly, a pair of slender, fair hands appeared before the camera, and the lens pulled back. It was a deity with grand wings, his silver eyes gazing at the youth without a hint of pity. He approached the boy, as if to rescue him. Yet there lingered an ominous air as though he intended harm. Just as his hand was about to touch the mark on the youth's forehead, the camera zoomed in sharply, capturing the moment the youth opened his eyes. The fleeting malice that flickered in his beautiful gaze was recorded with clarity. In the blink of an eye, the youth sat up, revealing the complete black feathers of his hair, signifying his true identity. He was a demon. As the camera gradually pulled away, a divine figure was seen plucking a blood-red rose from the snow, delicately tucking it behind the demon's ear amidst his bewildered expression. He raised his hand to gently brush away the frost and snow lingering on the demon's face. This gesture momentarily stunned Doug, who thought there hadn't been such an action previously. However, as he observed the 2 figures on screen, one seated in a dazed posture gazing upward, and the other kneeling with cold resolve looking downward, the scene unfolded beautifully. Snowflakes continued to fall, and the closeness of the 2, enveloped by the divine's white wings, created a strikingly sacred tableau. After this captivating shot concluded, the divine figure slowly withdrew his hand from Mibai's face. As the makeup artist approached for touch-ups, he glanced at his own hand, unconsciously caressing it, still able to faintly recall the sensation of smooth skin. He furrowed his brow. The earlier gesture of brushing away the snow clearly shattered the divine persona he was meant to embody. Under ordinary circumstances, he would never have acted this way, especially not while at work. Lowering his gaze, the thick lashes cast a shadow over his eyelids, and memories of Mibai's gaze during the shoot flooded his mind. Something was amiss. It felt as if from the moment they met, an unsettling undercurrent had been present. Chapter 77. Filming concludes before he could delve deeper into this perplexity. The next scene commenced in rapid succession. He had no choice but to suppress these strange feelings and focus entirely on his work. The subsequent shots required the grand throne they had prepared, and this time, a fully engaged Lung Jimu left me by somewhat astonished. The last time he had witnessed his senior's performance was 2 years prior, and even then, he was impressive. To his surprise, 2 years later, his senior's aura had intensified. Before the camera, Lung Jiamu appeared transformed, each movement embodying the essence of a celestial being descended to earth amidst the snowfall. His demeanor was detached, his gaze cold and unyielding. Even as he sat upon the icy throne without any further actions, he effortlessly transported the audience into the scene. The entire advertisement shoot spanned 3 days. During this time, aside from the initial unexpected shot, it was Lung Jiamu who guided me through the subsequent scenes. The professionalism of a seasoned artist was magnificently exemplified by Lung Jiamu. Every glance and movement seemed meticulously crafted, as though born from countless iterations of contemplation, elegant and beautiful, perfectly aligned with the theme of the shoot. Every detail, even those at the periphery of the frame, had been considered. In just 3 short days, Mibai felt he had learned a tremendous amount. Lung Jimu was also eager to impart his knowledge, although he occasionally shied away from Mibai's gaze. Mibai considered himself incredibly fortunate to have landed such a magnificent endorsement. Having spent considerable time together, Doug would engage him in various discussions during shooting breaks. For instance, he mentioned that had the company not seen his personal stage video, Lung Jiamu might have been the sole spokesperson. After all, given Lung Jiamu's capabilities, he could undoubtedly master both roles. This indirectly affirmed the exceptional strength of Lung Jiamu's talents. He is the only artist who has been invited twice to the splendid event. The 3 days of shooting passed in a blur. As Mibai concluded the final scene and went to change his attire, his assistant had already gathered his belongings, ready for their swift departure to the airport. Upon passing by Lung Jiamu's room, Mibai hesitated for a moment. Although they had exchanged pleasantries earlier, he couldn't shake the feeling that his senior had been unusually quiet over the past few days, far quieter than before. After a moment's contemplation, he decided to knock on the door. Before long, the door was opened by Lung Jiamu's assistant. Upon seeing Mibai, the assistant paused momentarily, then smiled and said, "Teacher Bai, are you here to see Brother Mu? Yes, in the restroom. Would you like to come in and wait?" Mibai hesitated, replying, "No, thank you." He had already greeted him earlier. He merely wished to check in on his senior due to his recent odd behavior. Since he was not present, a message would suffice later. Just then, his assistant approached with the luggage, and Mibai followed him out. Shortly after their departure, Lung Jiamu returned from outside, the time apart not exceeding 5 minutes. "Brother Mu, Teacher Bai was just looking for you," the assistant informed him while observing Lung Jiamu fiddling with his phone. Lung Jiamu paused, glancing back. "Looking for me?" "Yes, but he didn't mention anything specific. Perhaps you could call him?" Lung Jiamu stood up, donned his jacket, and headed for the door. The assistant, astonished, exclaimed, "Brother Mu, where are you going?" "Next door," he replied without glancing back. "Next door? To Teacher Bai's room?" The assistant quickly interjected, "Brother Mu, Teacher Bai has already left. I saw them leave with their luggage." At this, Lung Jiamu halted at the threshold. "Gone?" A flicker of regret flashed in his captivating ice-blue eyes. "Yes, Teacher Bai mentioned he had an afternoon flight." He ran a hand through his tousled hair in agitation, concealing the trace of disappointment in his gaze. After this encounter, the next meeting remained uncertain. He returned to his seat, staring at his phone with a shadowed expression. They were about to prepare for a world tour, and he was also gearing up for the college entrance examinations next year. This was supposed to be a time for fun with Bai. Lung Jiamu's gaze lingered on the familiar name on his screen for a long while. Yet he ultimately refrained from dialing. He felt a peculiar mix of desire and trepidation about seeing him. He placed a tentative hand on his unsettled heart, deciding to take a step back for now. He would reach out to Bai once he understood his own feelings better. Instinctively, he was reluctant to reveal his vulnerabilities to Bai. Meanwhile, upon returning to the apartment after the flight, Bai received a warm welcome. Igalia dashed over and embraced him, burying her face in his neck with a joyful nuzzle. "Bai, you're back." Bai, with an expressionless face, pulled her away, stating bluntly, "You're quite heavy." Mu Junfeng stepped forward to assist me by in separating Yi Gaoya, and remarked to me by, Xiao Bai, your timing is impeccable. This fellow has been howling in the dance studio daily. It's utterly unbearable. Next time we practice, I insist on sharing a room with you. Their previous collaboration and adjacent living arrangements had fostered a close bond. Although Mi Bai spoke little, he had an extraordinary ability to enliven the atmosphere during dance, far surpassing Yi Gaoya. Just as Mi Bai was about to respond, a hand holding a glass of milk appeared before him. He turned to find Rong Shi smiling. Xiao Bai, you must be fatigued. Drink this and take a rest. We can discuss training tomorrow. Mi Bai accepted the milk, nodding in agreement. He had just returned from a shoot and was indeed exhausted. After finishing the drink, he playfully tugged at Yi Gaoya's collar, bidding farewell to Rong Shi and Mu Junfeng. Good night. See you tomorrow. Rong Shi smiled back, good night. Mu Junfeng added to Yi Gaoya, Xiaoya, behave yourself. Xiao Bai needs rest. Yi Gaoya wrapped his arms around the hand Mi Bai had grabbed, muttering, do you need to remind me? Doesn't he care about his own roommate? Once back in their room, Yi Gaoya fell silent, watching intently as Mi Bai changed clothes, showered, blow-dried his hair, and prepared for bed. What do you want to say? You have a minute. After a prolonged silence, a melodious yet husky voice broke the stillness. This person has been staring at him like a stray dog since they entered the room, making it impossible for him to ignore. Upon hearing this, Yi Gaoya's eyes lit up, and he leaped beside Mi Bai, looking pitiful as he pleaded, Xiao Bai, can we share a room for training tomorrow? Let us not include that laggard Mu Junfeng. Mi Bai replied, lazily, glancing at him, and with petals like lips, uttered a statement that struck Yi Gaoya like a bolt from the blue. No, tomorrow I'll be with Rong Shi. Yi Gaoya was taken aback, a question mark slowly forming on his forehead. When did Rong Shi come into the picture? Chapter 78. Night Talk Under the Stars. Mi Bai did not deceive him. Indeed, he would not be training with Yi Gaoya in the upcoming sessions. To be precise, he would be dancing alongside Rong Shi. The dance instructor who had previously choreographed the piece Wind for him and Rong Shi had been recruited by Sister Chi and would now exclusively guide the two of them. Naturally, other trainees could join once they completed their prior dance tasks, but currently, only Mi Bai and Rong Shi were able to conclude their lessons ahead of schedule. Thus, it was highly likely that only the two of them would be present. Mi Bai gently patted Yi Gaoya's head in a perfunctory manner, offering a half-hearted consolation before closing his eyes and ignoring him. Yi Gaoya stared blankly at his dear roommate, struck by the thunderous revelation, and turned away to brood. Yi Gaoya felt as if the sky had fallen upon him. Must he continue to engage in a battle of wits with Mu Junfeng until their debut battle? Oh no, he wanted Xiao Bai. This elegant inner cry went unheard by Mi Bai. The following day, after finishing his breakfast, he went to the company as he usually did on weekends. His dance classes were primarily scheduled for the afternoon or evening, with the teacher arriving in the afternoon, so he was in no hurry to greet anyone. During lunch, Rong Shi approached him and asked, Xiao Bai, shall we go out together this afternoon? Mi Bai nodded in response. Their classes were quite similar. Both were dance majors and chose the piano as their instrument, allowing them to train together almost seamlessly. By the time they arrived at the dance studio in the afternoon, their teacher was already present. Hello, Xiao Bai, Xiao Si, good to see you again. Mi Bai and Rong Shi politely greeted, hello, teacher. The dance instructor looked at them with satisfaction. Although their roles had shifted, teaching these two was a breeze. I do enjoy this job that offers ample compensation with minimal effort. With this thought, the teacher's gaze grew increasingly approving. In the ensuing days, Mi Bai adopted a more structured lifestyle. Aside from the intensified training for their debut battle, he primarily navigated between the company, school, and his apartment. He even managed to squeeze in a final exam, which was relatively easy for him due to prior knowledge. Despite having missed numerous classes, he consistently ranked among the top 3 in his class and within the top 10 in his grade. However, he anticipated that high school would not be as effortless, requiring him to dedicate more time to his studies. As an idol, many of his actions would be emulated by fans. If possible, he wished to establish a positive image for them. Thus, he could not afford to neglect his academic pursuits. Due to the upcoming debut battle, the company refrained from scheduling any activities for them, allowing them to focus entirely on training. Consequently, Mibai celebrated his 14th birthday in his apartment. On that special day, he gazed at the flickering candlelight atop his birthday cake, clasped his hands before him, and closed his eyes to make a wish. He hoped that by this time next year, he would have successfully debuted and could host his own birthday party to reunite with his fans. As he opened his eyes, he watched the candlelight dance in the darkness, the glow reflecting in his beautiful eyes, radiating a brilliance akin to pearls. He was determined. He would debut. No. Mibai raised his gaze to the twinkling stars in the night sky, a glimmer of ambition shining in his eyes. He not only aspired to debut, he aimed for the center position. After the birthday celebrations concluded, Mibai picked up his long-forgotten phone and stepped onto the balcony to catch some fresh air. His fingertips lightly tapped the screen, and as it lit up, he noticed a message quietly resting at the top. Singjiamu, my senior brother, bye-bye, happy birthday. The message had been sent precisely at midnight. Under the night sky, Mibai couldn't help but smile ever so slightly. It seemed that ever since he met his senior brother, he had always received birthday wishes right at the stroke of midnight. The gentle night breeze tousled the stray hair on his forehead, dissipating some of the distance he felt. He lowered his gaze and replied earnestly, "Thank you." Regardless of the circumstances, the feeling of being cherished by someone is truly wonderful. Although my senior occasionally shatters the idolized persona he holds in his heart, he is, on the whole, an exceptional friend. Handsome, capable, attentive, and always considerate of others. Mibai curved his lips into a smile, genuinely delighted to have encountered and befriended such a remarkable individual in this lifetime. As soon as Mibai sent a message, he received an immediate reply from his senior, Lung Jiamu. "Are you still awake?" Surprised, Mibai noted that his senior was abroad, and at this hour, he ought to be asleep. In the opulent hotel room, a tall figure stood on the balcony, gazing up at the starry sky. His features were strikingly handsome, with a sharply defined jawline that exuded a certain aggressive allure. Yet, at this moment, his dark, icy gaze seemed to be filled with the depth of a tranquil lake, lending him an air of softness. The stars twinkled exceptionally brightly tonight. He wondered if they shone equally in by Bai's location. Suddenly, the phone on the nearby table lit up. He picked it up and found a message from the very person he had just been thinking about. "Thank you." Read the simple two-character reply from his adorable junior. A smile naturally graced Lung Jiamu's lips as he typed back with one hand, casually leaning against the balcony, one leg slightly bent, embodying a relaxed and languid elegance reminiscent of a stunning magazine cover. At that moment, the protagonist of this picturesque scene was smiling gently, his eyes soft as he engaged in a light-hearted conversation with the person on the other end. In the stillness of the night, two individuals in different locations were conversing, admiring the same starry sky. The stars sparkled brilliantly, illuminating the tranquil night like pearls of light from the depths of the ocean. Chapter 79. Countdown to debut. Following that splendid photo shoot, the communication between Lung Jiamu and Mibai noticeably diminished. However, Mibai understood that TK was inherently busy, especially since Lung Jiamu was the most popular member of the group. Therefore, he refrained from being overly intrusive. Yet, this recent exchange had made him sense a subtle shift. Based on past experiences, if his senior happened to be free while responding, they would likely be on a video call by now. Yawning as he glanced at his phone, Mibai shook his head and sent a good night message in return. Perhaps his senior was simply preoccupied? Meanwhile, Lung Jiamu smiled at the good night message from Mibai. Although he had yet to decipher the inexplicable emotions he felt in the presence of Bai, it was evident that conversing with him continued to bring joy. Lung Jiamu's approach to resolving his concerns was straightforward. If seeing Bai caused him to feel unusually, then he simply wouldn't see him. He found pleasure in chatting through text as well. He brushed a stray lock of hair off his forehead, exposing his smooth brow, and his striking icy eyes narrowed in satisfaction, feeling rather clever. As the starlight illuminated his handsome features, the tousled hair and relaxed posture only enhanced his languid charm, resembling a dashing yet foolishly attractive young man. Following his birthday, Mibai immersed himself in rigorous training. The people around him are largely engrossed in their pursuits. Although they are still quite young, Those who remain here are individuals who have firmly established their goals and are steadfast in their commitment. Moreover, youth is inherently imbued with a relentless drive forward. Unlike the naivete of 3 years ago, they now possess resolute objectives and are ardently striving towards them. Mibai, who has always been among the diligent, is now exerting even greater effort than before. During this period, he has scarcely accrued any affection points from the system, dedicating every fleeting moment to training. In the training room, sweat dampens the stray locks of hair on Mibai's forehead. Glistening droplets cascade from his cheeks to his jawline, ultimately falling from his chin. It has been 3 years since he joined this company. Gasping slightly, he gazes at his reflection in the mirror. The baby fat on his cheeks has nearly vanished, revealing a more defined jawline. The roundness in his eyes has completely dissipated, and with this subtle flush of exertion, the allure of his peach blossom eyes radiates with newfound intensity. Indeed, even a glance in the mirror evokes a sense of deep emotion. If he once appeared somewhat juvenile, lending him a softer demeanor, he now gradually unveils the unique assertiveness of masculinity. The ethereal quality of his light-colored irises, combined with his inherent aloofness, bestows upon him an air of striking beauty. He resembles a prince from a realm of ice and snow, handsome yet distant. Mibai lifts a hand to sweep back the damp hair that obscures his vision and checks his personal panel. Name, Mibai. Age, 14. Zodiac, Scorpio, October 27th. Height, 176 centimeters. Weight, 111 pounds. Character value, 134 affection points. 0 available in the time and space practice room. Main quest 4 progress. Xuanbua fan, count 17. 94 million 10 million. Incomplete. True Love fans 1. 73 million 1 million. Incomplete. It is now early June. With 2 months remaining until the debut battle and merely 4 months until his 15th birthday. Just yesterday, the company instructed them to begin preparing the songs they would perform for their debut stage. He needs to finalize his selection and submit it to the company within a week to facilitate the acquisition of copyrights. This window of over 2 months before the debut battle is designed to allow ample time for any necessary copyright adjustments. Seated cross-legged on his yoga mat, Mibai ponders deeply. His last personal stage performance, while extraordinary, yielded remarkable results. Whether portraying the darkened Prince Nanli or the subsequent glamorous endorsements, he has proven to be well suited to such styles. Indeed, a somewhat eccentric style. Gradually, he analyzes his performances over the years, realizing he has not yet attempted a particularly commanding stage presence. The first stage video he watched upon his rebirth involuntarily surfaces in his mind. It was the personal stage of Lung Jiamu, and what lingers most vividly is the final gaze Lung Jiamu cast towards the camera. The gaze, imbued with a hint of disdain amidst the shadows, resembled that of a sovereign surveying his subjects from a lofty perch, compelling even those outside the lens to bow in submission. The overwhelming aura exuded an undeniable dominance. A flicker of light ignited in Mibai's cerulean eyes, as he realized what his performance song for the debut battle would be. Dominance at their tender age could manifest in yet another form, a fervor uniquely belonging to the youth. Once he had settled on the song, Mibai swiftly submitted it. The company was remarkably expedient in securing the rights, providing him with a response almost on the 3rd day following his submission. Mibai was aware that his timing was not the earliest. Many had already begun contemplating their performance pieces after the company's guidelines were established last year. Thus, nearly all had submitted their selections the moment the company called for them. Yet there were those like Mibai who had devoted a significant period solely to training, fortifying their foundations before selecting a song. Among the top 5 in their ranks, apart from Mu Junfeng, the submission times were nearly indistinguishable. Once the song was confirmed, Mibai eagerly embarked on designing his stage. The novelty of orchestrating everything from lighting to choreography himself filled him with excitement, as he sensed the imminent birth of a creation uniquely his own. This song had often accompanied him as background music during his gaming escapades in a past life. Thus his mind brimmed with vivid imaginings related to it. Fervor indeed. In his previous existence as a devoted gamer, he had indulged in numerous passionate anime. Additionally, the exhilarating rush experienced while battling alongside teammates in games, where adrenaline surged to the pinnacle, he considered a form of fervor as well. Perhaps due to his prior stage experience or the fact that this particular style resonated deeply with him, Mibai found the rehearsals for this performance to be remarkably smooth. Encountering almost no obstacles, time ebbed away amidst the sweat of the trainees, and soon, the eve of the debut battle arrived. The debut battle would showcase individual performances, with 16 trainees taking the stage, interspersed with the host commentary and audience voting, culminating in approximately 3 hours. Voting would occur both online and offline, with the latter taking place in a venue accommodating 5,000 attendees, a significant elevation from the previous concert scale. Both trainees and fans harbored unprecedented expectations for this debut battle. For 3 long years, the trainees had toiled in the dimly lit training rooms, all for the aspiration of debuting. Fans, too, had awaited their debut for an entire 3 years. The stage for the debut battle would be live-streamed in its entirety on the highly popular Tomato video platform, attracting not only devoted fans but also numerous passersby. Importantly, these passersby possessed voting rights. In contrast to the relatively smaller fanbase, the sheer number of casual viewers held sway. Thus, this performance represented a chance for lower-ranking trainees to turn the tide, while simultaneously offering higher-ranking trainees an opportunity to soar to new heights. In the early hours of the live debut battle, those who pre-ordered the broadcast on Tomato Video are greeted by a countdown, 20 hours and 41 minutes until the debut of the 4th generation. Chapter 80. The debut battle and the radiance of stars in a room adorned with soft cream hues. Wang Lele, a newly devoted fan of Mibai, sits with great anticipation for the impending debut battle. She was utterly captivated after stumbling upon Mibai's solo stage. Yet her timing of entering the fandom was rather unfortunate. Just as the 4th generation announced their zero exposure, closed training for nearly an entire year, she had not witnessed a single morsel of news about her beloved idol. She has replayed past performances countless times, particularly that mesmerizing solo stage that drew her in so deeply, it nearly became a cherished treasure. From the moment the official announcement of the debut battle was made, she has been eagerly awaiting this moment. Although her journey into fandom began later than others, she has come to recognize a defining trait of her idol. Every stage performance transcends the ordinary. Mibai has never disappointed the fans, consistently showcasing remarkable growth with each presentation. Thus, fans are always filled with anticipation for the next performance, eager to witness their idol deliver yet another awe-inspiring stage. With her eyes gleaming with excitement, Wang Lele fixates on the countdown on the homepage of Tomato Video, silently counting down 3, 2, 1. As the final number echoes in her mind, the darkness is punctuated by a cacophony of sounds. Suddenly, fiery bursts of light erupt from the sides of the stage, soaring like phoenixes from the flames, vibrant and fervent. Welcome everyone to the live debut battle of the 4th generation trainees, announces a youthful host from Tomato Video, as the flames flicker alongside him. This debut battle marks a collaboration between the company and Tomato Video, boasting all the grandeur befitting a debut group, far surpassing their previous concert in sophistication. And so, the debut battle commences. As the host's words fade, the screen dims. Wang Lele clenches her fists, her heart racing as she gazes at her computer screen, fearful of missing even a single moment. Although she understands that, given her idol's ranking, he may not appear at the forefront, the trainees of this generation are exceptionally talented. Just recalling the last concert, there was not a single lackluster performance. With their extensive training leading to this debut battle, she senses that this occasion will yield numerous extraordinary stages. As the audience brims with anticipation, the gentle sound of flowing water fills the air. Suddenly, the large screen on stage illuminates, revealing verdant waters, lush mountains, budding flowers, and small trees, a picturesque forest reminiscent of the legendary abode of fairies. At that moment, an ethereal voice emerges. With you, I sing. With you, I harmonize. As the moon sets and the stars fade, the sun rises in the eastern sea. The voice is soft and airy, like a gentle breeze whispering in one's ear. As the audience became enraptured by the ethereal voice, a figure clad in white gradually ascended from the stage's platform. The camera zoomed in, revealing a handsome young man holding a microphone, his gentle gaze softly singing. At the moment his face was illuminated, his fans erupted in excitement. Ah, Mu Yunseng. The gentle prince, Mu Junfeng, do not hesitate to sing out loud. Ethereal lead vocalist Mu Junfeng, you are forever the best. The youth on stage seemed to hear the fervent cries of his admirers. He bent his eyes and smiled lightly, radiating a warmth akin to the gentleness of jade. He resembled a luminous deity from the forest, each movement exuding a sunlit charm. Observe the blossoms in full bloom, sprouting from seeds of anticipation. Witness the bountiful fruits, born from the romance of diligent cultivation. Suddenly, the rhythm shifted from serene to jubilant, as if the entire forest had come alive. Mu Junfeng took a step towards the audience, the hem of his white garment billowing with his movement. In the fading light, intricate green embroidery could be discerned on his attire, each stitch vividly bringing to life the landscape, as though he wore the mountains and rivers themselves. This ensemble was meticulously crafted at his request, with every design painstakingly completed by an embroiderer who captured the essence of reality in each thread. With the support of this bespoke attire and a beam of white light following him, he truly resembled a youthful deity of the forest, gentle and approachable, arriving with radiance. Alongside the light, he stumbled forward in exploration. Dancing with the light, he embraced the tumult of his journey, and mingling with the dust, he came not for fame, nor departed for despair. He sang each word delicately, his ethereal voice and soft gaze. When he lifted his eyes to meet others, it felt as though one could drown in the tender waters of his warmth. Since his debut, Mu Junfeng has been characterized by his unparalleled singing prowess and unique celestial voice, which are his most defining traits. Although he may exhibit a hint of shyness in private, on stage, he remains the gentle prince in the hearts of his fans. Some have remarked that as long as he remains silent, Mu Junfeng is the epitome of a tender-hearted supporting character. Accompanied by the light, he came for you. With you I exist. As the final note lingered, Mu Junfeng gently withdrew the microphone. The entire song was devoid of ostentatious displays of skill, yet the complexity of the chorus was unmistakable. His love for singing was evident, and he possessed a keen understanding of his vocal strengths. The inspiration from Xiao Bai's solo stage in the last concert resonated deeply with him. A remarkable performance does not hinge on the difficulty of the song or the intricacy of the dance. Rather, it is about immersing the audience in the narrative one wishes to convey. Just like Xiao Bai, whose dance was exceptional, yet did not rely on overly complex moves to showcase his talent, but rather he crafted movements that seamlessly aligned with the song's essence. Hence, this time, Mu Junfeng chose a song that perfectly complemented his vocal range, without the flashy technique seen in Xian Yao's performance. Instead, it was a fitting melody that fostered a profound connection with the audience. As the music ceased, the stage lights dimmed. The audience, as if awakening from a dream, gradually erupted into waves of applause. My goodness, Mu Junfeng's voice is truly enchanting. His timbre is simply invincible. It is undeniably gentle. Indeed, the title of the gentle little prince is well-deserved. Listening to him sing is an exquisite pleasure, akin to being nestled among the clouds while indulging in music. Wang Lele gazed at the screen with a sense of daze, as though she had just emerged from a dream. Mu Junfeng's stage presence has significantly improved since the last time. Although he performed solely through song without any dance, he seemed to command the entire venue all by himself. Clearly, their recent intensive training has borne fruit. Wang Lele's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Mu Junfeng's outstanding performance heightened her eagerness for her own idol's stage presence. Chapter 81. The arrival of your debut battle. If Mu Junfeng has made substantial progress and can now dominate the stage, then her idol had already achieved this feat during last year's solo performance. In fact, at that time, Mizai's performance slightly outshone Mu Junfeng's current display. If Mu Junfeng has improved so remarkably, One wonders to what heights the practice king, me by, has ascended now. Wang Lele took a sip of plain water, her face alight with expectation as she gazed at the computer screen, perhaps influenced by Mu Junfeng's brilliance. The subsequent stages failed to leave her with a sense of awe. Compared to the last concert, the children have indeed made progress. Yet this advancement pales in comparison to Mu Junfeng's burgeoning stage control. Just as Wang Lele's enthusiasm began to wane, she suddenly heard the host mention Yuan Hushu's name. A jolt of energy surged through her. If she recalled correctly, this younger brother had ranked 5th in the previous competition. Wang Lele's expression turned serious as she focused on a now dimmed stage. With a crackling sound reminiscent of an old phonograph, a youthful and refreshing voice emerged, somewhat muffled through the device. Like a monsoon, you suddenly arrived, and the rain droplets crossing the sea bestowed upon me all the courage I needed. The lights gradually illuminated in sync with the melody, revealing a handsome young man leaning against a grand tree. Clad in simple school attire, with a fresh hairstyle and a clean visage, his voice resonated softly and warmly, evoking memories of youthful crushes during school days. At 17, Yuan Hushu is in the prime of his youth, exuding a fresh and vibrant aura akin to that of first love from one's school years. Unlike Mu Junfeng and the others, he began with such a high ranking. His position rose steadily after his voice transitioned, gifted with a splendid vocal quality that harmonized perfectly with his inherent charm. While his singing technique may still fall short of Mu Junfeng's, and he pales in comparison to me, Bai, and the others in dance, he possesses his own unique advantages, such as his exceptional voice and the style that complements it. Thus far, it is not difficult to observe that the top 5 trainees have, to varying degrees, discovered their own stage personas. On stage, they no longer merely cater to the songs. Instead, they fully internalize the music and infuse it with their own unique style. This is precisely why each of their performances leaves an indelible impression. At this moment, Yuan Hushu's style embodies a refreshing campus vibe. The 17-year-old youth, slender and handsome, stands quietly in a simple white shirt, resembling the cover of a pure love comic set in a school. Amidst the passage of 30,000 moments, he wishes upon a shooting star, as cherry blossom petals fall, drifting far beyond mere 5 centimeters. Yuan Hushu sings softly, his voice a blend of deep resonance and youthful clarity. It feels as though, beneath the cherry blossom trees, there stand a boy, boldly yet shyly whispering his affections to you. I once wandered through a lost dream, only to awaken because of you. Yuan Hushu approaches the camera, lifting his gaze, and suddenly reveals a gentle smile. In that instant, the audience seems to hear the sound of leaves rustling down in the wind. Like the swift monsoon, you arrive unexpectedly, the raindrops from across the sea granting me all the courage I need. The boy's confession is as bold and swift as the wind, yet within his averted gaze lies a hint of shyness. Nevertheless, he stubbornly stands before you, softly declaring his feelings. The audience, witnessing this moment, feels their hearts racing. Ah, what a pure and bashful boy! How exhilarating is this scene of innocent love! Yuan Hushu, you are utterly charming. Amidst the crowd's cheers, Yuan Hushu returns to the large tree, reaching up to pluck a leaf, his eyes curving into a smile as he slowly utters the final lyric. The sound of his heartbeat resonates like ice striking a wall. Perhaps that sensation is what we call love. The tall youth stands beneath the tree, light filtering through the leaves to illuminate his pristine face. Holding a vibrant green leaf, he bows his head, gently smiling, an image both fresh and beautiful. For a moment, the entire venue falls silent, fearing the disruption of this exquisite tableau. Only when the stage lights dim entirely do the excited cheers begin to ripple through the crowd. Ah, that is my boyfriend. I must experience a love like this in this lifetime. Indeed, being 17 is unparalleled. They are already singing love songs. The clean and crisp white shirt boy. He is exactly my type. Yuan Hushu, my eternal first love. If Mu Junfeng, from before, resembled a gentle yet ethereal deity of the mountains, elusive and hard to grasp, then Yuan Hushu's performance is akin to a campus heartthrob from a dating simulation game. Clean, handsome, like a clear breeze sweeping through the heart, stirring waves of memory that are impossible to forget. Wang Lele gazes at the now-darkened computer screen, feeling somewhat unsatisfied. Calling Yuan Hushu's younger brother truly has its merits. Indeed, those ranked in the top 5 possess exceptional qualities. She raises her hand to take a sip of water, calming her recently stirred emotions, only to hear the host announce a familiar name. "Welcome, Rongshi." Wang Lele nearly spews her drink onto the computer. Her eyes widen as she watches the live broadcast. Isn't it unusual for these two individuals to be so close on stage? Originally, Mu Junfeng and Yuan Hushu were separated by several performances, and she had thought that the younger contestants in the top 5 had been scattered apart by Huasong. However, transitioning from singing to dancing seems appropriate, does it not? Before Wang Lele could regain her composure, the performance of Rongshi had already commenced. In the center of the darkened stage, a beam of white light illuminated a youth adorned in layers of gossamer white fabric. The young man sat cross-legged, the translucent layers cascading down to the ground, blooming like flowers in full splendor. The light reflecting off his attire created an ethereal glow, making it appear as though he radiated light himself. Rongshi, trained in classical dance, naturally showcased his most proficient art form in this debut battle. In a hushed venue, the melodious sound of a flute suddenly filled the air, accompanied by the resonant beat of drums, the strings of a guzheng, and the gentle chirping of birds. Within a brief prelude, the ethereal and otherworldly essence of the celestial palace was vividly portrayed. Rongshi executed a graceful forward bend, the ethereal white fabric swirling around him, reminiscent of clouds drifting in the sky. At that moment, the camera zoomed in. Rongshi raised his hand with a gentle flourish, and, as he lifted his gaze, the color in his eyes vanished, replaced by an exquisite chill. It was the numbness of an immortal who had witnessed the passage of time. In the midst of the stage, the youth in white danced to the lyrics, his garments fluttering, the white fabric soaring, resembling an otherworldly being untouched by earthly concerns. On the darkened stage, a beam of white light followed his movements, and with each glance, an air of ethereality enveloped him. With a jug of clear wine and a body dusted in ash, Rongshi leaned back in a graceful motion as if to drink. This gesture, intended to exude a sense of carefree elegance, emanated an inexplicable aura of transcendence when performed by him. As the music crescendoed, the ribbons adorning the youth's attire danced faster, conjuring memories that flickered in and out of existence, touching the heart's depths. With the final note, the youth collapsed in exhaustion. The light and airy white fabric swirled in the air, akin to elusive clouds, impossible to grasp. He reached out towards the beam of light above, his gaze fluctuating, gradually dissolving into nothingness as time passed. That hand reaching for light suddenly fell. The stage lights dimmed completely, leaving the venue in profound silence. The audience was wholly immersed in the performance, witnessing what felt like an eternal struggle between the immortal and time itself within the span of mere minutes. The sense of ethereality and helplessness resonated even through the screen. It wasn't until the lights rose once more and the host took the stage that the audience emerged from that poignant emotional trance. Truly, Rongshi is remarkable. His bravery soars. Milkshakes will always accompany him. As for the 4th generation of dancers, it all hinges on him and Xiao Bai. Oh my, I have seen a celestial being. Wang Lele, seated before her computer, was equally captivated by Rongshi's recent performance. As Rongshi danced just moments ago, she refrained from uttering a single word, fearful of disturbing his performance. She lifted her cup, finishing the water she had left untouched. Indeed, her younger brothers were remarkable. Had her heart not already been claimed, she might have been captivated by their stage presence. With this thought, Wang Lele found herself filled with anticipation. With Rongshi performing, could it be possible that her beloved's turn was next? Unfortunately, the following acts did not feature her cherished one. Wang Lele felt a pang of disappointment. Although the talents of these young men were commendable, they lacked the breathtaking allure that had once left her in awe. The memory of her first encounter with Mi Zai's stage performance was still vivid, a moment that had profoundly impacted her. Wang Lele counted the acts, silently awaiting the appearance of her beloved, and when the host announced Yi Gaoya's name, she counted on her fingers. Only 2 performances remained. Goodness, Huasheng had truly saved her beloved for last. Although she had anticipated this outcome, given that Mi Bai was the most popular among the 4th-generation trainees. She had allowed herself a glimmer of hope when Rong Shi and Mu Junfeng had appeared earlier, pondering if her beloved might make an early entrance. Alas, it was merely her fanciful, wishful thinking. Feeling disheartened for a moment, she nonetheless rallied her spirits as the stage commenced. Yi Gaoya was indeed impressive. While she had not specifically sought out his performances, during the group dances featuring Mi Zai, her gaze would occasionally be drawn to him. The stage for Yi Gaoya burst into brilliance, the neon lights evoking a vibrant street hip-hop atmosphere. "You should bet on me." The opening line resonated with confidence and bravado. Yi Gaoya held a handheld microphone, adorned with a red and white headscarf, and donned heart-shaped sunglasses perched upon his nose. His oversized denim jacket and orange work pants created an eclectic color palette that, surprisingly, harmonized beautifully. Run like a stallion, yeah? He moved rhythmically across the stage, exuding a spirited freedom. As he approached the edge of the stage, he suddenly crouched, flashing a bold and carefree smile at the camera. Launching into his rap. "Overload to me ain't even pressure. Matter of fact, when Globe is on my back work, even better. That's why if you were better." The words flowed effortlessly, declaring that for him, even the weight of the world was no burden. This was why one should place their bets on him. Yi Gaoya radiated an aura of confidence, embodying a spirit that declared his supremacy, reveling in the spotlight with unrestrained pride. Yet, it must be said, he is undeniably handsome. His entire being radiated exuberance as he confidently placed his feet upon the speakers at the edge of the stage, singing the lyrics with rapid clarity. Standing at an impressive height of 1.81 meters, he effortlessly filled out his peculiar attire, exuding a self-assuredness that made him resemble the sun, shining with his own unique brilliance. Unlike the tranquility of the previous performances, Yi Gaoya's stage presence invigorated the audience, who erupted in cheers throughout his performance. "Yi Gaoya, you are simply stunning. Oh my husband. This young man is so wild. I adore him." Yi Gaoya's flamboyance on stage was unmistakable, as he strutted about with an audaciousness that felt as if he were at home. Finally, he leaned into the camera, boldly proclaiming, "Baby, you should bet on me." "Ah, he called me baby. You are my treasure. Help. He is so audacious. I adore him. Yi Gaoya, you will forever remain the most handsome." This hits the spot. Yi Gaoya's rap performance was, without a doubt, the most exhilarating thus far, stirring the emotions of the audience. Even Wang Lele, watching from a distance, felt a wave of excitement. Yet, amidst this exhilaration, a hint of concern lingered. After all, the next act would feature her beloved protege, and she wondered if the audience's heightened enthusiasm would affect their perception of his performance. However, the memory of Mi Bai's commanding presence on stage reassured her somewhat. By this time, the show had been underway for over 2 hours. As the host's voice faded, everyone understood that the debut battle was drawing to a close. And the final performer was none other than the top-ranking trainee from the 4th generation, Mi Bai. Chapter 83. Debut Battle. Play with fire as the stage lights dimmed. A palpable tension filled the air. For the fans, this was a long-awaited reunion after a year. Merely hearing the name Mi Bai was enough to send them into a frenzy. Moreover, this was a personal performance for the debut battle, and they held their breath, fixated on the stage, not wanting to miss a single moment. For the onlookers, curiosity about the top-ranking contestant stirred their interest. After all, previous performances had shown that those with higher rankings tended to deliver more impressive displays. Surely, this top-ranked Mi Bai must possess qualities that set him apart from the others. In this atmosphere, even before the performance had commenced, an eerie silence enveloped the venue, so profound that one could almost hear a pin drop. Tap, tap, tap. In the quietude, the sound of leather boots striking the floor resonated with clarity. Simultaneously, an enigmatic prelude began to play. With each step, the rhythm harmonized with the cadence of the footfalls. A massive projection screen suddenly appeared on stage, casting a silhouette that approached slowly yet deliberately. Though merely a shadow, it emanated an undeniable elegance. Accompanied by this eerie prelude, it resembles a noble and elegant assassin in the depths of night, both fierce and resplendent. The word insane emerges, delivered in a voice that is both frigid and slightly husky. It is akin to honey encased in ice, a blend of chill and tenderness. Mibai, nearing his 15th birthday, has traversed nearly 2 years of voice change since the age of 13, not an excessively long or short duration. At this moment, he stands at the final phase of this transformation. The youthful timbre, tinged with a hint of boyishness, has completely dissipated. Although it has not yet morphed into the deep voice he had anticipated, he remains content with his current vocal quality, which commands respect and exudes an aggressive aura. Initially, the fans were somewhat bewildered upon hearing this voice, but in the next instant, they appeared to sense something imminent. Their hands instinctively covered their mouths, their eyes fixated on the grayish-white curtain. Indeed, in the next moment, a hand, partially gloved, lifted the curtain from the center. The glove resembled that of a writer, covering only the palm and a segment of the fingers, revealing 2 long, pale fingers. The stark contrast between the cold white skin and the black fabric was striking. Before even glimpsing the face, the mere sight of that hand compelled Wang Lele to scream out in excitement. Ah, a beauty should have exquisite fingers. As the curtain parted, the figure nonchalantly stepped forward, tilting his chin and mockingly gazing down the lens. Silence enveloped the venue, when a large screen clearly illuminated his face. The audience seemed to hold their breath. Eyes wide open, they stared at the screen, their expressions awash with awe. Displayed on the screen was an extraordinarily exquisite visage, with sharp contours and enchanting eyes. Each feature appeared as though meticulously sculpted by divine hands, so stunning that he seemed almost otherworldly. In that moment, his captivating peach blossom eyes playfully engaged with the camera, a hint of a smile gracing his lips, reminiscent of a formidable assassin indulging in a game of cat and mouse. He leisurely tugged at his collar, tilting his head as he uttered the opening lyrics. Insane inside, the danger gets me high. His cold yet teasing voice jolted the audience back to reality. They gazed at the enchanting figure cloaked in shadows on stage, their eyes moist with emotion. Help! That face! Those hands! That physique! Is this truly real? Has the idol evolved to such an extent? Mizaino, my beloved. Ah, I anticipated it would be captivating, but never imagined it would be this enchanting. The uniform, oh my, how are you so incredible? Just passing by, and I've acquired a new boyfriend. Help! With just that face and those expressions, there's no need for further scrutiny. He has already triumphed. It seemed as though the figure on stage had heard the collective gasps of the crowd, for he smirked disdainfully, leisurely striding towards the front of the stage. With an elegance laced with a hint of mischief, his gaze flickered, transforming his originally light-colored eyes into a profound abyss. Paired with the shape of his peach blossom-like eyes, he resembled a Western gentleman passionately confessing his feelings. Yet, in the next moment, those exquisitely petal-like lips uttered a wild phrase. I've always liked to play with fire. Simultaneously, flames erupted spectacularly from the stage. The audacious blaze danced across his refined visage, its forms reflected in his eyes, reminiscent of life's final revelry. To play with fire. The resounding beat of drums struck the hearts of the audience with fervor. Yet the crowd's gaze seemed enchanted, irretrievably glued to the figure on stage, unable to tear themselves away. That figure in front of the camera offered a gentle smile, then raised his hand, gliding it over his brow, down the bridge of his nose, his lips, throat, and chest, ultimately resting on the silver-glinting belt at his waist. The audience collectively gasped, their excitement palpable. Indeed, in the next moment, he executed several powerful, thrusting movements. Each gesture was clean, fluid, and imbued with strength. It was both a feast for the eyes and a slow, deliberate aggression. This series of actions left both the fans present and the viewers on screen breathless. Ah, is this my son? Shouldn't he be called my husband? Oh my, I can't take this anymore. He is simply enchanting. My heavens, he performed so seamlessly, barely even glancing at me. Why do I feel even more captivated? Exactly. You look down on me. Toy with me. Play with me. Everyone, restrain yourselves. This is my boyfriend. While these dance moves were quite common, having appeared previously on the trainees stage, when performed by me they were imbued with an entirely different essence. Unforced and devoid of vulgarity, he projected an air of superiority. This was merely a manifestation of his good mood, a small gift to his toys. He seemed to sense the excitement of his audience, suddenly lifting his gaze. Those beautiful yet icy eyes glinting with amusement. Fixing his stare on the camera, amidst the anxious and expectant gazes of the crowd, he suddenly broke into a bloodthirsty smile. In the next moment, he raised his hand towards the camera. With a swift motion, the camera was pushed away. Following the movement of the camera, he executed a crisp somersault. To the eyes of the crowd, it appeared as though he reached out towards them with a cruel smile. Before they could react and retreat, the screen abruptly went black. When the image returned, he was seen leaping gracefully, his black tailcoat tracing a magnificent arc through the air. With his head held high and arms extended backward, he resembled a dark assassin in the night, his movements clean and beautiful, exuding an aura of nobility. The sequence of movements unfolded with remarkable speed, each motion so exquisite that one could hardly bear to overlook a single detail. Before the crowd could fully comprehend the spectacle, a resounding drumbeat echoed through the music. Bang! The figure knelt gracefully, silver chains at their waist clinking melodiously, their garments billowing, as if a wave of air had been stirred around them. The camera zoomed in, and, as the figure slowly raised their head, the collective heartbeat of the audience quickened. In the next instant, that breathtaking visage emerged before them. It seemed as though the individual sensed the gaze of the onlookers, their eyes narrowing slightly. And in that fleeting moment, the enchanting peach blossom hues ignited with a fierce intensity. Hiss! Someone involuntarily gasped in shock. The individual wore a smile, their countenance undeniably captivating. Yet, within those eyes, which should have radiated warmth, there lurked a chilling detachment. Even the upward curve of their lips appeared tinged with a hint of frost. They resembled a sinister emissary from the depths of hell, noble, beautiful, yet undeniably perilous. Oh my, how formidable! Such a deft display of skill. Could it truly take several hours of battle to achieve such finesse? So cold, so unfeeling, so ruthlessly captivating. Oh, darling, do not smile like that. You will stir my heart. As the flames roared higher, the heat intensified. The performance continued, and Mibai rose gracefully, his gaze cool. Flames erupted around him as he stood at the center, rhythmically moving his arms in a dance. A fusion of modern dance and mechanical movements, elegant yet fierce. His eyes burned with an inner fire, as though his entire being had ignited. The audience's hearts raced, their eyes fixated on that shadowy figure. This scene bore an uncanny resemblance to a ritual of a mysterious organization, with that individual as its orchestrator. Mysterious, noble, and cruel. At the culmination of the ritual, the leader glanced back, their alluring peach blossom eyes casting a cryptic look at the camera, slowly curling their lips into a disdainful yet cruel smile. Tap, tap, tap. The familiar sound of footsteps echoed, drawing nearer and then fading away. The figure departed with the same casual elegance as before. The camera shifted to capture their flickering silhouette, accompanied by the final haunting notes of the background music, steeped in eerie silence. The stage lights dimmed for an extended moment, leaving the audience in a state of shock, unable to regain their composure. The recent performance felt as if it had been orchestrated by a killer, drenched in blood. The stage was resplendent, the movements breathtaking, yet all carried an undeniable air of brutality. Like a relentless executioner in pursuit of perfection, every action was meticulously crafted to achieve an exquisite climax. While it dazzled the senses, it also sent chills down one's spine. Suddenly, as if awakened from the fiery display, someone called out Mibai's name, and the audience, as if emerging from a dream, began to join in. Mibai, first! Mibai, first! Mibai, first! The shouts grew louder and more fervent, as all their pent-up passion erupted in that moment. With a voice strained from fervent shouting, Wang Lele sat in front of the screen, her face flushed, her eyes sparkling with excitement as if they could materialize, listening to the enthusiastic cheers of the audience captured in the video. She couldn't help but join in with a resounding cry. Her darling is simply the best. This cold-blooded, regal killer is utterly phenomenal. At that moment, Mi Bai's fan group erupted in a frenzy. Chow chow chow. Debut battle stage. Mi's eyes gone wild. I watched. Words elude me. I can only say he is so incredibly handsome. Has he grown taller? My heavens, those broad shoulders and long legs. How is it possible to still call him baby after witnessing such a stage? I'm directly calling him hubby. Help! Mi's eyes, 2 solo stages. One makes me want to call him wife. The other husband, what to do? To have a Mi Bai is to experience the joy of monogamy. Meanwhile, in a dim corner of the venue, a young man wearing a black baseball cap gazed intently at the shadowy stage. Much of his face was obscured by a black mask, but the ice-blue eyes that peeked through revealed a strikingly handsome visage. Tall and long-limbed, he appeared somewhat forlorn in his cramped corner. Nevertheless, he steadfastly watched every performance of the debut battle from that limited space. After an indeterminate time, his gaze shifted from the stage to the silver chain resting in his hand. In the dim light, the chain gleamed with a cold radiance, reminiscent of the exquisite waist chain adorning Mi Bai. The young man's long eyelashes fluttered, as if concealing something. After a moment, he helplessly raised his hand to soothe his rapidly beating heart, his beautiful ice-blue eyes filled with a dazed confusion. At that moment, the motion of his hand caused the silver chain to flip over, revealing a letter etched on its side. If any fans of Mi Bai were to glance in this direction, they would undoubtedly recognize that bracelet. It had appeared on Mi Bai multiple times, and aside from the differing letter, this one was nearly identical to Mi Bai's. Mi Bai had previously mentioned, almost inadvertently, that it was a gift from a friend. That friend was none other than the recently graduated Long Jimu. After finishing his college entrance examinations, Long Jimu had a brief respite and decided to fly over from City S, eager to witness the debut of his little friend. It had been nearly a year since he last saw Bai Bai. Following the conclusion of the splendid photo shoot, he had been preoccupied with tour preparations until the new year. Subsequently, the demands of studying for the college entrance exams had consumed his time, leaving him little opportunity to connect with Bai Bai. Additionally, due to some peculiar feelings, he hesitated to meet Bai Bai, resulting in their communication dwindling to mere sparse texts. This time, attending the debut battle, he didn't dare to directly approach Bai Bai backstage and instead requested the staff to reserve a ticket for him. What he did not foresee was that, after a period of separation, Bai Bai seemed to have undergone a remarkable transformation. He had grown taller, exuded greater confidence, and appeared even more handsome than before. The endearing little bundle of joy he once remembered had, in an instant, evolved into a tall and striking young man. Thump, thump, thump. Lung Jiamu stood frozen, listening to the rhythmic pounding of his own heart, which felt clearer than ever before. Beside Mi Bai stood Yi Gaoya and the others. The final segment of the debut battle included an announcement of rankings, and the 16 trainees were required to step back onto the stage for one last decisive moment of fate. Suddenly, Mi Bai felt a firm grip on his hand. Puzzled, he turned around to see Yi Gaoya holding one hand in a fist, cheering him on. Xiao Bai, you look absolutely stunning today. Mi Bai, with an expressionless face, deftly pushed Yi Gaoya's face away and replied, Thank you. I'm aware. Yi Gaoya, slightly dejected by the rejection, let his ears droop, looking quite pitiful. Over the past few months, while everyone had been preparing for the stage, he and Xiao Bai had seen each other daily. Yet it had been ages since they had been close. Just as Yi Gaoya was feeling downcast, a soft voice broke through the air. You look great today, too. The voice was cool yet slightly husky, possessing a distinctly captivating tone. Yi Gaoya's eyes brightened. He was intimately familiar with his roommate's voice, both before and after the change. He eagerly leaned back towards Mi Bai, boasting, Really? I think I look exceptionally handsome today, too. Xiao Bai, let me tell you. Mi Bai, exasperated, rubbed his forehead, knowing this would happen. However, this time, he refrained from pushing away the noisy person beside him. As the host concluded the final introduction, the lights in the venue dimmed completely. In the darkness, the 16 trainees moved to their designated positions, anxiously awaiting their ultimate judgment. With a sudden clap, 5 beams of white light illuminated 5 chairs. The central chair could hardly be called a mere chair. Its opulent design gleamed with golden hues and was adorned with jewels, truly deserving the title of throne. The host gazed at the group of young boys before him, his expression tinged with pity. Among these youths, the eldest was merely 17, while the youngest, Mi Bai, had yet to reach 15. Yet, at such a tender age, they were to endure the ruthless elimination process. All spirited youths. How painful it must be to confront failure under the scrutinizing gaze of the public. The host paused momentarily before slowly articulating the results. Ranking 4th is Yi Gaoya. A brief silence ensued, followed by a thunderous cheer from the audience. Compared to the previous ranking, Yi Gaoya had slipped 1 position down. Yet, he was always lighthearted. He had originally pursued rap for enjoyment, and the mere presence of fans who came to listen and share in the experience brought him immense joy. He cared little for the process, focusing instead on the sheer exhilaration of the moment. Nature, in its essence, remains indifferent to such rankings. The sole aspect that he considers significant may well be that by entering the top 5, he can continue to share living quarters with Xiao Bai. Thus, in stark contrast to the dissatisfaction of the fans, he appears remarkably unfazed. Yi Gaoya turned around, her smile radiant as she mouthed the words, "I'll be waiting for you up there." After this, she gracefully pivoted and, with a few confident strides, made her way to her designated spot, sitting down with poise. Following the announcement of Yi Gaoya's ranking, the 2 hosts wasted no time in revealing the subsequent results. The 3rd place went to Mu Junfeng. The 2nd place was claimed by Rong Shi. Their performances were exceptionally stable, devoid of any suspense. Although Mu Junfeng surpassed Yi Gaoya by 1 rank, upon reflection, it was not entirely surprising. Yi Gaoya's song choice catered to a relatively niche audience, while the rap stage may have been more explosive than the vocal stage. The latter resonated with a broader audience. After the almost foregone conclusions of these 3 rankings were announced, the host proceeded to the more intense revelation of the 5th place. The 5th place was met with indecision from the hosts as their gaze oscillated between Yuan Hushu and Rong Jiaxi. Yuan Hushu had entered the top 5 twice, while Rong Jiaxi had previously reached 5th place as well. The competition between them was exceedingly fierce. Ultimately, amid the anxious anticipation of the audience both on-site and online, the hosts fixed their gaze upon Yuan Hushu. The 5th place goes to Yuan Hushu. Yuan Hushu clenched his fists tightly, not releasing his grip even as the hosts lingered their gaze upon him. It was only when his name was clearly announced that he exhaled a sigh of relief. Slowly loosening his grip, he lifted his head, revealing a light-hearted smile, as refreshing as a spring breeze. Although the journey had been arduous, every ounce of effort had proven worthwhile. He had successfully debuted. Mi Bai joined others in applauding Yuan Hushu. Although they were not particularly familiar, they occasionally crossed paths in the training room, recognizing him as a diligent individual. Unfortunately, Yuan Hushu did not reside with them, as his home was too close to the company. His parents, both educators, were quite strict, often pulling him back for supplementary lessons immediately after training. Moreover, the disparity in their training schedules left them with limited time to bond. Nevertheless, at this moment, Mi Bai genuinely applauded him, for the triumph of a hard-working individual was indeed worthy of celebration. Just then, Yuan Hushu, who was meant to walk towards the center of the stage, suddenly turned back, his eyes bright with determination as he gazed at Mi Bai. Mi Bai? Mi Bai froze, his applause instinctively halting, an ominous premonition washing over him. In the next instant, Yuan Hushu, under the watchful eyes of the crowd and a live audience of thousands, wrapped his arms around Mi Bai. Hosts. Audience. Mi Bai. Chapter 86. The stage of the debut battle saw Yuan Hushu with one arm draped over Mi Bai's shoulder and the other firmly encircling his waist. Holding him tightly, he was a year older than Mi Bai and stood slightly taller. And at that moment, this action unexpectedly nestled me Bai completely in his embrace. Mi Bai was taken aback by his embrace, instinctively attempting to push him away. Yet at the moment he raised his hand, he felt the person holding him tremble gently. Hesitating for a moment, Mi Bai ultimately chose not to withdraw his hand. Although he was puzzled by Yuan Hushiyu's sudden affection, he decided not to dampen the mood in such a situation. Sensing Mi Bai's softened demeanor, Yuan Hushiyu's tense body relaxed, and with utmost care and reverence, he buried his head in Mi Bai's neck. The person he had pursued for 3 years, the one whose gaze he had followed, was finally within reach. From this moment forth, he would become his teammate, standing by his side always. The mere thought sent shivers of joy coursing through his body. Ecstatic, truly, he was overwhelmingly happy. On stage, Yuan Hushu embraced the idol of his heart, igniting a frenzy among the spectators both on and off the stage. At the instant Yuan Hushu wrapped his arms around Mi Bai, several individuals seated nearby sprang to their feet. Notably, Yi Gaoyao was particularly agitated, and had it not been for Rongshi's restraint, he would likely have dashed forward. Yet, he too felt a twinge of regret. The excitement of their group could have warranted a brief hug with Xiao Bai. Why had he not thought of that? Outside of the stage, Xiao Bai generally preferred to avoid physical contact with others. Typically, aside from the tenacious Yi Gaoya, others maintained a polite distance, resulting in minimal interaction with Xiao Bai. Even Yi Gaoya, who was often deemed shameless, frequently faced rejection. But just moments ago, they all clearly witnessed that Xiao Bai had intended to push away, only to inexplicably relent. If Rongshi felt regret, Yi Gaoya was consumed by indignation. Xiao Bai disliked being touched by others. What was this person doing? He hadn't even embraced Xiao Bai today. Among the 3 seated, the most composed was perhaps Mu Junfeng, yet he too was filled with astonishment. Did Yuan Hushu and Xiao Bai share a close bond? He had never heard of it before. Among their group, his relationship with Yuan Hushu was arguably the closest. After all, both were main vocalists, undergoing training sessions in sync and even performing duet stages together. However, in his interactions with Yuan Hushu, the latter had never exhibited such familiarity with Xiao Bai. What was unfolding now, in stark contrast to the restrained composure exhibited on stage? The fans below were in a frenzy. Viewers watching the live stream were equally overwhelmed. What was happening? Why was he embracing my Mi Bai? Did I miss a crucial plot twist? What transpired during the past year? My love, what are you doing? Help! Is anyone shipping this CP? What a breathtaking debut stage embrace. My heavens! Yuan or Hushu, they are both valiant. This is a bold debut battle. What is wrong with these 2 kids? Why the excitement? The fans in front of their screens could only express their astonishment through barrage comments, while those present at the venue unleashed their shock in a chorus of ecstatic screams. That sound of elation, the originally perplexed host was rendered speechless. As the audience collectively sank into a state of shock, disbelief, and confusion, a young man in the corner, thoroughly cloaked, observed the 2 individuals on stage with a faint glimmer of cold light flickering in his dark, icy eyes. His thin lips, hidden beneath a black mask, pressed together lightly as he tilted his head, listening to the surrounding fans chanting the name, Yuan Hushu. Very well, he noted it down. Meanwhile, although Yuan Hushu was brimming with excitement, he maintained his composure. It appeared that the embrace lasted an eternity, yet in reality, it did not exceed 10 seconds. He was rational, aware that Xiao Bai was not fond of being touched by others. His exuberance and joy were simply overwhelming. Just before the host regained control of the situation, Yuan Hushu released Mi Bai. He smiled softly, silently expressing his gratitude to Mi Bai. Afterward, he walked back to his designated spot, beaming under the gaze of the crowd, making the entire sequence seem incredibly natural, as though the recent embrace was merely a figment of collective imagination. Mi Bai tilted his head slightly, a hint of confusion flashing in his beautiful eyes. Thank you? What was he thanking him for? As Mi Bai pondered this, the host swiftly regained his composure. Despite a minor hiccup, he was professional and managed to steer the situation back on track with a few words. Of course, this was only temporary. What would happen after the debut battle was beyond his concern. The host turned his attention to Mi Bai, who was now gazing down, lost in thought. With long lashes and exquisite features, he stood there looking as picturesque as a painting. The host mused that had he been this young man's teammate, he too would likely be overwhelmed with excitement. With this thought, Yuan Hushu's earlier actions became understandable. As the host hesitated, about to announce the top ranking, the fans below began chanting a single name in unison. Me bai, me bai, me bai. Their voices surged like a roaring tide, creating an astonishing atmosphere. Mi Bai's thoughts momentarily halted. He suddenly lifted his head, listening intently to the rhythmic calling of his name. The host chuckled, embracing the fervent ambience, and proclaimed, "Let us congratulate the fourth-generation trainee, Mi Bai." With a resounding thud, a brilliant beam of light illuminated Mi Bai. He raised his gaze to witness the dazzling radiance cascading from above. All around him, the crowd fervently chanted his name. In that fleeting moment, Mi Bai felt a brief disorientation, as though he could distinctly hear each individual voice. Suddenly, a smile graced his lips, and the camera expertly captured this expression. On the grand screen, the once cold youth now beamed, his beautiful eyes shimmering with vibrant light. In an instant, it felt as if countless blossoms had exploded into bloom, each vying for attention. The young man gazed at the resplendent throne at the center of the stage, his eyes alight with dazzling joy. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he lifted his leg and stepped forward, one stride at a time, towards that coveted position. In that moment, it seemed as though the world had fallen silent. They were all watching the exquisite young man, their eyes filled with anticipation and excitement. As he gazed upon the scene, he resolutely ascended to the highest throne. Chapter 87. Idol Me By. The throne, resplendent and opulent, was illuminated by a beam of white light cascading from above, radiating an ethereal glow. Mi Bai's eyes flickered with determination, his exquisite visage reflecting an unprecedented resolve. From the moment he entered the company, everything felt like a dream. Yet, the countless falls in the training room and the repeated performances on stage bore testament to his hard work. Every drop of sweat he shed resonated with the cheers from the audience. Mi Bai, Mi Bai, Mi Bai. Listen, they were calling his name. Suddenly, a brilliant light ignited in Mi Bai's eyes. He turned, embracing the heavenly light above, and sat down with both confidence and poise. He would no longer doubt himself. He would no longer evade challenges. This position, he now possessed the confidence to occupy. With a resounding bang, golden ribbons cascaded from above, as if celestial maidens were scattering flowers in a dazzling display. The backdrop was filled with the host's impassioned voice, announcing the official debut of Brilliant Shine. The fans in the audience rose to their feet, fervently waving their glow sticks. Shine! 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 The camera swept across the audience, finally resting upon Yuan Hushu, Igaoya, Mu Junfeng, and Rong Shi, ultimately focusing on Mi Bai's face. His eyes sparkled, seemingly filled with countless stars, radiating brilliance. From this day forth, he was truly the idol Mi Bai. Golden ribbons fluttered down, enveloping the stage in a dreamlike hue. One ribbon drifted to a corner of the inner arena, caught deftly by a slender, fair hand. A handsome young man, adorned with a black mask, gazed at the shimmering youth on stage, a hint of a smile illuminating his icy blue eyes. "Congratulations on your debut," he said, his voice low yet remarkably melodious. "Excuse me, is that ribbon for you?" A melodious female voice suddenly interjected. Turning, Lung Jiamu found a young girl gazing at the golden ribbon in his hand with sparkling eyes. Their location was indeed somewhat obscure, and it was already a miracle for a ribbon to float their way. It was vexing that she had been fixated on that ribbon, only for this person beside her to catch it effortlessly. Observing him, she noted his tall stature and attractive physique. However, when her gaze shifted to the ribbon in his grasp, she couldn't help but puff out her cheeks in frustration. Ah, how infuriating! Why wasn't it me who caught it? Lung Jiamu followed her gaze to the ribbon in his hand. He paused briefly, then silently tucked the ribbon into his pocket, coldly declaring, "Sorry, it's mine now." The words were crisp and unyielding, leaving no room for debate. The girl had not harbored much hope, considering that the majority present were indeed fans. It was quite normal for the other party not to respond amidst such a crowd. However, as she pondered, the voice seemed somewhat familiar. Before she could grasp the situation, she looked up only to find the tall boy had vanished from sight. Meanwhile, after the conclusion of their debut performance, Sister Chi organized a celebration at a prearranged restaurant for them. In the changing room, Mibai changed out of her performance attire and into her own clothes. Just as she opened the door, someone abruptly pulled her into a corner. Mibai gasped, instinctively raising her leg to kick. "Bye-bye, it's me." A deep, sultry voice resonated, particularly pronounced in the deserted corner. Mibai paused mid-action. "Shi Xiang?" Lung Jimu, with a hint of helplessness, replied, "Yes." He observed Mibai's leg still poised in the air, surprised at how vigilant she had become after a period of absence. After a moment of silence, Mibai quietly remarked, "Shi Xiang, isn't this position uncomfortable?" Though she was unsure why he was lurking in this corner like a thief, the current stance was undeniably awkward. At that moment, Lung Jimu grasped Mibai's arm with one hand while holding her ankle with the other, their proximity so close that they could almost hear each other's breaths. Upon hearing her words, Lung Jimu glanced at their position, and after a brief pause, he nonchalantly lowered Mibai's foot, ensuring she was stable before gradually releasing his grip. His movements were fluid and composed, yet had it not been for his flushed earlobes, Mibai would have genuinely believed he felt no embarrassment. Having removed his hat and mask prior to meeting Mibai, his crimson earlobes betrayed his inner turmoil. Mibai gazed at her long-absent Shi Xiang, noting that his features had sharpened and his demeanor had become more intense, and he had even grown taller. She pressed her lips together, realizing that her previous impressions had not been mistaken. Their height difference remained relatively unchanged, now standing at 1.76 meters. She estimated that he must be at least 1.86 meters tall. A sense of melancholy washed over her. She vividly recalled their previous video call where they had joked about their heights. Lung Jimu, initially shy due to his racing heart, quickly understood the reason for Mibai's scrutiny as her gaze roamed over him. A smile flickered across his lips, and he found her adorable. Without hesitation, he crouched down, looking up at her, and spoke gently, enunciating each word. "Bye-bye. Happy debut." Chapter 88. Glorious announcement. Mibai looked at the crouched Lung Jimu, her eyes curving into a smile. She was genuinely thrilled about her debut today. "Thank you," she replied, extending her hand to pull him up. Shi Xiang had indeed been very kind to her, making the effort to come such a distance to personally deliver his blessings, always attentive to her feelings. Lung Jimu regarded the hand extended towards him, long and beautiful, resembling jade. He hesitated for a moment before finally placing his hand on it. It was pleasantly cool and delightful. Just as they were about to inquire about each other's well-being, a staff member approached them, urging, "Teacher Bai, are you ready? The car is already waiting outside." The staff member's eyes flickered as he recognized a familiar figure, exclaiming in surprise, "Oh, Brother Lung is here too? Isn't he supposed to be in City A with his group? Didn't he just finish his college entrance exams? When did he arrive? I hadn't heard any news." After all, they were part of the same company and would usually be aware of the artist's schedules. However, Lung Jimu's situation seemed to be a private affair. Mibai nodded and replied to the staff member, "I understand." He then turned to Lung Jimu and asked, "Brother, would you like to join us?" His eyes were filled with sincerity, not mere politeness. He genuinely invited him to the celebration banquet. Since none of their group were of legal age, Sister Chi had reserved a private room for them. They only needed to make an appearance before retreating back to the room. Inside the room were his teammates, and his senior was the best friend he had made since joining the company. Today marked his debut, and naturally, he wished for everyone to be together. Mibai's eyes, inherently expressive like peach blossoms, held a certain allure, though the light color of his irises could impart a sense of distance. Yet, it was this very distance that rendered his gaze profoundly impactful when he earnestly looked at someone. Lung Jimu's eyes flickered as he instinctively averted his gaze from Mibai. His previously pale earlobes once again flushed with a rosy hue. He clenched his right fist, bringing it to his lips to clear his throat awkwardly, saying, "All right." Mibai blinked, observing Lung Jimu with a puzzled expression, as he seemed a bit odd today. as Mi Bai and the others prepared to celebrate at the restaurant. Their debut battle had already made a significant splash online. Mi Bai's popularity was already considerable, even surpassing that of some lesser-known artists who had debuted. This time, with a year of preheating, a debut battle, and a live broadcast during prime time on Tomato Video, their hype reached unprecedented heights. Even before their debut battle concluded, they had already surged on trending topics. Subsequently, the buzz from their performance followed suit, and by the time Mi Bai's solo stage arrived, it exploded. Xiuanbo exclaimed, "What the? ISNT the audition over? What's going on? Why haven't I heard anything?" When I tuned in, it was already the debut battle. What about the earlier performances? Ah, the younger brothers seem quite impressive. They look so young. The future is promising. And that last kid, my goodness, how can he be so good-looking? Where's the science popularizer? I adore the one called Elegant. I love the show-off king. Sisters, this is Huaxing's boy band. A nurturing system. The oldest is no more than 17. How can this be legal? Huaxing? Lung Jiamu's company? The one in front, my brother, is called Yi Gaoya. Are these underage talents already this formidable? Aren't those debuting boy bands ashamed? The last kid to appear is called Mi Bai, and he is about to turn 15. What a charmingly aloof little one. Let's rally together. Only when the idols unite can the fans reap the rewards. The fourth generation's debut battle stage is truly remarkable, leaving everyone in awe. Each generation surpasses the last, showcasing the effectiveness of intensive training. After such a long absence from their beloved idols, the fans must feel electrified upon their return at the debut battle. This stage was nothing short of spectacular, with every detail, from song selection to set design, crafted by them. Truly impressive. It was a clash of titans. Many of these talented individuals could have debuted in earlier generations, yet they shine in the fourth. The competition was fierce even in the third generation. Just look at how competitive Lung Jiamu was back then. The main issue lies with TK and Shine having too few members. The previous two generations had 9 and 11, respectively. To be honest, it's such a pity for Rong Jiaxi. His fans are heartbroken. He was just a hair's breadth away from success. As for the debut battle stage, which performance did you prefer? Mi Bai. He was absolutely phenomenal. An elegant and captivating cold-blooded killer. I am utterly smitten. Mi Bai's performance was impeccable. Since he climbed to first place, each of his stages has been more explosive than the last. Mu Junfeng, the gentle prince, is truly my ideal type. His singing is simply enchanting. Not to mention, when it comes to the difficulty of choreography, Rong Shi's is unparalleled. The charismatic and confident ruler, Wai Gaoya, radiates an invigorating energy on stage. Rong Shi's aura is perfectly suited for classical dance, like a celestial being descending. Who doesn't he adore the youthful charm of a high school boy? As for Yuan Hushu, I shall claim him for myself. The shadowy assassin Mi Bai is both wild and handsome, truly irresistible. Does Shine have potential? What kind of question is that? They are brimming with prospects. Just look at Mi Bai's face. How could this group lack a future? These 5 can sing, dance, rap, and even perform backflips. My goodness, the previous comments are practically a symphony of praise. I can hardly recognize the word prospects anymore. To be fair, this group genuinely appears promising. Their trending topics are soaring. Their popularity will surely surge following the debut battle. ISNT Me Bai is set to star in an S-drama soon, filmed last year. It will undoubtedly generate another wave of excitement once it airs. Oh my goodness, Geely has just announced Mi Bai as their spokesperson. What is happening? Just a few days ago, it was said to be Lung Jiamu. What is going on? I've stepped away for just a moment, and now I'm utterly confused. This is unprecedented. 2 endorsements at once. What a grand spectacle. I must take my leave. Geely initially intended to wait for Lung Jiamu to finish his exams before making the announcement. But since Mi Bai's debut battle coincided closely with Lung Jiamu's exam schedule, they decided to release both at once for maximum impact, saving on promotional costs. On this particular evening, as fans of Mi Bai were fervently admiring the breathtaking performance of their beloved idol, they were suddenly taken aback by an unexpected twist of fate. What was this? A dazzling new fragrance endorsement. Could it be the renowned brand they were contemplating? Surely, It couldn't be a mere namesake attempting to deceive them. Then, upon hearing that Lung Jiamu was also involved as the spokesperson for this new product, his fans instantly felt a wave of relief. With Lung Jiamu on board, it must indeed be the authentic brand they cherished. Ah, the illustrious representative of the fragrance. Their idol had truly ascended. However, excitement soon morphed into a torrent of bewilderment. Wait a moment, wasn't Lung Jiamu supposed to be the sole ambassador? As fans rushed to the official account of the brand and encountered the announcement, they were left utterly flabbergasted. Joining in this state of confusion were also the supporters of Lung Jiamu. The official statement from the fragrance brand proclaimed, "Roses blooming vibrantly in the snow, a tender embrace amidst the icy chill, the divine in the frost, the innocent in the chaos. The new duality of our fragrance has arrived. Let us experience the fervor of winter in this summer season." The announcement unveiled that both Lung Jiamu and Mi Bai were to embody the essence of this duality. Upon reading this official declaration, both Mi Bai's and Lung Jiamu's fans were struck with astonishment. Goodness, it truly was a dual endorsement. Fans of Mi Bai, the Secret Garden, exclaimed, "Oh my heavens! Our idol is collaborating with Lung Jiamu. The brand possesses remarkable insight. The beauty of these two is undeniable. We are grateful for the patron's discerning eye. It is an honor to collaborate with a senior artist." A dual endorsement is undoubtedly explosive in its appeal. Thankfully, it's Lung Jiamu. Otherwise, I would question the company's judgment. Fans of Lung Jiamu, the fuel bottle, chimed in a dual endorsement. My word, I am curious how the brand managed to persuade Mugu. My husband is collaborating with them again. Nostalgia is overwhelming. That name Mi Bai sounds somewhat familiar. Regardless of the endorsement, if it belongs to my darling, I shall support it wholeheartedly. Mugu is the best. Indeed, Lung Jiamu is known for his selective endorsements, often choosing projects that his team has thoroughly researched. Could this Mi Bai be the charming junior mentioned by Mugu during his visit? After confirming the dual endorsement, Mi Bai's fans felt a mix of honor and trepidation. After all, this was Lung Jiamu. When one thinks of the entertainment industry in Washington, he is the first artist that comes to mind. With a staggering 50 million fans, immense popularity, formidable talent, and striking looks, he has maintained a clean reputation over 3 years, with almost no scandals aside from those involving his teammates. Now, Mi Bai, having just debuted, was linked to him through this endorsement, leaving his fans with an exhilarating yet surreal sensation, akin to winning the lottery. They even began to worry that the disparity in their statuses might lead to criticism directed at their newly debuted idol. However, the sentiments among Lung Jiamu's fans were entirely different from what they had anticipated. While Mi Bai's supporters felt a mix of gratitude and anxiety, Lung Jiamu's fans were enveloped in confusion and curiosity. After all, they were well aware of their idol's character. If he did not consent, no one could bind him to any collaboration. In just 3 years since his debut, he has garnered immense popularity, accompanied by a captivating visage that draws attention. Apart from the adept management of his company, his notorious temperament, impervious to the influence of others, has kept him free of scandals. Not only do potential romantic interests find it challenging to approach him, but even acquaintances of the same gender struggle to bridge the distance. In fact, living beings seem to find it difficult to draw near him. Fans still vividly recall the incident during a pet variety show when Lung Jiamu, from a considerable distance, deliberately took a detour, his expression of disdain palpable enough to be almost tangible. It is said that this very show was selected after rigorous consideration by Sister Yao. Consequently, fans from both camps entered the official video link of the exquisite production with entirely different sentiments. As the video commenced, the screen was initially enveloped in a veil of white. Gradually, clarity emerged, revealing a pair of closed eyes, adorned with long, dense lashes reminiscent of butterfly wings in their beauty. A gentle tremor passed through him, as delicate frost flakes scattered like stardust upon his lashes. The audience instinctively held their breath. Indeed, in the next moment, those eyelids slowly lifted, unveiling a pair of icy, indifferent eyes. Yet, this frigid demeanor vanished almost instantly. replaced by an expression of innocent bewilderment and naivety. The audience had yet to recover from the transformation of his gaze when the camera zoomed out, diminishing the expanse of the snowy landscape until it morphed into a glistening silver gem. Upon closer inspection, it was revealed to be an exquisitely ornate earring. As the camera ascended, a pair of aloof silver eyes came into view, half closed and scrutinizing the lens as though surveying mere insects. The barrage of comments momentarily paused, only to erupt into a frenzy of excitement. Wow, Mugu remains my Mugu, forever looking down on me. What a lifesaver. Both of their eyes are stunning. Is this what divine beauty looks like? Not a single feature lacking. Incredible. One looks down on me disdainfully, while the other is unabashedly contemptuous. How I adore them. The intensity of their gazes is remarkable. Guile and talent in casting are truly exceptional. As the comments fervently debated, the scene shifted. A slender, fair hand appeared on screen, followed by the emergence of figure. When the individual finally came into focus, gasps of astonishment filled the air. It was a youth clad in red. Seated upon the snow, his features exquisitely refined, the blood-red accents of his eyes adding an element of allure. His dark hair cascaded behind him like a waterfall, with a few strands dancing in the wind, reminiscent of an ethereal spirit from an ancient painting. Truly breathtaking. Is that me by? Ah, my beloved. Absolutely stunning. Gorgeous to the point of breathtaking. Guile is adept at capturing beauty. The enchanting figure in the snow tentatively placed their hand upon the long, elegant hand of the other. As the camera rotated, strands of silvery hair fluttered in the breeze. Gradually, an extraordinarily handsome countenance came into view, marked by striking features, a delicate mouth, and an indifferent gaze, resembling a deity from the heavens, devoid of desire, exuding an air of utmost aloofness. He was adorned in exquisitely crafted garments, with magnificent wings cascading gracefully behind him, resting upon the snow-covered ground. The tips of his wings gleamed with a frigid light, as if they could transform into lethal blades at any moment. Although he bore the countenance of a celestial being, an inexplicable chill and sense of danger emanated from him. Hiss! Help, help, help! Brother Mu is absolutely stunning. When that face appeared, I gasped in awe. Truly, Brother Mu can effortlessly embody any look. Oh, my divine lord, come swiftly to rescue your loyal follower. A visual feast. I was mesmerized. After granting two individuals their own moments in the spotlight, snow began to fall, and the scene revealed the two of them together. There, the aloof deity knelt on one knee, slightly bowing his head to gaze at the young boy seated in the snow. He gently grasped the boy's hand, which had turned slightly red from the cold, and with utmost tenderness, he wiped away the frost lingering on the boy's face. The icy snow continued to descend, while the deity's immense wings enveloped the two, creating an extraordinarily beautiful and sacred tableau, reminiscent of divine redemption. Yet, within the deity's silvery eyes lay an abyss of emptiness, and his gaze towards the boy bore no trace of compassion, but rather a chilling indifference. As the camera pulled back, the dangerous glimmer of his wings, which shielded the two beneath the snow, became apparent. The barrage of comments fell silent for a moment, only to erupt with unprecedented fervor. What an extraordinary combination of celestial beings. This scene is simply breathtaking. Help, help. Their performances are exceptional, absolutely terrifying. Their expressions and empathy are top-notch, simply remarkable. The selection of this duo is splendid. The indifferent deity and the nascent spirit of mischief. I am utterly enamored. Just as the audience was reeling from the previous spectacle, a flurry of snow drifted by, revealing a resplendent throne. Meticulously crafted, it shimmered with a silvery hue, as if it belonged to the heavenly realm. Initially, the cold and detached Jia Mu sat upon it, his hands resting on the armrests, his long legs casually crossed. He appeared both stunning and divine, ethereal and otherworldly. Suddenly, the scene darkened, and deep green vines began to creep upwards. In a mere instant, the vines ensnared the deity and gradually unfurled blood-red roses. The scene shifted to behind the throne, but it was not the chair back one might expect. Instead, it was a throne identical to the deity's, The rescued boy sat upon it, one foot planted on the throne, his hand languidly draped over his knee. His posture was relaxed and free-spirited. He raised his hand, and a vine extended towards him, blooming a lavish flower in his palm. The boy gently inhaled its fragrance, then opened his eyes, locking his gaze with the camera. A streak of crimson light flickered in his beautiful, pale eyes, followed by a malevolent smile. The audience. Chapter 90, Does It Concern You? In the clear shot, the dark feather pattern between the boy's brows was particularly striking. So, was this the divine's attempt to purify the demon, only to be ultimately vanquished? Hiss! The audience felt a shiver run down their spines. Before they could fully process it, a flurry of snow swept past. Immediately, a vast expanse of white feathers floated across the lens, revealing a pair of magnificent white wings unfurling behind the exquisite demon. The twin thrones began to rotate as the white feathers and roses swirled in the gusts of wind, ultimately freezing the scene on the profiles of the two figures. Mi Bai, holding a rose, displayed a slight smile, his gaze imbued with malice. Before him lay sharp wings glinting with a cold light. Lung Jiamu wore an expression of indifference, his silver eyes radiating an icy intensity akin to a snowstorm. Surrounding him were numerous pristine feathers, while a blood-red rose bloomed vibrantly in front of him. The entire tableau was strikingly impactful, yet stunningly beautiful. It wasn't until the magnificent logo appeared in the center of the video that the audience gradually came to their senses. Oh my goodness, these two are incredible. Li truly knows how to select its representatives. Help! I adore each of them so much. Ah, does Mi Bai carry the scent of roses? So fragrant. The aloof deity, the decadent demon, they are both mine. Jiamu is simply breathtaking. He is perfect for portraying such a heartless, twisted character, although a bit intimidating. Who could resist such captivating beauty? Tell me how much. I will buy it. The themes of snowstorms, roses, demons, and deities are simply exquisite. They would make for a fantastic game. After watching the entire video, Mi Bai's fans breathed a sigh of relief. Regardless of the circumstances, Mi Bai did not falter in this video. In fact, he performed exceptionally well. As long as their idol does not disappoint, the fans can hold their heads high. So what if it's a dual endorsement? What is wrong with partnering with Lung Jiamu? Mi Bai is also quite remarkable. Thank you very much. Moreover, it is the brand that has chosen its spokesperson. If there are grievances, they should be directed towards the brand. What kind of behavior is it to bully a newcomer idol? Mi Bai's fans had already prepared their rebuttals, ready to face the enthusiastic supporters of Lung Jiamu and the onlookers. However, after waiting for quite some time, they discovered that Lung Jiamu's fans were silent. Meanwhile, Lung Jiamu's fans, having watched the video, were busy exclaiming that their master had finally made a public appearance. Due to his preparations for the university entrance exam, he had been studying longer than other artists. They truly had not seen this fresh talent in ages. Furthermore, this marked Li's second collaboration with Lung Jiamu, making them familiar acquaintances, and Mi Bai's performance was not lacking. It is worth noting that during the past few years, whenever this gentleman held an event, others were often overshadowed. For this young man to perform so well, it must either be due to his genuine talent or perhaps Lung Jiamu eased up a bit. Regardless of the reason, it attests to this young lad's potential. Naturally, they would not seek out any trouble. Instead, they were busy capturing beautiful images of their fresh master. After completing the Gaokao, Lung Jiamu found himself entangled in a project he had previously accepted, and he wondered how long it would be until he could see the next installment. That evening, Mi Bai's fans anxiously awaited the evaluation of the event, only to discover that no one from the opposing side had shown up. Li, a relatively renowned domestic brand, was further amplified by Lung Jiamu's enduring popularity. And with Mi Bai's debut taking place that day, the allure of several factors propelled Li's new product, Shuangxing, to the pinnacle of trending topics on Xuanbua. The person in charge of Shuangxing beamed with delight at the backstage data, his smile nearly reaching the back of his head. Meanwhile, Mi Bai and his companions remained blissfully unaware of the online happenings. After making a brief appearance in the hall, Mi Bai led the fully equipped Lung Jiamu to their private room. Since Lung Jiamu had come unannounced, he had not informed anyone, which resulted in me by taking some time to ensure he did not share a vehicle with his teammates. After their brief public appearance, he found Lung Jiamu leaning against the wall in a corner and, taking hold of his wrist, guided him towards the room. Lung Jiamu glanced at their intertwined hands, his thin lips pursing beneath his mask, while his earlobes gradually turned a shade of crimson. How adorable! Mi Bai ushered Lung Jiamu into their team's designated space, reserved by Sister Qi, where only the 5 members of their group could freely enjoy themselves. Mi Bai knocked on the door, which was promptly opened by Yi Gaoya. Upon seeing Mi Bai, Yi Gaoya's eyes lit up, and he immediately opened his arms to embrace him. However, halfway through, he was halted by a hand resting against his forehead. Yes, a single hand. Yi Gaoya. He paused, casting a glance at the strange man wearing a mask. Just as he was about to push the hand away, the man lowered it, but his body remained firmly positioned between Yi Gaoya and Mi Bai, creating an impenetrable barrier. Yi Gaoya, with a displeased glance, he scrutinized the masked individual. Who are you? Why are you with Mi Bai? Is that why Mi Bai didn't ride with us? To fetch you? But who are you? How come I don't recognize you after all this time? The masked figure, Lung Jiamu, calmly retrieved a tissue to wipe the hand that had just made contact with Yi Gaoya. Hearing the question, he looked down at Yi Gaoya with an aloof demeanor and replied coolly, What does it have to do with you?